I had just broken up with Lu Wan'er and returned to my dorm. Suddenly my phone rang, and I answered it immediately. "Hello, Wu Jiangtao, this is Chen Jun." The female voice on the other end sounded weak and delicate. It seemed like she was feeling extremely unwell. Accompanied by the cool evening breeze, I felt a bit dizzy. The name Chen Jun sounded so familiar. It seemed to be the exact same name as our university's goddess, Chen Jun, who had been missing for quite a long time. "Sorry, do you have the wrong number? I do not know you. Could you come to Qingqiao Maternity Hospital?" I looked completely bewildered. "Maternity? I do not quite understand."
What do you want me to do there? I was about to hang up.
Wait a minute." The female voice seemed to be enduring something. She sounded like she was in a lot of pain. Even though my head was spinning, I was still a gentleman. I did not just hang up right away, wanting to hear what exactly she wanted. I am about to give birth. The doctor said it is a difficult labor and I might need surgery. It requires a family member's signature. I froze for a long moment before saying, utterly speechless, "Then why are you calling me? You should be calling the child's real father, or your family members. You are the child's father." Proof. I instantly burst into laughter. What kind of day was it today? First, an old fortune teller suddenly told me I would have a son and a daughter. And now, some strange woman named Chen Jun calls me to tell me I am her kid's father. They must be teaming up to scam me. It was totally bizarre. I was just a poor kid from a small town. Aside from a somewhat handsome face, 8-pack abs, being 180 centimeters tall, and having a magnetic voice, what else did I have that was worth scamming? Sorry, I am not a simp looking to take the fall, and I have no interest in raising someone else's kid. Thanks. Snap. I hung up the phone in a huff. Phew, I let out a long breath, turned around, and sat down at my desk in the dorm. I turned on my computer and casually opened the Global Martial Arts Arena Network, my favorite site. Truth be told, my family had a martial arts heritage. I have been practicing martial arts and boxing since I was a kid. Unfortunately, I lacked the physical talent. Even though I was much stronger than an average person, I was far from the level needed to go professional. Just then, another call came in. I picked it up and took a look. It was an 8-digit number, not the same own from before. "Hello, are you Wu Jiangtao?" As I answered the phone, a voice came from the other end. It was a calm, yet somewhat stern female voice. "I am. May I ask who is calling and what this is about?" "Who I am is not important right now. Your girlfriend is giving birth at Qingqiao Maternity Hospital, and we are just waiting for you to sign. The mother's condition is not very optimistic right now. You would better get here fast, 30 minutes. No, you would better arrive within 20 minutes. Otherwise, the mother will be in danger. Xiao Yi, quickly prep the delivery room." "What do you mean there is no space? There is no time left. Set up a temporary own immediately. And get her admitted right now as well." Beep, beep, beep. Obviously, it sounded like a doctor on the other end. The background noise really sounded like a hospital. It did not seem fake. I started feeling a bit unsure and startled. Could it be true? But is not this too much of a coincidence? First, a fortune teller told me I would have a boy and a girl. And then I received this call. Just as I was hesitating, a voice echoed in my mind. "Didding. Super Daddy system binding in progress. Confirmed. The host is about to become a father. Issuing the first system quest. Please arrive within 15 minutes. At the baby's birthplace, Qingqiao Maternity and Child Healthcare Hospital. Completion reward, own system red packet. Minimum 30,000, increasing based on completion speed up to 100,000 max. Additional reward, own baby novice gift pack. Rejection or failure penalty, the host's little brother will shrink by half." Whoosh! I literally jumped up from my seat. The subtitles in my mind were displayed in full detail. Among them, the failure penalty was highlighted in blood red. It looked incredibly terrifying. This is a sick joke, right? Wait. I turned my head to look across the room. At my dorm bros who were playing Naraka, Blade Point. "By little brother, did you mean them?" The system replied concisely, "No." I felt completely dead inside, just as I was wondering if I had drunk too much earlier and was having hallucinations. Oh my God, Qingqiao Maternity Hospital, right? I will go, okay? I sprang up, dashed out of the dorm, and slammed the door shut with a loud bang. My 3 roommates playing Naraka were so startled their hands shook, shouting Perry. They turned around in a daze, only to find I had completely vanished. Lu Wan'er is such a green tea bitch, man. She is too manipulative. If little Jiang is not careful, he will definitely get trapped by her. I will call and check on him later. ON second, the countdown was at 21 minutes. But it suddenly jumped down to 9. As I sprinted, the hair on the back of my neck stood up. I angrily yelled in my mind, "System, you are screwing me over." Was not the countdown just 21? Why did it suddenly drop to 9? All rights to interpret system quests belong to Winter Company. The parameter error reported by the host has been submitted. Fixes will commence after the current quest ends. Consequences of the parameter error will be borne by the host. Compensation will be provided in the quest rewards. The specific compensation will depend on the quest completion level. My mental state was in shambles. I ran like the wind out the east gate. Reaching the street outside, I happened to see a taxi parked nearby. However, a pretty girl had just opened its door, about to get in. Without a word, I dashed over, pushed ahead before the girl could get in, and threw myself into the passenger seat. Sorry, I am so sorry. I pressed my hands together, apologizing to her repeatedly. Turning my head, I yelled to the driver, "Sir, Qingqiao Maternity Hospital. It is a matter of life and death." The girl outside the car looked bewildered. You bastard. Get down, I have an emergency too." Stunned, I turned around, only to realize the girl outside was actually an acquaintance. It was Lu Wan'er, the girlfriend who had just dumped me. Oh, wait. No, it is ex-girlfriend now. I gave her a flat look and did not say another word. Instead, I urgently told the taxi driver, "Sir, I really have an urgent matter. Please drive faster." Alrighty, the taxi started and zoomed away, leaving her in the dust. Lu Wan'er furiously chased after it for a few steps behind us, but eventually had to give up. Bastard, stealing the taxi I hailed. Her pretty face contorted with anger, but she could only stand there and continue waiting for another ride. "Sir, can you go any faster? I really have a life or death emergency. Young man, for your safety. I can't just speed recklessly. I really can't drive recklessly. My girlfriend, my wife is about to give birth. I need to get there to sign the papers." Right now, the quest completion timer in my head felt like a literal death warrant, destroying whatever sanity I had left. "Your wife is giving birth." The driver was stunned. He could not help but glance at the young man beside him. "I may not be highly educated, but do not try to fool me. You look like you have not even graduated from college. Are you even 25? I am 24. No, wait, I am telling the truth. My wife is really giving birth. Please speed up." The taxi driver fell silent. He thought about how he was already 36, and yet he was still single and lonely, let alone getting married and having kids. He had not even seen the shadow of a girlfriend. "All right, hold on tight." He slammed on the gas pedal. The car's engine roared. Our speed surged dramatically. Soon, the car sped through more than 10 miles, arriving at the entrance of Qingqiao Maternity Hospital. Thank you. I paid, opened the door, and got out, dashing wildly into the hospital. It is good to be young. Look at him run. Watching my sprinting figure from the taxi, the driver sighed, subconsciously rubbing his greasy belly with a look of envy. "Are you Wu Jiangtao?" A female doctor in a white coat with a hurried expression appeared, looking quite hostile. She stood in front of me, looking me up and down. A hint of indifference and disgust showed in her eyes. Even though the guy did not look bad, his words on the phone earlier only proved that he was extremely irresponsible. I am. The moment I opened my mouth, the lingering smell of alcohol rushed out. The female doctor was instantly infuriated. This guy actually had the nerve to go drinking. Whatever, the youth nowadays. The middle-aged doctor shook her head, not wanting to meddle too much. She said coldly, "Hurry up and sign this. Your girlfriend is having a difficult labor. If we delay any longer, there will be danger." But I hesitated. Chen Jun and I are not really close. The scene instantly fell dead silent. The doctor and nurses all glared at me with looks that were completely off. Not really close, what a great excuse. This is a scumbag of epic proportions. What do you mean not close? She is carrying your child, do you think she would make that up? She is about to give birth. That is 3 lives on the line. Who can guarantee there won't be any accidents during delivery? I do not care what your situation is. The doctor was absolutely furious. She roared right in my face. You are the father. Now get over here and sign the papers. I immediately realized the severity of the situation. I hurriedly took the pen and paper and signed my name. A nurse nearby seemed to remember something. She walked over and said, "You are from Modu University too, right?" When Chen Jun was entering the delivery room, she told me to say to you, "Evening breeze bar, Winter Hotel." Suddenly, I froze. And as the newly promoted scumbag, a bizarre memory from last August, when I was doing odd jobs at the evening breeze bar, surfaced in my mind, but I only remembered getting blackout drunk that night. In my days, there seemed to be a very beautiful girl, but I remember nothing actually happening. Just as I was looking utterly lost, the system in my mind finally popped up a notification. Congratulations to the host for completing the quest with an excellent time of 11 minutes and 50 seconds. Arriving at the most important destination of your life. Rewards will be delivered to the host in a reasonable and logical manner. Detected a parameter error during the quest. Compensatory rewards will be issued. Compensation reward. Physique +1. Please check it yourself. While I was still sitting on the edge of the corridor in a daze, a sudden burst of intense pain hit me. I could not help but double over. It took me a good while to recover. Just then, my phone's SMS tone chimed. I picked it up and saw it was a bank notification. 50,000 yuan deposited into your account. Right at this moment, my phone rang again. It was surprisingly a call from my buddy, Pang Long. "Hey, little Jiang, you got some packages at the dorm. Fess up. Why is it all diapers, formula, and baby bottles? Are you really having a kid?" Everything that just happened was too bizarre. I did not know how to explain it for a moment. I realized why the system rewarded me with these items. I would probably need them soon. No, it is not that. Pang Long, could you pack those things up for me? Oh, right? There is a backpack on top of my wardrobe. I will explain it to you later. Just help me pack them first. You do not need to grab all the diapers. Just put half a pack in the bag for now. Take the formula, baby bottles, baby clothes, and swaddles, and bring them to Qingqiao Maternity Hospital. I am right here. Pang Long fell silent on the other end. Startled, he asked, "Wu Jiangtao, are you okay? Why did you run off there? Anyway, just bring them over to me. I am busy here." Hanging up, I hung up the phone, stood up, and looked at the delivery room doors. The doors opened. A nurse pushed a bassinet out. She scanned the area and called out, "Who is Chen Jun's family?" I am. I rushed forward. The nurse looked at me with a face full of smiles. "Congratulations, your wife gave birth to twins. A pigeon pair." Oh. At this very moment, my eyes were filled with complex emotions. I suddenly became a father just like that. And twins at that. The babies are out. What about the mother? Is she in any danger? At this thought, I suddenly felt uneasy. She will be out shortly. The nurse glanced at me, inwardly grumbling. How did a scumbag like this get to have 2 such adorable twins? This is the older brother, 4 Jin and 3 Liang, born at 6/31/56. This is the younger sister, 4 Jin and Oan Liang, born at 6/32/9. Oh, okay. Thank you, nurse. I examined the 2 little ones. Their faces were all wrinkled. Not at all like the fair, chubby, and cute babies I had seen before. As we were speaking, the delivery room doors pushed open again. A hospital bed was wheeled out. Lying on it was an incredibly young and beautiful girl, Chen Jun. I was stunned. It really was Chen Jun, the unrivaled beauty goddess of Modu University. Even though she was lying weakly on the bed right now, it could not mask her gorgeous face. Wu Jiangtao. She weakly raised her head. She opened her mouth as if to say something, but hesitated. You should get some rest first. We can talk about everything later. The main issue was, even if we wanted to talk, I would not know what to say. The female doctor shot me an unfriendly glare. Your girlfriend needs to be hospitalized. The next 2 or 3 days are critical for her. Later, the nurse will teach you how to change maternity pads. Looking at you, I bet you have not prepared anything. I replied weakly. I have. I am prepared. My friend is bringing the stuff over later. Shut up and listen to me. This doctor really despised me. Go downstairs and buy maternity pads yourself. And later, you need to take the babies for checkups and vaccinations. You also need to go downstairs to pay the bills. Wait. I was getting overwhelmed. You are saying too much. I can't remember it all. The middle-aged doctor turned and left after speaking, not giving me a chance to ask questions or have her repeat herself. I turned helplessly to the nurse next to me. She rolled her eyes at me and said flatly, the pad was just changed before coming out. It does not need to be changed for now, but you would better go buy them quickly. Remember to buy medical-grade ones. Come find me when you have bought them. After saying that, the nurse turned and left as well. Just how unlikable was I right now? I felt completely swamped. So many things to do. Okay, wait. Changing pads. Do not need to do that yet. Take the kids for checkups and vaccines. And what else was there? I stood there dumbfounded. So troublesome. Why do I have to deal with all this hassle? These 2 kids might not even be mine. Given the host's doubts, the system is running a paternity test. Based on the system's appraisal, the host and the 2 babies share a biological parent-child relationship. Fine. I finally suppressed the doubts in my heart and started recalling last August. Every detail of that bizarre encounter. Then I looked down at the 2 babies in front of me. The little sister's chubby fingers twitched, while the older brother gently smacked his lips. I settled my mind and carefully looked at the babies' facial features. They really did look a bit like me. The more I looked, yeah, they possessed the handsome charm of my own features. Just then, the phone rang. I casually picked it up. Hey, little Jiang. I am right at the main entrance of Qingqiao Maternity Hospital. Where are you? I am on the 3rd floor of the obstetrics inpatient department. My memory was quite good, so I blurted out my location directly. Suddenly, I remembered something. Wait, you do not need to come up. I will come down. Walking past the adjacent bed, I saw an elderly caregiver watching me with a smile. Twins, eh? And a pigeon pair. Congratulations. Ah, thank you. Congratulations to you too. By the way, Grandma, could you help keep an eye on them for me? I need to go down to buy some maternity pads and grab some stuff for the babies. Sure, go ahead. I will keep an eye on the babies for you. The new mother in the next bed looked at me curiously. He is kind of handsome. Turning to look at her own clumsy husband next to her, her face immediately showed a hint of disdain. In the hallway outside the room, on a chair diagonally across, a man wearing a baseball cap sat scrolling on his phone. Raising his head inadvertently, his gaze swept over the scene inside the ward, eventually landing on my retreating back.
Water.
I want some water. In her daze, Chen Jun woke up. She looked around, but I was nowhere to be found. The space was empty. Suddenly, footsteps came from next door. Joy lit up her face, and she turned to look, only to see a kind-faced elderly woman appear before her, holding a paper cup out to her. You are awake? Here, drink some water. Your husband took a call and went downstairs to buy some things. Taking a sip of water, Chen Jun forced a very faint smile on her pale face. Buy things? He probably just ran away. Whatever. She had never expected to rely on him anyway. She only called him over to sign the paperwork. Her eyes instantly turned red. Even though she felt wronged, she had brought this upon herself. Chen Jun, you must be strong. You have no right to be sad or cry. Did not you anticipate this exact situation long ago? She exhaled heavily, forcibly steadying her emotions. She turned to look at the 2 babies sleeping with their eyes closed beside her. Her heart became strong and warm. Right at this moment, a nurse approached. Seeing no family members around, she immediately called out, "Is the family of bed 3 Chen Jun here?" "Nurse, you do not need to call them." Chen Jun gritted her teeth and gasped. "Could you help me hire a caregiver?" At the hospital entrance, I finally managed to fool the bewildered Pang Long into leaving, carrying the backpack and the maternity pads. I hurried toward the inpatient building. As I passed in front of the outpatient building, I did not notice. Lu Wan'er stepping into the outpatient clinic with another guy. Hey, do not look so upset, okay? It is just a pregnancy. No big deal, I will be here with you. The guy seemed entirely unconcerned at first, but when he saw the angry glare she shot him, he immediately chickened out and quickly switched to a fawning, pleading expression. Third floor of the inpatient building. In the ward of bed number 3, hurried footsteps echoed. Barely propping herself up, Chen Jun, wanting to look at her children, instinctively turned her head, only to see a tall figure appear. You are awake. The voice was magnetic. This very unfamiliar boy placed the backpack in his hands onto the bedside table. He took out the baby formula and bottles from inside. Right then, the young nurse walked in. Seeing me, she was instantly furious. You are Chen Jun's family, right? Where did you run off to just now? Your wife was crying from anger, did you know that? Yes, I am. I was stunned for a moment and turned to look at Chen Jun on the bed, but saw her turn her face away, refusing to look at me. Whatever, I do not have the energy to scold you. The money in your account is not enough. Go down and pay the bill first. When you get back, I will teach you how to change the maternity pad. Oh. I took out my phone and suddenly remembered something. Right. Your hospital seems to have an online payment function. I opened the online payment page and, following the nurse's guidance, deposited 5,000 yuan straight into it. Could not tell, the nurse thought. This guy is quite generous. Actually, putting in 7 or 800 yuan would have been enough for now. The subsequent fees could be paid according to the receipts. There was no need to pay so much all at once. Come here now, I will teach you how to change the pad, she said, walking to the side of the bed. She professionally explained the process to me, including all the details to look out for. Chen Jun was completely immobile. She could only helplessly reach out and cover her face. This was far too humiliating. Pfft, the nurse chuckled, looking at the two of us teasingly. You have already had kids. Why are you still so shy? Remember, it absolutely must not get wet. After her instructions, the young nurse turned and left the ward. Chen Jun and I looked at each other in speechless awkwardness. It was incredibly awkward. Neither of us knew what to say. Thank you for coming. You are welcome. Do not say that. After all, I am their father. You were about to give birth. How could I not come? I scratched my head. You believe they are your children? Chen Jun looked at me in shock. Of course I do. I said matter-of-factly. After all, I remembered what happened that night last year. But I do not quite understand something. You are trying to say, why did I decide to keep the babies, right? Chen Jun looked helpless. During my checkups, the doctor advised me that even though it was my first pregnancy, twins are very rare. If I did not keep them, the risk of getting pregnant again in the future would be extremely high. It might even lead to habitual miscarriages. I nodded. I understand, but it is weird. Back in August last year, even though I drank quite a lot, but that day it seemed we. At the mention of this, a flash of awkwardness crossed Chen Jun's face. That night, after she got me drunk, she helped me to a hotel, and then came the babies. She intended to take this secret to her grave. Wu Jiangtao, thank you for coming. I plan to hire a caregiver here so you can leave now. Do not feel any psychological burden. I will raise the babies myself. At this moment, I was a bit dumbfounded. I am the baby's father too, all right. How could I just leave like that? Yes, but after all, it was my decision to keep the babies. It really has nothing to do with you. If it were not for the surgery signature, I would not have even contacted you. We have no emotional foundation anyway. You do not need to take responsibility, and I won't blame you. You can go. Her voice was very calm, but despite her words, there was a tiny glimmer of hope deep in her heart. I frowned. The system told me with 100% certainty that these two little babies were my biological children. Under these circumstances, I could not just easily walk away. No, I am not leaving. I looked down at the two babies beside the bed, still sleeping groggily. Sleeping so soundly and sweetly. If I were to just casually walk away right now, how would I be any different from a beast? Hearing this, Chen Jun looked at me in surprise from the bed. She thought it was impossible for this boy to believe her. After all, there was no foundation of trust between them. The likelihood of being tricked into being a stepdad seemed too high. To be honest, I am also a bit confused right now. If they really are my babies, I have not felt any of that supposed telepathic connection. But there is no way I am just abandoning you and the two kids here. Why? Chen Jun stared at me with her beautiful eyes, seemingly trying to see right through the man in front of her. Are not you afraid I am lying to you? It is possible they are not your children. Do you really trust me that much? What do you mean, why? I still can't just leave. How could I abandon you and the babies? At the same time, I mocked myself inwardly. A fortune teller I would never met before. Plus this inexplicable system in my head. Coupled with this kind of coincidence, it seems I have no choice but to believe it. Just then, the younger sister in the crib suddenly woke up. With her eyes closed, she opened her mouth and started whimpering, followed by loud wailing. I suddenly felt completely at a loss and scratched my head, looking at Chen Jun on the bed. Is she hungry? Or what is going on? She must be hungry. Hurry and bring her to me, I will breastfeed her. Chen Jun suddenly grew anxious too, trying with great difficulty to sit up, but she found that she could not even manage to sit up. Wait a minute. Crank the bed up first. So I can sit up. Oh, right. I quickly turned and went to the side of the bed. How do I crank it up? I looked completely bewildered. Growing up, this was actually my first time in a hospital. Chen Jun was instantly exasperated. At the foot of the bed. I remember it being there. There is a handle you can pull out. Pull it out and turn it, you will figure it out. You are so stupid. I am stupid. I am stupid. I admitted my clumsiness verbally. But once I got my hands on it, I immediately understood how it worked. Soon, the head of the bed was raised. Chen Jun sat up. Hurry, give the baby to me. Oh, okay. I hurriedly reached out to pick up the sister. But the moment I reached out and touched the little baby, I realized her little arms and legs were too small and fragile. How was I supposed to hold her? Now what? Chen Jun looked annoyed. Just hand the baby to me. I hear her crying. She must be hungry and needs to be fed. But I do not dare to hold her. The baby is too small. What if I am too rough and accidentally hurt her? I was getting anxious too. Only when I touched her did I realize she was so soft and light. Just then, the old lady in the next bed noticed the baby crying non-stop. She hurried over, saw the situation, and immediately chuckled. Men, always so clumsy. Let me hold her. But you can't just stand there. You have to watch how I do it. As she spoke, the old lady reached out, supporting the sister's little head with own hand, and carefully picked her up. See clearly? This is how you hold a baby. Remember, keep your hands relaxed, keep your palms flat. One hand supports her head, and the other supports her bottom. Be careful not to let her head bob around, and watch her waist, because her cervical spine and waist are not developed yet and are very fragile. Saying this, the old lady carefully handed the baby into my arms. I gritted my teeth, sweating profusely as I took the crying baby. Even though the baby was very light, not even weighing 6 pounds, I felt as if I was holding an incredibly rare treasure. All my mental focus was concentrated on the baby in my arms. The little sister cried until her face turned red. I quickly took a few steps and handed her over to Chen Jun's embrace. The new mother, Chen Jun, was just as clumsy taking the baby. Seeing that she also did not know anything, the old lady could not help but laugh. I see you two are two peas in a pod. The old lady stepped forward and instructed her on how to hold the baby. Just then, perhaps due to the sister's crying, the baby in the next bed woke up too and started crying. The old lady quickly turned back to her bed. The baby seems unable to breastfeed. What do I do? Chen Jun was a first-time mother too, anxious and running in circles mentally, not knowing what to do. Wait. I turned my head and saw the formula on the bedside table. How about I make some formula? Then hurry up and make it. She shot me a reproachful glare. That look actually left me momentarily stunned. I hurriedly and clumsily opened the formula can and carefully read the preparation instructions on it. Needs warm water. Good thing the warm water was prepared in advance. Just as I was about to start mixing it, I heard Chen Jun on the bed remind me, wait a second, rinse the bottle with hot water first. You can't just mix it directly. One scoop of formula corresponds to 30 milliliters of water. I scooped 2 spoonfuls and poured in 60 milliliters of water. gently shook the bottle. Dunna. I turned around and handed the bottle over. Chen Jun took the bottle somewhat frantically and quickly placed the nipple into the sister's mouth. Finally, the sister got to drink the milk and immediately settled down. Phew. At this moment, the two of us simultaneously let out a sigh of relief. I think I would better stay. You can't handle this all by yourself. On the bed, Chen Jun looked down at the baby and muttered softly, I can hire a caregiver. Huh, what did you just say? I really did not hear clearly what she just said. Chen Jun looked up and rolled her eyes at me, perhaps because it was our first time working together. Even if it was just over formula, our relationship had begun to lose that previous sense of estrangement. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden quest of feeding a baby for the first time in your life. Issuing reward, exactly 20,000 yuan. Please keep up the good work, novice father. Hearing the system's notification, a flash of joy crossed my eyes. And just at that moment, the older brother in the crib also whimpered and woke up. He opened his mouth and started crying, obviously hungry too. I followed the same procedure and fed the older boy some formula. But shortly after, the older boy started crying again. I subconsciously checked his diaper. A smear of green, sticky substance got right onto my hand. Chen Jun immediately noticed my expression was off. What is wrong? Did the brother poop? Yeah. And it is green. This color is not right. What? First time Mom Chen Jun was terrified. She urgently urged me. What are you standing there like an idiot for? Hurry and ask the nurse what is going on. Oh, right? I hurried to find the nurse. Soon, the nurse came over. She checked the baby's condition. Oh, it is fine. This is normal. Did you feed them formula? I scratched my head. Well, the babies could not breastfeed earlier. How is that possible? The nurse was very surprised. She stepped forward and checked Chen Jun directly. She clearly has plenty of milk. You are not allowed to feed the babies formula anymore. You have to let them breastfeed. Her milk ducts just are not open yet. Once they open, it will be fine. Later, hurry and use a hot towel as a compress. By the way, your baby just pooped. Do you know how to change a diaper? Sigh. The nurse let out a sigh and waved at me. Come here. I will teach you how to change a diaper. It is very simple. First, pour some warm water into the basin. Do you have cotton tissues? My face froze. I do not think we have those. Hearing this from the bed, Chen Jun quickly said, yes, we do. I prepared them. They are inside the bedside cabinet. I watched as the nurse took a cotton tissue, dampened it with warm water, and slowly demonstrated how to wipe the baby clean. Remember, you must wipe them completely clean. Otherwise, the baby's skin will easily get rashy. Oh, okay. I carefully observed the nurse's actions, noting down every step. I even took out my phone and turned on the voice recorder to record what the nurse was saying, planning to review it thoroughly later. Chen Jun on the side was much smarter. She directly picked up her phone and recorded a short video of us. She also wanted to learn the basics of taking care of a newborn. After finishing the brother's change, the nurse checked the sister's diaper, and sure enough, it was the same situation. You repeat what I just did. I will instruct, and you do it, under the young nurse's guidance. Sweating buckets, I clumsily wiped the sister clean, and then put on a fresh diaper. At this time, the system's voice sounded, congratulations to the host for completing the hidden quest of changing a baby's diaper for the first time in your life. Issuing reward, exactly 20,000 yuan. Please keep up the good work, novice father. Good heavens, today alone I have already netted 90,000. Inexperienced as I was, I felt a bit stunned. I can take care of the babies and earn a nice chunk of money. The nurse checked on Chen Jun and said to me, her condition is fine. Today and tomorrow, she will have relatively frequent discharge. You need to change her maternity pads frequently. Also, she has not passed gas yet, so she can't eat anything. Do you understand? Having finished this, the nurse finally left. The two of us in the ward looked at each other in silence. After another bout of silence, I suddenly spoke up. Do you feel pain right now? It is fine if I do not move, but it hurts a lot when I do. My whole body feels stiff. Oh, okay. Then I will go pour some hot water now and apply a hot compress for you. I took the basin out of the bedside cabinet. The basin was very new. obviously prepared by Chen Jun herself before she was hospitalized. You! Give me the towel. I will do it myself. Chen Jun was still a bit embarrassed. I could not help but look up at Chen Jun, only to find she happened to be looking at me too. This was the very first time since we met today that we shared a silent, uninterrupted gaze. We looked at each other, and both could not help but awkwardly look away. It could not be helped. Compared to a normal married couple, we truly had no emotional foundation. Strictly speaking, I only formally met Chen Jun today. As for Chen Jun, she felt incredibly awkward internally. I was relatively better off. I even planned to latch onto this goddess. She is the biological mother of my children, after all. If I do not strike while the iron is hot, I might never get a chance later. After more than 10 minutes of effort, the babies finally had their first taste of breast milk. Then, after finishing, they fell asleep contentedly. At this point, I noticed Chen Jun had a horizontal strip of gauze taped to her abdomen. This must be the key section incision. I looked up at Chen Jun lying on the bed. Does it hurt? No, not really. Chen Jun hid her expression well, but her eyes darted away slightly. Is this what being a mother is like? It was not just Chen Jun. I even thought of my own mom back home. Being a mother really is not easy. How did you get through these past 10 months by yourself? I should not have asked. The moment I did, Chen Jun's eyes turned red. Taking a deep breath, she said casually, "It was nothing much. Just carrying a big belly by myself. Coming to the hospital for checkups." But to have a natural birth, she had insisted on walking every day. Unexpectedly, in the end, she still could not escape the scalpel. And all of this was actually fine. What made her feel the worst was that every time she came to the hospital, nurses or doctors would frown and ask her, "Why did not your husband come with you? He is busy." Every time, Chen Jun could only use this excuse to brush them off. In the hospital, seeing all the new couples pairing up around her, the grievance in her heart truly piled up layer upon layer. "You should have come to me earlier. I am sorry. It must have been so hard. By the way, Chen Jun, where is your family? I do not want to talk about it. Can you please not ask?" It seemed her family had encountered some issues too. Or maybe she had fallen out with them. I thought about it. After all, as a guy, there are many times when it is inconvenient for me to help. So I asked, "Can I call my mom over to help?" Chen Jun immediately widened her eyes, feeling a bit embarrassed. Not telling her own family was for her own reasons, but not letting me tell my family would be unreasonable. She thought about it and nodded. "You agree?" I was overjoyed. I had assumed she would not agree. I did not expect her to agree so readily. "Yeah." Chen Jun's face flushed red again, although she did not say much else. This was essentially meeting the parents. It was inevitably a bit awkward. "All right then, I am going to get some food. I will call my mom on the way." "Okay, go ahead." She was starting to feel sleepy again. Right after leaving the hospital building, I called my mom. "Mom, are you busy these next few days? If you have nothing going on, can you come to Modu? The location is Qingchao Maternity and Child Healthcare Hospital in Modu. Please come quickly." On the other end, my mom looked completely bewildered. She seemed to recall her son having dated a girlfriend in college, named Lu Wan'er. Could it be that those two had a baby? Mom did not overthink it. If her son was calling for her, it must be an emergency. She packed her bags and hurriedly made her way to the address I gave her. Not long after I left the ward, something highly unexpected happened. Just then, a man in the hospital corridor, staring at my back as I walked downstairs, immediately sent a text to his accomplice. "The man left. The woman is asleep. You can make a move. Make sure you memorize the basic info. Be careful not to let others in the ward notice. If you do get noticed, make sure you can answer with the basic info." "Okay, I know. It is not our first operation." A middle-aged woman carrying a large duffel bag walked into the ward. The old lady in the room, who was changing her baby's diaper, looked up with a glance and subconsciously assessed her. She took off her mask, walked up to Chen Jun's bed, and seeing her asleep, quietly placed her bag down. She looked at the two babies with a joyous face. "Oh, you little cuties, Grandma is here." Where did that boy run off to, instead of watching his wife and kids? Her voice was not loud, but the old lady heard it very clearly. The old lady nodded and said to her softly, "They stayed up all night taking care of the 2 babies and barely slept. Your son went downstairs to buy breakfast." "Oh, thank you." The middle-aged woman turned around, a flash of unease passing through her eyes. "Were this new couple and this old lady friends? You know our Jiangtao." My name, Wu Jiangtao, was crucial information her accomplice had obtained through secret monitoring yesterday. He, watching the young couple yesterday. They were so clumsy taking care of the babies. So I taught them a few tricks, the old lady said cheerfully. "Oh, right, when I was just coming up, our little Jiang told me to take the kids for a bath." "Where is that?" The old lady pointed out the door. "It is on the 1st floor." "Oh, got it. Thank you. I will take the babies to get washed first. When he gets back, please let my son know." While speaking, the middle-aged woman gently pushed the baby crib out of the ward. Watching her put her mask back on as she left the room, the old lady felt something was a bit off, but during their conversation just now, she had said my name so naturally. Because of this, the old lady did not think much of it. Not long after she left, I quickly finished buying food and returned. It was still very early, so there were not many people in the cafeteria. Arriving inside at Chen Jun's bed, I first looked at the baby's mother. Seeing she was sleeping soundly, I did not disturb her, letting her sleep a bit more. With a second glance, I realized the entire baby crib was gone. For some reason, my heart suddenly skipped a beat. I quickly said to the old lady in the next bed, "Grandma, where are my babies?" The old lady looked up, smiled at me and said, "Your mom just arrived. She just took the 2 babies to the 1st floor for a bath. Look, that is the luggage she put on the floor when she got here." Warning, warning. The 2 babies have been taken. Triggering core quest. Rescue the babies. Wards. I had absolutely no mood to read the rest of it. I only felt a sudden, terrifying chill in my heart. An irrepressible panic instantly filled my entire chest. I was completely shocked and furious. Impossible, I just called my mom. That person just now was definitely not my mom. Oh no. Human traffickers. What? The old lady next door was dumbfounded. Thinking it over, she immediately realized the truth. Oh no, traffickers, they are traffickers. The next second, the old lady bolted out of the ward with surprising agility, screaming at the top of her lungs, "Help! Somebody help! Someone stole the babies!" Whoosh! The entire maternity ward was instantly in an uproar. Doctors and nurses rushed toward our direction. Meanwhile, Chen Jun on the bed was jolted awake in a daze. Her first glance was toward where the babies used to be. "Wait, Jiangtao, where are the babies?" At the same time, on a small path next to the building, the woman pushing the baby crib was hurriedly pushing it in a light jog. A few young men nearby quickly converged in her direction. Well, because they wanted to avoid the security cameras, they had taken the stairs, so they had not moved incredibly fast. In the ward, my face was ashen. I did not answer Chen Jun. Instead, I violently yanked open the balcony door and rushed outside. Almost instantly, I saw the side of the building, a woman wearing a mask, jogging while pushing a baby crib. And inside the crib, those 2 familiar tiny figures were lying there peacefully. "Stop right there," I let out a furious roar. I glanced left and right. In a desperate rush, without a second thought, I thrust out my hand and grabbed the water pipe on the outer wall of the balcony. I flipped myself entirely over the balcony. Gripping the pipe, I slid down a distance. Recklessly, I jumped down, slamming hard onto the roof of the parking shed. I completely ignored the pain shooting through my body. Right now, my eyes were locked solely on my 2 babies. Several pedestrians nearby turned their heads in shock. But the woman pushed the crib even faster. On the other side of the road, a minivan was driving toward her. "Bastard, stop right there." Stunned and furious, I kicked off the ground with immense force and charged forward with my whole body. Fortunately, growing up under my dad's martial arts tutelage, even though my skills were not considered extraordinary, they were vastly superior to ordinary people's. My explosive power was unusually astonishing. Very quickly, I caught up right behind the woman. But at this moment, several young men suddenly appeared and blocked my path. At the same time, the woman pushing the crib played the victim and screamed, "He is stealing the babies. He is stealing the babies. For a moment, the bystanders looking over could not figure out the situation, and did not immediately come over to help. 3 strong young men rushed toward me, spewing profanities. "What are you trying to do, kid? Steal kids? I think you guys are looking to die, are not you?" Watching helplessly as the woman picked up both babies, my eyes widened to the point of splitting. Fury surged through me, and I stomped heavily on the ground. Bang, bang, bang. Sounds like snapping bowstrings echoed from inside my body. I let out a furious roar, and thrust my right hand upward violently. The large man looked bewildered. He only felt the world spin around him, as his entire body traced an arc in mid-air, slamming heavily onto the ground, knocking him out instantly. The other 2 guys beside him were dumbfounded. But my hand movements did not stop. My freed right hand struck fiercely backwards. I did not realize it, but under the intense stimulation of having my babies taken, my family's Sin Yai fist martial arts instantly leveled up. I had actually achieved integrated power. Of course, this was directly related to the system's previous enhancement. Not far away, a few pedestrians ignorant of the truth approached, shouting at me, "What are you guys doing?" Meanwhile, the woman in front who took the 2 babies, seeing this scene, trembled in fear. She immediately slammed the car door shut and yelled repeatedly, "Go, go, go." Within a few quick strides, I had already reached the slowly accelerating minivan. I roared, "Stop the car, give me back my kids." But the started minivan completely ignored me. Seeing that it was about to drive away, I threw caution to the wind and violently rammed myself into the side of the minivan. Wu family Shinny Quan, Bear Mounts Tai. The sliding door on the right side of the minivan instantly caved in deeply. A terrifying force penetrated the vehicle. The woman sitting by the window felt a wave of dizzying nausea. It was not just her. The entire vehicle seemed to drift a half-meter to the left, but the car was still running. Seeing it accelerating to get away, I lunged forward with a few large strides, and with a fierce leap, I actually jumped directly onto the roof of the car. The people inside immediately noticed. The woman screamed, "Drive faster. Shake him off, hurry up." Vroom. Amidst the roar of the engine, the minivan launched forward. It instantly accelerated to over 50 kilometers per hour. Approaching the corner ahead, it made a sharp turn. The ear-piercing screech of tires rubbing against the asphalt rang out. However, I was not thrown off the roof of the minivan. I gripped tightly with both hands, hooking them heavily onto the roof, remaining motionless. Seeing that the car had just finished its turn, and before they could make any other moves, I, on the roof, immediately raised my right palm and smashed it down heavily. Bang! A small section of the roof caved in. This scared the traffickers inside into screaming incessantly. They only wanted to take the children, but this guy's ferocity showed he was out for blood. Shake him off quickly. But they did not know that because of that strike just now, my right palm finally had an indentation to grip onto for leverage. The driver in front had already reacted. The minivan swerved sharply in an east curve on the road, but failed to throw me off the car. Seeing the person outside the window, the woman screamed in terror. At this moment I realized that due to my Bear Mounts tie strike earlier, the glass window on this side had cracks that were gradually expanding. The window was instantly covered in spiderweb cracks. Seeing that it was about to shatter, I heard the woman inside shriek in a moment of desperation, "Stop! If the glass shatters and flies in, it will hurt the babies." Almost the instant I heard those words, I stared at the people inside with bloodshot eyes and a face full of murderous intent. Stop the car, otherwise, bear the consequences. But the woman inside, whether struck by sudden inspiration or simply being too cunning in that moment, actually picked up own of the babies and screamed, "Get down, or I will strangle him to death. Get down now." I was both shocked and enraged. I can't get off the car. I absolutely cannot get off the car now. I calmed down and repositioned myself on the roof, sinking my breath to my dantian, and let out a furious roar. "Somebody please call the police for me." The people in this car are human traffickers. Almost as soon as they heard his roar, the pedestrians nearby whipped out their phones and dialed 110. Just then, a patrolling police car appeared not far away. Noticing something wrong here, It immediately sounded its sirens and rushed towards us. The driver instantly panicked. "Boss lady, what do we do? The police are here. Head towards the urban village. There are many small alleys there. When we find a suitable spot, we will ditch the car and run." Worthy of her years of criminal experience, the experienced boss lady immediately gave the best plan. Just as they made a sharp turn into an alley, a drying rack suddenly fell, blocking the driver's line of sight. The driver slammed on the brakes. The driver and the woman inside felt a wave of dizziness. Riding the momentum, I flipped into the minivan through the shattered window. I beat the living daylights out of the two of them and threw them out of the car. Then, I quickly picked up my two babies and stepped out of the vehicle. At this critical moment, the boss lady yelled in a panic, "Do not hit us. Do not hit us. We already gave the babies back to you. We are civilized people, let us not resort to violence, okay?" Just as I was about to teach them another lesson, the police car had already arrived. The police brought the two of them to justice. Looking at the two babies in my arms, my gaze instantly softened. "Do not cry, babies. Do not cry. We are going back to find mommy for some milk right now." As soon as I returned to the hospital with the two babies, I saw a man and a woman arguing. Coincidentally, the woman was my ex-girlfriend, Lu Wan'er. "Doctor, what do you recommend? Can it be aborted?" a fashionably dressed man asked with a worried tone. Hearing his words, Lu Wan'er's expression changed. She glared at him coldly. "Wang Yuan, do you really want to get rid of this child that badly?" The youth named Wang Yuan suddenly looked extremely awkward. "No, Wan'er. You know I did not mean it like that. I was not thinking straight just now. I am sorry." "What did the doctor actually say?" "She examined me and said if I abort it this time, it will be almost impossible for me to conceive again in the future," she said with an ugly expression. Wang Yuan looked stunned. "No way. Does that doctor even know what she is talking about? If she does not know, do you?" Lu Wan'er glared at him with hatred. "Wang Yuan, this is all your fault. You even made me break up with Jiangtao. Be reasonable, will you? How is this all my problem? Are you blameless? Even if you were not pregnant, did you really want to keep going like this?" Hearing this, Lu Wan'er's eyes turned red. She broke down in tears, lunged at him, raised her handbag, and desperately smashed it against the man. Wang Yuan was battered into a sorry state. "Lu Wan'er, are you crazy?" The guy suddenly jumped up and viciously slapped her back across the face. Lu Wan'er was slapped so hard she spun around on the spot. She collapsed onto the ground, completely dazed by the strike. Then, she began to cry helplessly. As Wang Yuan took a step forward, about to deliver a second slap, a sudden angry shout came from behind. "Stop, police!" Lu Wan'er also stared blankly at me standing beside the police officer. He was actually holding two infants, one in each arm. What kind of look is this? The scene instantly fell quiet. Looking at them, I was also slightly taken aback. "Wang Yuan, Lu Wan'er, why are you here?" Facing my inquiry, a wave of embarrassment washed over Wang Yuan's face. But at this moment, for some unknown reason, the guy felt a strange sense of secret satisfaction. Meanwhile, Lu Wan'er, slumped on the floor, felt utterly uncomfortable. She did not know how to face me, and was speechless for a moment. At this time, the two babies in my arms were crying non-stop. I completely failed to soothe them. Where would I find the time to bother with these two? I simply said, "I am busy, let us talk later." Saying that, I turned to the police officer beside me. "Sorry, officer, could you come upstairs with me first? The two babies are acting like this. I need to go back immediately." The officers were here to take a statement regarding the human trafficker incident. The two officers exchanged a glance and quickly made a decision. Owen stayed to handle the situation here, while the other accompanied me towards the inpatient building. By this time, I had already returned outside the ward, carrying the two babies. Hearing the crying from afar while inside the ward, the look of panic on Chen Jun's face finally vanished. But she had been terrified half to death, her entire body still feeling weak. Seeing my tall figure walk in, Chen Jun could finally no longer hold it together. Large teardrops streamed uncontrollably from her beautiful eyes. "My babies." I quickly handed them over. Here they are. Here they are. They are not lost." Chen Jun accepted the two children with extreme emotion. She immediately breastfed the two babies, whose little faces were purple from crying. Seeing her pale and exhausted face, I could not help but step forward and comfort her softly. It is okay now. It is okay. No one can take the babies away from us. From the time I vaulted off the balcony to chase them until now, only a little over half an hour had passed. But this short half hour had been agonizing for Chen Jun, feeling as long as a century. What if he did not catch them? What if the babies were really taken away? If she lost the babies, how would she live the rest of her life? In just over 30 minutes, each of these questions had surfaced in her mind, each one making her chest tight with heartache, even though the old lady in the next bed kept comforting her, saying everything would be fine, and that the police had already been called, and that the police would definitely find and bring the two babies back immediately. Chen Jun could not absorb a single word. She was on the verge of a breakdown. Without seeing the babies, her heart would never find peace. Thankfully, I brought the two babies back unharmed. At this moment, Chen Jun looked at me standing before her, feeling an overwhelming sense of security. Thank you for saving our babies. The police officer at the door heard the commotion inside, and also let out a sigh of relief. It seemed this martial artist named Wu Jiangtao was indeed on the side of the victims. So he picked up his walkie-talkie and contacted the command center. The scene has been secured. Due to his special circumstances, I would like to request permission to take Wu Jiangtao's statement here at the hospital. The command center quickly gave their approval. The statement taking began. We just reviewed the surveillance footage. Your martial arts prowess has already reached the Zhengjin level. Why did not you register with the security department in time? Before today, I had not reached the Zhengjin level yet. If I had been at Zhengjin from the start, jumping down from here would not have left me with a single scratch. You can pull up the surveillance footage here to see for yourself. The officer sent the video over. After a moment of silence, the analysis from headquarters came through his earpiece. The answer they provided matched my claim. After the officer inquired about a few other details, this statement-taking session concluded. Mr. Wu, please make sure to register at the security department in the next couple of days. After all, an unregistered martial artist as strong as you is too dangerous. Understood. Thank you very much. I let out a long breath of relief. Take care. If you need any more information, feel free to contact me. The young officer extended his hand and shook mine. You are welcome. With an expert like you, who knows, we might have opportunities to cooperate in the future. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing the Rescue the Babies quest. Quest reward, own basic genetic modification, and ON million RMB. The genetic modification will last for a relatively long period. During this time, the host will feel improvements in recovery speed, cognitive abilities, vision, and various other physical attributes. As soon as I returned to the ward, I was busy again. Just as I finished up, my phone suddenly vibrated. Did my mom arrive? She should not be here this quickly, right? I picked it up and looked, only to find that it was actually Pang Long calling. Hey, Pang Long. Hey, little Jiang. Did you hear? Lu Wan'er had an accident and is hospitalized? Right there at Qingqiao maternity where you went yesterday. Hearing this name, a look of indifference appeared on my face. She has nothing to do with me anymore. You did not need to specifically tell me. Oh, right? Could you make another trip and bring me a change of clothes? Pang Long was a bit confused. Bring clothes. Wait, you did not come back yesterday. Are you planning to live in the hospital? No, seriously. What exactly happened? Tell your bros. If there is anything we can do to help, we definitely won't hesitate. Forget it. You guys can't help with this. As for what happened, I do not really know how to tell you. You probably would not believe it even if I did. It is better if you come over and see for yourself later. All right then. Pang Long hung up the phone and called out to Xiao Wu and Nong Yi. These two immediately put down their phones and turned to look. What is up? He said, we just heard that Lu Wan'er is also at Qingqiao Maternity Hospital. And Jiang is also at Qingqiao right now. I have a very bad feeling about this. What? The two of them immediately jumped up, looking utterly stunned. Wait, what is little Jiang doing there? Why did not you tell us earlier last night? Ugh, cut the crap. Bring a couple of outfits for little Jiang. Let us hurry over and see what exactly is going on, and see if there is anything we can do to help. My 3 roommates immediately packed up some clothes for me and hurried downstairs in a flurry. Exiting the east gate, they hailed a taxi and headed towards Qingqiao Maternity Hospital. Soon, they arrived at the main entrance of Qingqiao Maternity. They went up to the 3rd floor of the inpatient department. Shh, keep quiet. I will call him. Pang Long took out his phone and dialed my number. Hey, you told me before you were on the 3rd floor of the obstetrics ward. Which bed is it? I casually replied, oh, bed 3, alrighty? I am here. Just outside the door. The 3 of them walked straight in and froze. Is not this our university's goddess, Chen Jun? I turned around and saw their completely shocked faces. Pang Long, Xiao Wu, Nong Ye, why are you all here? Hello. Chen Jun on the hospital bed also saw them. She smiled generously and nodded at them. While talking, Pang Long and the others casually glanced towards the side of the bed. They were instantly flabbergasted. These 2 adorable babies. Vaguely, they felt the sleeping baby's facial features looked very familiar. Those little eyes and noses. They truly carried the charm of a certain someone. I knew I could not hide this anymore. And I had not planned on hiding it from my bros anyway. These 2 babies are mine and Chen Jun's. The 3 of them turned their heads in perfect unison, staring at me dumbfounded like shocked dogs. They were so shocked they were speechless for a moment. When did this guy hook up with the campus belle of Modu University? And they even have kids together. Cough. I coughed at my 3 buddies. Let us go outside and talk. After all, Chen Jun is here. It is kind of awkward to talk about this in front of her. Pang Long and the others finally snapped out of it. They nodded repeatedly at Chen Jun on the bed. Goddess Chen. Sister-in-law. Hello, sister-in-law. We will step out first. Talk to you later. Talk to you later. From today onwards, I am their leader. Not just a brother, a godfather. As soon as they stepped out of the ward, these 3 shameless guys dropped all dignity. How did you do it? Teach us, your humble sons. Marriage and babies, all in own go. Such a miraculous thing had actually happened right next to them. Calm down, you guys. Act normal for a second. I looked exasperated. Little Jiang, we can't be calm. Xiao Wu was streaming with dramatic tears. Do you know that Chen Jun is the dream goddess of every guy in our school? And you actually, jokes aside, some things still need to be clarified. When did this happen? You even have kids now. We always thought Lu Wan'er cheated on you. But looking at this, it seems you dumped her. No, I was completely caught off guard too. Up until yesterday I had no idea either. It was not until Chen Jun called me that I rushed over. Following my explanation, my 3 buddies looked at each other in dismay. So it was an unexpected encounter under the influence last year that resulted in the consequences of today. Pang Long patted me hard on the shoulder. Little Jiang, for the next month, or even the next year or 2, you are in for a rough time. And twins, no less. Tisk, tisk, tisk. You have not even graduated, and you already have a wife and kids. Did you bring us 3 single dogs here just to rub it in? After joking around for a bit, the few of them returned to the ward and gathered around the crib, looking at the 2 little babies with fascination. Which An is the older brother, and which An is the younger brother? As the 3 of them marveled at the babies, they bickered with each other. Watching them from the bed, Chen Jun found it amusing, and could not help but chuckle. They are a pigeon pair. Did not I just say that? I said flatly. Pang Long, Xiao Wu, and Nan Yi turned their heads foolishly. I really want to beat this guy up. This is too awesome. A pigeon pair. By the way, Lu Wan'er is also at Qingqiao. She is even hospitalized. Could she also be here to give birth? Pang Long suddenly realized what he was saying, and quickly elbowed Xiao Wu. But it was too late. I instinctively turned to look at Chen Jun, only to see her looking at me with a half smile. Lu Wan'er, is not she your girlfriend? Why is she also here at Qingqiao Maternity? When I was bringing the babies back this morning, I ran into her and Wan Yuan on the way, not sure what they were up to. She does not have a big belly, so she is definitely not here to give birth. Oh, right. I broke up with her. Listening to my explanation, Chen Jun's face remained relatively calm, showing neither joy nor sorrow. It was just that the atmosphere suddenly became a bit awkward. As expected of our Modu University's goddess and top student, this aura. Pang Long and the other two quickly found an excuse, and unloyally ditched me, scurrying away. However, before leaving, each of them transferred me a red packet of a few thousand yuan. At least these guys had some loyalty, fearing I would struggle to raise the babies and pitching in to support me. At this time, Mom finally arrived at the hospital. But when she took out her phone, the first person she called was not me, but my ex-girlfriend, Lu Wan'er. This is Wu Jiangtao's mother. We have met before. Lu Wan'er was also completely bewildered. She had no idea why my mom was calling her. Wan'er, where are you right now in Qingqiao Maternity Hospital? It is nothing. I just came over to see you. Confirming that Lu Wan'er was also at Qingqiao Maternity Hospital. Mom did not need to guess what was happening next. Her heart sank completely. She was so furious. She planned to give her son a harsh beating when she saw him later. She really could not have imagined it. In the past, her son might have been a bit mischievous, but his grades had never given them cause for worry. Therefore, they had always been very tolerant of my personality. But right now, Mom truly could not believe that her son would do something like this. This brat really is treat him with newfound respect after 3 days apart. Treat him with slaps, more like it. I am in bed 38 on the first floor of the inpatient department. Lu Wan'er never expected that the first person to rush here would not be her own parents, but my mom. Recalling that she had bumped into me not long ago, the girl's eyes instantly welled up, and she felt deeply moved. Although she had thrown a tantrum and initiated the breakup last week, and they had not contacted each other since. And I had not come over to swallow my pride and seek peace. My mom's arrival made her realize that I had always kept her in my heart. I had always been secretly caring for her. At this moment, she truly felt regret. She made up her mind to definitely get back with me and never cheat on me again. But Lu Wan'er did not know that while she initiated the breakup on the surface last week, it was actually intentional on my part. Because, by accident, I had inadvertently seen 2 lines on a pregnancy test strip. Judging by the timeline, I was certain it was not mine. Hearing Lu Wan'er's low and weak voice, Mom suppressed a surge of anger in her heart. Carrying a suitcase with own hand, she quickly arrived at the first floor of the inpatient department, found Ward 38, and walked in. Auntie. Lying on the hospital bed, Lu Wan'er saw her enter and hurriedly tried to get up. But Mom stepped forward swiftly, reaching out and gently pressing down on her shoulders. Lu Wan'er involuntarily lay back down, looking at her with red eyes and seeing the heartache in Mom's gaze. She sobbed, "Auntie, I am sorry. Wu Jiangtao and I broke up. Child, no need to say sorry, you have suffered. It is that boy who got you pregnant and made you undergo surgery." This was Mom's own deduction. Just then, a tall figure appeared at the doorway. An impatient voice rang out. "I am telling you, Lu Wan'er, there is a limit to your acting. Are you really going to fight me to the bitter end? You bastard." Hearing this voice, Mom's suppressed anger erupted. She spun around swiftly, stepping forward, and delivered a ferocious slap right at the newcomer's face. As the palm wind struck, she realized it was not her son. But driven by anger, Mom had already thrown the slap. She quickly pulled back 50% of her force, but it still landed heavily on this guy's left cheek. Wang Yuan's feet completely left the ground. He spun 720 degrees in midair, swish, 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 and slammed onto the wall across the hallway with a loud smack. Then, he slowly slid down like dough. What incredible kung fu, striking someone so hard they stick to the wall like a painting. The police officer who had followed him in to mediate was dumbfounded. "You! What is wrong with you? How can you just hit someone?" Although this guy really deserved a beating, she should have at least waited until he was not there. Not to mention him. Even Lu Wan'er on the bed was stunned. This was her first time seeing a scene in real life that could only be seen in professional fighting rings. The police officer was also helpless. The person who attacked was likely an elder from Lu Wan'er's family, and judging by her moves, she was a martial artist. That slap just now was likely measured. He turned to check on Wang Yuan. and finding him relatively unharmed, only gave Mom a warning. Ouch! Ouch! Wang Yuan in the hallway suddenly gasped, groaning as he rolled over and scrambled up with weak limbs. Well, this was not from the hit, but from pure fear. Mom had held back her force this time. She did not use focused, piercing power, but rather a broader, pushing force. Therefore, this slap looked terrifying but did not have much lethal damage. I say, Auntie, are you trying to kill me and leave the child fatherless right after birth? The young man looked at Mom with a terrified face, and immediately pulled out his ultimate excuse. Terrified that she might accidentally actually beat him to death. That kind of palm force definitely meant she was a martial artist. Oh, and more hit, and even if he did not die, he would be crippled. He thought my mom was Lu Wan'er's mother. At the same time, he cursed inwardly. Bastard, my family has not hit me like this since I was a kid. Just you wait, I will have my bodyguards spar with you later. Hearing his words, a hint of confusion immediately appeared on Mom's face. Did you just say you're the child's father? In the ward, a bad feeling flashed in Lu Wan'er's eyes. She immediately sat up and yelled angrily, Wang Yuan, shut up. No. Auntie, listen to me. Wait a minute, you are not Lu Wan'er's mother. The three of them spoke over each other, leaving the police officer scratching his head. After a long while, Mom finally figured out the situation. So Lu Wan'er's pregnancy had nothing to do with her son. It seemed it belonged to this guy named Wang Yuan in front of her. He was tall and sturdy, with a build similar to her son's, which was why she almost hit the wrong person. From his clothes, he seemed to be from a wealthy family, but looking at his slouching posture, compared to her own son, he was 1,000 miles behind. And given this kid's relationship with Lu Wan'er, her slap just now not only did not hit the wrong person, but was actually too light. Ha ha ha. How funny. Lu Wan'er, do you have a problem? If it really was not mine, why did you ask me to accompany you to the hospital for a checkup? What is your deal now? Oh, I get it. Wang Yuan was not stupid, instantly realizing Lu Wan'er's scheme. He directly exposed her. You were planning to make Wu Jiangtao the fall guy, were not you. Ha ha ha. Wan'er. Since things are like this between you two, I will be leaving now. I wish you both a long and happy life together. Dropping that line, Mom grabbed her suitcase and swiftly left the room. Prift. The police officer could not help it. He pressed his fist against his lips, barely suppressing a burst of laughter. He was a professional. He would not laugh no matter how funny it was, unless he could not hold it in. Lu Wan'er, slumped back on the bed, was filled with despair, and could not hold back her tears. It was unclear whether she was crying over her unfortunate encounter, or crying because her perfect fall guy was gone. Meanwhile, busy in the ward, I heard my phone ring. I picked it up, saw it was Mom, and quickly answered. You brat, what exactly is going on? You totally set your mom up. Thank goodness it was not you just now. You broke up with Lu Wan'er. I listened with a face full of black guy question mark memes. Wait, how did Mom know about this? This sudden torrent of scolding, and the few disjointed sentences, left me completely bewildered. Forget it, where are you in Qingqiao Maternity Hospital? I am at the hospital now. I will be right there. Listen, I am in Ward 3 on the 3rd floor of the inpatient department. You will see me right when you walk in. Wait for me, I am coming over. Mom hung up the phone abruptly after speaking. Judging by her tone, did she run into something unpleasant just now? I felt a bit anxious. When she sees Chen Jun and the 2 babies later, I wonder how she will react. Will she beat me up? A short while later, a familiar figure pushing a suitcase appeared at the ward door. Seeing Mom's arrival, I quickly stood up and walked over to greet her with a fawning smile. Mom, you are here. Mom shot me a glare. Her face remained impassive, but her heart skipped a beat. This brat's attitude growing up, he only acted like this when he had caused a major disaster. Following her son into the ward, she walked inwards along the bed numbers, bed 2, bed 3. Her eyes lit up. What a pretty girl. She marveled inwardly. I was beside her, making introductions. Mom, this is Chen Jun. Chen Jun, this is my mom. Little Chen, come tell me, what did our Jiangtao do to you? Mom scanned the room. The environment was nice, quite clean and tidy. And there were 2 little babies. Wait. Babies, 2 little babies. Mom froze entirely. Her gaze was like a nailed-down plank. Staring fixedly at the 2 adorable babies in the crib, she stared blankly at Chen Jun. Then turned to look at her son. Whose babies are these? Why are they here? No way. It could not be. This. How is this possible? After a long while, Mom finally regained her senses and looked at Chen Jun. These 2 babies are yours. She nodded. Yes, Auntie. These 2 babies are Jiangtao's and mine. At the same time, her heart was filled with anxiety. After all, this was her first time meeting the parents. Mom's face still held a look of disbelief. She turned her head to look at me, seeking an answer. I instantly felt a sense of impending doom. I smiled sheepishly. Mom, what Chen Jun said is true. The next second I saw her reach out, grab my ear with pinpoint accuracy, and give it a 180-degree twist. Ouch! Ouch! Mom, it hurts. Stop twisting, stop twisting. Well, it is not a dream. It is really happening. Hee hee. Confirming it was not a dream, Mom sneered. So you do know pain. You actually dared to hide something this huge from me until now. You have grown some guts, kid. You have not mastered martial arts yet, but you have certainly mastered the skills of being a man. Speak, what exactly happened? I momentarily did not know how to explain. Mom, I only found out yesterday too. What kind of excuse is that? It would have been better if I had not said that. As soon as I did, the angle of Mom's twist instantly increased by quite a few degrees. Auntie, it is not his fault. I did not tell him. Please calm down. Please calm down. Listen to us explain. Chen Jun quickly intervened and provided an explanation. The anger on Mom's face finally eased a bit, but she still did not let go. That is still not an excuse. I know how hard it is for a woman to carry a child for 10 months. He failed to fulfill the responsibilities a man should have. Just watch how I deal with you. Mom dragged me by the ear out into the hallway for a thorough scolding. She beat me until I was tearing up. Mom, have mercy. I will deal with you properly later. Having finished her business, she was still unforgiving, dropping that threat. Before walking back into the ward, as soon as she reached the bed, she looked at Chen Jun with a blossoming smile. That brat, I will properly teach him a lesson later. Come, Chen Jun, give me your hand. Let me take your pulse and check your condition. Okay. Auntie, you are a traditional Chinese medicine doctor. Chen Jun was also surprised. She did not expect my mother to know Chinese medicine. You could say that. The Wu family, although not a major martial arts dynasty, had passed down Xin Yi Fist for several generations. As the saying goes, medicine and martial arts belong to the same family, and Mom, whose real name is Yuan Qian, despite not sharing the Wu surname, was also one of the inheritors of the Wu family's Xin Yi Fist from the previous generation. Your body is fine. Your qi and blood are deficient. You need proper nourishment. For these 2 days, you must relax your mind and worry less. Aside from feeding the babies, let that boy do everything else. Us women going through childbirth, if we do not make them work now, how will they know how to cherish their wives later? I have to admit, ginger is spicier when it is older. With phrases like us women and cherish their wives, she instantly won Chen Jun's deep affection. Just as our family was chatting here, a young nurse came in, saying she needed to take the babies downstairs for a bath, as well as a checkup and vaccinations. Oh, okay. I instinctively stood up. I will go. You are too clumsy. Stay here and watch your wife. I will go. Mom stood up, pulled me back, shot me a meaningful look, and pushed the 2 babies straight out the door. Once Mom stepped out of the ward, her face, which had not looked very pleasant just moments ago, instantly lit up with joy. She could not stop smiling as she observed the 2 babies. Earlier on her way up from the inpatient department, seeing the pink, delicate babies along the way had really made her envious. But Mom never expected her son to give her such a massive surprise. However, based on her brief observation just now, the experienced Mom immediately sensed that Chen Jun did not seem to have much affection for me. It made sense. Their connection only happened that on day last August, and they had no contact afterwards. Moreover, Her son had a girlfriend last year. Her actions just now were intentionally meant to give them more alone time, to cultivate their relationship. I was preparing to get the baby's birth certificates. So I gathered a pile of documents from the first floor of the hospital. Unexpectedly, my ex-girlfriend Lu Wan'er spotted me. Out of curiosity, she followed me up to the third floor. As soon as she arrived, she heard my mom and me cooing at the babies inside the ward. Filled with doubt, she stood outside the door and looked from afar, confirming it was me. She hid behind the doorframe to avoid being seen. I can't think of any good names. Chen Jun, what about you? How about naming the brother Wu Chengqing? And the sister Wu Peiyi? How does that sound? A calm and gentle voice drifted out, leaving Lu Wan'er in a daze. Why does this voice sound so familiar? She could not help but peek inside once more. The person who caught her eye was Chen Jun, this famous goddess of Modu University. How could she not know her? Both were members of the university's art troupe. Although Chen Jun had already graduated and was a postgraduate senior, they had interacted during a school anniversary event last year. It was just that they were not close. Inside the room, Mom, being the most perceptive, immediately noticed someone at the door. Glancing out of the corner of her eye, she saw it was Lu Wan'er, and was also momentarily stunned. Lu Wan'er froze for a second, but quickly reacted and ducked back out of sight. Good names, as expected of a Modu University postgraduate. The brother is Wu Chengqing. The sister is Wu Peiyi. They sound wonderful and very fitting. Mom suddenly said, I really like them too. I looked at Chen Jun. Let us use these names for the babies then. But, are you sure you do not want the babies to take your surname? If you want to, I have no objections. There is no need. You are the baby's father, after all. Chen Jun smiled. Regarding the babies' names, she had even consulted a numerologist. If I had not shown up this time, they definitely would have taken her surname and had different names. But I appeared at the most critical moment, and took incredibly thorough care of the mother and children. She abandoned her original plan, and changed the surname from Chen to Wu. Tap, tap, tap. Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps sounded from the doorway, as if someone was running away in a panic. Mom knew what it was. While Chen Jun and I looked toward the door with some confusion, thinking it was probably a nurse in a hurry. So we did not think much of it. Lu Wan'er, fleeing in a wretched state, felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Her entire mind was in a dizzying fog. He actually has kids. And with Chen Jun, when did this happen? At this moment, her mind descended into utter chaos. How is this possible? She had desperately wanted to rush in, demand an explanation from me, and even confront us right then and there. But in that split second, a realization struck her like a bolt of lightning. Right. Last week, when she threw a tantrum and brought up breaking up, the final look he gave her before turning and leaving held only calmness and indifference. No wonder, after she initiated the breakup last week, he had not reached out to her even once. Over the past 2 years they had been together. Every time she threw a tantrum, he was always the first to swallow his pride and apologize. This time was the sole exception. Could it be? He knew. Right. Half a month ago, when she was upset after seeing the pregnancy test result, he had come looking for her and casually taken a bag of trash down for her. That test strip was inside. The trash bag probably tore accidentally while he was taking it down. Or some other accident occurred, and he saw it. Thinking of this, she had no choice but to flee in panic. Another 2 days passed. Chen Jun on the hospital bed finally started getting out of bed to walk, trying extremely hard to recover her body. I supported her from the side. Suddenly, the SMS notification on my phone in my pocket kept ringing incessantly, making me frown, but I ignored it. Instead, I focused entirely on supporting Chen Jun. Hiss. It hurt so much. With every step Chen Jun took, she deeply felt the pain radiating through her body, hurting so much she almost shed tears. How are you feeling? If it really hurts too much, how about I take you back to the bed to lie down for a bit? No, I can do it. Chen Jun was very strong-willed. The doctor said I should walk around a bit. This way, my body will recover faster. I have been lying down for almost 3 days. Any longer, and I will grow mold. Watching her walk so unsteadily, I supported her carefully, feeling an inevitable ache in my heart for her. after walking back and forth twice. Chen Jun was covered in sweat. Only then, under my persuasion, did she slowly walk back into the ward. In the room, Mom was holding a baby in each arm, sitting on the balcony, soaking up the sun, while humming a hometown lullaby. "You are back." Seeing Chen Jun and me enter, Mom turned her head to look at us. Noticing that I was gently holding Chen Jun's hand, she felt secretly delighted and silently cheered me on. "You brat. You would better not mess this up. Do not let such a wonderful girl slip through your fingers. You could not find a daughter-in-law this good, even with a lantern." Chen Jun carefully returned to the hospital bed, feeling the warmth and strength of my hand. Even though they had inadvertently had physical contact over the past few days, she still felt her face flush slightly at this moment. Growing up, aside from her parents, she had never been cared for like this by anyone else. And this person was the baby's father. "You should check your phone. I noticed your messages have not stopped since earlier. Someone might have something urgent for you." "Okay." I picked up my phone and switched it straight to vibrate mode. The constant dinging was incredibly annoying. "What is going on?" I tapped the screen. Seeing the messages, I froze momentarily. "Xiao Wu, dude, I accidentally spilled the beans about you and Goddess Chen Jun. Our department and the college forums are blowing up right now. But I did not say you were at Qingqiao maternity. I did not mean to. I just let it slip by accident. My mouth is too loose. I apologized to my godfather." It turned out that today, a guy in their class who always liked to act tough, saying that he planned to marry his girlfriend right after graduation and join her family's business as an executive, and so on. Xiao Wu from dorm 405 could not hold back and blurted out, "What is the big deal? Jiangtao has not even graduated yet. And he already has kids with the goddess, a pigeon pair at that." As soon as these words came out, it stunned everyone on the spot. Did not Jiangtao just get dumped by Lu Wan'er last week? He is a single dog. Where would he get a pigeon pair from? The classmates all expressed their disbelief. However, when Xiao Wu showed the photo, Chen Jun was not in it. But I was genuinely holding a baby in each arm. On my somewhat handsome face, the beaming smile was as bright as a spring day. "No way, is this real or fake?" The classmates still looked completely incredulous. How could it be fake? Xiao Wu lifted his chin at that classmate who bragged about living off his girlfriend so self-righteously just now. "Of course it is real. And the mother is our university's goddess, Chen Jun." The moment he said this, Nong Yi and Pang Long beside him immediately slapped him on the back of the head. "You talk too much. Impossible, absolutely impossible." The freeloader classmate instantly put on a shocked meme face. "Chen Jun is our Modu University's campus Belle, the dream goddess of so many guys. How could she give birth to twins for Wu Jiangtao?" As a result, the guys in my class all started contacting me, each turning into a gossip king, all asking if I really had twins with Chen Jun. Among them, the most eye-rolling message was from that guy, Mo the Sixth. Specifically, the message sent by the freeloader classmate from Noon. "Little Jiang, you did not really have twins, did you? And birthed by our Modu University goddess, Chen Jun. Bro, keep your eyes open, do not be a fall guy." My relationship with him was pretty average to begin with. Seeing this message, I directly replied, "Get out of here," and then deleted him from my contacts. Jiang, initially it was just a few classmates in our class who knew. Someone just posted this on the college forum, and it instantly became a trending thread. Now all the guys in the college are looking for Chen Jun, or her good friends, to verify if this is true. You guys need to be careful. Frowning, I checked the situation with my bros, and also opened the college forum to take a look. A thread titled "No Way, Goddess Chen Jun Got Married and Had Kids" was right on the front page. Fearing that Chen Jun might be hurt by this, I was just about to tell her to ignore it all and not pay attention to the gossip. But Chen Jun had always been strong-willed. Why would she care about how others saw her? Facing everyone's inquiries, Chen Jun very straightforwardly replied to the incoming messages, answering them all with, "That is right." Most people fell silent upon receiving this answer, and did not ask anything further. Most of them were Chen Jun's friends. Those who could be friends with a top student naturally were not fools. Chen Jun, you will be discharged in a couple of days. Are you living in the college dorms right now? Or renting a place outside? Chen Jun, who was sitting on the bed flipping through a journal, paused. She looked up and glanced at me. I rent a place off campus. Why? Halfway through her sentence, she realized the problem. The place she lived in was a bachelor apartment, not very big. It definitely could not accommodate too many people. Even if I did not live with her afterwards, she would still need someone around to take care of her. Plus, with the 2 babies, her current place definitely would not be big enough. If they insisted on staying there, it would be extremely crowded. Yeah, we need to move to a new place, I said calmly. I plan to just buy a house. Buy a house? She was stunned, then frowned. Actually, we could just rent a bigger place. We can co-rent, and you can be nearby to take care of the babies. I can hire a maternity matron. I do not care whether we buy a house or not. After graduation, she had successfully secured a postgraduate recommendation, and even entered her mentor's research institute to participate in key projects. But her seniority at the institute was still very low. Her salary was less than 20,000. Having worked for less than a year, her savings amounted to less than 200,000. This amount was far from enough for a down payment in Modu. At best, it could buy a toilet in the suburbs. I have some money. Seeing Chen Jun frowning, I could not help but find it amusing. You? She immediately widened her beautiful eyes and stared at me. Yeah, over 1.4 million. These past few days, I had continuously completed some hidden quests, earning red packet rewards from the Super Daddy system. As for that own million, I followed the system's prompts these past few days to set up a stock account, and strictly followed instructions to earn the system rewards. She could not help but lean in and lower her voice. Have not you not even graduated yet? Where did you get so much money? Does your mom know? Are you worried about me? I raised an eyebrow and teased her. No. Chen Jun was very calm. If the money comes from an illegitimate source, you probably won't end up well. I just do not want the babies to be born, only to have a biological father eating prison food. At this moment, Mom pushed the 2 babies in from outside. I also told her about my plan to buy a house. Mom expressed her approval and nodded. Although your dad's martial arts gym is not big, he has saved up a bit over the years. Scrapping together $1 million should not be a problem. It is enough to cover a down payment for you in Modu. I scratched my head. Mom, I do not need your money. You have not graduated and do not have a job. If you do not use our money, whose will you use? Are you expecting little Jun to buy it? Our Wu family can't do something like that. Too lazy to argue, I directly took out my phone, opened my banking app, and placed the balance right in front of her. Mom initially had a disdainful expression, but when she saw the balance, she completely lost her composure. She then stared at me sternly. Tell me the truth. Did you go fight in underground boxing matches? Underground boxing? How is that possible? I could not help but roll my eyes. With my previous skills, going to an underground match, I would probably be beaten to death on the spot. After another round of explanations, Mom finally understood that I had actually made this money by trading stocks. Although she did not really understand these internet terms, she was greatly shocked. I want to use this money to buy a house outright, a fully furnished own that is move-in ready. The environment has to be good, and it can't be too far from Modu University. Hearing this, Chen Jun knew my plan. You want to buy a house in Yunlu Estate? She was currently renting a bachelor apartment in Yunlu Estate. Yeah, Yunlu Estate is a very famous residential area in Modu these past few years. With mountains and water, it is a very livable place. It is very close to Modu University, just a 10-minute walk away. Chen Jun nodded, and did not say anything more. If I wanted to buy it, then so be it. She would not think higher of me because of this, nor would she look down on me. Gaining her respect was very simple. Just act normal. But to gain the approval of a top student like her was quite difficult. Having money was not enough. Ding dong. Main quest triggered. As a husband and father, build a happy home for them. Find a good house suitable for the mother and babies to live in. Completion reward. A cash red packet sufficient to buy it in full. I was momentarily stunned. This works. With my current martial arts strength, As long as I complete my professional rating at the police station, making big money in a short time might not be possible, but I could definitely provide the babies with a comfortable life. After discussing it with Mom and Chen Jun, I left the hospital and headed towards Yunlu Gardens. Another day passed. It was finally the day for Chen Jun's discharge. I called a high-end commercial vehicle. The two babies were placed in a brand new stroller, pushed by Mom, and I was responsible for supporting Chen Jun. It still hurts a bit, but it is much better than before. Chen Jun frowned slightly, but her complexion was much rosier compared to when we first met. The deathly pallor was long gone. I will take you for walks around the estate more often from now on. You will recover faster. Okay. Her voice was tranquil and calm, not carrying much emotion. Watching from behind, Mom sighed inwardly. Although this girl is very pretty, her personality is a bit cold. Son, you need to work hard. Just then, Mom's phone rang. She picked it up to look, and her beautiful eyebrows immediately raised as she answered. Hello, what is going on? You have been in Modu for days now. Tell me the truth. Did something happen to that brat? That requires you to stay so long. The voice was unmistakably Dad's. Walking in front, my ears instantly perked up. Did not I tell you that I have very important business here? No. What business is it? What? Do you have a problem with me? Are you incapable of using the washing machine at home? Or unable to pick up pots and pans? Come on, tell me. I will give you some proper guidance when I get back. Hanging up. Mom did not waste any more words, and directly hung up the phone, but she frowned slightly. I can't hide it much longer. I need to think carefully about how to tell his dad about this. Mom, maybe I should just call Dad directly and tell him. I gritted my teeth. Do not rush. Do not rush. You know your dad's temper. It is not like you do not know. If you tell him directly, he would probably snap a few leather belts beating you. Hearing our conversation, Chen Jun felt a stir in her heart. She looked at me apologetically. Sorry to put you in a difficult spot over this. If possible, I can go explain it to your dad. No need, no need, no need. Mom waved her hands repeatedly. If Chen Jun really went to talk to him, Dad would probably just cripple me, his own son. Meanwhile, on the other end of the phone, Dad slammed his phone onto the dining table in frustration. He had just come out of the kitchen, his face covered in soot and ash. Why did the rice cooker explode? Dad felt utterly depressed. I was just braising 2 chickens. Did I stuff too many ingredients in the chicken bellies? Or what happened? I am doomed. That woman is going to kill me when she gets back. Fortunately, judging by what she said on the phone, she should not be back that soon. I need to clean this up quickly. Walking into the newly bought house, the air that greeted us was very fresh. There was no smell of formaldehyde or that typical new house scent. Chen Jun, being supported, walked in first. On the balcony were potted plants that Chen Jun was very familiar with. She looked at me in slight surprise. You brought these over too. You must be tired from the trip. You rest for a bit. I will settle the babies, I said, and was just about to go into the master bedroom to push out the baby crib I had just bought, when I saw Mom walking out, lifting the solid wood baby crib into the air. I approached, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Mom, this crib has wheels. It can be pushed. Why are you carrying it like that? The noise will wake the babies. Mom glared at me. She obviously knew that. She was just afraid the sound of the wheels rolling would wake the 2 babies. Go close the front door a bit. The babies can't be in the draft. They will catch a cold easily. And little Jun can't be in the draft either. Her wounds have not healed yet. She absolutely cannot catch a cold. I quickly did as told, committing everything Mom said to memory. If you do not listen to your elders, you will suffer the consequences right before your eyes. Mom checked on the baby's condition. They are resting peacefully and are not sweating. She then turned to Chen Jun and said, Little Jun, during your postpartum confinement, you still absolutely must not wash your hair or take a bath. If you want to walk around, only do it inside the room. I know you young folks do not like us being so nagging, but for some things, we elders still need to speak up. You absolutely must not catch any postpartum ailments during confinement. Otherwise you will be the own suffering for the rest of your life. Chen Jun listened, slightly stunned. and nodded repeatedly in agreement. I do not know what your plans are moving forward. Whether you are getting the marriage certificate, or if you are going to hold a wedding. You are not children anymore. You can make your own decisions. As for me, I only have own requirement for you two. Take good care of the babies together. And give them a complete and healthy childhood. I have to admit, Mom's speech was very tactful and well delivered. Chen Jun listened very seriously and strongly agreed. Before this, her biggest fear was that Mom would overtly or covertly pressure her into getting married to me. But unexpectedly, this elder seemed very open-minded and did not pressure her at all. Coupled with the fact that these past few days, she had cared for her meticulously, treating her like her own daughter, Chen Jun could not help but feel touched. However, only I, standing to the side, saw through the brilliance of this retreat to advance tactic. I secretly gave our mom a thumbs up. Impressive, this move was a god-tier assist. I understand. Chen Jun nodded and turned to look at me calmly. I will definitely take good care of the babies together with Jiangtao. Looking at her demeanor, Mom knew that this girl was very independent and rational, not the type of girl who would easily be swayed by a few words or some romantic gesture. Sigh, although I do not have a high level of education, I have seen many people over the decades. You definitely do not come from an ordinary family. Our Wu family is small and humble. We are not wealthy, and we can't give you much material help, but we will definitely do everything in our power to help you. The family had just moved into the new home, and there were still many things to do, such as buying furniture, cleaning the new house, and buying daily necessities, along with many other chores, big and small. While staying busy, I also had to call my counselor to explain the situation and ask for a leave of absence. Even though graduation was approaching and there were no more classes, I still had to formally request leave from the college. Fortunately, I had already completed my thesis and defense long ago. Otherwise, I might be having a headache over it right now. By the way, at the end of the call, the counselor on the other end coughed a few times and asked somewhat curiously, Jiangtao, are you really with Chen Jun right now? And have kids? I instantly did not know whether to laugh or cry. I did not expect the counselor to be such a gossip too. Yeah, and because of that, I need to take care of her during her confinement now. I probably won't be able to return to the college anytime soon. Oh, that is fine. As long as you can attend the graduation ceremony, it is all good. I have not even congratulated you yet. Most people just get married right after graduation, but you have got both a son and a daughter right upon graduating, haha. When some time passes, you can bring the babies for a walk around the college. You are quite the celebrity in our college now. Keep it up. Thank you. If there is nothing else, I will hang up. After hanging up, I turned and headed to the kitchen. Mom had already finished cooking the dishes. While making soup, she lectured me. I am going back this afternoon to bring some old female ducks and free-range eggs. I should be back by tomorrow. You must take good care of little Jun and the babies. Do you hear me? Yes, I know. Whatever Mom said, I could only nod and agree. Otherwise, what awaited me would be the lightning 10-hit combo. Little Jun just got discharged from the hospital. Her wounds have not fully healed, so she should not eat too much or get too full. Frequent small meals, and her diet needs to be as light as possible. Also, once this soup is done, make sure she drinks plenty of it. After lunch, my mom left empty-handed. Well, she would be back tomorrow or the day after anyway. Her luggage was naturally left here instead of being taken back. As soon as she left, the two of us in the new master bedroom stared at each other. It suddenly became a bit awkward. The two babies had just had their milk. After I burped them both, they were placed in their cribs, sleeping soundly. At this moment, Chen Jun kind of missed having my mom around. At least they interacted naturally. Unlike now, where they did not know what to say or do. Suddenly, she furrowed her beautiful eyebrows. What is wrong? I hurried over. Are you feeling unwell? Does your wound hurt again? Chen Jun whispered. It is. My milk is engorged again. This won't do. It is too wasteful. I think we should use a breast pump. Put it in breast milk storage bags and freeze it in the fridge. This way, if you do not have time to breastfeed, I can feed the babies at home too. Oh, Chen Jun paused. That works. But how long can the milk be stored without spoiling? I asked the doctor earlier. If kept in the fridge, it can last 5 to 8 days. If kept frozen, it can be stored for several months. After a while, I organized the pumped milk, wrote the dates on the storage bags, and carefully placed them in the freezer compartment of the fridge. Just then, the pleasant ding-dong sound of the doorbell chimed from the front door. Hearing someone ring the bell, I went to open the door. Outside, Li Xiaoshan was getting a bit impatient. Just as she was about to ring the bell again, the door finally opened. "You damn girl!" The moment the door opened, the girl started running her mouth. But when she realized the person in front of her was not Chen Jun, she immediately snapped her mouth shut in embarrassment. "Hello. You must be Wu Jiangtao, right?" I was momentarily stunned, then reacted. Hello. Please come in. Come in. Did little Jun mention it to you? I brought some project materials and papers over for her." Li Xiaoshan looked tall and slim, dressed very appropriately, if not for the exaggerated, contorted expression I saw on her face the moment I opened the door. I would have almost believed she was a gentle, elegant, and educated lady. "Oh, she is in that room." Just as I spoke, Chen Jun also pushed open her door and stood at the master bedroom entrance. Waving at her, "I will head over there first then." The girl and Chen Jun slipped into the room together and shut the door. Watching from outside, I could not help but shake my head. I turned around and went back to the kitchen to check the soup. It was just about done stewing. I should pour some out for Chen Jun to drink. I could not tell. Li Xiaoshan looked Chen Jun up and down with a look of grief and indignation. How long was I studying abroad? Only half a year. Only half a year, and you? You actually could not hold back. Even bought such a high-end house. And started playing keeping a handsome guy in a golden house. Fess up, when did this happen? She was Chen Jun's college classmate and best friend. Both were in Modu University's cutting-edge computer materials research institute. She had only returned from an overseas exchange program a few days ago. Chen Jun rolled her eyes. She held out her hand, palm up. "Cut the crap. Give me the materials and papers. And I did not buy this house. You really do not love me anymore." Li Xiaoshan fake cried and tossed the materials into her hands. "What exactly is going on with you? I saw what they are saying on the college forum. It is utter nonsense. They said you had a baby. How is that possible?" "Keep your voice down. There are 2 big babies by the bed. If you wake them up, you have to coax them back to sleep." Chen Jun gave her best friend a sideways glance. "Big babies. Aside from that big baby outside, what other big babies are you hiding in your room?" Saying this, Li Xiaoshan casually peeked inside, and then instantly froze in disbelief. "Wait. This is..." She could not help but lean closer and rub her eyes, staring blankly at these 2 very real big babies. The older brother, wearing light blue clothes, seemed to be dreaming. His little hands adorably paddled the air a few times. He pursed his lips and went back to sleep. "Oh, Chen Jun. Am I still your dearest person?" Chen Jun gave her a sideways glance. "Are you reciting song lyrics now? Can you clearly, plainly, explicitly, and comprehensively tell me? What are these?" The girl subconsciously lowered her voice. "Humans." Chen Jun replied concisely without lifting her head. "Chen Jun, you have changed. You have really changed." Someone gritted their teeth. "Where did they come from?" "Fess up." "From a belly," she said, as if stating a simple fact. Li Xiaoshan was going crazy. "Whose belly? Speak clearly. It can't possibly be yours, right?" Chen Jun finally looked up and glanced at her, with a look in her eyes like she was looking at an idiot. Was everything right in front of her not clear enough? The next moment, this best friend of hers. The expressions on her delicate and elegant face were truly spectacular. There was bewilderment, doubt, disbelief, and helpless frenzy. Oh my God. At this very moment, out of all the vocabulary Li Xiaoshan had accumulated over the years, only these 3 words could perfectly and appropriately express her current state of mind. You are unbelievable. You actually have kids." She leaned in closer, gritting her teeth and lowering her voice. "I was only gone for half a year." "Wait, how could you just..." Did not you tease me for getting fat when you left?" "Well, this is why." Chen Jun lowered her head again, flipping through the materials on the desk. and answered absent-mindedly, but. Li Xiaoshen's eyes turned red. Do you still consider me your best friend? Why did not you tell me earlier? Chen Jun, my years of affection have been misplaced. Boo-hoo-hoo. Though she said this, at this moment, the best friend's heart was full of guilt. Last year, the Research Institute had a collaboration project with Yale University in America. They needed to send a commissioner for a learning exchange and to follow up on it. Initially, the institute planned to send Chen Jun, but she declined and recommended Li Xiaoshan to the institute instead. She did not mention her pregnancy before she left, for fear that she would decline the offer. She did not tell her after she went, for fear that she would fly straight back from America, affecting her project research and learning exchange over there. Fine. Chen Jun pushed her away with a look of disgust. Keep your voice down. If you wake these two big babies, I won't let you off. Yes, I will keep it down. Li Xiaoshan shut her mouth, looking at the two big babies with a fascinated expression. Which ones are they? Sister and brother, or older brother and younger sister? It is an older brother and a younger sister. The one in the light blue clothes is the brother named Wu Jiangtao. Nice name. He looks so cute too. Looking at the two big babies' pink, delicate little faces, and those tiny hands and feet, she could not help but reach out to touch the little guy's chubby pink hand. That kawaii little hand instinctively grabbed her finger. Wow, he grabbed me, Chen Jun, look. This girl's reaction, like she had never seen the world, made Chen Jun very helpless. Suddenly, Chen Jun sniffed the air. She seemed to smell something. She turned and looked over. Xiaoshan, do me a favor. Help me check the babies. Li Xiaoshan's eyes immediately lit up. She put her hands right in. Wahahaha. Cute little babies, here I come. Wait, do not put your hands in. Chen Jun hurriedly tried to stop her, but it was too late. Li Xiaoshan's smile instantly froze on her face. It was not what she had imagined. She quickly pulled her paws back. They emanated an indescribable, faint odor. This girl opened her mouth, about to scream at the top of her lungs, but only felt her vision go black. She had thought of something terrible. Do not scream, you will scare the babies. Chen Jun, who had hurried over with quick reflexes, glared at her reproachfully. Li Xiaoshan was already in tears. Chen Jun, I am ending our friendship. How could you trick me? You are making a mountain out of a molehill. This is perfectly normal, okay? Have you never seen a baby before, honestly? What is there to make a fuss about? Chen Jun came over, and while calmly getting a basin of warm water to clean the two babies, you are still making sarcastic remarks. You have changed. You were never like this before. Li Xiaoshan, continuing her theatrics, cried out, I have not changed. She thought about it seriously, carrying the basin of warm water out. As she walked, her movements were still a bit unnatural. Her wound still throbbed with a dull ache. At this moment, I came in from outside. Seeing this, I hurriedly went over and took the basin of water from her hands. Do not do this. Let me handle it. Your body has not fully recovered yet. Chen Jun smiled. It is fine. I actually feel all right. These past few days, I had been busy running around doing everything. Now that she could walk around, she also wanted to help out a bit. After all, they were both our babies. Let me do it. I felt a bit helpless. After interacting with her these past few days, I started to understand this senior's personality. She is the independent type who rarely asks others for help. Let me change the baby's diapers. After all, I am their mother. I can't have never changed them once. Otherwise, when you are not around later, I will be completely lost. All right. I nodded. You do it then. If anything's wrong, I will tell you. I will watch you from the side. Li Xiaoshan, coming out of the bathroom, watched this scene with fascination. She and Chen Jun had known each other for years. Yet this was the first time she saw her best friend get along so closely with a guy, interacting so naturally. The two were very close enough to feel each other's breath. The inadvertent touching of their hands while changing the diapers was also very natural and harmonious. It was a certain tacit understanding formed over the past few days. Watching them, Li Xiaoshan on the side suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of fullness in her stomach. A very, very stuffed feeling. Hey, Are you guys force-feeding me dog food here? After successfully finishing changing the baby's diapers, Chen Jun turned her head and very seriously said to me, "Thank you. Do you also say thank you to your mom and dad at home all the time?" I could not help but retort, "I am the baby's father, why act like strangers?" Ha 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 ha. Li Shan next to us burst out laughing, clutching her stomach, while exposing her best friend's true nature. "You can't stand it either, huh? Our little Jun is just a serious person like that. I have known her for years. She treats everyone the same." "Shut up." Chen Jun's face flushed red as she shot her best friend a glare. Right at that moment, having just stepped out the door, I received a notification from the system. "Congratulations to the host for completing the quest. Gain the approval of the baby's mother. Reward, elite culinary skills, physique +2. Almost simultaneously, my mind was flooded with instincts. Even famous dishes I had only seen on TV and their recipes, along with the control of cooking temperatures, mastery of culinary techniques, and other cooking insights. I recalled the soup-making process under my mom's guidance earlier. Suddenly, an idea struck me, and I quickly left the room and went to the kitchen. I turned off the gas stove under the pot. I lifted the lid. A rich aroma of black bone chicken soup wafted up, instantly filling the entire kitchen and spreading to the living room. In the master bedroom, Li Shan, who was watching Chen Jun breastfeed, suddenly twitched her perky nose. She instinctively turned her head toward the door. "What is that smell? It smells so good." The next moment, she saw me carefully push the door open, carrying a small soup tureen in my hands. That ultimate aroma was wafting from the tureen. Li Shan's eyes went wide. Inside the tureen were quite a few pieces of black bone chicken meat. At the bottom, plump goji berries garnished it, along with longan and red dates. An look was enough to make anyone's appetite surge. Gulp. Li Shan, who was a foodie to begin with, subconsciously swallowed her saliva. Her gaze was completely glued to the soup tureen in my hands. I grabbed a bowl and a spoon, ladled out a bowl, and scooped up a few pieces of chicken meat. "Here, eat it while it is hot." Seeing Chen Jun holding the baby with both hands to breastfeed, I did not say anything, just picked up the bowl and spoon, scooped up a perfectly sized piece of chicken meat, and offered it to her. Chen Jun naturally opened her mouth and ate the meat. The skin was very tender, the meat inside slightly firm but very sweet and fragrant. Not being a picky eater, her appetite instantly opened up. Without even drinking much soup, she ate several pieces of meat. Seeing Chen Jun had a good appetite, I was also happy. "Have some goji berries. It helps the wound heal." In a flash, this small bowl of black bone chicken soup was finished by Chen Jun. Ha! After finishing, Chen Jun exhaled a breath of hot air in satisfaction. "Delicious." And Li Shan, watching from the side, felt stifled. She was obviously starving to death looking at this soup. So why did she feel so full right now? She had the confusion of a dog being force-fed dog food. At this point, Chen Jun finally noticed Li Shan beside her, whose eager tears were practically flowing from the corners of her mouth. She could not help but burst out laughing. "Do you want some too?" "Yes," the girl honestly blurted out, then immediately corrected herself. Never mind. This is soup your man made for you. I will pass. It is fine. I can't finish it all by myself." I did not think much of it either, and urged, "Have some together. Even with me, we can't finish this big pot. You have some too." "All right then, I will reluctantly help you guys finish the leftovers. Do not thank me too much, haha." Saying that, Li Shan hurriedly turned and left the room. "I won't hold back then, I will find the bowls and chopsticks myself." Li Shan scooped herself a bowl. Sitting in the dining room, she narrowed her eyes in satisfaction. "This is too delicious. Compared to the soup in those big hotels, it is not inferior at all. I thought this girl would go home after finishing the soup, but something unexpected happened. You just finished the chicken soup right down to the bottom of the pot. Why are not you leaving yet?" At this moment, Chen Jun looked at Li Shan, who was lounging on the recliner with a look of disdain. "That recliner is for me to use when I stay up at night. What are you saying?" The best friend was dissatisfied. "I am worried you do not have enough hands here." "Okay. If I stay, at least you have an extra pair of hands and feet." Even if I do not know much about taking care of babies, I can still run errands for you. Chen Jun very calmly pointed out one thing. If you stay, we also have an extra mouth to feed.
Well, I am a complete person.
I have hands and feet, so what if I have a mouth? So what? Just now you said you would only eat a little bit, but out of the three of us, you ate the most. The phrase gluttonous and lazy was tailor-made for you. Having just changed the baby's diapers, watching these two best friends bicker, I could not help but curl my lips, finding it very amusing. If Xiaoshan wants to stay, let her stay. She can help keep an eye on the babies too. I will go lie down on the sofa in the living room outside. If you need anything, just call me. I smiled. With Lik Xiaoshan here, Chen Jun and I actually acted more naturally. Without her, when it was just the two of us, there was always a sense of awkwardness. As soon as I left, Li Xiaoshan lay back on the recliner without a care, scrolling on her phone. After a while, she could not help but stretch and yawn. Oh, right, Junior Chen Mei these past 2 days has been asking me about you non-stop. Subtly and overtly, he is asking where you have moved to now. You did not tell him, did you? Chen Jun frowned. Lately, there were just too many people asking about her. She did not want to be disturbed. How could I tell him? Li Xiaoshan narrowed her eyes slightly. From the very beginning, I felt that guy was up to no good. Only someone with your indifferent personality would be willing to interact with him. Have not you noticed that when he tries to talk to me, I barely even acknowledge him? What? Is he still pestering you? Chen Jun just gave a brief summary, without saying much else, but Li Xiaoshan understood immediately. She sprang up, her delicate eyebrows raised, her face full of anger. He has got some nerve. That bastard, just wait till I teach him a lesson. Chen Jun had not even told me about this, of course. The main reason she did not tell me was fear of causing too much of a scene. But Li Xiaoshan had no such reservations. Can you talk to him for me? Tell him to stop texting me. Over the past few days, even though she deleted Chen Mei from WeChat, he still had her phone number. The text messages came one after another. She would block own number, and another would pop up. This kind of stalker-like harassment annoyed her to no end. Li Xiaoshan directly snatched Chen Jun's phone. Seeing the text messages Chen Mei sent using different numbers, one after another, she laughed out of anger. This Chen Mei used to look so high-class and sophisticated. Who knew he could be such a dog? The best friend was quite loyal. She took out her own phone and dialed the number on the screen directly. Almost as soon as the call went through, the other party answered immediately. Senior Little Jun. Chen Mei's very pleasant voice came from the other end. Who gave you the right to call her Little Jun? Li Xiaoshan started tearing into him right away. I could not tell, Chen Mei, that you had this side to you. You are Senior Lai. Chen Mei's somewhat uncertain voice came through. Hearing this, Li Xiaoshan raised an eyebrow. Not bad. She had not been at the college for the past half year. After so long, this guy was actually able to recognize her voice immediately. His memory was quite impressive. Chen Mei, I am warning you. If you call or text again to bother Chen Jun, I will make sure you lose your position in the student union, believe it or not. No, senior. I was just worried about Senior Little Jun. Right now, there are rumors about her all over the college. I am just worried that Senior might take it too hard. With all the gossip outside right now.
Lik Xiaoshan sneered.
You think I do not know what you are plotting? Whatever is going on with Chen Jun, does it need you to ask about it? Who do you think you are? Before the guy could continue speaking, she cut him off directly. I am warning you right now, Chen Mei. Stop pestering our little Jun. If you bother her again, I won't let you off. After saying that, she hung up the phone. On the other end, Chen Mei put down his phone. A look of coldness surfaced in his eyes, mixed with a bit of helplessness. Senior Lik Xiaoshan used to be a prominent figure in the college, a genius top student with outstanding academic performance, who had also served as the head of the public relations department of the Modu University Student Union. Her style was very tough, especially since she was now also in the cutting-edge Computer Materials Research Institute. The results she achieved were quite excellent. Last year, she was even sent to America to participate in and follow up on a major project. for an existence at her level. Normally, there would not be much interaction with Chen Mei, but Chen Mei had forcefully used his connections to get in touch with their circle. Sitting in the student union office, Chen Mei frowned, wondering what he was thinking about. Suddenly, a notification sound for an incoming message chimed. He clicked it open to look. "Boss, I found out that Wu Jiangtao bought a house in Yunlu Gardens yesterday, and he paid in full." The person who handled it said, "That house is the best owned in Yunlu Gardens. It cost several million paid in full." Chen Mei's brow furrowed slightly. A student having that much money. It seems this Wu Jiangtao does not come from a simple background and should not be underestimated. It looks like he needs to carefully plan his next steps to both win her back and defeat his rival in love. As for whether senior little Jun really had kids, although it is highly unlikely, he needs to confirm it quickly. But if she really did have kids, what should he do? The moment this thought popped into his head, Chen Mei suddenly felt a sense of unease. He quickly forced the emotion down. "No, it won't happen. It is impossible. Last time we met, she was perfectly fine. She was still so slim and pretty. How could she suddenly have a child?" Chen Mei fell into deep thought. As the sun set, I started getting busy again. It was time to start preparing dinner. At the same time, I had to keep a close eye on Chen Jun's side. The two babies slept a bit long at noon. Once they woke up, there was always a lot to do. Chen Jun's body was still very weak at this time. She barely had the ability to take care of herself with these things. Measuring rice, cooking it, and making soup first. Stir-frying the dishes was easy and could be left for last. I returned to the master bedroom, only to see that the older brother had also woken up. But Chen Jun, lying in bed, could only hold the younger sister to breastfeed her. She did not have the strength to get up and hold the other own. I quickly stepped forward and picked up the older brother and placed him next to Chen Jun. Phew. I let out a soft sigh. Later, when the two babies finished nursing, they would probably definitely need to be changed and cleaned again. The new parents in the room were both a bit exhausted. They barely slept at noon, because the two babies had woken up once during that time. As for a certain someone lying across the recliner in front of the bed, sleeping soundly sprawled out on her back, letting out low snores. That sleeping posture was a bit hard to describe. Chen Jun looked at her, then at me. We exchanged a glance, and could not help but burst out laughing at the same time. Forget it, let us not wake her. Probably during the half year or so she was in the US. She did not get much rest because of the project. You know, most of us at the research institute are very busy. Days and nights are reversed. Not eating on time is totally normal. Do not be fooled by how fine she looks. Once she takes off her makeup, her dark circles could scare you. So, that is how it is. I nodded. At this time, the two babies were full. I picked them up on by own, burped them, and put them back in the crib. The two babies stared with big, dark eyes. Looking curiously at the two people in front of them, I noticed that whether it was the older brother or the younger sister, their attention was mostly on their mother. The two babies giggled. That pure, innocent smile. Those eyes, as pure as the starry sky, instantly released all the accumulated fatigue in our bodies and minds. All right, the rice and soup should be almost ready. I am going to stir-fry the dishes now. We will be able to eat dinner very soon. Okay. Chen Jun teased the two babies, looked up, and gave me a radiant smile. I was slightly stunned looking at it. So beautiful. I thought to myself, with a wife like this, I definitely can't let her slip away from me. I must seize the opportunity well. Seeing me staring straight at her, Chen Jun could not help but blush, and lowered her head to look at the babies again. I chuckled and turned to go to the kitchen. The ingredients were all chopped very evenly. I quickly tossed them into the hot, sizzling pan. Instantly, a cloud of cooking smoke rose up. The range hood, running at full power, instantly sucked away most of the smoke. But the incredibly marvelous encounter between the ingredients and the hot oil produced an aroma that was not completely sucked away. It inevitably wafted out. The faint aroma of stir-frying spread out, drifting out through the crack of the door. In the master bedroom, Li Xiaoshan, who was sleeping groggily on the recliner, twitched her nose, lifted her head with her eyes closed. And then her body followed suit, sitting up. It looked as if her head was pulling her body up. Smells so good. Little Jun, since when are your cooking skills so good? This foodie suddenly sobered up. She saw Chen Jun, who was playing with the two big babies on the bed, looking over with a speechless expression. Honestly, I really envy your sleep quality. Haha, no need to envy, no need to envy. You can't envy this. This is a natural talent of mine. Li Xiaoshan immediately looked smug. She took out a packet from her pocket, pulled out a wipe, and wiped her face. As she freshened up, a faint refreshing scent was also added. Did you think I was complimenting you? Chen Jun gave her a sideways glance, annoyed. Sleeping like a pig. And that sleeping posture of yours, I do not even want to mention it. The babies woke up and fussed twice this afternoon, and neither woke you up. Wait. So Wu Jiangtao came in. She was utterly dumbfounded. Then did not he see what I looked like sleeping this afternoon? It is over. It is over, my ladylike image. She had a pretty clear understanding of herself, knowing her sleeping posture was not great. Hearing this, Chen Jun gently shook her head, looking at her very seriously. Xiaoshan, I think you should have a clear understanding of yourself. You are not a lady. Really not. You are actually a bit comical. I know you want to say I am a goofy girl, but you, who never swears, just can't bring yourself to say it, right? Chen Jun chuckled, thanks for understanding. Li Xiaoshan stood up, took out a makeup mirror, and tidied up her appearance. What a fragrant smell of food. I really envy you for having a husband with such great cooking skills. Chen Jun put on a tsundere face. Friendly reminder, he and I are not married yet. Li Xiaoshan stood up and said with a grin, I know. But that does not affect his image in my mind. After I set up a table of delicious dishes, I called out loudly, beautiful ladies, time to eat. Hearing there was food, Li Xiaoshan was the first to rush out of the room. Coming to the dining table and seeing the food on it, Li Xiaoshan's eyes immediately lit up. Little Wu, your cooking skills seem really good. Is there an elder in your family who is a professionally certified chef? No, my family is just an ordinary family. No professionally certified chefs. I shook my head and helped Chen Jun sit down. Steamed pork ribs, fish head and tofu soup. Braised tofu with shiitake mushrooms and lean meat. Steamed eggs with radish. Let me have a taste. Li Xiaoshan listed them like family treasures, picked up her chopsticks and dug in first. Chen Jun beside her could not help but roll her eyes, seeing her best friend acting like this. Anyone who did not know would think she was being stingy, and had not fed her for days. Li Xiaoshan picked up a piece of pork rib and put it in her mouth. The fresh aroma of the rib instantly filled her mouth. At the same time, the bone was very tender and soft. Delicious, Li Xiaoshan's eyes sparkled. On the other side, with my help, after taking a sip of the milky white fish head soup, it tasted incredibly sweet and fresh, without the slightest hint of fishiness. Chen Jun was also slightly stunned. It is delicious. I smiled in amusement and said, I just added some pepper and cooking wine to remove the fishiness. The rest is all the natural flavor of the fish meat and bones. If you like it, drink some more. I asked the doctor beforehand. Even though Chen Jun's wound still hurts a bit, it is almost healed, so she can drink fish soup. Chen Jun nodded and quickly finished the bowl of fish soup. She only felt a wave of warmth flow into her stomach and spread out. She actually felt a sense of intoxication. It is too delicious. At this moment, she instinctively wanted to scoop herself some white rice to eat. But right as the words reached her lips, she changed it to, Jiangtao, scoop me a bowl of rice porridge. Okay. I took her bowl and scooped a bowl of radish porridge. Then I picked up her chopsticks, grabbed a few pieces of steamed pork ribs and greens, and put them into the porridge. I specially steamed these ribs until they are very soft and tender. They are very tasty. And also very easy to digest. They are very suitable for you to eat. Have a few more pieces if you can. Beside us, Li Xiaoshan, with her mouth full of food, looked like she wanted to say something. But looking at Chen Jun and me, she was left speechless. This PDA is something else. Swallowing her food, she looked at me in amazement. The food you cook is just too delicious. Little Jun, I really envy you. You will be able to eat such delicious food every day from now on. Ah, This won't do. Can I? Can I come over to freeload meals often in the future? I won't eat for free. Chen Jun calmly interjected. You step aside, I will help with the kids. I can learn how to change the baby's diapers. Li Xiaoshan counted on her fingers. I can also burp the babies. And I can play with them, how about that? Not great. Chen Jun shot her a glare. But there was nothing she could do about her best friend. So you have agreed then? Haha, then it is happily decided. In less than half an hour, the plates and soup tureen on the dining table were completely licked clean. Li Xiaoshan, sitting in her seat, had a look of complete satisfaction. Chen Jun also felt a bit stuffed. She quickly stood up to walk around. Why did not you stop me? She gave me a reproachful look. I should not eat too much. I was speechless. Come on, you only drank 2 bowls of soup, ate a little fish meat, a few pieces of ribs, and a little bit of vegetables, plus just one bowl of porridge. That is not a lot. No, I need to walk around a bit. If I keep eating like this, I seriously doubt whether I will be able to slim back down later. Chen Jun started pacing in circles in the living room, muttering to herself. Because her wound still hurt a little, her strides could not be too big. She waddled like a penguin, her body swaying side to side as she walked. And Li Xiaoshan, still sitting by the dining table, directly threw out a taunt. Oh my, where did this penguin come from? So cute. Go away. You are banned from freeloading meals from now on, Chen Jun said with a tsundere face. I was wrong. I was wrong. You do not look like a penguin. Penguins are much fatter than you. Though not fatter than a penguin, it still implied she was fat. Chen Jun was not stupid. She naturally understood the underlying meaning of this sentence. She turned her head and looked at her with a smile, as if to say, I will give you one more chance to rephrase that. Not fat, not fat. I will supervise you later. Our little Jun is a goddess. How could she be fat? Impossible to be fat. Impossible. Li Xiaoshan stood up with great difficulty. Compared to before, she looked visibly a size rounder. Oh no. She suddenly froze. How much did I just eat? Why did not you stop me? The best friend looked at Chen Jun with a face full of grief and indignation. She blinked. Why did this sentence sound so familiar? I tried to stop you, but I could not. I really could not. Look at me right now, so frail and weak. How could I possibly stop you? While screaming miserably, Li Xiaoshan began to accurately calculate how many calories were in the food she just ate, and how much exercise it equated to. Figuring out how far she needed to run for her morning jogs over the next 2 days. Let us go downstairs for a walk. While it is not completely dark yet, take a stroll and digest the food. Let us go. Let us go. Let us head out right now. I picked up the 2 babies and placed them in the double stroller designed for twins. Then I pushed it from the front, while Li Xiaoshan held Chen Jun's arm and walked behind. You are doing your postpartum confinement right now. Is it really okay to just casually go out like this? Li Xiaoshan whispered softly. You know about confinement too. Not going out is an outdated tradition. Chen Jun pouted. These past few days she had been stuck in a hospital bed and was going crazy from boredom. I smiled. As long as we do not go out in strong winds or scorching sun, and wear enough clothes so she does not catch a cold, it is fine. I just checked outside. There is no wind right now. The outdoor temperature is 23 or 4 degrees, which is perfect. Oh, right? I turned my head and whispered to Chen Jun. Absolutely do not tell my mom about this. People from her generation are very strict about confinement rules. Let alone going outside, you would not even be allowed out of your room. You might not even be allowed to take a bath or wash your hair for a month. Not washing her hair for a month. Chen Jun shuddered just thinking about it. She leaned in close to me and whispered. She is going to come over during my confinement. Does not that mean I won't be able to bathe or wash my hair for the whole month? Do not worry, I will talk to my mom and sort it out. Do not forget, strictly speaking, Chen Jun is not the daughter-in-law of our Wu family yet. Mother Wu actually could not dictate that much. I already had a plan to deal with this in mind, and I was quite confident I could convince Mom. Instead, I was somewhat worried about Chen Jun's family. Having a child is such a major event. Yet her family members were nowhere to be seen. This was a bit outrageous. But I had asked a few times before and she would not say. Thinking of this, my heart stirred slightly. I glanced at Li Xiaoshan beside us. The two of them had known each other for so many years. I wonder if she knows what the situation is with Chen Jun's family. As we walked, Chen Jun unconsciously moved to my side. The two of us walked shoulder to shoulder, pushing the baby stroller together. From time to time, we would bend down to tease the two babies. And from time to time, we would whisper softly to each other. Li Xiaoshan watched from behind. The more she looked, the more out of place she felt. Have you guys ever considered the feelings of single dogs like us? Meanwhile, not far away, a young man saw us from a distance. He froze for a moment, then pretended nothing happened and made a phone call. Hello, boss. I see them. It is Wu Jiangtao and Chen Jun. Li Xiaoshan is also here. Wu Jiangtao and Chen Jun are pushing a baby stroller. That stroller is. It is really for twins. It is true. I saw it with my own eyes. Boss, you are coming over. Okay. I will keep an eye on them. I will watch them. I absolutely won't lose them. Let us not go to the riverside, I advised softly. The wind is quite strong over there. It would not be good if you really caught a cold from the wind. Okay. Chen Jun nodded, but there was a hint of regret in her eyes. There was a small islet in the middle of the river. A very picturesque orchid pavilion was built on this islet, and several towering ancient trees had been transplanted there. Forget it, let us not go, Li Xiaoshan also chimed in. I have been there a few times. It is pretty, sure, but there are a lot of rowdy kids running around. We would not want them bumping into you. Our group just strolled slowly through the estate's garden, and Li Xiaoshan saw a guy walking towards us. With striking eyebrows and sharp eyes, his appearance and bearing instantly gave off a very extraordinary impression. On my end, wearing casual loungewear. Even though I looked a bit handsome, in comparison, I gave off a much more ordinary vibe. Seeing him, Li Xiaoshan's delicate eyebrows shot up in anger. Her previously smiling and chatting face instantly turned cold. She marched straight up and blocked Chen Mei's path. Do you not understand human language, senior? I just want to say a few words to Sister Little Jun. I am not here to cause trouble. Chen Mei forced a smile, barely maintaining his persona. He did not need to get too close. He had already seen the scene presented before him. It broke his heart, shattered it into a million pieces. In his mind, the goddess who had always belonged only to him was actually standing so close to another man at this moment. The two were almost pressed against each other. Of course, the most crucial part was not this, but the baby stroller that she and that man were pushing, in which two babies were lying very quietly. Sister Little Jun, he called out from a distance. Even though his facial expression management was decent and he looked somewhat calm, his slightly trembling voice had already betrayed him. Chen Jun gently shook her head. Chen Mei, actually we are not close enough for you to call me that. Wake up. And please, from now on, do not come to disturb my life and my work anymore. Thank you. Standing on the side, I looked at Chen Mei and felt he looked a bit familiar. Right, when I was moving before, it seemed Chen Mei was also present, just standing further back. I suddenly realized my memory seemed to have improved quite a bit. At that time, this guy was hiding in a far back corner among the crowd. Very inconspicuous. I had only swept a glance over him at that time. The anticipated conflict did not happen. Everything was as calm as water. After saying all this, Chen Jun and I pushed the baby stroller together, walked into Building 11, and returned to our home, but Chen Mei remained standing silently downstairs, standing quietly, not knowing what he was thinking. Boss! That subordinate came over from a short distance away, looking at him with some concern. Having worked under Chen Mei for so long, this was his first time seeing his unsmiling direct superior, so how should he describe it? Oh right, melodramatic. Was not it melodramatic? The people have already left, so why are you still staying here? Waiting for her to be like in those TV dramas, suddenly running back out from inside, desperately looking at him in speechless, tearful agony, or waiting for her to change her mind and say you are my April days. Not knowing how long he stood there, Chen Mei suddenly raised his head. He looked back towards the spot where Chen Jun and the others had just disappeared. A hint of gloom flashed across his eyes. He did not linger here any longer, turned around and left. And what I did not know was, at this time, Mom, who had returned home to eat. During her chat with Dad, almost let Dad discover the matter between me and Chen Jun. The fact that Chen Jun had given birth to pigeon pair twins for me. I originally wanted to keep it a secret from Dad for now, but unexpectedly, when Mom came to see me, she was followed by a suspicious Dad who showed up at the door. Just now. Mom, you are here. I opened the door and saw Mom carrying bags big and small in both hands. I quickly stepped forward, helped Mom carry those 2 old hens inside, turned around, walked through the living room, and put them on the balcony outside. Mom, actually you do not need to specially bring them from home. The wet markets around here also have very good ones. I do not trust the old hens from those wet markets. Who knows what kind of feed they were given? The ones from those factory farms are way too different from the ones running around in our fields back in the countryside. Mom walked in, nagging incessantly. She changed into a pair of slippers. There is a guest. Mom put down the bags and immediately headed straight for the master bedroom. As soon as she entered, she saw Li Xiaoshan, who was clumsily taking care of the babies. This best friend currently did not have any assigned tasks on hand. She was still on vacation, so she was a completely free person right now. She had come over bright and early to freeload food and drinks. Hello, Auntie. My name is Li Xiaoshan. Li Xiaoshan greeted Mom gracefully and naturally. Before coming, Chen Jun had already told her about Mom coming over to take care of her during confinement. Hello, I am Wu Jiangtao's mother. Mom sized up Li Xiaoshan with a glance. Seeing that they were changing the baby's pants, she hurriedly stepped forward to help. Mom very affectionately asked where Li Xiaoshan's hometown was, whether she had a boyfriend, where she worked, and other questions of that sort. Seeing this auntie starting to ask about these things, Li Xiaoshan could not help but feel a bit awkward. Was auntie trying to introduce a boyfriend to her? Chen Jun beside them watched with her usual expression, but inwardly, she was secretly chuckling. Looks like someone can finally handle you. Right after Mom arrived here, downstairs in the garden stood a middle-aged man wearing an old-style martial arts uniform. His eyes kept darting towards Building 11. His earpiece also transmitted the voice of his 3rd disciple. Master, Mistress is on the 9th floor of Building 11. I can't see the exact apartment number from here yet. All right.
I got it.
You guys go ahead first. This middle-aged man sitting steadily here was unmistakably my dad, Wu Jiangtao. He hung up the phone, frowning as he sat quietly. Suddenly, his ears twitched, catching a sound. Boss, I found out. The apartment number of the house Wu Jiangtao bought is 0903. Yes, I am sure. Dad remained impassive, while taking out his phone and scrolling. He simultaneously peeked over there from the corner of his eye, only to see a bespectacled young man, wearing a mask so his face could not be seen clearly, sitting not far away. In front of him was a laptop that had gone to sleep from not being touched for a long time. That brat offended someone in school. Actually, Dad and this bespectacled Modu University student were quite far apart. An ordinary person would have absolutely no way to hear the other party speaking from such a distance. But this highly amateur stalker did not know what upwind and downwind positions meant, much less knew that the middle-aged man in the distance was no ordinary person, and heard his words loud and clear. This guy got the intel and completed his report. He folded up his laptop and put it into his backpack, and stood up with a face full of joy. But as soon as he turned around, his vision went black, and an incredibly tall, burly-figured man had appeared in front of him out of nowhere, staring at him expressionlessly, and facing the other party's indifferent gaze. The bespectacled man's heart skipped a beat. For some reason, he inexplicably felt a bit guilty. Nearing noon, Li Xiaoshan, who originally wanted to stay and freeload a lunch, fled as if she was escaping. Yep, that is right. When Mom found out that this pretty young lady in front of her was actually still single, she could not bear it, and immediately started introducing her own nephew to Li Xiaoshan. Oh my, leaving in such a hurry. Stay and have a meal. Auntie will cook for you personally. No. Something urgent suddenly came up at my research institute. I won't stay. Auntie, please stay here. No need to see me out. I am leaving first. I will take my leave. Chen Jun, watching from behind, could not help but chuckle. Let us see if you dare to come over to freeload meals next time. As for me, I felt a bit helpless. Mom is really something. Was not her awkward attitude obvious enough? Yet you just kept pushing older cousin on her. This older cousin of mine had learned excellent martial arts from dad. At a young age, his martial power had reached perfection. Not only was he a star-ranked martial artist, but he also held an important position in the Modu security department. The pity was, working at the security department, older cousin was simply too busy. He had almost no time to date a girlfriend. Now over 30, his marriage prospects still had not settled. It was not that his standards were too high, but rather, they were on a different level. For a martial arts master like him, his spiritual realm and mental willpower had long surpassed that of an ordinary person. It was difficult for an average woman to be on the same wavelength as him. And Mom, being able to be with Dad, was naturally no simple character either. Instantly seeing this woman with extraordinary achievements in academia, she hoped that she could stand side by side with her oldest nephew. But unfortunately, upon their first meeting, Li Xiaoshan clearly did not understand Mom well enough. Not knowing that she was absolutely not just an ordinary middle-aged woman, I subconsciously assumed that the person she was recommending was just some loser, a frustrated single dog who could not even find a partner. As for her own self-perception, even if she was a single dog, she was a noble among single dogs. How could she just marry beneath her so casually? Also, for the past 2 days, the reason she kept running over to Chen Jun's place was partly because she cared about Chen Jun and feared she would be bullied, and partly to observe me, this man, to see if I was truly worth entrusting her life to. And after 2 days of observation, she had come to a general conclusion. I was just an ordinary college student, without outstanding academic achievements. Upon graduation, I was destined to hustle for a job and work hard to make a living. Cooking well was a bonus. But what kind of promising future could a boy like this have? In her view, whether it is love or marriage, it should be a partnership of equals. Otherwise, it would only bury a massive hidden danger for the future of the marriage. Naturally, she did not share her thoughts with Chen Jun. What? You are cooking? Having just seen Li Xiaoshan out, Mom returned to the kitchen and was about to start making lunch. However, I unexpectedly showed up. Yeah, Mom. I actually know how to cook now. I have also learned all those soups you taught me. Let me give it a try, I said. Are you sure you can do it? Mom's face was full of doubt. She knew her son rarely cooked. Would the food he cooked even be edible? What kind of question is that? I was very dissatisfied. I huffed angrily. You are underestimating me. Who knows, the food I make might be even more delicious than yours. Oh, really? Mom laughed out of sheer amusement. She stepped aside directly. Come. Today, I am going to see just how much your cooking skills have improved. I did not waste any time talking. I took the knife and vegetables and got busy straight away on the cutting board. That motion, that speed, and the unique rhythm and aesthetic in those movements left Mom absolutely stunned. Not bad, this kid seems to actually have some skills. Did he secretly learn how to cook at some point? A plate of stir-fried asparagus with chicken strips was quickly finished. That speed and efficiency, as well as the casual way I scooped the dish onto the plate, left Mom shocked inwardly. When did this kid secretly learn such excellent culinary skills? Mom had a good eye. That unique charm was clearly something that could only be achieved when a certain skill reached a profound level. This unique charm was just like the martial arts she had practiced for most of her life. When the posture, form, and power reached the right level, the intent naturally followed. Every punch and kick would carry Owen's unique personal charm. Just as I finished making a table full of dishes and served them, the doorbell rang at that moment. I smiled and went to open the door, only to see a slender figure appear. A certain someone's greedy yet slightly awkward face appeared before me. Indeed, the visitor was Li Xiaoshan. Mom, who had also walked into the living room, saw her immediately. A look of joy instantly appeared on her face. Oh my, Xiaoshan is here. Come, hurry, and come in. Seeing her conflicted yet irresistibly tempted expression, I could not help but chuckle inwardly. The Kung Pao chicken I made for lunch. was something Lik Xiaoshun specifically mentioned to me yesterday, saying she wanted a taste of her hometown. It was basically pre-ordered yesterday. When I was cooking lunch, I was thinking she probably would not miss out on it. Sure enough, just as lunch was ready, she came over right on time. Compared to Mom's nagging, eating was still more important. Come on, it is time to eat. The dish you mentioned to me yesterday. You can taste it and see if it has the flavor of your hometown. After saying that, I went to the master bedroom to help Chen Jun out. I can do it myself, you eat your food. Chen Jun sat down. She did not let me continue waiting on her. Instead, she served herself rice and picked up her own dishes. Little Jun, do not be too polite to this kid. This boy is currently fulfilling his duties as a father by taking good care of you. It is what he ought to do. If you do not make him work hard now. Li Xiaoshan, sitting to the side, felt a stir in her heart. This won't do. Since I have made up my mind to persuade my best friend not to be with Wu Jiangtao, I can't just let things develop like this. But her thoughts were interrupted right there. The moment she picked up a piece of diced chicken with her chopsticks and put it into her mouth, a subtle spiciness began to spread across the tip of her tongue. This is way too delicious. Not only was this the hometown flavor from her memory, but it was also further optimized and elevated above that hometown flavor. That taste, which touched the softest part of her heart, left her completely stunned. Seeing Lik Xiaoshan looking stunned after taking a bite, Mom next to her also somewhat doubtfully followed suit and picked up a piece of chicken to put into her mouth. Subsequently, she was also completely stunned. This is way too delicious. Li Xiaoshan immediately got moving. She started shoveling large mouthfuls of rice, constantly eating from the plate of kung pao chicken. Mom was not about to be outdone. Her attention was also completely captivated by this dish. She kept grabbing food into her bowl without stopping. She could not believe this was a dish cooked by her own son. Chen Jun and I watched the way they were eating, and were also left dumbfounded. How is it? Having anticipated this, I smiled and asked, kidding me, it would be weird if the culinary skills rewarded by the system were not good. Not just Lik Xiaoshan. Even Mom was full of amazement at this moment. Such an incredibly wonderful taste, even for someone as experienced as her. Was a first-time experience. Just about when we were full, my phone suddenly rang. The caller was none other than Pang Long. Jiang, look quickly. Our college's most pretentious taekwondo club has met a true master. I did not manage to record it just now, but it was so satisfying, hahaha. But it is still not too late. Look, Chen Mei is taking the stage himself. When I saw the live video Pang Long was streaming to me, I felt my soul leave my body. I looked at Mom beside me. Mom, look at this. Mom, who was clearing the table, shot a displeased glance over. But when she saw the phone screen, the tall figure standing in the martial arts arena, she let out a gasp, almost choking. Despite being used to seeing all kinds of big scenes, Mom was utterly dumbfounded at this moment. The person standing in the martial arts dojo was unmistakably her husband, and my dad, Wu Jiangtao. Why did Dad go to the school's taekwondo club? In the video, Dad did not seem to want to fight the other party. He waved his hand and had just turned around to leave. And right at this moment, Chen Mei from behind suddenly leaped into the air with a lunging step. He launched a flying kick straight towards Dad's back. Seeing this scene, Chen Jun and Li Xiaoshan beside me both let out a cry of alarm. Just when they almost thought my father was going to be kicked down, they saw him reach a hand back without even turning his head, grabbing the opponent's ankle with absolute precision, and using the momentum to pull him forward. The next moment, they watched Chen Mei fly straight out of the video frame. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Chen Jun and Li Xiaoshan's eyes were wide open, as if they had seen something impossible. So it turns out my dad is a martial arts master. As the saying goes, beating the young ones brings out the old ones. At this time, in the video call between Pang Long and me, the coach hired by the Taekwondo club, who was also Chen Mei's master, appeared, just as a spectacular showdown was about to break out. Pang Long, who was video calling me from the sidelines, was speaking excitedly. Unfortunately, at the critical moment, the Taekwondo club suddenly cleared the room. The club is temporarily closing. Please leave the premises, everyone. Out. Out. Everyone out. Stop filming, there is nothing to film. Seriously, kicking people out at the crucial moment. I thought we were going to see an amazing match. The video call ended amidst Pang Long's cursing and grumbling. I frowned slightly and turned to look at Mom. Dad won't be in any danger, right? Do not worry. It is just a third-rate professional martial artist. Mom waved her hand dismissively. I winked at Mom. Mom, are not you going to go take a look? Are you just fully confident in Dad? Or do you just not care whether he lives or dies? Mom, go take a look. And drag Dad back while you are at it. I believe in you. How could Mom not understand her son's intentions? She rolled her eyes at me. No need. You handle your own mess from now on. I, your mother, have done everything I can. At this moment, Chen Jun chimed in timely. Auntie, maybe you should still go take a look. The person who just appeared is named Li Yingtian. He is a master the Taekwondo club hired from abroad at a high price. He once won the championship in the International Taekwondo Open. Ordinary martial artists are no match for him. Will Uncle be in any danger? It is fine, it is fine. Mom did not care at all. Jiangtao's dad has thick skin and tough flesh. Even if he takes a beating, he will be fine. Li Shaoshan and Chen Jun looked at each other in dismay. Even with thick skin, is taking a beating really okay? After all, there are so many people in the Taekwondo club. If they act unreasonably, and just swarm him all at once, what then? After speaking, Mom turned away with a nonchalant expression, cleared the dishes, put them in the dishwasher, and went to the kitchen to clean up other things. Jiangtao, why do not you go take a look? Once Mom left, Chen Jun quickly tugged at me. He is the baby's grandfather, after all. Li Xiaoshan beside her also urged. Yeah, that Li Yintian is no pushover. The number of people defeated by him is countless. It is fine, do not worry, my dad won't be in any trouble. I smiled bitterly inwardly. Instead of worrying about my dad, you are better off worrying about me. When he comes over later, he definitely won't let me off lightly. After lunch, Li Shaoshan did not leave. Instead, she stayed, huddled together with Chen Jun in the room, while I took care of the two babies. Suddenly, another ding-dong notification came from my phone. Feeling somewhat exasperated, I clicked it open. It was several voice messages and a video sent by Pang Long. Jiang, quick, open it and look. That guy who just went to challenge the Taekwondo club is absolutely a master among masters. He was ridiculously fierce. I opened the video. The footage in the video was a bit shaky. Suddenly, the entire door emitted a massive crash. It shuddered violently and instantly bulged out in the shape of a human figure. The person filming with the phone clearly did not anticipate this scene either. Startled, the phone screen jolted violently. The video ended right there. Chen Jun was having trouble walking, so she did not see it. Li Xiaoshan, hearing Pang Long's excited yelling, leaned over curiously. Upon seeing the video, she was instantly shocked. Jiangtao, could this be your dad? Li Xiaoshan grew anxious. She quickly snatched the phone, ran outside and held it in front of Mom. Auntie, please look at this, oh my. Stop what you are doing and go check on him. Mom had just been preparing to stew a slow-cooked soup. Hearing this, she looked up with a bewildered expression. When she watched the short video on the phone, she could not help but burst out laughing. Seriously, his temper is still as explosive as ever. At that moment, inspiration struck Mom and she had an idea. Swoosh, she suddenly stood up and hurriedly walked towards the master bedroom. I have a way to deal with my son now. Returning from Modu University, just as he reached the gate of Yunlu Gardens, Dad suddenly felt an itch in his nose and could not help but sneeze. He frowned in slight confusion. As soon as he walked up to Building 11, Dad saw two young men, Owen fat and Owen skinny, waiting for the elevator in the hallway. Seeing Dad walk in, the two youths were also momentarily stunned. Is not this the martial arts master who was just at the Modu University Taekwondo Club? Seeing him press the button for the 9th floor, the chubby youth could not help but blurt out, Uncle, you are going to the 9th floor too. Hello, my name is Pang Yinglong. This is my roommate and brother, Wu Feiyang. Uncle, are you a professional martial artist? I suppose you could say that. Dad nodded. Dad had the demeanor of a true master and spoke very little. Oh, we are from Modu University too. Just now at our college's taekwondo club. We happened to be there too. You were absolutely amazing. You let out a breath of frustration for all the guys at Modu University. Oh, Dad was surprised. He sized the two of them up with a glance. Which department are you from at Modu University? We are students from the computer science department. Hee. Pang Long grinned broadly. Uncle, do you live here? Dad did not answer directly, brushing the question aside. Instead, he asked a question in return. I heard many Modu University students rent apartments here. Are you guys too? Being able to enter and leave Yunlu Gardens freely, he naturally had done his homework. Even though he just arrived, he had chatted with the head of security here for a while, and gathered some intelligence about the place. He casually gave him some pointers on his martial arts training along the way, instantly putting the guy in awe. Even though he had not been in the martial arts community for years, this was an old trade and he had not let his skills rust. Yeah, we came over to look for a classmate. He is a major celebrity in our college right now. Haha. Wu Feiyang was getting carried away again. Our good buddy is named Wu Jiangtao. Uncle, you will never guess what kind of epic feat he pulled off at our university. Interesting. Dad's expression shifted slightly. He motioned for him to continue. Pang Long beside him did not even have time to stop him, as this idiot had already spilled all my glorious deeds. Ordinary college couples just get married upon graduation. He has not even graduated yet, and he has already got a son and a daughter. Dad's face turned into a giant question mark. Earlier downstairs, when he was listening to the bespectacled guy, he had heard something about a child issue. At the time, he thought it must be a mistake, because Dad knew exactly what kind of character his own son had. But at this moment, he felt a bit dizzy. He subconsciously asked, "What do you mean, a son and a daughter?" Ha ha ha. Seeing the shock and bewilderment on this master's face, Wu Feiyang was very smug. Just what it literally means. Uncle, you could not imagine it, right? This buddy of mine has not even graduated, and he already has kids. That is impossible, right? Saying this, Dad's tone was no longer so certain. His eyes were full of doubt and shock. Combining this with the fact that his wife had been staying here for so many days. Could it really be? It is true, this matter has already spread all over our college. Even our college's goddess, Chen Jun, admitted it herself. Xiao Wu spoke with flying eyebrows and glowing face. And Pang Long could not even be bothered to stop him anymore. Even though most people in the college still did not believe it, the matter had already spread far and wide anyway. Spilling the beans now did not really change anything. You really should not doubt it. Seeing Dad still looking highly doubtful, Xiao Wu chuckled and pulled out his phone, pulled up the photo he took before, and handed it over to him. Take a look for yourself. Upon seeing the photo, Dad truly felt a mix of shock, anger, and joy. Shocked that I had actually caused such a massive uproar this time. What in the world is going on here? Following that was anger. In other words, this kid, without a care in the world, had a child with a girl. And the most crucial part was that he actually dared to keep it hidden from him the whole time. 10 months of pregnancy, plus hospitalization for childbirth. Such a massive event. And he actually kept it completely sealed tight, right? The reason his wife hurried over this time was probably because this kid finally realized that having kids is too big of a deal, and he could not keep it hidden forever. Thinking of this, Dad was so angry he actually laughed. But finally, in the very end, what remained at the bottom of his heart was a touch of secret joy. He never expected, truly never expected, that the old Wu family would branch out and bear fruit so quickly, and that he would become a grandfather at such a young age. Dad was only 50 years old right now, and his martial arts prowess was still at its peak, with even the possibility of advancing further. Inside the elevator, the uncle's face darkened visibly to the naked eye. And within this cramped space, the air seemed to freeze solid. Dinging, the 9th floor had arrived. But at this moment, Pang Long and Xiao Wu could not move an inch. It was terrifying. At this moment, they only felt their entire bodies turn ice cold, as if they were completely frozen stiff. Phew. After a good while, Dad finally withdrew the intimidating aura he was emitting. Only then did the two of them relax. They scrambled out of the elevator without hesitation and headed towards apartment 0903. Just as they reached out to press the doorbell, they only heard the sound of steady footsteps coming from behind them. Xiao Wu and Pang Long watched in horror as that terrifying master from just now arrived right behind them. Striking later but arriving first, he reached out his hand and pressed the doorbell. Gulp. The two idiots were so terrified they did not even dare to breathe loudly. Their minds went completely blank. What the heck is going on? Right at this moment, brisk footsteps could be heard from behind the door. Who is it? As a melodious young female voice rang out, the door also opened. The person opening the door was actually Lik Xiaoshan. She looked at the three strangers at the door. A look of confusion appeared on her face. You are?
We are Wu.
Wu Jiangtao's classmates. Xiao Wu's teeth were chattering. He could not even form a coherent sentence. At this time, Dad had long since retracted his intimidating aura. The reason they acted like this was entirely their own psychological reaction. Immediately after, a deep voice rang out. I am Wu Jiangtao's father. Hearing these words, Pang Long and Xiao Wu outside the door felt their bodies go limp. They instantly relaxed completely. So it is Uncle. Why did not you say so earlier? You scared us to death. So it is Uncle Wu. Hello. My name is Li Xiaoshan. I am Chen Jun's classmate and best friend. Come in quickly, Auntie and everyone are here. Just then, seeing Dad walk in, Chen Jun hurriedly stood up and bowed her head slightly to him. Hello Uncle, I am Chen Jun. It was only when facing her that Dad managed to force a hint of a smile onto his face. Hello, Dad, I called out while supporting her. A guilty look was on my face. Since walking in, even though Dad's expression was calm, the look he shot at Mom was clearly telling her, I am going to teach my son a lesson, do not interfere. Mom was helpless regarding this. When it came to disciplining their son, she had never overstepped her bounds to act on his behalf. This was an unspoken agreement formed between the couple over decades. Dad stared at me intently, his expression calm. You have done very well. I was wondering why your mom left without a word for so many days, and still did not say anything to me when we talked. You have really grown some guts, kid, to silently drop such a massive bomb on me. Get over here. Chen Jun noticed things were going wrong and quickly took a step forward. Uncle, it is not like that, please listen to me. Dad raised a hand. As an elder, I will take the liberty of calling you Little Jun. You do not need to explain for him. No matter what, causing things to turn out like this today, he bears an undeniable responsibility. Saying that, he turned around and was about to head towards the front door. But suddenly, a voice came from behind him. An old voice that made his heart skip a beat. What is there that can't be said here? Why do you have to step outside? Swoosh, Dad turned his head sharply. In his bewilderment, he saw two incredibly familiar figures on a massive 70-inch TV. That familiar face was looking at him with a serious expression. The old man had a head of black hair. There were not many wrinkles on his face. If not for the weathering in his eyes and brows, saying he was a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s would not be an exaggeration at all. When Dad had just walked in, he genuinely did not notice that a video call was happening on the TV to the side. So you still see me as your dad in your eyes. The old man snorted lightly. Ever since you walked in, you have been putting on such huge airs. Who is that show for? Dad was momentarily embarrassed, but still very angrily pointed at me beside him. This brat silently staged such a massive drama for me. How can I not teach him a lesson? In the past, I accepted that he had no talent in martial arts. But on a major life event like this, and on the matter of right and wrong, for him to pull something like this now, he is just asking for a beating. Is that so? Grandpa Wu snorted. I have already understood the entire story behind this. I have also said what needed to be said to Tao Tao. It is good that you are here. I am going to have a good talk with you about your problems. My problems. Dad's eyes instantly widened. Wait, how did this suddenly become my problem? The old man on the TV screen could not help but lean closer to the camera. His old face instantly doubled in size. He yelled at him angrily, "Your problems are huge." Dad grabbed his forehead, feeling a massive headache. He could not help but turn and shoot a sideways glare at his wife. There was no doubt that the old man appearing here definitely had everything to do with her. Facing this glare, Mom smiled back at him sweetly. "What are you looking at? Look again and see what happens." The old man immediately defended his daughter-in-law. "It has nothing to do with Xiao Qian. I will settle your problems with you slowly later. But right now, regarding Tao Tao's issue, you are not allowed to step outside. Say it right here." "Dad." Dad's face still held some anger. "How can I let it go without teaching him a lesson? Cut the crap with me." Grandpa Wu also got angry. He pointed a finger at him through the screen. "Just you dare try beating my precious grandson. Try laying a hand on him." Dad's face completely fell. "I could only think, at least he can't beat this kid up right now. Since you walked in, kid, you have been acting like you own the place. Giving everyone an attitude. Sit down right now and listen carefully to Tao Tao explain the whole story." Dad was helpless and could only follow the old man's orders and sit down on the sofa in the living room. "Dad, listen to my explanation." "Uncle, please let me explain." At this moment, Chen Jun and I almost simultaneously said the same thing. This made Grandpa Wu on the other end of the TV chuckle happily. "Very good, very good. These two youngsters look like a perfect match." Saying that, he directed another remark at Dad. "You kid, listen carefully. If there are any problems or if you need to teach him a lesson, saying it here is enough. What issue can't be resolved through talking? Do you absolutely have to resort to violence to teach a lesson? Little Dao, little Jun, go on, go on. Explain to your dad again what you just told me. I believe he is still very reasonable." Towards the end of his sentence, he specifically emphasized the word reasonable. Dad felt deeply frustrated hearing this, but could only suppress it, and glared fiercely at me. While our family was talking here, Li Xiaoshen had already taken Pang Long and Xiao Wu, and quietly left the apartment. Just as Chen Jun instinctively stepped forward, about to speak, I gently pulled her back and smiled at her. "Let me do it." Even though Dad was very displeased inwardly, when he saw his son taking the initiative to step forward, he nodded slightly in approval. Next, I recounted the events that had unfolded over these past few days, owned by Oan, without embellishing the truth or downplaying anything. That is the entire process. I put on a sheepish face. "Sorry for causing everyone so much trouble. It was my fault for not telling you clearly, Dad, right away." Dad let out a muffled grunt. Just as he was about to put on airs and speak, Grandpa Wu on the TV, who had been happily observing his two little great-grandchildren, unceremoniously chimed in. "What are you grunting about, you old rascal? Do not you understand, if a son is uneducated, his dad is to blame. I say you share half the responsibility for this. Why did not Tao Tao toot you in the first place? Instead, he told Xiao Qian. And now, he has achieved integrated power. Is this what you meant when you told me his martial arts talent was mediocre? And that he had no hope in martial arts for the rest of his life?" Grandpa Wu sneered. "Do not you be indignant. Tao Tao has handled everything very well from the very beginning. He took the initiative to take care of his little great-grandchildren. He even learned how to cook. He actually learned how to cook." Dad did not show any dissatisfaction on his face, but inwardly, he scoffed. His knowing how to cook probably just means frying an egg and boiling some rice. So, the matter is clear now. Little Jun does not seem to have been wronged. She is so pretty, and her academics and career are so outstanding. Having her as a daughter-in-law for our old Wu family is absolutely more than we deserve. All right, that is enough for today. Even though before Dad arrived here, Grandpa Wu had already seen his two adorable little great-grandchildren. At the end of the video call, the old man still looked at Chen Jun and me with a face full of anticipation. "Tao Tao, little Jun. When the babies are a month old, you must bring them over for us to see." Facing the elder's earnest request, Chen Jun took the initiative to stand up and spoke gracefully. "We will, Grandpa. We will definitely bring the babies to visit you." "Good. Good. Good." The old man immediately laughed heartily with joy. He was extremely satisfied with this granddaughter-in-law. Finally, he turned his head and shot Dad a glance. "You kid, behave yourself. Things are fine the way they are right now. Rein in your temper, do you hear me? I understand. Dad's face was full of frustration. Impossible to defend against. He never expected that this brat and his mom would actually bring out the old man. What else could he do? Let it be. He hung up the phone. Grandpa Wu finally disappeared from the large screen, but Dad's face still did not look very pleasant. He continued to glare at me, making me feel nervous. Amidst a moment of silence, he finally spoke stiffly. Where are my grandchildren? I want to see them. Prift. Mom directly spat out her drink in laughter, still acting exactly like the old man. Oh, they are right here, right here. I quickly led my dad into the bedroom. The two babies were sleeping groggily in their small crib. The moment he laid eyes on these two adorable little grandchildren, the brooding look on Dad's face instantly vanished. He could not help but lean in closer to look. His eyes crinkled into a smile. Little babies, Grandpa is here. He called out softly. The sister, as if disturbed, instinctively raised her hands and pawed at the air. But she continued sleeping soundly and did not wake up. Oh my, Dad's heart was melting. He could not resist reaching out a hand, carefully touching that adorable little hand. Almost by instinct, the little sister's hand instantly grabbed onto him. Be careful, if you wake the babies up. See how I will deal with you. Mom beside him could not help but softly reprimand him. The older brother is named Wu Chengqing. The younger sister is named Wu Peiyi. Little Jun picked out these names. Chengqing, Peiyi. Dad repeated the names softly. He nodded. They sound nice. They echo his dad's name, and the meaning is profound. At this moment, he was overjoyed. He truly had not expected to become a grandfather so quickly. Nowadays, with so many single men and women, and his own son seemingly lacking in both academic and martial achievements, he had assumed he would have to wait another good few years, or even a decade. He never expected he would be holding grandchildren this soon. However, there were some things he still wanted to specifically ask Chen Jun about. In her explanation just now, she had not introduced her family at all. No, she had not even mentioned them once. This would not do. But before asking her, it would be best to discuss with his wife how to broach the subject. Speaking of this, it was only after the old man's reminder that he realized this issue. Otherwise, he most likely would have just directly asked Chen Jun about her family situation on the spot. All right, the babies are sleeping. Let us not crowd around them. We will go out first. Mom tugged at Dad, and they tiptoed out. At this time, Chen Jun, who was in the living room, suddenly heard her phone chime. She picked it up and saw it was a message from Li Xiaoshan. My intuition tells me you need my company right now. She was slightly stunned. Before she had time to reply, she heard the doorbell ring. She immediately got up to open the door, only to see her best friend looking at her with a grin. Are you happy to see me back? So annoying. Seeing her best friend's smug face, Chen Jun could not help but roll her eyes. But her heart felt warm and fuzzy. It is true, if she were only facing my mom, she actually felt fine, and the pressure was not too great. Of course, a crucial point was that, over the past few days of interaction, this elder had been very considerate of her feelings, and cared deeply about her health. But now, with Dad added to the mix, things were completely different. It seemed like just own extra person. But the moment Dad arrived, he brought an immense pressure to everyone present. Even though his ire was directed at me, the current situation was that she alone had to face this family of three, me, Mom and Dad. Yet, currently, Chen Jun was not married to me. Because of this, her psychological pressure was immense. From their very first interaction, she sensed that Dad was the more assertive type. Even though this elder had not said anything yet, that pressure was tangibly present. Annoying, then I am leaving. Saying that, Li Xiaoshan smirked mischievously, turning around as if to leave. Unexpectedly, Chen Jun reached out from behind her and pulled her back in. Just try and leave. Hey, seeing Li Xiaoshan, Mom immediately revealed a knowing smile. Xiaoshan, you are here. Auntie thought you had gone home just now. No, I just stepped out to take a phone call. Thinking about how this auntie would probably try to introduce her various nephews later, Li Xiaoshan felt her scalp tingle a bit too. But for the sake of her best friend, she was going all out. Little Jun's body is so weak right now. I need to keep an eye on Jiangtao, so he does not bully our little Jun. He would not dare. Mom immediately exploded. She shot me a highly dangerous look. Even if I gave him 2 extra sets of guts, he would not dare. She turned to look at Chen Jun. Little Jun, if this kid ever dares to bully you in the future, just tell me. I won't even need his dad. I can handle him myself. So it turns out my status in this family is the lowest. You kid, why are not you going to cook? I came here to help with the babies, not to be your nanny. I am going. I quickly headed towards the kitchen, letting this kid cook. Dad immediately frowned and looked at Mom. Can he do it? Do not let this kid blow up the pressure cooker later. Oh, speaking of which, when I went home yesterday.
Why was there a new pressure cooker?
Mom immediately seized on his vulnerability. She looked at him with a smile. So that is how the old on disappeared. Cough. I am talking about our son. Why are you bringing me into this? Dad winked at her, signaling that guests were present. Save me some face. But Mom was not going to indulge him this time. Moreover, in her eyes, Chen Jun and Li Xiaoshan, who were present, were not outsiders. She said very unceremoniously, Wu Jiangtao, you are something else. It seems I really took care of you too much in the past. I should make you practice cooking properly later. Dad instantly felt depressed. First, he was scolded by the old man. Now he was being scolded by his wife. If he had known, he would not have tagged along. All right. I will go check the kitchen. I need to keep an eye on this kid. Otherwise, who knows what kind of mess he will cause. Feeling extremely stifled, he turned around and walked away. Mom continued her mockery from the living room. It is good for you to go learn a thing or two. Watch and learn. Do not set the gas cylinder on fire the next time you cook. Dad felt utterly miserable hearing this. But he had no way to retort. As soon as he walked into the kitchen, he saw the way I was chopping vegetables. His eyes narrowed slightly. Even though he was not proficient in cooking, with just one glance, he noticed the unique sense of aesthetics I displayed while cooking. The entire process flowed like water, exuding a very distinct rhythm. Dad observed for a good while. Very not bad, but after carefully pondering it, he could tell that this kid's culinary skills were currently still at a mechanical stage, lacking the mastery of intent. In terms of insight at this level, Mom could not compare to Dad. To think his son had actually cultivated such culinary skills, Dad was immediately greatly surprised. To achieve this level at such a young age was already extremely impressive. During his past life in the martial arts world, he had also encountered a grandmaster whose culinary skills had reached the realm of intent. Even though it was just a passing meal, the taste still left a deep impression on him to this day. Having finished a dish, Dad, I only then noticed an extra person beside me. Just as I was about to bring the dish out, I saw Dad come right over and pick it up. When did you learn such excellent cooking skills, kid? As he spoke, Dad was already carrying the dish and placing it on the dining table. I chuckled. Not that long ago, just this past half year. Wow, it smells so good. During their conversation in the living room, Li Xiaoshan's voice drifted over. Hearing it, Dad could not help but find it amusing. Looking at it now, he really did not need to worry about this kid not knowing how to take care of others. His cooking skills were decent, coupled with the fact that his martial arts had also reached the realm of integrated power. His future life definitely would not be too bad. At the very least, supporting a wife and kids would be no problem. Thinking of this, he felt much more relieved as a father. After dinner, I will test your current fist techniques. Oh, okay. I still felt a bit guilty. It was really because when I was a kid, that disappointed look Dad gave me when I failed to meet his expectations had left me with a massive psychological shadow. Dad shot me a glance. Relax. The matter between you and little Jun is considered settled on my end. This is purely a test and some guidance. At the dining table, in front of the relatively unfamiliar Dad, Li Xiaoshan was a bit reserved at first. At first glance, she looked just like a demure lady from a well-to-do family. However, in just a few minutes, she could not hold back anymore. Delicious. Really delicious. Do not look at me. Eat. Everyone, eat. You are making me embarrassed. This girl was devouring the twice-cooked pork with cabbage in front of her. The pork belly was sliced very thin. It had a chewy texture when eaten, biting into it together with the cabbage. The saltiness and spiciness blended together perfectly, paired with the sweet taste of the hand-torn cabbage. It truly whetted the appetite. This is even better than the chefs in my hometown make it. Uncle, you should eat too. Try this dish, it is the flavor of my hometown. This girl's eating habits could only be described as completely unreserved. It left Dad stunned. Curiously, he picked up the serving chopsticks. He also picked up some twice-cooked pork and cabbage. Using his own chopsticks, he put a thin slice of the pork into his mouth. That saltiness and spiciness, accompanied by a hint of sweetness from the cabbage, instantly spread across his palate. It really was delicious. In a flash, he polished off the twice-cooked pork and cabbage in his bowl. But when he went to reach for the serving chopsticks again, he was stunned to discover that the plate of twice-cooked pork with cabbage was already gone. Li Xiaoshan even poured the leftover sauce into her white rice, mixed it in, and ate it with the other dishes. Swish, swish, swish. It was rare to eat such a delicious meal. Dad's appetite was also wide open. He ate several bowls of rice in a row. That food intake left Li Xiaoshan dumbfounded. She had only eaten 2 bowls. Wait a minute, how much did I eat just now? Thinking about how she could not control herself and ate so much just now, Li Xiaoshan could not help but cover her face with her hands. It is over, I ate so much again. I will have to add a few more kilometers to tomorrow's run. Ah. The girl grabbed her best friend, teary-eyed. Why did not you stop me at all? Chen Jun shot her a glare. Who is to blame if you can't control yourself? This was the difference between Chen Jun and her. The food I cooked was very delicious. But apart from the first few meals where she could not hold back, she could already control her food intake very well now. Frequent small meals. Eating less rice. Eating more vegetables and drinking more soup. Ensuring her nutrition for breastfeeding and physical recovery, while also controlling her weight and figure. After the meal, Mom unceremoniously sent Dad to wash the pots and dishes, calling it practicing his skills in name, lest he blow up another pot at home later. Hearing this, Dad was annoyed but could only helplessly accept it. The incident of him blowing up the rice cooker would apparently become a lever for his wife to hold over him. It would not be easy to live down. He could even imagine that from now on, whenever anything happened at home, she could logically tie it back to this incident, and then logically make him do this and that. After washing the dishes, I went back into the master bedroom. After keeping Chen Jun company for a while, the 2 babies woke up one after another. As soon as they woke up, the whole family gathered around, teasing the 2 adorable little angels with joyful faces. I feel like the sister's eyes are a bit bigger. Yeah, but the sister is more fussy and has a bigger temper. The brother seems a bit more well-behaved, though when he acts up, it is also quite exhausting. But both babies look more like their mother. Their eyes are so pretty, looking like their mother is good. When they grow up, one will be tall and handsome, and the other will be beautiful as a flower. But their builds are more like their father's. Look at this. Tisk, tisk. I reckon they will both have long legs in the future. The family gathered around the baby crib, offering their commentary. After looking at the babies, Dad looked at me with a serious expression. All right, come here and let us spar a bit. Let me test your current fist techniques. Li Xiaoshan was stunned. She looked at Mom somewhat confusedly. Auntie, is this? Mom also stood up. It is just like checking homework. Oh, then can I come along and watch? Li Xiaoshan was very curious. Even though various professional martial arts competitions were broadcasted on sports channels and short video apps nowadays, it had always been through a screen, and she was more exposed to movies and TV shows. The kind in movies where they fly around with explosive martial power. In real life, she had never seen a true martial arts master. Sure, you can, Mom said nonchalantly. At this time, Dad had a serious expression. Weapons are an extension of the hands and feet. As the saying goes, man and weapon become own. Heart and intent unite. Intent and chi unite. Internal and external run through as own chi. If one form is unsmooth, it is difficult to practice other forms. How far have you understood this saying now? Shoulders and hips unite, elbows and knees unite, hands and feet unite. I answered respectfully. Very good, Dad said in a deep voice, even though nowadays those so-called professional martial arts use integrated power as a realm to define professional martial artists. It is actually just a type of martial power. The so-called manifesting power is power originating from the bones and force stored in the tendons. Storing power is like drawing a bow. Manifesting power is like releasing an arrow, seeking straightness within the curve. Regarding my father's guidance, I listened, only half understanding. But Dad did not explain further. For this test, the score Dad gave me was a fail. This kid actually has a situation where his martial power and physical strength do not match. It is not that his physical force is insufficient, but his martial power does not reach the target. This is also why this kid has the problem of not knowing how to restrain his manifested power, and his application of force is crude. Seeing this situation, Dad and Mom beside him were both a bit bewildered. The one who gave birth was Chen Jun, not this kid. He is already in his 20s. Could his body possibly undergo a second growth spurt? Regarding this, Dad and Mom both stepped in together and checked my body's muscles and bones. They discovered that I had actually grown taller again. My physical strength had also increased significantly. My basic physical strength was even stronger than an average professional-level martial artist. In other words, even if this kid did not use martial power, he could fight against professional martial artists using brute force alone. After a thorough check, Dad and Mom sized me up as if looking at an alien. What exactly is going on here? Did you eat some heavenly treasure, kid? No, I did not. I scratched my head. Obviously, the results of the system altering my physique were beginning to gradually manifest. This kind of transformation was subtle. I did not feel much myself. I am also very surprised. Actually, if you had not tested me today, I would not have even noticed it myself. This sentence was true. I knew that if I lied, my parents would definitely see through it. So I picked the truths I could say and said them. And Mom and Dad could not spot any flaws either. They could only attribute it to me having some unknown miraculous encounter. Dad pointed to the side, to a stone stool beside a stone table. Try lifting this stone stool. I stepped forward, but was stunned to see that on the side of this stone stool there were actually 2 holes the size of 5 fingers. Putting my hands in, I could just lift it up. With a slight exertion of force, I lifted this stone stool. Beside us, Li Xiaoshan was completely dumbfounded. She had watched the entire testing process from beginning to end just now. She understood every word Dad had said. But when put together, she could not comprehend it at all. What is this power and that power? Is there a difference between martial power and physical strength? Are not the two the same thing? She walked over and kicked one of the stone stools. It is very solid. She even tried to lift it like I did. She could not budge these 200 to 300 caddy stone stools at all. Is this still something a human can do? If my advising little Jun not to be with him gets found out, will he beat me to death? Li Xiaoshan suddenly felt a bit panicked inwardly. Meanwhile, at the International Taekwondo Federation Modu Branch Dojo, a branch president looked seriously at the dojo challenging video. If I am not mistaken, this should be Chinese Xingyi Fist. I am no match for him. The people present were all stunned. Li Yingtian's face fell even further. A master even stronger than the president. How were they supposed to get their revenge? At this time, Li Xiaoshan, who had returned to the room, pulled Chen Jun with a shocked face. Little Jun, you saw the situation just now too. What exactly are you thinking? Tell me, why did you have to be with Wu Jiangtao? This family of theirs is not simple. I am worried you will be taken advantage of. Chen Jun looked baffled. What exactly are you trying to say? You pulled this stunt just to get away from your family. I can't even imagine what uncle and auntie will do when they find out. The corners of Chen Jun's mouth curled up slightly, and she said calmly, I gave them grandchildren at such a young age. They should be happy. Li Xiaoshan was momentarily speechless. Forget it. Let us not talk about this. What about the future? What are your plans moving forward? Raise the kids, work. She was as concise as ever. As if nothing was wrong, Chen Jun continued reading her materials. Li Xiaoshan had a face full of question marks. That is it, but what about your relationship with him? Just leaving it ambiguous and unclear like this. No marriage certificate, no wedding, no guarantees whatsoever. Whether he takes responsibility or not is his business. I never planned to rely on him from the very beginning. Doing my own things well is enough. Move aside. Chen Jun pushed this idiot away and continued flipping through her materials. This won't do. You will suffer a huge loss. Li Xiaoshan was highly exaggerated, gesticulating wildly in front of her. That huge stone stool downstairs just now. I reckon it must weigh at least 200 caddies. But Wu Jiangtao and his dad just casually picked them up. Carrying them around effortlessly, it is too scary. Just now in the elevator, I even asked Uncle Wu if they were a martial arts family. Guess what he said? He actually said, "We are just an ordinary family." Triggered, Li Xiaoshan went a bit crazy. Can an ordinary family have this kind of strength? This is ridiculous, unbelievable. Little Jun, are you even listening to me? Chen Jun gave her a flat look. I know his martial arts are very strong. Then why did not you tell me? If I do not know such important parameters, I will make a misjudgment, sis. Forget it. Anyway, regarding your business with Wu Jiangtao, with my frail little arms and legs, I do not dare to get involved anymore. Chen Jun recalled the past. Ever since that moment when I rushed out and desperately brought the children back, she knew I was not simple. The Wu family was not simple either. But the kind of worry her best friend mentioned had never appeared in her heart. Extraordinary martial prowess is indeed a potential danger, but it is more likely a powerful form of protection. That day, when I returned covered in dirt and grime, holding the two babies, her heart was filled with an unprecedented sense of security. Later, she even specifically used her phone to search for trending news in Modu. And sure enough, she saw the video of me on the road, chasing down those human traffickers. Seeing me on the roof of the minivan, almost getting thrown off, Chen Jun's heart inexplicably tightened. At that moment, she did not know if she was worried about me being thrown off and getting hurt, or worried about me being thrown off and failing to catch the culprits to save the babies. Returning home, I first went to the kitchen to check on the soup that was simmering. Seeing that everything was fine, I turned around and went to the master bedroom. As soon as I entered the room, I felt a weird vibe between the two best friends. Chen Jun was still looking serene and peaceful, flipping through the project materials brought back from the institute in her hands. The weird Owen was naturally Li Xiaoshan. She was sitting by the baby crib, puffed up with anger. Are these two best friends having a spat? Were not they perfectly fine just before? I was somewhat puzzled inwardly. Naturally, I did not know that it was caused by Li Xiaoshan trying to persuade Chen Jun not to be with me for the first time. Speaking of emotional fluctuations, Chen Jun naturally had them too, especially when waking up at night. Her mood was very bad. She was even quite impolite when speaking to me a few times. I could understand this. Postpartum mothers' emotions are prone to becoming difficult to control anyway. Frequent and intense emotional fluctuations. But I noticed that ever since Li Xiaoshan brought the research institute's project materials over for her, her emotions had miraculously stabilized, like a turbulent sea getting a magical anchoring needle. Gently shaking my head, I did not rashly intervene between the two best friends. Instead, I walked over to the two babies by myself. The two babies were so well behaved, they had both fallen asleep. Li Xiaoshan saw me come in, very tactfully found an excuse saying she was going to make formula for the babies and left. The room instantly fell silent. Chen Jun and I momentarily fell into an awkward silence. After a long while, I spoke up first. Sorry about today. I did not expect my dad to come so soon either. Speaking of apologies, Chen Jun hesitated slightly, but still continued. I should be the one apologizing too. It was my capriciousness that led to today's situation. Since we were opening up, Chen Jun also simply began to tell me about her family background today, and the reasons that led to the current situation. Li Xiaoshan had already secretly spoken to her several times. My mom had already asked her directly and indirectly several times too. She had originally planned to find an opportunity to tell me anyway. It had to be said sooner or later anyway. Even if she did not tell, the Wu family would find out sooner or later. Rather than that, it was better for her side to be open and honest first. The timing right now was just right. As Chen Jun narrated her story, I also further learned what kind of person this Modu University goddess in front of me truly was. To be able to cultivate such an outstanding person like her. Her family was naturally far from simple. Father-in-law Chen Shu worked in a classified scientific research unit in Kyoto. His identity and status were highly unusual. Mother-in-law Lu Wan'er was the chairwoman of a listed group company, a very well-known entrepreneur within China. "Oh, then why did you seek me out?" I asked, secretly recalling in my heart whether I had ever encountered her while I was running or practicing martial arts in the past. Where did she see my 8-pack abs? At this time, Chen Jun's face flushed red. The other people were too familiar. It would be awkward to make a move. That is right. It really was the case that with the male friends around Chen Jun, she was too familiar with all of them, which was how I lucked out. And regarding this matter from the very beginning, she never planned to tell that person at all. She planned to give birth to the children all by herself, raise the children by herself and be a single mother. It was just that an accident occurred midway, and she did not plan to tell her family. So she had no choice but to contact me again. I was speechless for a while after hearing this. As the old saying goes, "Boys, when you go out, you must carefully protect yourselves." Then why did you fall out with your family? As a family, if you talk things out nicely, everything will be fine. Having a child is such a major event, after all. Chen Jun said flatly. They wanted to arrange my marriage, so I arranged grandchildren for them. This statement sounded incredibly badass. Anyway, I was stunned hearing it, and could not help but cover my face. I always thought I was the one in the wrong. Knowing the truth, my tears almost fell. Chen Jun's face turned red. She looked at me somewhat ashamedly. "Sorry about that." At that time, I was actually acting on impulse too. But later I found out I really was pregnant with babies. Originally, I did not want to keep them. But the doctor persuaded me that the babies were almost developing heartbeats, and that they were twins. If I did not keep them, even though I would have a chance to get pregnant again in the future, there would be risks. Normally, for me to say it is fine here, and comfort her in return would have been all right. But at this critical moment, as if possessed by a ghost, I suddenly blurted out, "Your apology lacks sincerity." Chen Jun was a bit surprised. In her impression, I had always seemed quite easy to talk to, a very amiable and easy to get along with person. Suddenly blurting out such a sentence was somewhat surprising. But Chen Jun did not realize that the moment she opened up and became honest, a certain someone's true nature began to be exposed. "Then what kind of sincerity do you want?" she asked, as earnest and responsible as ever. "Then I will have to think about it." I looked straight at her. "My request is..." Chen Jun felt her heart palpitate slightly, her face blushing. She quickly said, "You can't make too outrageous a request. You have to state something within my capabilities." A full half an hour passed. Outside the master bedroom door, Li Xiaoshan knocked on the door. "You guys must be done whispering sweet nothings by now, right? Can I come in now?" "Come in." Chen Jun's low voice came from inside the room. Li Xiaoshan immediately heard something wrong in her heart. She hurriedly pushed the door open and went in, only to see her sitting at the desk, head bowed, flipping through the research project materials. But the breathtakingly beautiful crimson flush on her face had not faded yet. At the same time, white smoke seemed to be rising from her head. "Oh ho, steaming again, huh?" Li Xiaoshan observed her best friend, feeling somewhat anxious in her heart. She also looked at me on the other side, taking care of the two babies, and found that I was changing the crib bedding with a perfectly natural expression, having just received a reasonable, fair and legal, justified, beneficial and measured compensation. I was secretly feeling joyous inwardly. Li Xiaoshan shot me a somewhat wary glance. She leaned close to her best friend and asked point blank, "What were you guys talking about just now?" Hey, asking directly like this in front of my face. Is not that a bit inappropriate? I felt a bit guilty over here. But recalling what Chen Jun had said earlier, I suddenly felt inexplicably emboldened again. After all, I suffered a huge loss in this whole affair. Such a simple request just now. Just asking for a little compensation is not overboard at all. The crimson on her face slowly faded. Chen Jun was still Chen Jun after all. She had already calmed down. We just cleared the air about some things regarding my family. Oh my goodness, you finally spoke up. You have no idea. Your mom has called me several times, asking if you have returned to the country yet. I have been covering for you all this time, making myself so nervous. When exactly do you plan to tell your family? I can't hold out much longer. Speaking of this, Li Xiaoshen suddenly had a bellyful of grievances to pour out. That is right. The reason why up until now, Chen Jun's family had still been kept completely in the dark by them, was because her family had always thought that Chen Jun was the one who went to America for the learning exchange. Being in a foreign country far from home, contact with family naturally lessened. Her parents would at most make a few phone calls to check on her work and life. Taking advantage of this matter, Chen Jun had cleanly arranged grandchildren for them. Of course, in the midst of all this, the cover provided by her best friend, Li Xiaoshan, was indispensable. Chen Jun did not even raise her head. Why should I tell them? Chen Jun smiled. Believe it or not, if I bring these two babies home right now, stay for a few days and then come back, my dad and mom might not even notice. Li Xiaoshan was stunned, but she still advised, do not be like that. They are just too busy with work, but they still care about you very much. Auntie Mo still calls me quite often to check on how you are doing. Regarding this, Chen Jun smiled and did not say much. Even if her mom called Li Xiaoshan, she was probably just asking if any boys were approaching her, or if she was dating anyone. As the sun set in the west, Dad finally embarked on his journey home. Mom personally escorted him downstairs. Honey, little Jun keeping things from her family like this. This is not a long-term solution. I think it is still best to discuss it with her. Once things are cleared up with her family, the two families can sit down and discuss things properly. That is easy to say, but Mom felt somewhat helpless. Communicating with her family will probably be difficult. I used some connections in the martial arts world and found some information about her parents. After hearing Mom's account, Dad pondered for a moment. Although the other party's background is not simple, our Wu family is not exactly unpresentable either. Now that they even have children, I see our son and little Jun are getting along all right too. Even if little Jun is not willing to marry little Dao for now, then we won't say anything more. If Owen Day the two children need us old folks, we will be their most solid backing. The commotion caused at Modu University by Chen Jun giving birth to twins gradually subsided, and right at this time, waves arose again on the Modu University forum. A post titled Chen Jun is the other woman. Wu Jiangtao's ex-girlfriend, Lu Wan'er, has her love stolen. Suddenly appeared on the college's forum. The appearance of this post was like a stone causing 1,000 ripples. As it spread from one person to 10, and 10 to 100, the entire Modu University was in an uproar. Even students from other colleges in the university town came over to join the excitement. How formidable were Chen Jun's talents and looks. That was not just within Modu University. It could be said that among the young men in the entire Modu University town, there was hardly anyone who did not know her. And the content disclosed in this post not only pushed me to the forefront of the storm once again, but also made Lu Wan'er go viral. The post's content was accompanied by pictures and texts. It disclosed that just over half a month ago, my ex-girlfriend, Lu Wan'er, appeared at Qingqiao Maternity and Child Healthcare Hospital, suspected of being pregnant. At the end of the poster raised a final question. If Lu Wan'er is pregnant, whose child is it? He also passionately appealed, if someone is suffering injustice, then we should stand up and restore a bright and clear world. In this post, the poster fell just short of cursing me by name, accusing me of abandoning my old love for Chen Jun and being fickle. My God, no way. Lu Wan'er is actually pregnant too, real or fake. Wu Jiangtao is definitely a scumbag. To think there is even another own. I can't understand why Chen Jun would want to be with a scumbag like this. What special talent does he even have? For a time, public indignation flared on the Modu University forum. It blew up, completely blew up. Even though this post was deleted the next day, the post's content had long since spread far and wide. And from last night until today, during the day, my phone number also began receiving various text messages, even phone calls coming from who knows where, cursing me with extremely ugly words. This night, I was burning with anger, and barely slept at all. As soon as I woke up the next day, I first gave Chen Jun ample psychological preparation before telling her. With a matter this big, Chen Jun would find out sooner or later. There was no need, nor was it possible, to hide it from her. By bringing it out into the open, the two of us could discuss how to deal with it together. While we were discussing here, Li Xiaoshan also rushed over bright and early. With a matter this big, she had also received the news early on. These bastards. Looking at the comments from those online trolls on her phone, Li Xiaoshan was trembling with anger. While comforting her best friend, "It is fine, it is fine. Do not worry, I am fine. We have already called the police." Chen Jun smiled. Her expression was as calm as ever. She had always been independent and cool-headed. She did not take those online trolls to heart at all. She never cared about how others viewed her. Nor would she easily change her goals because of others' opinions of her. Even towards her mother's interference in her romantic relationships and marriage, she had always gone her own way. It was only a few malicious comments attacking the babies that she found utterly unbearable. Not to mention her, I was even more furious, to the point where I practiced my boxing routines downstairs in the estate several times, before I could suppress the surging anger in my heart. Mom, naturally, found out about this too, and was equally furious. Originally, these two elders wanted to mobilize the martial arts gym and their connections and power in the martial arts world to find the culprit. But Chen Jun and I talked them out of it. However, the fallout brought by this internet storm did not just stay on the internet. It spread further into reality. At the headquarters of the Feiyun Group in Kyoto, having just finished the morning group meeting, Lu Wan'er, who had not rested much for yet another night, finally had a rare moment of respite. Suddenly, slightly urgent knocks sounded on the office door. President Mo, President Mo. Mo Wanhee's brow instantly furrowed. She sat up and pulled the backrest of her office chair up. "Come in," she said in a deep voice. She heard her secretary say nervously, "President Mo, something happened to Miss." Hearing the very first sentence from her secretary who hurried in, Mo Wanhee's expression instantly turned ice cold. She asked in a deep voice, "What is wrong with little Jun? What happened to her?" The secretary recounted the information she had gathered to Mo Wanhee in full detail.
What?
Mo Wanhee sprang up. Mo Wanhee slammed her hand hard on the office desk, her face ashen with anger. "I recall we have an ongoing talent cultivation and scientific research collaboration project with Modu University, right?" "Yes, President Mo." The assistant took a step forward and very respectfully handed over a business card. "This is the contact information for the Dean of Modu University." The assistant was also startled into a shudder. Mo Wanhee immediately took it, picked up her phone, and dialed the number directly. At this time, in the Dean's office of Modu University's administration building, Dean Chen Wei's face looked exceptionally awful. "Find the 3 individuals involved for me immediately. Investigate exactly what is going on." "Yes, we will definitely investigate it thoroughly." Just as this middle-aged man was about to say something more, the phone on the desk suddenly began ringing urgently. The old dean looked down, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. President Mo Wanhee of Feiyun Group. Why would she be calling at a time like this? He naturally knew of this contemporary female legend in the business world, not to mention that her Feiyun Group had collaborations with several major research institutions at Modu University, as well as a talent cultivation program. "Hello, this is Mo Wanhee. I am Chen Jun's mother, Chen Jun." This name sounds so familiar. Suddenly, Dean Chen realized he had just mentioned this name moments ago. Whoosh, he hurriedly stood up, understanding that she was calling to hold them accountable. "Dean Chen, although my daughter has already graduated from Modu University, she is still a researcher at your college's cutting-edge Computer Materials Research Institute. I just want to know exactly what is going on with this incident on the internet." After ending the call with the dean, Mo Wanhee glanced at her personal assistant beside her. She immediately handed over the pre-booked plane ticket. "You should arrive at Modu University around 4 p.m. Meanwhile, In the dorms of the computer science department at Fengda University, right next to Modu University, a bespectacled male student was on the phone with someone. Leave, he widened his eyes. Are you joking with me? You provided the photos and the copy. I was just responsible for touching them up and posting them. And you are the one who told me to post about this. He only heard a flat reply from the other end. Where's the proof? You. The male student suddenly widened his eyes. Right. The other party had previously demanded he delete their chat history. Otherwise the remaining money would not be transferred. You bastard. You have been setting me up from the very beginning. You better obediently go abroad. I will pull some strings on my end to get you a own year leave of absence from Fengda University. If you do not comply, I will definitely be fine, but your future is completely ruined. Dinging dong, an SMS notification sounded. The student subconsciously picked up his phone to look, only to see an SMS notification for an airplane ticket booking. Received the text, right? On the other end of the phone, that cold voice came through. It is a flight to America in an hour. You would better pack a few changes of clothes and leave immediately. Yunlu Gardens, a middle-aged woman who looked to be in her 50s, accompanied by several men and women, arrived in front of Building 11. Dinging dong. Ding dong. The pleasant sound of the doorbell chimed. Footsteps immediately echoed from inside the door. Coming. Hearing this pleasant female voice, a happy smile could not help but appear on the face of the middle-aged woman outside the door. This little girl is here too. The door opened. When Lik Xiaoshan saw the person leading the group, she was first stunned, then took a step forward with a face full of pleasant surprise. She linked her arm with the middle-aged woman's. Professor, what brings you here? You did not even tell me you were coming. This middle-aged woman was Lich Yaoshan and Chen Jun's professor and mentor. At Modu University's cutting-edge computer materials research institute, Lu Huichen. Have you been resting well these few days since returning to the country? Lu Huichen patted her shoulder. Everyone at the institute is busy to death right now. Little Zhou and the others have asked me several times, wondering why you have not returned yet. Oh, let us not talk about that. Let us not talk about that. Professor, hurry and come in. Come in. As soon as she walked in, everyone she saw was slightly taken aback. And in the living room, Chen Jun, Mom, and I also stood up to welcome her. Professor. Seeing the tender and loving look her professor was giving her, Chen Jun could not help but tear up. She took a few steps forward and stood before her mentor. Let me look at you. At this moment, this Modu University professor seemed no different from any ordinary woman. She took Chen Jun's hand and they sat down together. Her beloved student seemed to have gained a little weight. Her complexion had also changed quite a bit. Her mental state looked very good. Good. It seems you are recovering well. Chen Jun felt moved inwardly. Her mentor's health was not very good to begin with. Coming over personally this time must have delayed her important work. I am sorry, Professor. Making you make a special trip just for me. It is fine. It is not like you did anything wrong. Having children is a natural part of life. Lu Huichen comforted her. I am no longer responsible for specific tasks at the institute now. As long as I steer the general direction, it is fine. You focus on recovering your health. I am still waiting for my top general to return. After a good round of pleasantries, Chen Jun finally started introducing me to her professor. Professor, this is Wu Jiangtao. He is the baby's father. The professor turned and sized me up. A warm smile appeared on her face. Good. What an energetic young man. Despite dedicating her life to academia, she immediately caught the oddity in Chen Jun's introduction. If they were not married, she should have said, "This is my boyfriend." It seemed her beloved student's relationship with this young man was not that simple. When introducing Mom, Lu Huichen saw her poised and elegant demeanor. Speaking with her very appropriately, she was slightly taken aback inwardly. It seemed the other party did not come from an ordinary background. Even the so-called socialites from major prominent families would find it hard to maintain such an equal, neither servile nor overbearing posture in front of her. After all, her status in the scientific community of Southeast China, and even domestically and internationally, was significant. During the conversation, Professor Lu also introduced the people from Modu University to us. Among them, the middle-aged man was Wang Huo, the director of the political education department at Modu University. The other young men and women were members of the student union. We came here today to express the college's stance. We will investigate this incident thoroughly. No matter who the other party is, we will hold them accountable to the end. Thank you for the college's concern. I am doing very well. I won't take what others say to heart. Chen Jun still maintained her calm demeanor. Good, good. Wang Huo laughed. As expected of our Modu University's goddess and top student. This level of poise is truly extraordinary. Looking at the situation, there would not be any unexpected problems on her end. By the way, student Chen Jun, before we came here, your mother specifically called the college to ask about the details. Oh. Chen Jun gave a flat response, and then there was no follow-up. Seeing her reaction, the director was stunned, but he did not say anything more. It seemed this top student goddess had some conflict with her family, but that was a family matter. It was not his place to ask too much. During this consoling conversation, Wang Huo naturally did not only question Chen Jun. After all, I was also one of the parties involved. The director also had a detailed chat specifically with me, wanting to confirm exactly what was going on. Regarding this matter, Director Wan, you can go ask Lu Wan'er or student Wang Yuan. I think they should be able to give you an answer. Wang Yuan. Wang Huo was stunned. He confirmed again, student Wang Yuan from the finance department. I said in a flat tone, that is right. It is him. Wang Yuan, from the Wang family of Modu. Director Wang could not help but frown slightly. This Wang Yuan was a transfer student. The Wang family's influence in Modu was far from simple. This director Wang of Modu University prayed inwardly. He only hoped that this incident had absolutely nothing to do with him. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain to President Mo and the Mo family. After sitting and chatting for a while longer, Director Wang took his subordinates and left first. As soon as they left, Professor Lu in the living room immediately and affectionately took her beloved student's hand. Little Jun, where are the two babies? I want to see them. Seeing her mentor's face full of anticipation, her eyes practically shining, Chen Jun, Li Xiaoshan, and everyone else were initially stunned. Then they could not help but feel amused inwardly. Professor, wait a moment. I will go push them out. Li Xiaoshan quickly stood up, turned, and went into the bedroom. She pushed the two soundly sleeping babies out from the bedroom into the living room. Oh my, the professor could not resist leaning in close to observe the two babies. Her eyes crinkled into a smile. Both babies looked so much like their mother, so pretty, so cute. As she spoke, she took out 2 red packets from her pocket. Come. Grandma has a red packet for each of you. Little sprouts, grow tall and big quickly. Seeing this, Chen Jun was instantly startled. Professor, there is no need for the red packets. This is for the children. Do not decline. Chen Jun beside her instinctively tried to refuse, but saw her mentor wave her hand dismissively and shoot her a reproachful look. You, keeping such a big thing from your family is own thing. But why did you hide it from me too? Having a child is such a major event. You could have told me. Chen Jun felt momentarily ashamed. She did not know what to say. It could not be helped. If she had told her professor back then, she definitely would not have been able to hide it from her family. Forget it. Let us not talk about that. Professor Lu also understood her difficulties. She turned to look at me. She said earnestly and meaningfully, Little Wu. Although Little Jun usually appears serious and calm, sometimes when she acts on impulse, she does unexpected things. You must be very understanding of her. Tolerate her, and take good care of her. I will. I nodded repeatedly. Speaking of which, as her mentor, I can be considered half a maiden family to Little Jun. If you encounter any troublesome matters in the future, do not be like Little Jun and say nothing. You must come find me early on. Professor Lu held my hand and instructed, although I am old. My words still carry weight in some places. I can still be of help. Okay, we will. I quickly said, oh, it is almost noon. Little Dao, you go start cooking. Do not just sit there. Mom suddenly spoke up. It is noon already. Professor Lu was initially startled. She quickly supported her back and stood up. Oh my. I was not paying attention to the time. I did not realize it had been so long. I should head back now. In law, do not leave. Stay and have a meal together. Mom quickly pulled her back. Just now, this mentor of Chen Jun claimed to be her maiden family? Mom immediately switched her form of address. The distance between them instantly shortened. No need, Professor, Lu quickly said. There is still a project seminar at the institute this afternoon. Stay. How long has it been since you and little Jun last saw each other? It is a rare gathering today. Stay and have a home-cooked meal together. By the way, in-law, do you have any dietary restrictions? Unable to decline, Professor Lu did not insist on leaving and stayed, thinking about it. It had indeed been a long time since she sat down for a meal with little Jun. She might as well stay. The key point was that she also wanted to learn more about this young man named Wu Jiangtao and his mother's situation. Most importantly, how exactly they treated little Jun. Soon, the rich aroma of food wafted out from the kitchen. Smells so good. Professor Lu in the living room was slightly stunned. She could not help but turn to look towards the dining room, only to see Mom carrying a tureen of soup from the kitchen and placing it on the dining table. Time to eat. Li Xiaoshan, whose stomach had long been rumbling with hunger, was the first to move. She quickly went to the kitchen to help. Bring out the hometown dishes she loved to eat. It is Yushang shredded pork today. Looking at this dish with its rosy color and rich Yushang aroma, Li Xiaoshan only felt even hungrier. At the same time, her stomach growled even louder. Professor, let us go over. In the living room, Chen Jun also stood up and walked to the dining table together with her mentor. In-law, please have a seat. Mom had just finished setting out the bowls and chopsticks here and greeted her very happily. As soon as she sat down, Professor Lu saw the dishes on the table. Obviously, most of them were prepared for little Jun. Only 2 dishes were relatively different, clearly prepared to accommodate the tastes of the others. Come, taste our Jiangtao's cooking. He just happened to have some free time this past half year and taught himself how to cook. Mom very enthusiastically helped her serve soup. Good. Professor Lu was very happy, judging from this table of food. This young man was at least very excellent at cooking. At the very least, he could take good care of little Jun's nutritional needs. Just as the meal started here, the sound of the 2 little babies crying and fussing suddenly came from the master bedroom. You guys eat first? I will go take a look. I quickly stood up and headed towards the master bedroom. After a very warm and lively lunch, Professor Lu highly praised my culinary skills. Looks like our little Jun is in for a treat from now on. Sitting back down in the living room, Professor Lu watched me running around taking care of the 2 little babies, and a gratified smile appeared on her face. Nowadays, let alone young men, even young women who know how to cook and are willing to cook are very few and far between. For example, a certain someone beside her. Even when the institute goes out for meals, she is so clumsy she does not even know how to barbecue. She only knows how to eat. Thinking of this, she could not help but shoot a look of mild disgust at Li Xiaoshan, who was clutching her stomach and groaning beside her. Li Xiaoshan, clutching her stomach and groaning. I overate again. The girl had a miserable look on her face. She was muttering to herself, calculating the calories she consumed yesterday. I still have not burned them off yet. Looks like I can't sleep in this afternoon. I need to go out for a run to burn it off. Professor Lu's phone suddenly rang. She picked it up to look and saw the name written on it. Feiyun Group, Mo Wanhei. Hello, little Mo. Auntie Lu, long time no see. Have you seen little Jun lately? She encountered some trouble these past 2 days. Oh, I know about the matter you are talking about. I am at her place right now. She is fine. She is doing very well. Phew. On the other end of the phone, Mo Wanhei obviously let out a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Auntie Lu, with you by her side, I feel relieved. I was just worried she might take it too hard. Thank you, Auntie Lu. I have just boarded the plane. I will arrive in Modu around 3 p.m. It is fine, I am here. We have not seen each other in a long time either. Just as this phone call ended, Mom happened to come over from the dining room, carrying a plate of cut apples and oranges. In law, come have some fruit to aid digestion. I have to say, Mom is very good at getting along with people. Although she had not known Chen Jun's mentor for very long, their forms of address and interactions had already become close. On the way to Modu International Airport, Yang Yuan in the passenger seat was restless. Right now, he just wanted to take the money and leave here as soon as possible. The car had just arrived at the airport when it was intercepted by a group of plainclothes officers. Get out of the car, police. Yang Yuan knew he was completely finished. He could not leave. He now regretted being blinded by money. Almost immediately after Yang Yuan was apprehended by the people from the security department, Modu University received the news. They immediately released a statement through Modu University, issuing lawyers' letters to those few big V's online, who had been smearing Chen Jun the worst and jumping around the most gleefully. They had already initiated the procedure to sue them. Instantly, those people who had all turned into righteous saints suddenly went quiet, and the surging wave of cyberbullying on the internet naturally also came to an abrupt halt. At this time, Mo Wanhee touched down at Modu Airport. As soon as she got off the plane, she saw the person sent by Modu University to pick her up. So she went straight to the point. How is my daughter right now? Our Modu University specifically sent a director and Professor Lu Hichin to visit her. Student Chen Jun has not been affected by the cyberbullying. Also, student Chen Jun's 2 babies are also very well, very healthy, and very cute. Good. Wait a minute. What did you say? Mo Wanhee, who was just about to turn around, had a stunned expression. Did I hear that wrong? I am sorry. If I said anything inappropriate just now, I beg your pardon, President Mo. What did you say just now? Mo Wanhee stared at him fixedly. A chilling harshness flickered in her phoenix-like eyes. Oh. I said student Chen Jun and her 2 babies are all doing very well. They have not been affected by this incident. 2 babies. Mo Wanhee was stunned and turned her head. She looked at her personal assistant beside her. That look seemed to say, should not you owe me an explanation? But the assistant also had a look of complete bewilderment. She looked at Yan Fei and said, Our miss is named Chen Jun. It is the Jun with the Wang radical on the side. Are you sure you did not get the wrong person? No mistake. Yan Fei was even more baffled. Your daughter, Chen Jun, has always been very famous at our Modu University. Even after graduating, she still has very high popularity in the Modu University town. The little assistant looked caught between laughing and crying. Our miss has not given birth to any children. She is not married. She does not even have a boyfriend. Where would babies come from? Only Yan Fei seemed to realize something. He said to Mo Wanhee somewhat hesitantly, President Mo, how long has it been since you saw your daughter? She told me in August last year that the Research Institute would dispatch her to America to participate in a project in the second half of the year. From that time onwards, I have at most only had video calls with her on my phone. August last year. That is almost a year ago now. Yan Fei became even more certain of the guess in his heart. He offered a well-intentioned reminder. President Mo, perhaps you should make a video call to your daughter yourself. Mo Wanhee forcibly suppressed the unease, shock, and anger in her heart, looking at Director Yan with an unruffled expression. No need. Let us resolve this cyberbullying incident first. We are going to the Modu Security Department. My mom is here. Chen Jun, who was taking care of the babies in the room, looked up. She looked at the anxious Li Xiaoshan in front of her in slight surprise. Yeah, Professor just texted me. She said Auntie Mo has already arrived at Modu University. Guided by the college leadership, she first went to the security bureau on College Road to understand the case. Chen Jun suddenly fell silent. Her delicate eyebrows could not help but furrow slightly. I, holding the baby beside her, also remained silent. Despite having anticipated a situation like this, my heart still could not help but leap into my throat at this moment. After my first heart-to-heart chat with Chen Jun earlier, I had not just learned about this Modu University goddess's family background. I also knew why she had sought me out. It was indeed a blessing from the ancestors. Thanks, ancestors. However, whether this was truly a stroke of luck, the dust had not yet settled. From Chen Jun's words, my impression of this President Mo could be summed up in 2 words: domineering. In her eyes, so-called freedom was giving you options. You have 100% freedom to choose among them. Do not like any of them, that is fine, I will switch out the batch. To summarize the inner thoughts of this mother, what I find for you is the best. Those people around you simply won't do. Owen Day, you will understand my painstaking efforts. Little Jun, since Auntie Mo is here, have you thought about how you're going to tell her about this? Chen Jun said flatly, if she is here, she is here. I will tell her face to face. Li Xiaoshan facepalmed. Face to face. Are you sure that won't be like Mars crashing into Earth? There is really no need. The best friend took a step forward. Auntie Mo doing that in the past was also because she was worried you would entrust yourself to the wrong person. She still cares about you very much. Look, the moment something happened to you, she immediately dropped the group company's affairs and rushed over right away. Then she should have come to see me, her daughter, right away. Instead of turning around and heading to the security bureau, I never cared about who did this. But Auntie Mo cares. Li Xiaoshan advised. Little Jun, there is no need to make things so rigid. Chen Jun remained silent. It was not that she was immature, nor was it that she did not believe in her mother. She knew even better that her mother always meant well for her. But the things she did were truly unacceptable to her. It is fine. If my mom is here, let her come. It is good for her to see my current situation. Li Xiaoshan was out of ideas. This best friend could only turn and leave the room. Coming into the living room, I saw Mom holding her phone, making a call. No time again. I am telling you, Yuan Huang, if you dare not show up this time, your uncle and I will go straight to your bureau later and properly guide your martial arts training, believe it or not. Such a good thing. Then I definitely welcome it. I have invited Uncle over several times to come to our Tiger Roar squad to guide our martial arts training, and he always declined. Mom was somewhat unable to comprehend this. What are young people nowadays thinking? If he really beats you until you're searching for your teeth all over the floor in front of your squad members, do not you care about your face? Second aunt, I really can't get away right now. How about you bring her to Feng City? I will definitely host you guys well. Oh right? I called Uncle yesterday. I heard him say that Kid Jiangtao's martial power has reached integrated power. That is great. I want to have him come to my police squad and spar with the members. Let those brats experience it, lest they spend all day not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth. Enough. Enough. Stop talking. You even want me to bring the girl to your place to meet you. Why do not you ascend to the heavens? I am just asking you Owen question. When do you have time to come? Kid, do not blame your aunt for not warning you. If you miss out again this time, you will definitely regret it. On the other end of the phone, just as Yuan Huang was about to say something to brush it off, another person's voice suddenly came from beside him. Captain Huang, the chief is looking for you. Oh, okay, I am coming. Yuan Huang on the other end responded to that person, then turned back to the phone and said, Second aunt, let us talk later, I am busy right now. Saying that, he hung up the phone directly and went to work. Beep, beep. Mom here did not show the slightest hint of anger. She was well prepared this time. Tomorrow, this kid has to come to Modu. Even if you do not want to come, you have to. Hanging up the phone, she saw Li Xiaoshan coming into the living room. Seeing her look over somewhat awkwardly, she instantly revealed a knowing smile. Xiaoshan, come, sit. That boy Auntie mentioned to you before is coming tomorrow. You promised Auntie that you must go. Li Xiaoshan smiled very forcefully. I will, Auntie. But if he does not have time, then I am okay with that too. No time. He would not dare. Do not worry. He definitely has time. Cough, cough. She was rendered completely speechless. She gathered her thoughts. What was it she came out to tell my mom just now? Right? It is about little Jun and Auntie Mo. Auntie Wu. Regarding little Jun's family? Did Jiangtao mention anything to you about this? Mom's expression turned serious. Little Dao did mention it to me. You want to talk to me about little Jun's mother coming to Modu, right? I want to take the opportunity while Auntie Mo has not shown up at the door yet, to go to her first and explain things to her. Oh, would that be of any use? Mom suddenly frowned deeply. It seemed the problem between little Jun and her mother was truly significant. Hearing this sentence, Li Xiaoshan also let out a long sigh. She smiled bitterly. Whether it is of any use or not, at least give her a heads up first. Hopefully, when they meet, it won't be completely unmanageable. As they were talking here, I suddenly walked out of the bedroom into the living room. I will go too. I still did not get to go. Chen Jun specifically came out and stopped me. In her eyes, I had already done enough. Whether towards herself or the two babies, I had done exceedingly well. She could not let him face her mother again. Growing up with her, she understood her own mother very well. This would only make the problem more severe. With things having reached this point, Chen Jun was incredibly calm right now. Besides having no ripples in her heart, she felt an indescribable sense of liberation. Because for so many years, whether in her studies or in doing things, she always felt like she was following a path arranged for her by her mother. She had always felt like a marionette on strings. Around 4 of the clock in the afternoon, Chen Jun watched as Li Xiaoshan slung on her backpack, turned around, and left. I am coming back for dinner, mind you. Do not forget to cook my portion. I am just going to see Auntie Mo and I will be right back. Mom saw me standing idle. Go, 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 make dinner. Remember to make extra for Xiaoshan. Oh right, your cousin Da Wang is coming tomorrow. You do not need to buy too many groceries tomorrow morning. Tomorrow at noon, Xiaoshan and I are going out to eat. I was stunned hearing this. Cousin is coming. If he is coming, why are you and Xiaoshan going out to eat? We can all eat together at home. Why do you care so much? Go cook. Mom shot me an annoyed glare. For things like blind dates, it is better not to do it at home. That would only make people feel more constrained. Naturally, it is better to go out. Meanwhile, at the security department on College Road in Modu University Town, Yang Yuan had now confessed. The post he made was because someone found him through WeChat and gave him a 50,000 yuan deposit to post it. The other party was very cunning. Before paying the final balance, the condition given to him was that he delete their chat history on WeChat, but the security department here had already found a way to recover the records. Just at this moment, a girl walked in. Ta-da. Ta-da. Long time no see, Auntie Mo. Xiaoshan, Mo Wanhei looked at the girl. A look of surprise first appeared on her face, which was then replaced by a doting smile. Haha. Surprised, unexpected. You girls, you sure know how to give me surprises. She meant it as a double entendre. At the same time, she looked the girl up and down, and immediately frowned. You, why have you gotten thinner again? Did you adjust well to working and studying in America this past year? Hearing this sentence, the girl was first stunned, then felt guilty. She looked at this elder somewhat hesitantly. I am doing okay. Auntie Mo, you already know. She did not expect that she had just casually tested the waters. And Xiaoshan did not give a different answer, but actually directly admitted that she was the one who went on the business trip to America last year, and not her daughter, little Jun. At this moment, Mo Wanhei used almost all of her mental fortitude to stabilize her emotions, but her facial expression management was already nearing a loss of control. Tell me, what exactly is going on with little Jun? Auntie Mo, let us find a place to sit down. Then I will tell you everything. Li Xiaoshan said somewhat apprehensively, looking at this aunt who had doted on her since childhood. At an intersection on the Modu University Student Street, Li Xiaoshan and President Mo sat inside a cafe. In just a few short minutes, Li Xiaoshan thoroughly explained everything regarding Chen Jun, omitting no detail. At the end, she cautiously looked at the female legend of the business world across from her. Auntie Mo, I also did not expect little Jun to actually do this. But after I came back, she told me that actually, when she found out she was pregnant, she regretted it and wanted to abort the children. It was only when she heard the doctor say that she was pregnant with twins, and that they would soon be able to hear the baby's heartbeats, that she did not go through with the abortion, but chose to give birth. Mo Wanhei remained expressionless, but on the hand gripping the armrest, the veins bulging from gripping too tightly, revealed that this mother's heart was far from calm. What did you say that boy's name is? His name is Wu Jiangtao. He is tall, sturdy, and quite handsome. His character is not bad. and he knows how to take care of people. During this time, he even bought a house in Yunlu Gardens, paid in full, and has been wholeheartedly taking care of little Jun and the 2 babies. Mo Wanhee stared at her quietly, staring until her voice gradually faded. Then she went silent. Do you know this boy named Wu Jiangtao very well? Oh, then how are his academics? How is his family background? Who are his father and mother? Do you know all these things? Mo Wanhee asked these questions flatly. I do know. His mom is right at their home now, helping take care of little Jun during her confinement. Even his dad has come over. Poof! The dignified President Mo of the Feiyun Group almost choked on her mouthful of coffee. She quickly grabbed a tissue to cover her mouth, looking at Liu Xiaoshan with a stunned expression. Wu Jiangtao's hometown is in Feng City. His family runs a martial arts gym. I heard him say his family is a martial arts family, practicing Shin Yai Fist. Earlier, I saw that both he and his dad's martial arts skills are very impressive. She was talking away on her own, not noticing that Mo Wanhee's expression was growing increasingly ugly. Her own daughter having children out of wedlock with a boy she had never seen, and never even heard of. This alone was more than she could bear. And now, even the other party's family knew, and had even visited, yet she, the mother, was still kept entirely in the dark. Mo Wanhee took a deep breath. At this very moment, she could barely resist jumping up, rushing directly over to Yunlu Gardens, and interrogating her daughter face to face. But thinking about it, she decided to hold off for now. Xiao Shan, it has been a while since we gathered. I have been to Modu several times too. I know a very authentic Sichuan restaurant. Later, Auntie Mo will host, and we can have dinner together. No need, no need. This foodie stood up along with her, waving her hands repeatedly. Auntie Mo, Jiangtao has already prepared my dinner over there. I am going to head back first. How about you come with me right now? After all, in this situation, it would be better if you sat down with Jiangtao's mother and discussed this properly. There is no rush for this. Mo Wanhee smiled very forcefully. I still want you to tell me more about this boy named Wu Jiangtao, and about his mother. Do not go back. Auntie Mo will treat you to something delicious. I really do not need to. Auntie Mo. Oh, right. Wu Jiangtao's cooking is very, very, very delicious. Auntie Mo, if you are not going, I will head over first. Saying this massive foodie waved her hands repeatedly, turned around, and left in a cloud of dust, leaving Mo Wanhee standing alone there, her hair messy in the wind. Wait, did I say I was not going? Night fell. In this unique household at 0903, Building 11, Yunlu Gardens, dinner time had just arrived. Li Xiaoshan arrived right on time too. How did it go? Just as the family was about to pick up their chopsticks, Chen Jun glanced at her best friend flatly, and seemingly casually asked a question. Looking at everyone's expectant gazes, Li Xiaoshan had no choice but to put down her chopsticks. She said helplessly, "Can't you let me enjoy a meal properly first? Do we have to talk about this right now?" Meeting Chen Jun's reproachful gaze, this massive foodie finally recounted her entire communication and exchange with Mo Wanhee, leaving out no detail. Hearing Liu Xiaoshan say that my future mother-in-law was investigating me, I was somewhat stunned. As for Chen Jun, she looked calm, seemingly having anticipated this. She was always like this. Forget it, let us eat first. Little Jun, how about you give your mother a call and ask her to come over and have dinner together? Mom temporarily suggested. Chen Jun turned to look at my mom and forced a smile. Auntie, my mom is used to being overbearing. I am afraid that if she comes, it will make things very awkward for you and Jiangtao. It is fine, it is fine. You do not need to worry about us. No matter what, no matter how big the problem or conflict is, she is ultimately your mother. We are all family. What is there that can't be discussed nicely by sitting down? Even if it is an argument, you can still communicate and exchange each other's thoughts. If you do not communicate and exchange, the problem will always be there. Hearing Mom's well-intentioned advice, Chen Jun felt a slight warmth in her heart and began to seriously consider this suggestion. Listening to these words, however, my face was full of oddity. I could not help but look up at my mom. Mom, It seems your communication method with Dad in our family has never involved sitting down and talking things out nicely. Is not your most adept communication method always conducted through physical means? Facing my puzzled expression, Mom smiled genially at me. What are you looking at? Nothing. Nothing. I am eating. I am eating. Terrified that Mom would find trouble with me. After being silent for a while, Chen Jun finally picked up her phone and dialed her mother. Beep, beep. But at this moment, at this incredibly quiet dining table, everyone heard the sound coming from the earpiece extremely clearly after the call connected. Suddenly, the ringing stopped. A female voice came from the other end. Little Jun, Mo Wanhe's voice drifted over. This mother's voice was somewhat low, seemingly trying hard to suppress something. Mom, have you eaten? If you have not eaten yet, do you want to come over? I live in Yunlu Gardens. Xiao Shan told me you live there. Mo Wanhe's voice was flat. I am just wondering, at the dining table on your end, will a seat be prepared for me? Chen Jun was momentarily at a loss for words. She subconsciously glanced at the seats at the dining table. There really was not an extra own. She definitely could not answer this situation truthfully. And she did not like lying, so she had no choice but to stay quiet. Since childhood, facing her mother, she, who was soft on the outside but tough on the inside, had never been very articulate, especially in speech. She had never argued with her mother. Of course, this was only in speech. Her actions were another matter entirely. No Oan knows a daughter better than her mother. At this moment, Mo Wanhe on the other end was furious. Originally, upon receiving the call, she had just casually made that sarcastic remark. But hearing her daughter's reaction, she realized there truly was no seat left for her. Do not go if you do not want to, let whoever wants to go, go. This mother was truly furious at this moment. She said stiffly, pack up your and the baby's luggage tonight. I will come tomorrow morn. She originally wanted to say morning, but suddenly remembered there was an important meeting to attend tomorrow morning. She quickly corrected herself. Tomorrow noon. I will come over to pick you and the babies up to go home. Growing up, I have always given you choices. But this time, you have no choice. You are my daughter. You must come home with me. I will give you own night to prepare. Tomorrow at noon, I will come find you. Mom, I am not going back. Can you please respect my wishes a little? Chen Jun's beautiful eyebrows knitted together, wanting to argue reasonably, but Mo Wanhe on the other end of the phone hung up without another word, leaving only the busy tone echoing. In the silence, she put away her phone, looked up at Mom, and forced a smile. Sorry, Auntie. My mom is not coming over. Let us eat by ourselves. It is fine. Is not she coming tomorrow anyway? When she comes, we will always be able to talk and communicate. It is fine. It is fine. Come, let us eat. Let us eat. While Mom's heart ached for this girl, she also felt a bit helpless. Looking at the situation, the conflict between her and her mother was much bigger than imagined. Mo Wanhe sat quietly, letting out a long breath of stale air. A stack of documents lay on the dining table. Right on top was unmistakably my resume. Growing up, his academic grades were not outstanding. After getting into Modu University, his studies were even more average. This means he has no academic achievements. Even though his family runs a small martial arts gym, he did not embark on the path of professional martial arts. This means he has no martial achievements. Recalling the information she had just read, her expression grew increasingly ugly. Inwardly, she became even more determined that her daughter's future absolutely could not be entrusted to such an utterly mediocre boy. After dinner, Mom and Li Xiaoshan exchanged a glance and stood up with tacit understanding. They pulled Chen Jun aside to start untangling the knots in her heart and her gloominess. Little Jun, do not worry too much. I think your mother was just speaking in anger. You are still breastfeeding the babies right now. You can't be too depressed. Yeah, when Auntie Mo comes tomorrow, for the sake of the two babies, no matter how angry she is, she will definitely be willing to sit down and talk nicely. Do not overthink it. While they were chatting in the living room, I voluntarily cleared the leftovers and the dirty dishes. After taking care of all this, just as I walked into the living room, the phone rang. I picked it up, took a look, and was momentarily stunned. I quickly answered the call. A long-lost voice came through. Tao Tao, long time no see. I heard from your dad that you have got both a son and a daughter now. Sk. Tisk. And your uncle here is still single. Oh, right. What is your mom doing? I called her and she actually hung up on me. I glanced at Mom, who was chatting amicably with Chen Jun. She is busy. All right then. Tell her later that I have taken care of the matter. I will be at the appointment on time tomorrow at noon. Uncle, you are back in the country. Yeah, just got back yesterday. As soon as I arrived at the gym today, I heard the good news about you. Regarding Uncle coming over, I did not pay it much mind. It was only after Mom finished comforting Chen Jun that I casually mentioned it to her. Even though she could not muster up much joy, Chen Jun still tried her best to relax, not thinking about the issues between her and her mother, but instead focusing more of her attention on the babies. After all, Chen Jun's mother was coming tomorrow at noon. Regarding the conflict between her and her family, could it be properly resolved? Having witnessed President Mo's domineering nature, none of the three young people here felt confident. Only Mom remained much calmer. In the blink of an eye, the time came to pass 10 a.m. the next day. Xiao Wan, is President Mo still busy? Qing Ye, wearing a crisp suit, walked into the living room from outside. President Mo is currently in a remote meeting. Originally, she was supposed to attend in person. Because of the matters here, she had to change it to a remote meeting. It will probably last until around 11. Qing Yi's brow furrowed slightly. Then please inform President Mo that the people I assembled have all arrived. At the same time, a young man dressed in highly fashionable, avant-garde attire, but seemingly only in his early 30s, walked out of the Modu North Railway Station with a face full of smiles. Behind him followed a slightly younger man, whose face was full of helplessness. Youngest uncle, is this really necessary? You just got back from the south. Instead of resting properly at home, why do you keep fixating on my major life event? The younger Owen was naturally Yuan Huang. Give up the thought of slipping away, kid. This was a direct order from my older sister, your aunt. She said even if I have to tie you up, I must drag you to Modu for this blind date. Do you think I want to babysit you? Yuan Huang could not help but roll his eyes. But are not you still single yourself? Oh ho, you have learned how to talk back now, huh? Yuan Long chuckled happily. Not bad, not bad. Let us uncle and nephew spar later. I will properly loosen up your bones and help your martial arts advance to the next level. There is no need for that, right? This nephew instantly felt terrible inwardly. Meanwhile, at Yunlu Gardens, from early in the morning, everyone was on high alert, as if facing a formidable enemy. The atmosphere in the house felt exceptionally tense. Even the nutritious and delicious breakfast I personally prepared was eaten with little enthusiasm by everyone. Chen Jun checked the time. It was surprisingly already 12:30 p.m. She immediately looked at me with confusion. Jiangtao, are not you preparing lunch yet? I was stunned hearing this. But is not your mom arriving any minute now? Do not worry, looking at the time, she won't be here that soon, she said flatly. In our eyes, for such a major event, President Mo would surely arrive before noon, at least before 11, right? But now it was almost on of the clock. I also did not expect that for such a major event, she would still be late as always. Chen Jun shook her head helplessly. Li Xiaoshan beside her also could not help but cover her face, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. This was President Mo, who was never late at her group company. But within her family was a habitually tardy mother, watching me duck into the kitchen to start preparing lunch. Mom suddenly remembered something. She could not help but smack her forehead. She quickly pulled out her phone and dialed her younger brother's number. Because she had been constantly worried about Chen Jun's situation, she had forgotten about the blind date arranged for yesterday. She had only just remembered it now. A little past 1 p.m., approaching 2 p.m. Suddenly, the pleasant sound of the doorbell chimed. I immediately stood up. Just as I was about to go open the door, Chen Jun beside me pulled me back. Let me get the door. I still wanted to say something, but she smiled gently. It is fine. I will do it. Tap, tap, tap. With soft footsteps, Chen Jun walked past the entryway and the hallway. She reached the door and pulled it open. Immediately, a long unseen familiar face appeared before her. Mom. Mo Wanhee looked at her daughter with a dark expression. Despite being furious, seeing her daughter's rosy complexion and her noticeably fuller figure, she felt slightly relieved inwardly. Are you trying to anger me to death? This mother squeezed out this sentence almost through gritted teeth, and Chen Jun slightly lowered her head, not replying. Instead, she stepped aside slightly. Mom, please come in first. Mo Wanhee walked in. Following behind were assistant Xiao Wan and bodyguard Xiao Yi. As for the martial artists summoned by Xiao Yi, they all stood outside and did not enter. As soon as she walked in, Mo Wanhee glanced around the apartment. She was slightly taken aback inwardly. With her discerning eye, she could naturally tell that this apartment was actually far from simple. It absolutely qualified as high-end real estate. Mom, this is Wu Jiangtao, and this is Wu Jiangtao's mother. Chen Jun hurriedly made introductions, and Mom and I also stood up with smiles on our faces. Hello, Auntie. I am Wu Jiangtao. Unfortunately, Mo Wanhee gave us an expressionless look, and did not even bother saying a word to me. She turned to look at her daughter. Where are the babies? I want to see them. They are in the room. Chen Jun led the way in front. Mo Wanhee followed behind, but inadvertently turned her face slightly, and shot a glance at Xiao Yi standing by the living room. This bodyguard nodded slightly to show he understood. In the living room, Mom had originally wanted to follow them in. Seeing this scene, her heart stirred, and she stopped in her tracks. Sure enough, just as President Mo walked into the bedroom, the bodyguard, Xiao Yi, immediately turned back and opened the front door. Instantly, 6 or 7 burly men in black suits swarmed in from outside. They all stood over 1.9 meters tall with imposing physiques. Their expressions were cold, and their breathing deep. Clearly, they were all men of extraordinary martial skill. Mom was surprised. What is this future mother-in-law planning to do? In the master bedroom, Mo Wanhee picked up the 2 babies. While she examined these 2 adorable little angels with a face full of doting love, the words coming out of her mouth were completely contrary to her expression. Is your luggage ready? If it is ready, come home with me. Mom, did not I already say it? I am not going home. Chen Jun knitted her delicate eyebrows. I know what I did was wrong. I want to have a proper talk with you. Let us go outside. Sit down and talk nicely, okay? Talk. Mo Wanhee's face darkened. If she were not still holding the 2, groggily sleeping, adorable little angels, she would have exploded right now. Did you not hear clearly what I told you last night? She actually held the 2 babies, turned around, and walked straight out. If you have not packed, then forget it. Leaving things here as a souvenir is fine too. Come back with me. Chen Jun hurriedly chased after her with me, only to see Mo Wanhee walk outside with the 2 babies, and then say to the tall young man with an imposing aura, Xiao Yi, take Miss away. Yes. Qing Ye took a step forward and reached out towards Chen Jun, who was chasing after them. At the critical moment, I reached out from an angle and grabbed towards the opponent's wrist. Sensing that the opponent was not simple, a glimmer of interest flashed across King Yi's eyes. But he had no intention of competing in strength with the opponent. He changed his grab into a chop, slashing towards my wrist. Almost at the exact same moment, my grab also changed, shifting from a claw to an intercept, equally slashing back with a diagonal palm strike. Bang! The 2 sides' palms instantly exchanged several moves in midair and clashed fiercely. My expression changed, and I could not help but take a half step back, shielding Chen Jun as I retreated. And Qing Yi, whose technique was more seasoned and who had gained the upper hand, saw his initially relaxed expression change as well. He could not stop himself from stumbling backwards, taking 3 heavy steps in retreat. Once this exchange occurred, the other martial arts experts in the living room realized something was wrong. They immediately dispersed and took positions, faintly surrounding me in the middle. As soon as their employer gave the order, they would attack together. Hold on, in-law. There is no need to take it this far, is there? Mom suddenly stepped out and walked over to the entryway, blocking Mo Wanhee's path. Mo Wanhee finally looked at Mom directly. She said flatly, Madam, I do not know you. I have no relation to you whatsoever. I am simply here to take away my daughter, as well as my grandson and granddaughter. I advise you not to invite humiliation. Sigh. Can't we sit down and talk this out nicely? Mom shook her head helplessly and offered a patient word of advice. Xiaoshan should have explained it to you very clearly. The ON who caused today's situation was not my son, but your daughter. And your daughter has also made it very clear. She is not willing to leave with you. She hopes more that we can sit down and talk. Move aside. Mo Wanhee did not want to waste another word on Mom. With a casual gesture, a star-ranked martial artist beside her immediately strode over with the gait of a dragon and tiger. Reaching out, he attempted to directly shove Mom aside. The next moment, no one on the scene saw clearly what happened. They only saw this burly man fly straight across the entryway. The martial artists immediately reacted. In an instant, several of them gathered and blocked her path, staring at Mom with grave expressions. We misjudged. This inconspicuous middle-aged woman is actually a martial arts master surpassing the star rank level. No wonder Qingyi needed to hire so many people this time. These martial artists inwardly grumbled in despair. Another star-ranked martial artist among them had an even graver expression. He said in a deep voice, "Mr.
Yai.
You did not mention before that on this mission we would encounter a master of this caliber." Qingye was also looking shocked and stunned at this moment. Encountering a young master whose martial power was clearly a notch above his was own thing. But now a grandmaster had suddenly popped out of nowhere. Mo Wanhee was startled by the scene before her, stepping back several paces while clutching the two babies in fear. But upon seeing the professional martial artists swarming around her, she immediately calmed down. She said chillingly, "I never expected the Wu family to keep such a low profile, and actually have a martial arts master like you. Attack. I do not believe that she alone can stop all of you." Hearing this command, the martial artists hired by her felt speechless inwardly. At the same time, they all looked towards the side, at Qingyi, who was currently in a standoff with me. Indeed, in most situations, having superior numbers is an advantage among martial artists, but in front of a grandmaster whose martial power has reached the realm of integrated power, no matter how many star-ranked experts and professional martial artists there are, they can only turn and run, and the woman before them took out one of their 2-star-ranked experts in a single encounter. How could this not look more and more like a grandmaster of integrated power? What are you waiting for? Mo Wanhee was not a martial artist, so she did not understand the massive disparity involved, nor did she know the concerns in their hearts, and shouted sternly again. The one paying the bills is the boss. Regardless of whether they could complete the mission, they just had to do their best. These martial artists let out an angry shout and surged forward together to surround Mom. On the other side, Qingyi, who was in a standoff with me, saw them attack, and also shook his head helplessly. This match had already turned into a tacit sparring session. Qingye also withdrew his fighting stance, and very clearly expressed his stance to the young master before him. I yield. Not having mingled in the martial arts underworld, I did not quite understand. But very soon, I understood. In less than 10 seconds, the 7 martial artists who charged forward were all laid flat on the floor. These martial artists also cursed inwardly, finally encountered a high-paying job, thought it was just a simple guard duty type mission. Who would have expected to run into a master with integrated power? They wanted to cry but had no tears. Making a living as a man these days is really tough. Failing the mission meant their commission would be slashed by more than half. Mo Wanhee retreated with a face full of horror, backing up until she was standing next to Qingyi. Only then did she calm down slightly. She turned to look at her bodyguard. "What is going on here?" Qingye approached her with a bitter smile and said in a low voice, "President Mo, the opponent is a grandmaster of integrated power. Give up. Even if I called 10-star ranked experts here, we absolutely could not defeat her. A grandmaster of integrated power." Mo Wanhee steadied herself. Although she did not know what these terms meant, she quickly realized that the opponent the martial artists she hired encountered was inevitably a powerhouse capable of a dimensional strike against them. Otherwise, it would be absolutely impossible for a situation where sheer numbers failed to provide an advantage. "Now, can we sit down and have a proper chat?" Mom smiled, as if she was not the one who had just beaten those experts to the ground. What do you want to talk to me about? At this moment, Mo Wanhei's mind raced, her thoughts incredibly clear and calm. Yes, she chickened out. Li Xiaoshan, who had been stunned for quite a while nearby, quietly reached out a hand and poked Chen Jun, who was also somewhat dazed beside her. She asked in a whisper, "Hey, if you argue with your mother-in-law in the future, what are you going to do?" Chen Jun pondered calmly and replied, "She can't out-argue me." This best friend had a face full of question marks. "What I meant was, you can't beat her in a fight, girl. You actually dare to argue with a mother-in-law whose martial prowess is off the charts. Are you missing a screw in your head or what? You guys head out first." As soon as Qing Yi, who walked over, finished speaking, he saw the martial artists who had been twitching on the ground just moments ago scramble up nimbly from the floor and practically trip over themselves rushing out of the apartment. For a moment, the entire living room fell silent, finally sitting down calmly. Among the group preparing to communicate properly, Li Xiaoshan and Chen Jun, after all, were not professionals and had not received relevant training. They could not hold it back and both burst out laughing. Li Xiaoshan, having nothing to worry about, let out an oops and burst into laughter, laughing so hard her delicate shoulders shook. Chen Jun leaned against me and also dissolved into laughter. The domineering mother-in-law had failed to assert her dominance. This girl was the happiest right now. Feeling relaxed, she laughed the most freely. Mo Wanhei's face could not hold its composure. She could not help but turn and glare at King Yi beside her, and this bodyguard, hired through special channels, also wore a bitter smile, signaling he would explain to her later. "Have you laughed enough?" This President Mo put on a stern face and huffed coldly. "We will stop laughing. We will stop laughing." Li Xiaoshan reached over and patted Chen Jun. "Hey, your mom is calling you and you are still laughing." The two girls finally straightened up. At the same time, they took a deep breath. Honestly, this was not even that funny of a matter. But this idiot Li Xiaoshan kept winking at Chen Jun. Chen Jun tried her best to hold it in. However, her best friend across from her rolled her eyes, and a scheme came to mind. She suddenly reached out a claw and tickled her best friend's waist. Chen Jun let out a squeak of surprise. Ha 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 ha. The two best friends hugged each other and dissolved into laughter again. At this moment, this burst of laughter caused the joyous infection in the living room to skyrocket geometrically. Watching this, personal assistant Xiao Wan from President Mo Wanhei's camp could not help but turn her face away, covering her mouth, unable to suppress a chuckle. Even from behind, Qing Yi, who had a helpless expression just moments ago, could not help but let the corners of his mouth hook up into a slight smile. Everyone in the living room was infected by their laughter. Only Mo Wanhei sat alone. Even though her indignation remained unpacified, the expression on her face inexplicably softened quite a bit. And right at this moment, Li Xiaoshan suddenly spun around, pounced over, and tickled this listed company CEO's waist with her claw. "Proof. Stop it. Proof. Stop it." She was first completely shocked, then scolded sharply. But she was tickled so much she could not help but laugh along, scolding these two girls between bouts of uncontrollable laughter. "Haha, stop it. You came here with such a straight face, with all that domineering aura. Now try to turn hostile and show us again." After a long while, the commotion in the living room finally died down. The previously tense, swords-drawn atmosphere between the two sides vanished without a trace. This group company CEO's imposing and aggressive momentum completely collapsed. Li Xiaoshan was more than just Chen Jun's best friend. Her mother was also a member of the Mo family. And because of this relative connection, the two families were very close. Since childhood, Mo Wanhei had treated Li Xiaoshan like half a daughter. Whatever delicious food, pretty clothes, or fun toys there were, if little Jun got owned, little Shan would definitely get owned too. Hee, Mama Mo, stop keeping a straight face. How about giving us another smile? The nickname Mama Mo was what she used to call Mo Wanhei when acting spoiled as a child. Today, in order to dissolve the conflict between Auntie Mo and her best friend, this girl had brought out all her tricks. Hearing this sentence, Mo Wanhei could not help but look disgusted. She huffed and swatted away the girl's paws resting on her. "You little brat, move aside." "I won't." A mischievous smile appeared on Li Xiaoshan's face. Only if you promise me not to be angry. Will I get up? Hearing this, Mo Wanhe's face froze slightly, but she still took the out offered, and said in exasperation, all right, all right, all right, I promise you, I am not getting up. I only promised not to tickle you anymore. I have not let Mama Mo hug me in so long. This baby wants a hug. Hearing this sentence, Chen Jun beside them felt an inexplicable unknown tremor in her heart. Mo Wanhe laughed out of anger. She could only casually pinch the girl in her arms, and scolded laughingly, "You, how old are you already? What is wrong with acting spoiled? I act spoiled. I am proud of it. My mom said women who act spoiled have the best luck." Li Xiaoshan even pulled the somewhat dazed Chen Jun over while speaking. At this moment, Mo Wanhe's face froze. She could not help but recall the past. What these two girls looked like when they were little. And how long ago was that? This heartwarming scene at this moment made the mother-in-law recall things about these two girls from their childhood. Her hand involuntarily patted her daughter's back. This mother clearly felt her daughter stiffen at first, but then quickly soften, and then she nestled into her mother's embrace. Slowly, the entire living room grew quiet. Everyone watched this scene somewhat blankly. At the critical moment, Mom reacted the fastest. She stood up very quietly and patted me. I looked up, somewhat puzzled. I saw Mom nod to me and point outside. I understood immediately. She also got up quietly and followed them out. Along the way, she gave a gentle tug to the little assistant and the bodyguard, Qing Yi. The group quietly withdrew from the living room and went outside, leaving the entire space to the two of them. The martial artists standing outside saw Mom and her party suddenly emerge, and they were so frightened that they immediately scattered. Seeing that Mom had no intention of attacking further, the martial artists finally settled down a little. Seeing this scene, Xiao Wan, the personal assistant, could not help but burst out laughing. The martial artists were momentarily embarrassed, though they felt somewhat disgruntled. With a Grand Master of integrated power present, they did not dare to act rashly and could only pretend not to notice. Mom ignored them. Instead, she turned to the personal assistant, Xiao Wan, and began enthusiastically striking up a conversation. Where are you from? What skincare products do you use? Your skin is so nice. Or do you have a boyfriend yet? No, let me introduce someone to you. This surge of warmth instantly made the little assistant feel a bit overwhelmed by the attention. Is this what a martial arts master is like? It is quite different from what I imagined. Ever since she was a child, the true martial arts masters she saw on television all possessed an extraordinary and refined aura. Their appearances were usually packed with special effects. But this woman, asking about her well-being and gossiping about daily life, chatting with her like this, is this a martial arts master? As for how the others reacted, the little assistant did not have time to notice. Anyway, she was completely bewildered. In that long-lost, warm embrace, Chen Jun finally could not hold back anymore, and large crystalline tears began to roll down her face. Since her daughter entered middle and high school, Mo Wanhe had never seen her cry like this. She was momentarily at a loss, hardly knowing how to comfort her. Instinctively, she reached out and gently patted her back. There, Mom is here. Chen Jun's body trembled as she cried even harder. It was not about the hard work of studying, or the toil of her job all these years, but rather the physical discomfort of the 10-month pregnancy, and the grievances she had endured all alone. In this moment, it was all being vented out. She buried her head and cried for an unknown length of time. Exhausted from crying, Chen Jun could not help but sniffle. Li Xiaoshan, who had been clinging to Mo Wanhe's embrace just now, immediately jumped up and grabbed a tissue from the table. It would not be good if your man saw you looking like this. Mo Wanhe was momentarily overwhelmed with emotion. With a look of mock disgust, she pulled her daughter up, took the tissue, and dabbed at her daughter's tear-streaked face, while wiping her own clothes. I must say, you two are really something. She was both exasperated and amused. She truly did not know what to say. This cycle of laughing, teasing, and crying had completely thrown her off. Hee hee, Li Xiaoshan laughed happily. In fact, During that moment of laughter in the living room earlier, she had a flash of inspiration to use this method. However, the catalyst was still those martial artists, hired by President Mo. They truly played a crucial role. Had it not been for their pathetic appearance as they fled, there would not have been a reason for that initial laugh. "Tell me everything," Mo Wan'er said, trying to maintain a stern face. But seeing her daughter crying so pitifully, her heart could not help but soften again. Sigh, what kind of karma is this? I must have owed her in a previous life, to be tormented by her like this. Xiaoshan told me already, but I want to hear it from you. Right. Seeing how aggrieved her daughter looked crying in her arms just now, her eyebrows suddenly shot up in anger. Did that boy Wu Jiangtao bully you? Just wait until I flay him alive. No, it is not like that. He did not bully me. He treats me very well. Chen Jun waved her hands hurriedly. Her mind could not help but recall the reward I asked for yesterday, and a blush involuntarily crept across her face. Really? Mo Wan'er frowned slightly, still looking a bit skeptical. You were just crying your eyes out. Oh, Mama Mo, it is actually true. Li Xiaoshan quickly leaned in to chime in. Ever since little Jun was discharged from the hospital, I have been here basically every day. Wu Jiangtao has been doing a great job. Back at the hospital, it was all thanks to his martial arts skills. Otherwise, those traffickers might have taken the 2 babies away.
What?
Hearing that her 2 adorable little grandchildren were almost taken away, President Mo immediately exploded. What happened? Chen Jun quickly began to recount the thrilling incident that occurred at the hospital. As she spoke, Li Xiaoshan cooperatively took out her phone to find the video of me chasing the traffickers on the highway. That had made the news. Mama Mo, look at this. After watching the video closely, Mo Wan'er fell silent. She really did not know about this. Last night, she had asked Xiao Wan to gather information on me, but it was likely the timeline was too tight to collect everything. It seems his martial arts talent is quite good. Earlier, when Wu Jiangtao's father came over to give him some pointers, he seemed to say he was at a professional level. Oh, right, he called it achieving integrated power. Integrated power. Hearing this phrase, Mo Wan'er's eyebrows shot up. As far as she knew, those who could reach this realm in martial arts were existences far surpassing ordinary people. Next, Mo Wan'er listened as her daughter recounted her experiences from last August until now. Her brow would furrow, then her expression would soften, filled with endless heartache, especially when she heard that her daughter had actually endured 10 months of pregnancy all by herself. This mother's eyes truly turned red. She reached out her hand in anger, but remembering her daughter had only been out of the hospital for a few weeks, she could only let her hand fall gently. You really are trying to kill me with worry. Why did not you tell me? Why were you so foolish? Hearing this, Mo Wan'er truly could not suppress her anger, while simultaneously feeling heart-wrenching pity. This was her own daughter, who had always been the apple of her eye. She had always imposed her own ideas on her daughter, and constantly tried to interfere in her romantic life, even though her way of loving might not have been right. There was no doubt that as a mother, Mo Wan'er was absolutely own of the only 2 people in this world who loved her most. Well, the other person was naturally her father, Chen Chu. I am sorry, Mom, Chen Jun whispered, lowering her head, offering a sincere apology. While her mother had certainly been wrong in the past, she too had indeed acted on impulse and made a mistake that time. Seeing her daughter apologize, Mo Wan'er's anger ultimately turned into overwhelming heartache. No wonder she had cried so aggrievedly in her arms just now. Carrying a child for 10 months must have been incredibly difficult, especially in those final few months. She certainly could not eat or sleep well, struggling to move, sit, or lie down. Just thinking about it gave this mother a tight, terrifying feeling of lingering fear in her heart. She was so frustrated she wanted to scold her daughter again. Mom is begging you, in the future, if you encounter any hurdle you can't get over, do not ever do something as foolish as this again. Promise me, Mama Mo is right. And besides, you have Wu Jiangtao now. Li Xiaoshan added fuel to the fire from the side, earning a sharp look from Mo Wan'er. Chen Jun nodded. I won't do it again. This conversation between mother and daughter was completely different from those of the past few years, although own party had gone to an extreme, resulting in today's irreversible situation. The other party had finally realized profoundly the massive issues in how she communicated with her daughter. Thinking of this, Mo Wanhei could not help but look at the heartlessly laughing Li Xiaoshan. It was all thanks to this girl. Otherwise, the ice between her and her daughter would not have melted so quickly. There is one more thing I need to ask you, she said, her expression becoming serious as she looked at her daughter. I just heard you say, calculating the time you have been together. It has been less than a month. In other words, you actually do not have much of an emotional foundation with him. Chen Jun was stunned. She turned to exchange a look with Li Xiaoshan. To say there was none seemed incorrect, but to say there was, it did not quite seem like it either. Subconsciously, she recalled how good I had been to her recently. Thinking of this guy, a beautiful blush could not help but appear in her eyes. Something is definitely up. Mo Wanhei leaned into Li Xiaoshan's ear and asked in a barely audible whisper, are you sure little Jun and Wu Jiangtao have been together for less than a month? President Mo almost wondered if her daughter had been swapped for a different person. Why did her expression look a bit smitten? Not only her, but even her best friend Li Qiushan felt it was baffling. How did she suddenly become like this? When exactly did it happen? She carefully recalled the past few days. Wait, could it be that yesterday, that guy Wu Jiangtao did something to our little Jun that we do not know about? Hey, thinking of this, she could not help but reach out and wave her hand in front of Chen Jun. Wake up, answer our question. Coming back to her senses, Chen Jun realized her lapse in composure. Her orchid-like cheeks could not help but turn slightly red as she finally answered her mother's question. I think there probably has not been, right? Probably has not. How could Mo Wanhei not recognize this state her daughter was in? Though she might not have necessarily fallen in love with Wu Jiangtao in such a short time, it was obvious their relationship was no longer simple. At this moment, the feeling in her heart was truly indescribable. The precious cabbage she had nurtured and protected for over 20 years, until she finally blossomed into a rare treasure, was just handed over like that. And it was like a half-gifted, half-sold, plus buy own get two free deal. Thinking of it, Mo Wanhei felt terrible again, utterly depressed inwardly. But who could she blame? Blame Wu Jiangtao. It was not quite right, since her daughter was the one who took the initiative. Otherwise, things definitely would not have turned out like this. The key was that if she had not interfered with her romantic life all these years, this girl would not have impulsively produced such a bitter fruit. Letting out a sigh, Mo Wanhei shook her head. She could only suppress the discomfort in her heart, looking at her daughter and saying seriously, so, what are your plans now? Do you plan to get a marriage certificate and marry him? I have not thought that far ahead yet. Chen Jun's face turned red. President Mo could not help but press her hand to her forehead, forcibly restraining the urge to lose her temper. She repeatedly comforted herself. She is my biological daughter. Li Xiaoshan, shocked, quickly came over to grab Chen Jun and gave her a direct eye roll. Are you stupid who talks like that? Mama Mo, you can't really blame little Jun for this. After all, she has never even been in a relationship before, let alone getting married and having kids. Encountering this kind of situation now, it is perfectly normal that she does not know how to handle it. She rolled her eyes and thought of something. Mama Mo, how about this? You pull out a check for 100 million. Toss it in front of Wu Jiangtao and say, I will give you 100 million if you leave my daughter. See if he is the type to be blinded by money. President Mo shot a look of exasperation and slapped the arm of this joking girl. Do you watch too many TV dramas? 100 million, really? Mama Mo. Then what should little Jun and Jiangtao do now? Li Xiaoshan asked again. President Mo thought for a moment. You go out and tell them to come in. Hearing the summons from my future mother-in-law, I thought the matter was resolved. But as soon as the two families sat down, the very first sentence out of President Mo's mouth made the previously eased atmosphere tense up again. Frankly speaking, you are very far from my standard for a son-in-law. Hearing this, Chen Jun immediately became anxious. fearing she was going to say something truly outrageous. Just as she was about to speak, her mother turned and gave her a flat look. After their long talk earlier, the mother and daughter had reached a rare tacit understanding. At the critical moment, Chen Jun ultimately did not break this newly established, yet still fragile, bond. If it were not for my daughter's wishes, I would not want her and the 2 babies to continue staying here at all. Saying that, Mo Wanhei glanced at her daughter. Whether it is the Chen family or the Mo family, we can provide her and the babies with a very luxurious life. But she wishes to stay, only because you are the baby's biological father, hoping to give you a chance to fulfill your duties. Speaking to this point, Mo Wanhei paused. This sentence actually had another layer of meaning. Perhaps I did not catch it, but Mom heard it very clearly. I won't require you to get married, and I do not care where you 2 end up in the future or how far you go. I only care about the future of my daughter and the babies. Regarding your background, I have read your history from childhood, and your academic performance at Modu University is very mediocre. Even your martial arts talent when you were young was not outstanding. Even though Lik Xiaoxin told me you achieved integrated power, this is still far from my standard. I want to know now, what is your plan for the future? Looking at me, lost in thought and silent by the side, Mo Wanhei added fuel to the fire. She said flatly, or rather, do you plan to prove to me that you have enough ability to stay by the 2 babies' side? After a long silence, I finally spoke. I am just a very inconspicuous and mediocre person. My studies were not outstanding, and my martial arts talent growing up was not special either. I have never really had any goals all along, just drifting with the tide and taking things as they came, until, speaking of this, I looked up at Chen Jun beside me. I unexpectedly met your daughter, and now these 2 babies. To be honest, I also do not know how far I can go in the future. But Auntie, you just asked me to prove myself. I do not think just saying it is useful. It is like if I said right now that I am confident I will become a star-ranked martial artist within 2 years. You would definitely think I am just talking big. What? Hearing the implication of these words, Mo Wanhei's eyebrows shot up. Going from an ordinary practitioner to achieving integrated power. This professional level is a threshold. This threshold can be crossed with enough hard work, but to take it a step further requires enough physical talent and comprehension. Stepping into the star rank level is absolutely worthy of being called a first-class master in the martial world. As the world changes, martial arts has also developed significantly. Nowadays there are many more masters who have entered the star rank level. In China, there are at least several hundred, if not 1,000. Do not be fooled by how easily Mom handled Own today. In truth, every star-ranked martial artist is still an incredibly precious talent for China. My older cousin, Yuan Huang, is 36 this year. He only entered this level when he was 35. Precisely because of this, he was able to become the captain of the Wind Form Reconnaissance Combat Squad, with a boundless future ahead of him. Hearing this, Mo Wanhei was momentarily speechless, and she could not help but scrutinize me again, to see if I was actually talking big, because the impression left on her by the martial arts masters she had met in the past was Owen of being steady and composed, unmoved by external gains or personal losses. It was rare to see someone so sharp and outspoken. On the rare occasions she did, it was mostly due to youthful ignorance and arrogance. People who had no idea of their own worth. Mo Wanhei could not help but turn to look at Mom beside her, only to see her smiling slightly, seemingly not minding her son's sharp display at all. Meanwhile, I slowly stood up and looked at the man standing behind Mo Wanhei, wearing a crisp suit with a composed aura, Qing Yi. In the past, my physical talent was poor and the path of martial arts was closed. My future was hopeless and I was meant to fade into the crowd. But now, with this body full of martial power, I must naturally fight for it. Mo Wanhei involuntarily followed my gaze and looked back at her bodyguard, Xiao Yi, before she could even ask. She saw me looking at him, my fighting intent surging. Our exchange earlier ended in a draw. I wonder if you would be willing to give me some pointers. Qing Ye did not answer the question immediately, but instead turned to look at Mo Wanhei. Only after seeing her nod did he speak slowly. All right? even though they had only exchanged own move earlier. In that split second I had judged that this young man who looked to be in his early 30s had almost completed the transition between clear and hidden power, about to enter the perfectly harmonized realm of bones and tendons ringing in unison. This time, Qing Yi had temporarily left his brigade to return to China. Because his hidden power was complete, he was only one step away from achieving clear and hidden power at will, and entering the realm of bones and tendons ringing in unison, to become a star-ranked martial artist. A few months ago, having broken through his bottleneck in a life-or-death situation, he had already leaped over the dragon gate and was now in the process of transforming into a dragon. Just now, the two had ended in a draw. It was the perfect opportunity to determine who was superior. A sparring match between the two of us naturally could not take place at home. Even if the space was large enough, whether it was me or Qing Yi, our current destructive power was already quite staggering. We went downstairs, to a relatively secluded open space, deep within the garden estate. You? I told you not to come along, but you just had to follow. Looking at her daughter bundled up tightly, Mo Wanhe's face was full of reproach. In her view, a woman doing postpartum confinement must not go outside at all. But Chen Jun's resolute attitude earlier had forced even her to compromise. Chen Jun opened her mouth, but did not know what to say. Mom hurriedly came over to smooth things over. Little Jun is just worried about Jiangtao. It is fine. There is no wind outside right now, and the temperature is appropriate. As long as she is bundled up and does not catch a chill, it will be fine. President Mo gave her a flat look. Are we very close? Mom pretended not to see her gaze, affectionately pulling Chen Jun to stand inside the pavilion. Come, little Jun, sit here with me. If anything unexpected happens, you won't be hurt here. I am not close to you, but I am very close to your daughter. I had already stepped into the arena, and bodyguard Xiao Yi had also taken off his suit jacket. Stepping steadily, he came to stand before me, his stance slowly lowering. He raised his hands, and I also assumed my fighting stance. On breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Suddenly, I attacked without any warning. With a step forward, I threw a punch down the center line, heading fiercely and swiftly straight for Qing Yi's front. So fast, the pupils in Qing Yi's eyes instantly shrank. He raised his left palm to block, while simultaneously throwing his right fist from under his left elbow, striking out violently like swinging a hammer. This was the hammer technique of Tai Chi Chuan. Bang, bang, bang. In this instant, the two exchanged several moves with their hands, followed closely by a contest of kicks and leg sweeps. The movements were breathtakingly fierce and swift, simply not something Mo Wanhe or Li Xiaoshan could see clearly. Among the spectators, only Mom could see it clearly, even spotting the flaws in their techniques during the exchange. As soon as they started, Mom had the result in her heart, but she remained impassive, watching the look of worry on Chen Jun's face with interest. The two fought back and forth for several rounds. Qing Yi suddenly deployed the Bagwazang's swimming body footwork, moving with incredible speed as he continuously circled around me. His punches and kicks instantly became unpredictable. After several more rounds of exchanging blows, I adopted a steady and solid tactical approach, meeting all changes with constancy. Suddenly, I threw a horizontal elbow strike, blocking a sudden swimming body-splitting palm from Qing Yi. With a half-step bursting punch, amidst an ear-piercing sound of collision, Qing Yi's snow-white shirt ripped open. He stumbled backward heavily, retreating explosively for several steps. On my end, I also could not help but retreat 2 steps. The victor had been decided. There was not much fluctuation on the face of the repelled Qing Yi. The flesh exposed by his torn sleeve was slightly red. He immediately put his suit jacket back on, and said slowly, in martial arts, I am inferior to you. In a life-or-death struggle, you are inferior to me. In a contest of martial power, during this exchange, Qing Yi discovered to his great surprise that the sheer dominance of my martial power was more than just a notch stronger than his. Regarding this, he had never seen or heard anything like it in the past, and found it even more incomprehensible. The opponent was clearly younger than him. How exactly was this body of martial power tempered? To think there was someone in this world whose physical talent could be so overwhelmingly strong. Fortunately, this young man named Wu Jiangtao's attacks were too immature. He clearly had not experienced the trials of life and death. In contrast, Qing Yi's attacks were exceptionally tricky and fierce. If this had been a life or death duel, the own falling would, in all likelihood, be me. Thank you for the guidance. I looked at this bodyguard and offered a sincere word of thanks. Through this sparring match, I had grasped many precious lessons in actual combat. In terms of actual combat, Mom had not really guided me much lately. Normally speaking, relying on my clearly superior martial power, I should have been able to finish off the opponent in less than 3 moves. But judging by the result, it was only a slight victory. Mo Wan'er shot a glance at Chen Jun, who was following Mom over to check on me, and suppressed the displeasure in her heart. Looking at bodyguard Xiao Yi, who had returned to her side, she asked, "How was it?" After a moment of silence, this tall young man who looked to be in his early 30s was forced to give his own assessment, a prodigy. Just like I said, all he lacks is actual combat experience. Other than that, he is not inferior to me. I have lost in all other aspects. Mo Wan'er remained unmoved and continued to press the issue. Then, he just said that within 2 years, it is possible for him to become a star-ranked martial artist. Sensing the doubt in her words, Qing Yi could not help but frown. After a moment's thought, he said, "Let us put it this way. Within half a year, I will be able to become a star-ranked martial artist." And for him to say 2 years, I think he is being far too modest. Hearing this sentence, President Mo's face registered slight shock. She could not help but turn to look at me, who was obediently receiving a scolding from Mom on the side. If this kid has such talent, why has he never shown it over the past 20-odd years? It was no wonder that at the beginning of the conversation, Mo Wan'er was full of doubt towards me. It was truly because my past resume was just far too ordinary. But his performance today was truly beyond her expectations. In the subsequent communication between the two families, Mo Wan'er was not as easy to talk to as imagined. Even though this President Mo had dropped her initial tough and domineering stance, Mom was no pushover either. After all, she had also traveled the martial arts world back in the day, honing herself step by step into a grandmaster of integrated power. Perhaps in terms of negotiation rhetoric, she could not out-talk this group's CEO, but her stance was also incredibly clear. Apart from taking the 2 babies away, which was non-negotiable, everything else could be discussed. After all, she was also a martial arts master who had seen her fair share of storms. She had seen plenty of what rich people were really like. During this communication, Mom's biggest worry was not that Chen Jun would be taken away by Mo Wan'er. As long as she was there, and as long as Chen Jun was not willing, no Owen could forcibly take away her daughter-in-law. Her biggest worry was that Mo Wan'er would propose taking the 2 babies away. But to Mom's surprise, Mo Wan'er did not immediately bring up the issue of the 2 babies' future education, much less use it as a reason to take the 2 babies away. Mom did not know if Chen Jun had said something regarding this, or if this President Mo had other considerations. Since the other party did not bring it up, she naturally would not touch upon it either. Aside from this aspect, this communication, for the Wu family, could absolutely be considered a complete success. Mom and my mother-in-law, who were at each other's throats just a second ago, had now actually shaken hands, made peace, and become good besties. In the living room, Chen Jun watched this scene with sheer fascination, her eyes full of disbelief. This changed too fast, right? Seeing the strange expression on her face, I could not help but ask, "What is wrong?" She was startled, then smiled softly. "It is nothing. I just never really dared to imagine before that my mom and your mom could sit together and chat like this." I also turned to look at Mom and President Mo outside on the balcony. I could not help but sigh inwardly. I did not expect it either. He. Li Xiaoshan, beside us, put down her phone. She said smugly, "Then you guys should thank me. If it were not for my quick wit, Auntie Mo would not have become so easy to talk to all of a sudden." Speaking of this, Chen Jun also had to admit, if it were not for this idiot Li Xiaoshan today, and her stroke of genius interference between her and her mother, It would have been absolutely impossible for the mother and daughter to reconcile so quickly like this. Also, the role Mom played in this was quite crucial. If she had not single-handedly blocked those martial artists, there would not have been any room for maneuvering. During the conversation between the two families in the afternoon, I could only keep Chen Jun company, standing at attention, putting on a submissive look. If you are going to take a beating, stand at attention. Even though I was quite innocent in all this, if you can't bear to lose a layer of skin, do not think about winning the beauty. I was not stupid, so I naturally stood together with Chen Jun, bearing the harsh criticisms of the two mothers. Having temporarily resolved the major issue between Chen Jun and me, whether it was Yu Qian or Mo Wanhei, both let out a sigh of relief. Their hanging hearts were finally settled back down. And during their subsequent communication, they also perfectly embodied the saying, no discord, no concord. While taking care of the babies, Mom very carefully taught President Mo how to change the babies' diapers. And this woman proved she was indeed an iron lady. Even though she was clumsy at first, she very quickly became highly proficient. The last time I did this chore was when little Jun was a baby, President Mo said, not without emotion. Those few years, my husband's work at the research institute was a bit special. There were a few years where he did not even come home once. I raised little Jun all by myself. That is how we got through it. Speaking of this, Mom also deeply related. She chimed in, things are much better nowadays. Even if the elders do not help out after marriage, they can hire a maternity matron. After all, the hardest part is only those few months. The young men around me are not like this at all. If you let them take care of the kids themselves, you might as well just kill them. Mo Wanhei shook her head and chuckled. Most of them only care about themselves. They basically ignore household affairs. Even after having kids, they still love to run around outside. They either dump the kids on the nanny, or dump them on the grandparents. The life trajectories of these two mothers were completely different, but there was one thing they had in common, and that was in their respective areas of expertise. They had reached heights that ordinary people found hard to attain. Owen navigated the Chinese business world, building a manufacturing enterprise into an internationally renowned, listed group company as its chairwoman. The other had once traveled the martial arts world, her martial arts stepping into integrated power. A grandmaster of martial arts whose sheer power could almost be called superhuman. As the two families interacted and got to know each other, they discovered that neither was some immortal being. They were all just living the lives of ordinary people in this mortal world. These two shared new things the other had not encountered before. Owen talked about corporate business and international situations. The other talked about martial arts techniques that ordinary people could practice too. How to strengthen the body and maintain youthfulness. As soon as this was mentioned, Mo Wanhei was no longer sleepy. Spending the entire afternoon with Mom, the more they chatted, the more enthusiastic they became. It was very much a feeling of regretting not having met sooner. Later, upon hearing that this new sister of hers actually suffered from insomnia, Mom personally used her chi to guide her martial power, and gave her a meridian massage. She even instructed Mo Wanhei on how to meditate, in order to cultivate her body and mind. This scene initially left the few of us watching in sheer amazement, completely unexpected. But slowly, we got used to it. Unknowingly, the setting sun slowly sank behind the mountains. Night began to fall, and I walked into the kitchen to start preparing today's dinner. Stay and have a meal together, the more the merrier. Looking at this somewhat cute little assistant, an auntie-like smile appeared on Mom's face. What a nice girl. From chatting today, she learned she was still single. This was such a pity. Most of the disciples in their own martial arts gym were still single. Facing Mom's invitation to stay for dinner, Assistant Xiao Wan felt somewhat overwhelmed by the unexpected favor and waved her hands repeatedly. Thank you, Auntie. We will just eat at the hotel. She did not stay. Naturally, King Yi did not stay either. Yes, President Mo had previously instructed him to be responsible for investigating Chen Mei. Now, the matter already had some leads. Just as night fell, in apartment 0903 of Yunlu Gardens, Little Wu, this cooking skill is truly undeniable. It is very delicious. even though her appetite was wide open just now and she ate 2 bowls of rice consecutively. President Mo still maintained very good etiquette, looking with admiration at Chen Jun and me, who were clearing the licked clean plates and bowls. For today's dinner, everyone finally performed normally, eating the food I cooked clean. Hearing her in-laws praise, Mom could not stop smiling either. This was praise from President Mo. This meant her son's initial impression on her was positive. Very good. This was an excellent start. Keep it up. Keep going, son. This kid can't handle praise. If you praise him, he will get cocky. In-law, how about we go downstairs for a walk to digest? Sure. Mo Wanhee gladly agreed, saying that these 2 mothers stood up. As they were walking out, Mom conveniently pulled up Li Xiaoshan, who was full and groaning on the sofa, and took her along. As for Chen Jun, who was doing her postpartum confinement, whether it was him or Mo Wanhee, they definitely would not let her go out. In their ingrained beliefs, you absolutely cannot go outside during confinement. There were also other rules, like not being able to bathe or wash hair, and minimizing leaving the bedroom. Hearing these confinement rules made Chen Jun's scalp tingle. Originally, she thought only my mom would be like this. She did not expect that today, when her own mom came, she would actually say the same things. The girl instantly felt guilty. Calculating slightly on her fingers, she had violated every single one of these rules. Bathing, she had definitely bathed. Washing hair, that goes without saying. She had washed it more than once. As for going out, as long as the sun and temperature were fine, and there was no strong wind, she often went downstairs to the garden for a walk, with me and Li Xiaoshan. Once the 2 mothers left, Chen Jun came to the kitchen and looked at me washing the pots and dishes. She looked at me anxiously. Jiangtao, those confinement rules my mom and your mom mentioned today, you won't really make me follow those rules for my confinement, will you? I shook my head helplessly. It is fine. We will follow what the doctor said. As for what my mom and Auntie Mo said, just do not do those things right under their noses. Actually, Chen Jun did not know. Mothers like mine and hers were already considered open-minded. In some relatively more traditional southern towns, there were even harsher confinement rules. Not allowed to open windows, not allowed to brush teeth, not allowed to watch TV, eating a whole duck every day, etc. Compared to those, these 2 mothers could not be more open-minded. In just a few minutes, I finished washing the pots, bowls and pans. I neatly placed them into the sterilizing cabinet. When I turned around, I saw Chen Jun standing at the door waiting for me, her face full of exhaustion. Because of her mother's arrival today, she had not slept much last night to begin with, coupled with laughing and crying with Li Xiaoshan at noon.
You are exhausted, are not you? I hurried over.
Instinctively, I reached out and supported her shoulders. I am fine. Chen Jun smiled. Although very tired, her mind was very relaxed. She gently leaned into my arm, letting me support her as we walked towards the living room sofa. Unknowingly, she had started to get used to me holding her hand, or supporting her. Previously, during her hospitalization and confinement when moving around was inconvenient, Chen Jun felt somewhat uncomfortable doing this. But now, it felt completely natural. You sit down. I will go get some hot water to soak your feet first. Then I will massage your feet a bit. This way, you will be able to sleep a bit better tonight. Chen Jun quickly grabbed me. A hint of shyness appeared on her face. No need for that. I would feel too embarrassed. Initially, I had not thought much of it. But when this girl said that, I instantly perked up. Taking advantage of her words, I pressed on. What does that mean? Chen Jun shot me a somewhat reproachful glare. She immediately got up, pretending to head back to the room. I am going back to my room. Oh, stop touching my feet.
All right. All right.
I just want to massage your feet for you, to relax the meridians, stimulate blood circulation, and nourish your qi. This way, you will sleep better tonight. I made her sit back down on the sofa. I said seriously, you just sit here. I will go get the hot water. I will soak your feet with mugwort first. Do not run around anymore, understand? Chen Jun nodded obediently. Speaking of which, Chen Jun's current, highly amusing girlish innocence was largely thanks to her mother, Mo Wanhee. You see, from primary school, Chen Jun had blossomed into a beauty. From that time on, she had been receiving love letters from boys. Even though the handwriting on those little love letters was crooked and messy, making Owen want to laugh just looking at them. But from that time on, Mo Wanhee realized the severity of the problem. So, no matter how busy her career got later on, she kept a very tight watch on her daughter, terrified that something might go wrong with her daughter. Because of this, during middle and high school, even though Chen Jun also developed innocent crushes on a very few boys, unfortunately, she had never actually formally dated. As for college, that goes without saying. Under Mo Wanhee's magnifying glass, the boys who approached her, despite advancing wave upon wave, could only suffer defeat and retreat. This led to the fact that even though Chen Jun was daring enough to skip the stage of getting a marriage certificate and marrying, and went straight to having kids, she had never experienced a formal romantic relationship even once. That is why she had such complex emotions. Unlike girls nowadays with rich dating experience, who, when their hearts flutter like a deer, would probably think, just holding hands, what a slowpoke, big idiot. At this time, I came over carrying a basin of hot water. Then I put mugwort in the basin. Then I tested the water temperature, terrified of scalding Chen Jun. Only after a good while did I say with satisfaction, "It is ready." Immediately, Chen Jun put her feet into the herbal bath. "It is still a bit hot, but bearable. This temperature is just right." Good. "Then I will massage your feet for you. It might hurt a little, bear with it." Suddenly, she could not help but let out a soft gasp. My finger had pressed on a sore spot on the sole of her foot. At that very moment, my mom and Mo Wanhee, just returning from their walk, were about to open the door. When they heard the sound from inside, the two glanced at each other. "What was that sound just now?" Mo Wanhee instantly frowned. "What are my daughter and Wu Jiangtao doing?" My mom also had a strange expression on her face. She did not quite know what to say. It should not be. Their relationship has not reached that stage yet. My mom, having an idea of what was going on, quickly pushed the door open. Seeing me giving Chen Jun a foot soak, the tension in her heart finally eased. Li Xiaoshan, who followed them inside, pouted. "Ah, is that it?" In the living room, with a clear conscience, I did not really react. On the contrary, Chen Jun was startled by their sudden appearance. Well, she could not hold it back just now, and indeed cried out a couple of times. But when the front door suddenly opened, she quickly looked over. Her face involuntarily showed tension. Mom, Auntie, and Li Xiaoshan. They probably did not hear that, right? However, when Chen Jun saw clearly the strange expressions on the three of their faces, her face instantly flushed bright red, spreading all the way to the tips of her ears. She subconsciously tried to pull her feet back. "Do not move, it is not over yet." I quickly whispered. "There is nothing to be embarrassed about. I am just giving you a foot massage. You do not need to react so strongly." At this point, Chen Jun hurriedly stood up, slipped on her slippers, lowered her head, turned around and fled back into the bedroom, escaping this immensely awkward scene. Meanwhile, my mom also walked in, staring at me with a teasing half-smile. As for Mo Wanhee, she was somewhat at a loss for words, just looking at me with a peculiar expression. As for Li Xiaoshan, her face was full of frustration. "You two are too much. It is own thing to shove your PDA in my face. But a sneak attack, that is despicable." Mo Wanhee decided to buy a house in Yunlu Garden as well. Well, purely by coincidence, Unit 0902 on the 9th floor of Building 11 was still available. She had already instructed her assistant, Xiao Juan, to handle the details. Regarding her daughter's current situation, she did not find it to be a headache. But how should she tell her husband, Chen Chu? Because she knew her husband very well. He would be easy to convince. It was the elders and relatives of the Mo and Chen families. That would be a bit tricky to handle. She definitely had to tell them. If it were just getting a scolding from the elders of the two families, or being teased by the aunts, it would not matter much. Her real fear was that it would trigger hidden conflicts over family interests. Although Chen Jun was a member of the Chen family, due to her mother, Mo Wanhee's connections, she was deeply tied to the Mo family as well. She also had deeply devoted maternal grandparents, who had pooled together some group shares as a gift for her. Concerning all of this, it was merely tricky for Mo Wanhei. It would not necessarily cause her a major headache. Sometime past 8 in the evening, Yuan Huang and his uncle Yuan Long were sitting in a cafe near Magic University. 2 grown men being here, having only sat for less than 10 minutes, were already feeling a bit uncomfortable. It was the prime time for young couples to go on dates. The cafe was filled with couples in pairs, and being among them naturally made them stand out awkwardly. Uncle, Aunt did not forget again, did she? After waiting for about 20 minutes, Yuan Huang could not help but ask. No, your aunt just sent a text message, saying they are almost here. Suddenly, Yuan Long looked outside the cafe door and waved his hand. Soon after, they saw next to his older sister, a girl with a tall, slender figure and delicate, charming features walking over. Meanwhile, back at Yunlu Garden, Mo Wanhei was preparing to leave. Chen Jun looked at her and unprecedentedly felt a bit reluctant to see her go. For so many years, today was absolutely the day she and her mother got along in the most pleasant and relaxed manner. In the past, she had never even imagined a day like this would come. All right, I will be back in a couple of days, Chen Jun subconsciously muttered in her heart. Really? Looking at her daughter in front of her, and remembering the adorable little grandsons she had only held a few times that afternoon, Mo Wanhei naturally felt reluctant to leave as well. But the group company's work could not proceed without her right now. Fortunately, the group had begun implementing cloud-based remote work. She could handle a lot of her tasks remotely. There was no need to always be on site. The babies will be one month old in a few days. Saying this, Mo Wanhei looked at me. When the time comes, we definitely need to host a full moon banquet for them. Jiangtao, your mother and I have discussed it. We won't go back to Kyoto to hold a massive celebration for the banquet. Let us host it in Magic City. You two can decide on the specifics. Only close relatives will attend, no outsiders. Oh, okay. Since you both agree, then it is settled. President Mo unconsciously revealed her executive demeanor, waved her hand at us, and turned to leave with Xiao Juan and her bodyguard, Xiao Ye. Mo Wanhei had already purchased the house next door. This house was also fully furnished. But she did not like the existing furniture, and had already hired someone to custom design new pieces. When the time came, I would need to help keep an eye on things. Once her mother left, Chen Jun returned to sit in the living room, suddenly feeling a sense of emptiness in her heart, feeling inexplicably a little sad. Standing nearby, I acutely noticed her shifted mood and hurried over. I quickly comforted her. It is okay. Your mom will be back in a couple of days. I am fine. Chen Jun smiled, though her smile was a bit forced. Did not she mention, she is no longer responsible for specific operational tasks at the group. Most of her work can be done online. That way, she can stay here and keep you and the babies company. I hope so. Chen Jun sighed. Her mother had said similar things countless times in the past, but she had almost never fulfilled those promises. Getting into the car, just as they left Yunlu Garden, Mo Wanhei suddenly spoke softly. Xiaoye, head to Qinglu Cafe on the nearby pedestrian street. Yes, President Mo. Hearing this, the lifestyle assistant, Xiao Juan, hesitated to speak. If they went straight to the airport now, they had more than enough time. But if they delayed anywhere else, should they miss the flight, it would likely disrupt the schedule and work at the group headquarters. It is fine, I am just going to take a look. I won't stay too long. After all, from childhood to adulthood, she had always treated Li Xiaoshan like her own daughter. Regarding this daughter's major life events, she was naturally very concerned. She had even introduced a few guys to her over the years. Compared to Chen Jun's rebellion, Li Xiaoshan was much more obedient. She attended every single blind date arranged for her, and genuinely tried to get to know those boys properly. Even though none of them worked out, unknowingly, the time arrived at the morning of the day before the baby's full moon milestone. The weather was clear, and the sunlight was just right. Mo Wanhei and Dad Chen finally arrived in Magic City from Kyoto. They walked into Yunlu Garden. Along the way, Chen Chu's expression was quite grim. A few days ago, when he rarely returned home, his wife had told him about their daughter's situation at the dinner table. She had a baby. Oh, well, let us just send some gift money then. I am busy, so I won't go over. Wait a minute. Having just stuffed a mouthful of rice into his mouth, Chen Chu, his cheeks still bulging, looked up, staring at his wife in sheer bewilderment. Who did you just say gave birth to boy-girl twins? Your daughter. Mo Wan. He repeated it in annoyance. Dad Chen's face instantly went blank. He subconsciously checked the date. Today was June 2nd. It was not April Fool's Day. No? What does this mean? The news his wife Mo Wan'er had just shared with him. For him, even with Dad Chen's world-class, top-tier brain, was enough to make his mind crash completely at this moment. It means exactly what I said. Mo Wan'er looked at her husband speechlessly. Has not Jun always disliked our matchmaking? Was not she still single? How did she suddenly give birth? I was even thinking that if nothing else worked, I would transfer her to the research institute next year and try to set her up with Young Hugh. I think Young Hugh is pretty good. He is tall, well-built, and handsome. It is just that his hairline is receding a bit. Mo Wan'er snapped back angrily. Every time I talk to you about our daughter's blind dates, you always circle back to Young Hugh. Are not you tired of saying it? Because I am tired of hearing it. Dad Chen was instantly left speechless. Alright, we won't talk about Young Hugh. So what exactly happened? Mo Wan'er then explained the entire story from beginning to end. After hearing it all, this father, who from her childhood to adulthood, had rarely been by his daughter's side, got red-rimmed eyes. His heart was filled with guilt and helplessness, and he was simultaneously heartbroken for her. Ding-dong. Ding-dong. The crisp sound of the doorbell rang out. Footsteps could be heard from behind the door. Immediately after, the front door opened, revealing a young man wearing casual clothes, looking very clean and tidy, standing in front of them. His clear and gentle facial features gave a fairly good first impression. Most importantly, Dad Chen immediately checked out my hair. Finely trimmed, neat, pitch black, and thick. He nodded subconsciously. Not bad. Not bad. Lots of dark hair, very good. Ah, Auntie, and this must be Uncle, right? Please, come in, come in. Are you making lunch? Mo Wan'er looked at the apron tied around my waist and asked, Yes. Since you are here, let us eat together. I respectfully welcomed my future mother-in-law and father-in-law inside and handed them slippers. Meanwhile, Chen Jun also emerged from the bedroom. The moment she saw the two familiar figures, she hurriedly called out, Dad, Mom, you, All along the journey, Dad Chen's mood had been terrible. He kept thinking that when he saw his daughter and that boy, he would give them a severe scolding. But now that they were actually face to face, he inexplicably found himself at a loss for words. Scold his daughter, his heartache far outweighed his anger, and he just could not do it. Scold the boy. His wife mentioned that this kid came from a martial arts family, and he himself was a very rare martial arts prodigy. Yet looking at him, he seemed so gentle and refined, not at all like a fist-fighting martial artist. Could he even be scolded? Dad, come sit down. Chen Jun walked over obediently and pulled her father to sit on the sofa. On the other side, Mo Wan'er looked around, but did not see my mother anywhere. She could not help but turn and glance at me standing beside her. Jiangtao, where is your mother? Oh, my mom went back to our hometown to hand out invitations. She also has to handle some ancestral rituals. She will come back with my dad tonight. Mo Wan'er nodded. I see. Uncle, Auntie, please have a seat for now. I will go prepare lunch. Fortunately, the white rice had only just begun to cook. Returning to the kitchen, I washed some more white rice, measured the water again, and set the rice to cook. Dad Chen was obviously not a man of many words. The conversation he had with his daughter was rather dry, mostly just asking how her health was. That kid is called Wu Jiangtao, right? Has he bullied you? With my advancement in martial arts, my physical fitness increased day by day, and my five senses became increasingly sharp. Even though I was in the kitchen, I could keenly hear the conversation between the three of them in the living room. Regarding her father's questioning, although Chen Jun felt somewhat shy, she still recounted her experiences over these past days. She specifically highlighted how well I had taken care of her and the babies. Hearing this, Dad Chen felt comforted in his heart, but there was still an undeniable lingering sourness. He felt a stomach full of mixed feelings. This was his very own daughter, the precious, tender cabbage he had painstakingly raised for over 20 years, had just voluntarily run off into someone else's vegetable patch. It was own thing to run off. But she had also brought along 2 even cuter little cabbages with her. After I finished cooking the dishes and brought them to the dining room, just as I was about to call my future mother-in-law and father-in-law to eat, suddenly the doorbell rang. Hearing the bell, I immediately went to open the door. Oh boy! Sure enough, it was the freeloader arriving for a meal. I watched as a slender long figure swiftly changed her shoes, and then rushed over to plop down at the dining table in a flurry. I am here. Uncle Mama Mo, you are here. Xiaoshan? Dad Chen also stared blankly at this girl who had suddenly popped out of nowhere. Before he even had time to say anything, Li Xiaoshan very skillfully picked up a prepared bowl and chopsticks, and dug straight into the plate of spicy diced chicken in front of her. Wahahaha! I am digging in! So delicious, with just one bite. Li Xiaoshan felt as though she had returned to her hometown, tasting the most authentic Sichuan-style spicy chicken. Only then did she notice that the dining table seemed unusually quiet today. She looked up, only to find Dad Chen and Aunt Mo staring at her in speechless disbelief. Suddenly, the girl felt quite awkward. She forced out a laugh. Ha ha ha, Mama Mo. Uncle, why are you guys looking at me? Eat. Quickly taste Jiangtao's cooking. It is absolutely impeccable, especially paired with the purely natural soy milk. On word, incredible. Li Xiaoshan's enthusiastic endorsement left Dad Chen completely dumbfounded. While Mo Wanhe could not help but shake her head and chuckle softly, she patted her husband. All right, let us eat. She understood now that those 2 dishes were specially prepared for this girl. She had initially thought that Kid Wu Jiangtao had made them specifically for them. It turned out she was flattering herself. However, I stood up on my end and served each of them a bowl of snow fungus and lotus seed soup. Uncle, Auntie, you are always busy with work, frequently working overtime and staying up late. Drinking more of this snow fungus and lotus seed sweet soup is good for moisturizing your lungs. Since my father-in-law and mother-in-law had arrived, I adjusted the menu based on the physical conditions of these 2 elders, and specially made this sweet soup. The ingredients were prepared early on. I had originally planned to make it for dinner. Snow fungus and lotus seed soup has a cooling nature, and Chen Jun should not eat things that are too cooling right now. Therefore, I added extra red dates and goji berries to introduce some warming properties. By the way, Xiaoshan, the other day, your Aunt Wu, how was the boy she introduced to you? Mo Wanhe asked with deep concern. Li Xiaoshan, who was devouring her food, paused. She swallowed a mouthful of rice. I guess he was okay. It is just that 2 of them showed up that day. When they first met, she almost thought Aunt Wu had made a mistake. Why would she set up 2 guys right off the bat? Could a blind date even be a on-2 situation? However, after my mom's introductions, she finally realized that the other guy, who did not look much older, was actually the first guy's uncle. After the introductions, my mom quickly took her younger brother Yuan Long away with her, leaving the space for her and the nephew. Have you been texting each other? How have your chats been? Mo Wanhe also had a gossiping heart. He is a bit rigid, but very manly. Oh right. He even asked me out for a walk tonight. When are you bringing him over for Aunt Mo to evaluate? Mo Wanhe also hoped Li Xiaoshan could find her other half soon. After all, her own daughter already had babies now. Li Xiaoshan instantly did not know whether to laugh or cry. Mama Mo, we literally just met. There is absolutely nothing solid between us yet. Then hurry up and make it solid. Mo Wanhe had also learned Yuan Huang's basic information from my mom, the captain of the Feng City Police Department's combat team, a star-level martial arts expert. A young man like that undoubtedly had an exceptionally bright future. Although he was slightly older, that was only true when compared to ordinary people. As martial artists, thanks to the tempering of their training, the youthful state of their bodies could be maintained well into their 50s or 60s. After eating, Chen Jun did not just turn around and go sit down. Instead, she stayed with me to clean up the entire table's worth of plates, bowls, and chopsticks. In the living room, watching his daughter help out in the kitchen, Dad Chen could not help but feel a twinge of sourness in his heart. But he could also tell that his daughter seemed to be getting along quite well with this young man. All right, go spend time with uncle and auntie. I can handle things over here. Otherwise, they will think I am bullying you and making you do heavy chores. It is fine. I do not want to just stay home all day being spoiled by your care. I will be finishing my postpartum confinement the day after tomorrow. You should teach me how to cook and stir-fry. I was a bit surprised and turned to look at Chen Jun. Were these mundane chores something a wealthy young lady like her should be doing? But I saw her looking back at me as earnestly as ever. There will be times when you are not home. If I can't even cook rice, fry an egg, or stir-fry some vegetables by then, what will the two babies eat? That is true, let me think about it. And so, I agreed to it. With the two of us working together. This little bit of housework was finished in no time. We returned to the living room together, and just as we sat down, we heard Mo Wanhea say, "Previously, on the Magic University forum, the investigation results regarding that post have come out. You two should know the mastermind behind it. It is a junior at Magic University named Chen Mei." This made Chen Jun pause in surprise. She truly had not taken this matter to heart. If her mother had not suddenly brought it up now, she would have completely forgotten about it. My expression darkened slightly. My gaze immediately focused on my future mother-in-law. What? How could it be him? Chen Jun could not help but cover her mouth. Looking stunned, she instantly recalled this popular figure on Magic University's campus. She never expected that this guy would actually do such a thing. Mo Wanhea stated calmly. By now, the Feng City Police Department and Magic University should have almost issued an official announcement regarding this case. I heard Chen Mei has even gotten a criminal record because of this. He will carry this stain on his record from now on. This is also the result of him reaping what he sowed. Soon, Chen Jun finished her postpartum confinement. After her confinement period ended, she needed to go to the hospital for her own-month postpartum checkup. Therefore, Chen Jun and I went to the hospital. Chen Jun walked out of the consultation room holding her medical report. The doctor said my body is recovering very well, but I have noticed I am getting more and more chubby. I quickly comforted her. It is okay. It is fine. Later, I will make you nutritious weight loss and fat reduction meals. I guarantee you will be mostly back to normal within a year. Chen Jun walked with a listless look on her face. With a sudden sorrowful look in her eyes, she said, "But I want to eat spicy diced chicken too." Not going to lie, the way this girl joked around left me momentarily entranced. And because I briefly forgot my surroundings, I narrowly avoided colliding head-on with a stranger who suddenly appeared around the corner. "Do you not have eyes when you walk? Why is it you, Wu Jiangtao?" A deep, resonant voice rang out. I saw an extremely tall and burly figure standing right in front of me. As his gaze swept over Chen Jun beside me, a flash of astonishment at her beauty crossed his eyes. This person was none other than Lu Wan'er's older brother, Lu Pengcheng, and the two women standing behind him. The younger own was exactly Lu Wan'er. She was keeping her head down, making it hard to see her expression, while the other woman, who looked to be in her 50s, bore a 60 to 70% resemblance to her. From her appearance, she had to be her mother. "Good. Perfect. You two are both here." Lu Pengcheng's face darkened as he sneered and glared at Chen Jun and me. "We have a certain matter that we need to thoroughly discuss." Just as he was saying this, someone else approached from the other side of the corridor. It was a very elegantly dressed middle-aged woman, followed by another all-too-familiar classmate. It was none other than Wang Yuan. "Oh my, little Wan'er, how was your first prenatal checkup? What did the doctor say? Oh, and who are these two?" The middle-aged woman smiled gently at Lu Wan'er, while Wang Yuan, beside her, pulled a long face, turned his head away, and refused to look in our direction. It was unclear who he was angry at. I, however, had no desire to deal with these two families. I gave them a faint glance, turned around and prepared to leave, but Lu Pengcheng blocked my path once more. "Hold on." My expression turned slightly cold. I stated impatiently, I do not have time. Saying this, I moved to lead Chen Jun away. Try walking away if you dare. Lu Pingcheng sneered, blocking our way. Wu Jiangtao. You abandoned my sister and got together with this woman. You owe us compensation no matter how you look at it. Compensation, I paused, stunned upon hearing this. I immediately turned to look at him as if looking at an absolute idiot. You people actually have the audacity to stand in front of me and tell me you want compensation? No, it is not like that. Lu Wan'er was the first to break. Manipulative as she was, she still cared about saving face. She waved her hands frantically. No, the compensation my brother mentioned is not that kind of compensation. Her mother and Wang Yuan's mother beside her also could not help but step forward. It is like this. Pengcheng simply hopes that you could act as a witness for us. Act as a witness? What do you mean? I furrowed my brows. Mother Lu stepped forward and glared fiercely at her son. Then, looking somewhat embarrassed, she explained the whole story to me. It turned out that during the Magic University Forum incident, Chen Jun and I were not the only ones targeted by netizen backlash. Lu Wan'er and Wang Yuan were also caught in the crossfire. However, the initial posts leaked by Chen Mei and the subsequent follow-up posts contained a factual discrepancy. The former accused Wu Jiangtao of changing his mind the moment he saw something better, claiming he dumped Lu Wan'er after latching onto the goddess campus Belle, while the latter stated that the one who actually cheated was Lu Wan'er, and that Wu Jiangtao and the goddess campus Belle were merely an accident. Those later posts are complete nonsense. Did not our Wan'er break up with you before getting together with Wang Yuan? This is clearly a rumor. We just need you to say own thing. Wan'er broke up with you first, before she got together with Wang Yuan. Is not that the truth anyway? At this point, Mother Lu forced a smile. Jiangtao, Auntie is also very sorry that you and our Wan'er could not end up together in the end, but seeing that you now have such an excellent girl by your side, Auntie is happy for you too. After all, Wan'er was once with you. Now, this matter also concerns Wan'er's reputation. Just say the word. Just own sentence. I quietly looked at Lu Wan'er's mother and glanced at Wang Yuan beside her. Yet I saw that this guy, after hearing these words, actually could not help but roll his eyes, his face full of mockery and impatience. Lu Pengcheng kept mumbling on the side. In his view, this kid Wu Jiangtao still had the same submissive and compliant personality as before. Why bother sucking up to him like this? Meanwhile, Wang Yuan's mother looked beaming and amiable, giving the impression of a very gentle mother. Even though there were only 4 or 5 people in front of me, they gave me the illusion of seeing all the myriad faces of humanity. I only speak the truth. Dropping this single sentence, I shook my head. I really was not in the mood to get involved with these baffling people. I casually pulled Chen Jun along, turning around to leave once again. At this moment, Lu Pengcheng swiftly turned around and blocked our way. I told you, some people are just like bratty kids. Most of the time, talking nicely to them does not work. You have to teach them a lesson. Saying that, he reached out a hand and swiftly grabbed at me, looking absolutely confident of his victory. If you just listen obediently would not. Before he could even finish his sentence, I backhanded grabbed his paw and twisted it. He practically gritted his teeth and swallowed back the cry of pain in his mouth. In just an instant, his twisted hand hurt so much that bead-sized sweat broke out on his forehead. At this moment, his intuition told him that if the other party exerted even a little more force, the fate of his hand would inevitably be dislocated bones and torn muscles. You. Lu Pengcheng widened his eyes, and with great difficulty turned his head to look at me in utter astonishment. Behind him, both the Lu and Wang families were also stunned, especially Wang Yuan, who had a face full of surprise. The sentence you just said, I strongly agree with it too. I lightly pressed down a bit more, and then pulled Chen Jun away without looking back. I did not want to waste time on meaningless people. At this very moment, the Lu and Wang families opposite us watched, dumbfounded, looking at my receding back. Lu Wan'er was left feeling lost and devastated. When did he become so strong? Finally, the day of the 2 babies' own month full moon banquet arrived. Since there was no grand banquet, but just a few tables of home-cooked dishes at home. Chen Jun and I were busy in the kitchen early on. Ha ha ha. I did not expect that in your generation. It would actually be Tao Tao who made me a great-grandfather first. For the baby's full moon banquet, Grandpa and Grandma naturally had to be present today. Hearing this, cousin Yuan Huang beside them instantly let out a bitter smile. That is right, Xiao Huang, you need to work harder too. You can't always forget about your personal life because of work. No matter how busy you are, there is always time to rest, right? Grandma patted him on the shoulder. Both Grandpa and Grandma were already approaching 80 years old, but they looked like they were only in their 50s. This was closely related to their martial arts practice. Facing Grandma Wu's urging, Yuan Huang smiled bitterly and kept nodding in agreement. But in his mind appeared the image from a few days ago of the girl his second aunt had introduced to him, that tall, slim, and pretty girl, Li Xiaoshan. She should be coming today too. After their last blind date, Yuan Huang added her as a friend, and they even agreed to go for a walk in the park the next day. Although due to work reasons, their first date ended with Li Xiaoshan dropping him off at the train station. But this could still be considered a good start. I was in the kitchen stir-frying dishes, while Chen Jun helped out on the side, seeing me cook up dishes with excellent color, aroma, and taste. Her eyes were filled with little stars. The baby's dad is really amazing. At the thought that she would soon be able to feast again, a beautiful smile unconsciously appeared on her face. Guided by Yuan Huang, Grandpa and Grandma walked through the gate of Yunlu Garden and entered Building 11. Just as they were about to press the doorbell, the door opened. Yuan Huang was suddenly taken aback. Hi, you are here too. The person greeting him was none other than Li Xiaoshan. She was relatively free today, so she had come over early to help. Hi, good afternoon. Yuan Huang's eyes lit up as he smiled at Li Xiaoshan. Grandpa and Grandma were experienced people and could tell at a glance that there was something going on between these two young people. But they did not say anything, just smiled and went inside. The two families started chatting casually in the living room. Time soon reached the afternoon. I took the grand feast I had prepared and brought the dishes out of the kitchen owned by Owen. Today's full moon banquet thus began. Not bad. Grandpa was well-traveled and knowledgeable. This time, he also rarely ate a bit more. I originally thought that Kid Zhanyang was exaggerating, but it seems he was actually being modest. This level of cooking is even better than many famous gourmet restaurants. Even I have not had such delicious meals many times in the past. Chen Jun's grandfather, Elder Chen, who was sitting next to him, also looked surprised. Yes, it really is delicious. I did not expect Xiao Tao to have such great culinary skills. It seems Xiao Jun won't have to worry about the food at least. Exactly. Being around such a great chef, even if little Wu is occasionally not home, she will naturally pick up some skills and definitely be able to cook a little something. That way, the babies won't go hungry either. Grandma Chen nodded. But suddenly, as if remembering something, by the way, my son told me before that Xiaojun and Xiao Tao have not gotten their marriage certificate yet. Today, having seen this boy Xiao Tao, I think he is very good. He looks like a good kid who knows how to live a proper life. If you ask me, let us not delay this anymore. Just go ahead and get the marriage certificate. Haha, hearing Grandma Chen praise her little grandson, Grandpa immediately laughed happily. On the other hand, Grandma Wu immediately reacted and quickly chimed in, expressing her agreement. That is right, I think it works. Tell them not to drag it out and hurry up to get the certificate. This is good for each other and good for the babies too. The children's household registration is still in Feng City right now. Xiao Tao, Xiao Jun, what are you two thinking right now? Before Grandma Wu could say anything more, Grandma Chen turned her head and looked right at us on the side. I felt like it was fine. Such a beautiful wife, who gave birth to a pair of boy-girl twins for me. If we could get the certificate now, I would be 100% willing. But Chen Jun felt a bit shy. A flush of red crept up on her face. Chen Jun did not know what to say for a moment, and subconsciously turned her head to glance at me. I was similarly a bit embarrassed. After all, the two of us did not completely understand each other's personalities and preferences yet. Grandma, we have only been together for about a month after all. Xiaojun might still have some. Hearing my rather unremarkable answer, Chen Jun felt a slight sense of relief in her heart. But in her mind, the scene from before, of me helping her soak her feet, involuntarily surfaced. She looked at her grandma reproachfully. Grandma, right now I just want to focus on resting my body well and taking good care of the babies. As for other things, I have not thought that much about them yet. Have not thought that much about them. Hearing this, I immediately felt a bit disappointed. But then I remembered the reward I had mentioned to her before, and my mood instantly improved quite a bit. Take it slow, the days ahead are still long. She must just be thin-skinned and shy, right? My completely non-committal answer just now made Chen Jun's wildly beating heart instantly calm down. That is why she gave such a lukewarm response. This incredibly profound and subtle emotional reaction. How could a straight guy like me, who does not have much relationship experience, possibly sense it? Only my mom, watching from the side, was anxiously fretting on my behalf. She could not help but reach over and pinch me. I turned my head to look at my mom with a confused expression, only to see her suddenly pick up her phone and type away furiously. Ding ding dong. My phone received a text message. Are you stupid? What about your own stance? Give a clear, positive attitude about what you think. Why do you care what Xiaojun thinks at a time like this? You are really pissing me off. I looked at my phone, then looked at my mom, my face full of question marks, completely unable to figure out what was going on. Forget it, I roughly know what your situation is now. I will tell you what you should do later. Honestly, how do I have such a stupid son? I stopped looking down at my phone, and instead subconsciously turned my head to glance at the girl beside me. I saw her with her head lowered, taking small sips of cordyceps flour chicken stew. Right now, it was best for Chen Jun to avoid oily foods, especially since she also wanted to start controlling her weight. Feeling my gaze, Chen Jun simply ignored me. Because of a certain someone's words just now, she was currently charging up her mana, waiting until she had enough to unleash her ultimate move. My mom across from us saw all this and felt helpless in her heart. Sure enough, men, regardless of their age, are mostly this rough around the edges in most situations. They are always a beat too slow to catch on to a girl's thoughts. Today, at this special full moon banquet, everyone's appetite was exceptionally good. Every time a dish was served and went around the table once, it was immediately wiped clean. Everyone ate to their heart's content. These so-called home-cooked dishes were much, much better than those from restaurants. They were quite lucky to be able to enjoy such a meal. After I finished cleaning up outside, I came into the bedroom. In the room, the babies woke up. The babies are awake. I was slightly taken aback, calculated the time in my head, and figured, it is about time to change their diapers. Chen Jun, who was mixing formula for the two babies, replied indifferently. Alone in the room together, I immediately and keenly noticed that her tone was a bit off. What is wrong? I hurriedly moved closer to Chen Jun's side. I am fine. This phrase truly deserves its reputation as the timeless classic response of girls nowadays. As she said it, she even turned her face away, seemingly not wanting to look at me much. Although I was not very good at catching girls' subtle emotions, I was not a total novice in love either. If I actually believed Chen Jun was fine at a time like this, then my brain would have truly been kicked by a donkey. I shamelessly hurried over to her, gently placing a hand on Chen Jun's fragrant shoulder. What is really wrong? Tell me, are you feeling unwell? Or did someone make you angry? Chen Jun could not help but turn her head to glance at me. Honestly, it was not like she was incredibly angry. She had also realized by now that I was probably just someone with this slightly crude, straight guy personality. I was not some Casanova either. In that situation just now, being able to consider her feelings first was already pretty good. At least this version of me was frank and genuine. While she thought this way, Chen Jun, with her face turned away, could not help but change her tune the moment she spoke. It is you. You are the one who offended me. I was taken aback for a moment, but looking at this girl puffing her cheeks in such a cute manner in front of me, I directly chose to unreasonably hug her. She instantly lost her ability to speak. Just as she tried to struggle and escape, she found my arms firm and strong and simply gave up. What are you doing? You are angry, are not you? So I have to coax you. I spoke with complete self-assurance. Looking at the girl's half-angry, half-smiling expression, affection bloomed in my heart. Chen Jun laughed out of anger. This is you coaxing me. You are really a dense blockhead. So stupid, so stupid. At this moment, a click was heard. The bedroom door opened. Xiaojun. Li Xiaoxin's familiar, careless voice drifted in. Then, her voice paused, and she immediately let out a strange squawk. Ah le. Chen Jun immediately jumped up. She forcefully broke free from my embrace, and then continued to mix formula for the babies, pretending as if nothing had happened. As for the room, I just watched her run away like that, and subconsciously reached out a hand. My fingers paused helplessly in the air. Judging from the contact just now, even though this girl has me in her heart, it is obvious that we are currently more than friends, but not yet lovers. It is true that things are starting to get sweet, but the time we have spent together is simply too short. This girl feels like she does not understand me very well yet, and is still in a stage of anxiety about gains and losses. If I could have seized the opportunity just now, the two of us would most likely have crossed this stage and taken a step further. Unfortunately, due to Li Xiaoshan's intrusion, I could only sigh in helplessness. At this moment, I was truly incredibly depressed. I could not help but turn my head and glare at Li Xiaoshan, who had suddenly appeared and ruined my good moment. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoshan was equally depressed. She had merely come over enthusiastically to complain to her best friend about a certain someone's dense, blockhead-like traits these past few days. She never expected to stumble upon such a scene the moment she walked in. This wave of PDA caught her completely off guard, piercing right into her heart like a knife. At this time, Li Xiaoshan's dramatic side flared up, and she could not help but raise a hand to clutch her chest. Feeling extremely downcast, she did not even greet me, but just turned around and left directly. And back in the bedroom, my face was full of question marks. Wait, before you go, are not you supposed to apologize to me first, hey? Just as Li Xiaoshan walked out of the living room, she saw a tall figure. What is wrong? You do not look very well. Looking at the girl's appearance, he felt a bit baffled. Was not she just talking and laughing cheerfully with him moments ago? Her face was rosy, and she was full of vitality. How come she looks so deflated now? Li Xiaoshan hesitated. She was just about to complain about her best friend Chen Jun, but then realized she was the one who had apparently ruined their intimate moment. After a moment of silence, can you accompany me downstairs for a walk? Sure. Yuan Huang nodded, while looking at the girl somewhat strangely. Before this, the girl had always been quite giggly and cheerful. What was going on today? Did she receive a text that her ex-boyfriend was getting married? After Li Xiaoshan left, I looked at Chen Jun and embarrassedly opened my mouth to speak. Xiaojun, do you mind what happened just now? Chen Jun paused upon hearing this. Immediately, a beautiful crimson flush spread across her face, but she purposely played dumb. Did something happen just now? The always strong-willed Chen Jun. I finally saw her fragile side during today's farewells. Tao, you are also a professional martial artist now. What are your plans for the future? As they were about to leave, Grandpa looked at me and asked, "This? I have not quite figured it out yet." I pondered for a moment. Now that Magic University knows I have passed the martial arts professional certification, Director Wang sought me out earlier, asking if I wanted to stay at the school and take a position teaching in the martial arts department at Magic University. Grandpa nodded. That is not bad either. You should also find ways to improve your practical combat skills. You can go seek out that long kid. Okay, I will. When I have time, I will also go find Uncle to have him guide me a bit. Good. Grandpa looked gratified. He reached out and patted my shoulder. We are leaving now. When the babies are a little older, bring them home more often, and let Grandpa have a look at them. Xiaojun, Grandma Wu held her hand, and said affectionately, if that brat Tao dares to bully you, just come straight to Grandma. Although Grandma is a bag of old bones, I am more than capable of teaching him a lesson. As for me standing by the side, why did I inexplicably feel like I had heard Grandma's words somewhere before? Chen Jun nodded and said very obediently, I will. My older cousin drove the car over. The two elders turned and got into the car. They gave us own last wave before driving far away. My mom had originally wanted to stay and help take care of the babies, but I strongly dissuaded her, listing a whole bunch of reasons. Things like Xiaojun and I can already take good care of the babies now. But no one knows a son better than his mother. How could my mom not tell that my words were insincere? But as for the real reason, it was not appropriate for my mom to press further. And there was no way I was going to admit that it was just so I could spend alone time with my girl as soon as possible. Of course, it was spending alone time while taking care of two babies at the same time. The Wu family had just left, and the Chen and Mo families, who had traveled from far away in Kyoto, were also heading back. It was yet another farewell, walking Grandpa, Grandma, and the rest to the estate gate. Chen Jun's face was full of reluctance to part, and her eyes could not help but redden. It was only now that she realized she had not seen her grandparents in a very long time. If she had not been pregnant and given birth from last year to this year, she would have gone back to her grandparents' home once a month. Silly child, Grandma Chen held her granddaughter's hand and said gently, Grandma's only regret is that when you were pregnant with the babies, I could not be by your side to take care of you. Take good care of Dodo and Meow Meow. When they are a little older, bring them home more often. Grandma still wants to watch the two little babies grow up. She nodded forcefully. I will. When the babies are a little older, I will bring them home. Saying this, Grandma Chen took Chen Jun's hand. Although Grandma's eyes and ears are not so good, her mind is clear. Yesterday might have looked like a full moon banquet for the two babies, but it was actually an engagement dinner for the two of you. Grandma has been through it all. I only hope that you two can get along well and raise the babies together. There will definitely be bumps and hurdles in the days ahead, but that is what makes life flavorful and fulfilling. Grandma does not understand the complex feelings of you young people today, but from what I see, Xiao Tao is an honest and sincere boy. Pick a date and go get the marriage certificate early. When the time comes, remember to tell Grandpa and Grandma so we can set our minds at ease. The elder then looked at me. Xiao Tao. Xiaojun might seem independent and strong, but she actually has a bit of a hot temper. If she loses her temper, just tell Grandma, and I will teach her a lesson. I did not know what to say, so I just nodded. It was truly strange on the issue of who might bully whom. The Wu family sided with Chen Jun, while the Chen family protected me. Chen Jun's grandparents got into the car and waved to her, watching them gradually disappear as the car drove further away. Tears uncontrollably flowed from Chen Jun's large eyes. Even when the car was completely out of sight, she still stood there, waving incessantly. When she had to board at school in high school, the first time she left her grandparents' side, and every Sunday afternoon after that, whenever she left them, she would quietly shed tears on the road. The year she was admitted to Magic University at the airport walkway. With every step forward, she could not help but look back. With every step, she could see her grandparents standing at the other end, looking over from afar with their heads raised. She still remembered to this day the persimmon tree in front of her grandparents' house. In autumn, the tree would be full of ripe persimmons. And when she was little, she would stand under the tree, looking up greedily at them. There are too many things in this world that are left unsaid. Grandma, Grandpa, stay a little longer. Stay and see the babies again, and keep me company. But what she ended up choking out in the end was just, it is okay, I can manage. We will be fine. Be careful on your way back. Standing nearby, Mo Wanhei and Dad Chen, who had not left yet, watched their daughter cry like a tearful mess in my arms. While their hearts ached for her, they also felt a bit of an unpleasant tang. Their daughter had never been this reluctant to part with them since she was young. Ultimately, as a mother, the time she had spent by her side was truly far too little. So much so that she grew up closer to her grandparents. Let us go back. It is windy outside. You will catch a cold standing here like this. I comforted Chen Jun. Chen Jun calmed her emotions a bit and let me hold her hand as we walked back. President Mo and Dad Chen walked alongside us, also softly comforting their daughter, saying that if she missed her grandparents, once the babies were 6 months old, they would take the babies back to their hometown in Kyoto to stay for a few days. The babies did not cry or make a fuss, did they? As soon as she got back, Chen Jun immediately slipped into her role as a mother and hurriedly went over to check on the 2 babies. It is fine, the babies are sleeping very soundly. They have not woken up to cry or fuss, Xiao Jun said with a smile. Thank you so much. Chen Jun and I quickly expressed our thanks. No need, no need. The young assistant waved her hands repeatedly. I am President Mo's lifestyle assistant. This is my duty to begin with. Speaking of this young assistant, she originally graduated from a top-tier university. It was just that when she later entered Feiyun Group, Mo Wanhei accidentally saw on her resume that she specifically had obtained certifications as a nursery teacher and child care worker. Finding it quite interesting, she then transferred her to be her personal lifestyle assistant. Owen must say that this decision was very wise. This young assistant was indeed very good at taking care of people. Mo Wanhei had been taken care of extremely well by her. At noon, I finished preparing lunch and called Chen Jun out from the bedroom. Wow, why did you make so many dishes for lunch today? Upon seeing the sumptuous feast on the dining table, she was taken aback at first, but quickly realized, is Xiaoshan coming over? And more, I set the bowls and chopsticks while giving her a mysterious smile. More than that, there were others too. Chen Jun was not interested enough to ask further. She turned and went next door to call her parents over for lunch. Just as they were getting ready to eat at home, a slender figure rushed in.
Wahahaha. I am here. Let us eat. Let us eat.
She practically hung herself onto Chen Jun, hugging her tightly. A single night apart feels like 3 autumns. Did you miss me?
Ugh.
Looking exasperated, Chen Jun pushed this clingy friend away from her. With absolute disdain, she replied, no, being shoved away by her bestie. Li Xiaoshan huffed angrily, so heartless. Then again, someone has a husband now and has completely forgotten her bestie. Yesterday, I was outside helping to clean up, while a certain someone was hiding in the bedroom, cuddling. As soon as she said this, the living room fell dead silent. President Mo and Dad Chen turned their heads, looking blankly at their daughter, whose face was instantly covered in a bright blush. Li Xiaoshan, shut up. At this moment, Chen Jun was truly mortified, angry, embarrassed, and thoroughly flustered. Ooh, getting shy now. Seeing her flustered and exasperated look, remembering how suffocating it felt to be force-fed their PDA before, Li Xiaoshan now felt a wave of immense satisfaction. Upon seeing Chen Jun's embarrassed state, the mouth is mine, and I will say what I want, blah. Yuan Huang, who had been left standing on the sidelines, finally came over to greet President Mo and Dad Chen. Dad Chen still had some impression of this young man. Last night at the banquet, Dad Wu had specifically introduced him, the captain of the Feng City Police Department's combat team. Although he was a bit older, he was definitely a young man with a boundless future. He was indeed a good match for Xiaoshan. When they sat down at the dining table, Chen Jun's face still held a rosy flush. She was already thin-skinned to begin with, and Li Xiaoshan, exposing her completely, had directly shattered the limits of her embarrassment. Eat, President Mo grumbled, glaring at the 2 besties. Stop messing around. Even eating can't shut you 2 up. What is going on while eating? I shot Chen Jun an inquiring look. Unexpectedly, the girl shot back a fierce but cute eye roll. Baffled by this unprovoked rebuff from Chen Jun, and unable to coax her in front of everyone, I had to turn to look at my older cousin, Yuan Huang, beside me. I asked somewhat curiously, cousin, has not your work been busy lately? It is all right, Yuan Huang nodded. There is a big, rather tricky case in Feng City recently. I was specially transferred over to help. Right after lunch, I have to head back to the police department. I nodded, not surprised at all. My older cousin's work at the police department was always extremely busy anyway. He came to attend the baby's full moon banquet yesterday. And today he came over again with Li Xiaoshan for a meal and to see the elders. Li Xiaoshan's arrival instantly shifted the atmosphere in Unit 0903. turning the initially somewhat dull mood into something exceptionally bright and lively. How could it not be lively? The moment she arrived, she started teasing us about the intimate moment she caught Chen Jun and me in last night. After lunch, Li Xiaoshan used the excuse of being busy with work to slip away. It was about the same for cousin Yuan Huang. To be able to find time at noon to come all the way from East Street to University Town just to have lunch was already far from easy. It was only because Li Xiaoshan invited him. Otherwise, this busy man would definitely be completely absorbed in his case. Where would he find the time to come over? That is right. The lively and cute girl his second aunt introduced to him had already deeply captivated him. Perhaps it was because he was entirely focused on work, had a relatively small social circle, and had a somewhat dull personality. He was also a man of few words. But Li Xiaoshan's appearance happened to add a rare splash of color to his dry life. Watching this girl joke and laugh so freely, the smiles on Yuan Huang's face increased significantly. As soon as they left, Chen Jun immediately flared up. In the room, she could not stop pinching me. It is all your fault. If it were not for you, I would not have been teased by her like that. Ouch. Ouch. I grimaced from the pinching and feigned anger. Enough. If you keep doing that, I am going to counterattack. Do not you dare. A puffed-up Chen Jun continued pinching my waist. If you dare to bully me, I am going to tell Auntie. At this crucial moment, how could Chen Jun not know what my counterattack would be? She immediately covered her mouth with both hands, refusing to let me have my way easily. Looking at her adorable reaction, I gently kissed her hands. Ew, I hate you. Chen Jun shoved me away and ran off to wash her hands. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind. Was my reaction just now an overreaction? Would he take issue with it? She could not help but feel a twinge of insecurity, afraid that her strong reaction just now might have made me feel a bit upset. A moment later, Chen Jun returned to the room and saw me smilingly coaxing the two babies to sleep. Chen Jun observed me carefully, her face full of curiosity. You are not angry. Why would I be angry? Although I did not know why she thought I would be angry, my reaction speed was exceptionally fast. I immediately put on a straight face. Angry, of course I am angry. I am very angry. Chen Jun pouted. Who are you trying to fool? You only know how to bully me. At this point, the worry in her heart quietly dissipated. They have finally left. I am finally liberated. Chen Jun looked up, her eyes narrowing into crescents, her face full of joy. Looking at her joyful expression, I was momentarily taken aback.
Wait.
Just now, in front of President Mo and Dad Chen, were not you still looking a bit sullen? Ugh, they kept saying that since I just finished my confinement. I can't do this. I should not do that. I just wanted to wash my hair. Is it really that serious? After grumbling to herself for a bit, Chen Jun turned to look at the somewhat stunned me beside her. Hey, I want to eat spicy diced chicken tonight. Why are you looking at me like that? Did you hear my order or not? I do not think we have any chicken left at home. We have finished all the chickens my mom brought from our hometown during your confinement. If you really want it, I will have to make a special trip to the wet market. More importantly, when a certain someone texted to order food this morning, I already told her we were out of chicken. I do not care. Chen Jun huffed and turned around. With her hands behind her back, she took a couple of brisk steps along the tree-lined path. Suddenly, she gracefully waved her hands and did a full twirl. Her light, airy footsteps made her look like a joyful little fawn, and as her slender waist stretched and elegantly spun, she looked like a beautiful butterfly. I watched the scene without blinking. This was the first time I had ever seen Chen Jun dance. Although it was very brief, it left me feeling absolutely stunned by her beauty. Let us go to the Zhangxin garden across the river. I have not been there yet. Chen Jun happily led the way. Sure, I would love to take a walk there too. As I pushed the stroller, looking at the girl who had fully regained her vitality, my heart brightened along with her. Just as President Mo and Dad Chen headed back in the evening, Li Xiaoshan, completely empty-handed herself, had her bags big and small moved into the unit next to 0903. Oh, thanks for your hard work. Come. Let me give you a reward. Saying this, Li Xiaoshan suddenly opened her arms and threw them around Yuan Huang in front of her. This unexpected hug left the older bachelor completely stunned, his hands subconsciously wrapped around Li Xiaoshan. At this moment, her inner monologue went something like this. It has been so many days, and he still has not even dared to hold my hand. Fine, no need to hold hands. I will just jump straight to giving him a hug. How about that? But Yuan Huang merely stared at her blankly, looking at her delicate face so close to his, and her slightly widened large eyes. His heart fluttered, but as the seconds ticked by in silence, Li Xiaoshan's embarrassment skyrocketed. Yet the guy in front of her was acting literally like a block of wood. Although when they had chatted before, she heard him talk about his past, how he had always just gone to school, studied and practiced martial arts, and was so busy after starting work that he had never been in a relationship. He should not be this much of a blockhead, right? Right at that moment, the door to 0902 opened. Immediately after, a familiar voice drifted over. Xiaoshan, you are here, oh. In the next second, the two sprang apart violently as if they had been electrocuted. Standing at the door was none other than Chen Jun. What are you two? What goes around, comes around. Previously, my intimate moment had been ruined by Li Xiaoshan. Today, she had finally mustered up the courage and schemed to win over Yuan Huang, only to have it ruined by Chen Jun. Well, ruined was not exactly the right word. As the saying goes, a man chasing a woman is like scaling a mountain. A woman chasing a man is like piercing a veil. Now that Li Xiaoshan was the first to make a move, and since Yuan Huang already liked her a lot anyway, their relationship could basically be considered official. The real issue was that what got ruined was a certain someone's long premeditated move. Ah, Li Xiaoshan roared internally. It is gone. Just like that. However, her face did not show any trace of the flustered shame of being caught. Instead, she rolled her eyes at the sudden appearance of Chen Jun. What are you doing here? Can't you see I am busy? Busy moving, are we? I have to say, you moved so fast. Chen Jun looked at her best friend with a hint of confusion. Despite Li Xiaoshan's carefree and boisterous exterior, this girl had actually always been quite conservative when it came to relationships, especially her experiences during university, which had dealt her a significant blow. It was not that there had not been outstanding guys pursuing her over the years. Like last year, for instance, she had met a guy who made her heart flutter. It was just that at the time, she was dispatched by the Research Institute to America for project research and academic exchange. As a result, that budding relationship fizzled out before it even began. After she returned this year, that guy was already together with another girl. And then, Mom Wu introduced Yuan Huang to her. We are barely anywhere yet, Li Xiaoshan retorted sarcastically. No matter how fast I am definitely not as fast as you. Chen Jun was instantly left speechless. Even though she could sometimes leave people speechless with her words too, she was never very good at it when it came to actual bickering. I just came over to call you for dinner. Are you coming or not? Li Xiaoshan, moving into 0902, instantly added a lot of joy and liveliness to 0903 next door. However, the joys and sorrows of human beings are not always aligned. Like at the dinner table tonight, Chen Jun simply found Li Xiaoshan to be entirely too noisy. Li Xiaoshan stared at that small plate of spicy diced chicken in front of Chen Jun. Without a doubt, this was a dish I had made specifically for her. Although she would not go so far as to snatch food from her, she still had to ask. Jiangtao, when I texted you to order food at noon today, did not you say there was not any chicken at home? And that you could not make spicy diced chicken? About that? I could only scratch my head. In the afternoon, Xiaojun suddenly said she really wanted to eat this dish. So I made a special trip out to the wet market to buy half a chicken. Li Xiaoshan was speechless. She really could not say anything to that. It was perfectly natural and justified for me to do so. Chen Jun was the biological mother of my two babies after all. If I was not good to her, who would I be good to? Forget it. For the sake of you having just finished your confinement, this grand lady won't fight you for it today. Li Xiaoshan consoled herself, and then very reluctantly tore her gaze away from the dish, looking at another plate on the table, of equally exquisite, fragrant and delicious Yu Shang shredded pork. Even though this dish was also very delicious, She really wanted to eat the spicy diced chicken. At the dining table, everyone watched in speechlessness. Just look at this poor child, craving it so much that tears were about to flow from the corners of her mouth. Chen Jun calmly and peacefully ate this long-lost spicy diced chicken, taking sips of fresh, refreshing soy milk from time to time, feeling a certain someone's gaze constantly glancing over. The delicious taste made her appetite open up even more. She simply felt that today's meal was exceptionally fragrant, greatly whetting her appetite. Unprecedentedly, she got up and scooped herself another half bowl of white rice. Just as she sat down and picked up a small piece of spicy chicken with her chopsticks, on the other side, the movements of Li Xiaoshan's hands immediately froze. Her widened eyes stared fixedly as this piece of spicy chicken disappeared into Chen Jun's mouth. There are only 4 pieces left. Whimper. This best friend could not take it anymore. She put down her bowl and chopsticks, clasped her hands together, and bowed deeply to Chen Jun. I beg your highness to withdraw your magical powers. This concubine can't bear it any longer. Ultimately, in this round of the 2 best friends' battle of wits, Chen Jun achieved a total victory with a plate of spicy diced chicken. Through this, Yuan Huang once again updated his understanding of just how passionate his girlfriend was when it came to food. Of course, that was only when it pertained to good food. After this meal, this older cousin pulled me aside and started asking me how to make spicy diced chicken. After considering it for a few days, I discussed it with Chen Jun again, and finally decided to accept the invitation from Director Wang Huo of Magic University. I would stay at the school and accept the position as a teaching assistant in Magic University's martial arts department. Even though I was still only a teaching assistant, the salary was not low at all. Even during the own-month probation period, the monthly salary was 15,000. After becoming a regular employee, the monthly salary would be 25,000. There were also many other benefits, including the 6 social insurances and own housing fund. It was another pleasant weekend. After Chen Jun finished her soup, feeling about 70% full, she turned her head, only to suddenly discover that a certain someone had sat down right beside her at some point. Very close. Practically pressing against her. She immediately stood up warily and began clearing her bowl and chopsticks, as well as the few plates of food that had been eaten clean. Hey, guarding against me like I am a thief. Is not that a bit too much? It seems I should be the Owen guarding against you, right? Chen Jun instantly felt awkward and embarrassed again. Her toes curled so hard they almost pierced through her slippers on the spot. Unable to hold back, she put down the bowl and chopsticks in her hands, turned around, and looked at me reproachfully. Wu Jiangtao. What exactly do you want? Yes, I owe you, but did not you already make 3 requests? Perfect. Then let this be my 3rd request. I chuckled, staring at her. Give me a kiss. Chen Jun's face instantly turned red. She fidgeted and said, You? Why do you keep harping on this? No, you are wrong, I said with a serious and solemn expression. This is not an issue of me harping on it. Over this past period of time, I have summarized our relationship. Look, we have had kids, and they are even boy-girl twins. So our current relationship belongs to the category of boarding the train first and buying the ticket later, right? That statement did not seem to have any flaws. She nodded seriously. You are right. Then here comes the question. On this train journey of ours, who invited whom onto the train, and then welded the doors shut? Chen Jun helplessly planted a kiss on my cheek, then quickly cleared the bowls and chopsticks and hurried into the kitchen. Suddenly, 2 loud cries rang out from the master bedroom. Immediately, Chen Jun put down the dishes in her hands, turned, and dashed over. Mommy's here, mommy's here. Upon hearing this crying, Chen Jun felt as if her heart was being squeezed by an invisible hand. She felt an indescribable ache. It was not until she picked up the baby that she felt much more at ease. In the bedroom, the moment Dodo and Meow Meow woke up, they cried exceptionally hard. Chen Jun had no choice but to immediately pick up the more hot-tempered younger sister, Dodo, while I went to pick up the older brother, Meow Meow, who had always seemed more peaceful and calm to us. But for some reason, Meow Meow was acting quite differently today. He was crying quite fiercely. even thrashing about vigorously in my arms. Looking as if he was in a lot of discomfort, my heart ached for him. I held Meow Meow and sat down, gently soothing his back. But he still kept crying incessantly. Previously, as long as we picked the baby up, he would calm down immediately. But right now, the baby was crying non-stop for some unknown reason. Bring his brother over to me. I will just feed him a little, and he should be fine. Soon, under Chen Jun's comfort, the two babies calmed down. In their crib, they stared wide-eyed at their two novice parents for a while. They opened their mouths, mimicking their mom and dad, occasionally letting out a meaningless babble or two. 0-month-old babies can generally lift their heads. It is just that they can't keep their heads up for very long. Usually, it lasts for about 5 seconds. Chen Jun and I decided to train the two babies to lift their heads. As the head lifting training progressed, the duration they could keep their heads up would gradually increase. When training the two babies to lift their heads, the always meticulous and serious Chen Jun even went out of her way to create a time chart. After a week of training, the younger sister Daodu's head lifting duration had reached 7.8 seconds, while Meow Meow's head lifting duration was a bit shorter than his sister's, at 7.4 seconds. Do you think the order the two babies came out was mixed up by the nurses? I could not help but joke. Chen Jun beside me paused. Turning to look at me in confusion, I shook my head and continued to explain. I really feel like Dodo should have come out first, and then Meow Meow. In terms of height, weight, and everything else, younger sister Dodo is clearly slightly stronger than older brother Meow Meow. Chen Jun thought about it carefully, and instantly did not know whether to laugh or cry. It seemed that really was the case. Chen Jun and I took the babies out to play. Wow, that older sister is so pretty. A little boy passing by immediately widened his eyes, staring intently at Chen Jun. After walking a little further away, that equally very young and quite delicate-looking mother scoffed softly. What older sister? That is an auntie. Perhaps Chen Jun did not hear it, but I heard it loud and clear. I chuckled inwardly. That sounded a bit sour. She is not an auntie. The little boy immediately retorted on the spot, and quite loudly at that. The passers-by around all heard it, and subconsciously glanced over, only to see this straightforward and cute little boy. Continue to state confidently, Daddy said. All pretty girls are younger sisters, not aunties. As soon as these words came out, the entire park entrance fell silent. Everyone cast weird looks in their direction, looking at this young mother. Oh boy, this is going to be good. Her face turned red, then green, then pale. Like a face-changing act in Peking opera. The mother was so angry her eyebrows shot up. Wah, Mommy, hitting people is wrong. The little boy burst into tears right then and there, crying incredibly pitifully. What was wrong with what his dad told him? Pretty girls are indeed younger sisters. Haha, I am here, I am here. From afar, Li Xiaoshan walked briskly towards us. Did Xiaobai not come? Chen Jun asked. Her. She is buying drinks with her boyfriend back there. We are sharing our locations. Let us go first. They will find us later. Li Xiaoshan looked at Chen Jun and me strangely. You brought the stroller out. Would not it be much easier to just put them down? Are not you tired holding them all the time? It is better to hold them like this. Chen Jun shot a glance at her best friend. Without explaining further, why did not you and Huang come with you this time? Ugh, do not even get me started. It makes me so mad. Li Xiaoshan looked thoroughly annoyed. We agreed last night to come out together this morning. I did not even make him come over and wait while I did my makeup. But at the last minute, that guy actually stood me up. He told me something about a sudden emergency mission and said he could not make it. I am so pissed. What is there to be mad about? He works at the police department, and he is the captain of the combat team no less. It is understandable that he is busy with work. Are not you the same? I think you two are exactly alike. Neither of you has the right to complain about the other. Li Xiaoshan grumbled angrily. Hey, whose side are you on anyway? We walked along the riverside pedestrian fitness trail. Two sets of hurried footsteps approached from behind. Li Xiaoshan turned her head and saw two familiar figures approaching, waving at us. Over here, long time no see. Chen Jun. The Owen who arrived was a colleague from the research institute. Her facial features could not be called exceptionally pretty, but they were not ugly either. The young man beside her was tall and thin, wearing glasses, and looked very scholarly and refined. Long time no see. Chen Jun nodded at her and greeted her with a smile. When are you coming back to the research institute? Our project team has been crazy busy lately. We have finally been able to take a breather these past few days. The round-faced colleague came up and immediately started complaining with a bitter face, while stroking her own cheeks. Pity my peerless, breathtaking beauty has been forcibly worn down into a little white round bun. Calm down. Li Xiaoshan beside her, while taking the drink her friend handed over, said mercilessly, "You might have a misunderstanding about the words breathtaking and peerless beauty. You have to be at least like me to be able to describe yourself like that. Like you." Bai Xiaoyuan rolled her eyes and immediately fired back. "Li Xiaoshan, I could not tell. You actually think so highly of yourself? Misunderstanding. That misunderstanding, that is not what I meant." Li Xiaoshan waved her hands. "I mean, you have to be at least as shameless as I am to use such adjectives on yourself." Bai Xiaoyuan was left speechless. The boyfriend beside her could not hold it back and burst out laughing with a piff. His girlfriend immediately shot him a glare, a look that seemed to say, "I will deal with you when we get home." Li Xiaoshan, Chen Jun, and I all cast a sympathetic glance at this poor guy. "Take care, buddy." "Oh, you must be Wu Jiangtao, right?" This round-faced colleague, having just verbally sparred with Li Xiaoshan upon meeting, admitted defeat and turned her face towards me. She looked me up and down with great curiosity. "You are famous far and wide in our research institute." This girl seemed to have a problem with her use of idioms. Or was the research institute at Magic University so large that its staff spread across the country and abroad? "Haha, you look like a pure, fresh-faced young man too." Bai Xiaoyuan laughed heartily. "Let us get to know each other. I am Bai Xiaoyuan. I am one year ahead of Chen Jun, so I can be considered her senior. It is just that she is more capable than me, so I would not dare let her call me that." Chen Jun rolled her eyes at her from the side. When had she ever not called her that at the research institute? Also, Wu Jiangtao is a pure, fresh-faced young man, heh. After introducing each other, the bespectacled guy next to Bai Xiaoyuan was actually not a student at Magic University, but from the neighboring Southeast University of Science and Technology. He was also a top-tier straight-A student. As the saying goes, 3 women make a play. With Chen Jun, Li Xiaoshan, and Bai Xiaoyuan gathered together, there was always plenty to talk about. Walking in front, they occasionally chatted about amusing things in their daily lives, while I, carrying Miao Miao, walked behind with Bai Xiaoyuan's quiet boyfriend. Compared to their liveliness, the conversation between the 2 grown men was truly dry. When the 2 of us were silent, not knowing what to say, Miao Miao in my arms very fittingly looked up and yawned, then slept very soundly in my arms. Oh right. Bai Xiaoyuan in front suddenly turned around. "Jiangtao, actually, coming here today, I have a small favor to ask of you. It is about my other half." Saying this, the girl pouted her lips towards her boyfriend. The face of this sci-tech straight-A student instantly looked a bit unnatural. Just as he was about to say something, his girlfriend glared at him. He could only smile awkwardly and shut his mouth. "What is it?" I asked curiously. "Is not it because he spends all day doing desk work at the research institute? He is barely 30, yet he complains all day about neck discomfort and lower back pain. I tell him to exercise, but he is too lazy for his own good." Then I heard from Xiaoshan that your family has a martial arts background, and that you are particularly skilled in things like Moxabustion, so I wanted to ask you to teach me a bit. Hearing this beside her, her boyfriend's face could not hide his embarrassment, but intimidated by his girlfriend's glare just now, he could only obediently listen, since our entire group consisted of young people. Although at first I felt like I had nothing to say to Bai Xiaoyuan's boyfriend, once a topic was started, there was actually plenty to talk about. Actually, my problem is not that serious. The face of this sci-tech straight-A student boyfriend was somewhat awkward. Laying down more makes it much better. It is really not necessary. Who knows better if it is necessary? You, or the on with a more profound experience of it. Bai Xiaoyuan immediately snapped back without hesitation. She scolded bitterly. Do you really think this is a minor issue? While the two of them were bickering, the other three of us on the side instantly went quiet. We glanced at each other for a moment. Among us, Li Xiaoshan, who never missed a chance to stir up trouble, leaned in with a mischievous grin. She said to Bai Xiaoyuan, what did you just say about having a profound experience? I just want to ask, haha. Bai Xiaoyuan instantly caught on. She immediately shot back fiercely. I am afraid you have not experienced any profound experiences yourself, have you? Oh right, you are just a pitiful single dog. Hearing these words, her boyfriend on the side looked completely miserable. His face was full of hesitation, wanting to pull his girlfriend back but not knowing what to say. You are the dog. I already have a boyfriend now. Li Xiaoshan also flushed red and started arguing directly. Standing aside, I was completely speechless. What was wrong with the world these days? Are girls always this fierce when they chat? After a bout of horseplay, Bai Xiaoyuan finally learned that Li Xiaoshan had actually gotten a boyfriend. If you guys had not been flaunting your PDA in front of me all day, would I have been captured so easily? This girl self-righteously accused Chen Jun and Bai Xiaoyuan, it is all your fault. Hey, as if Chen Jun would take this injustice. She fired right back. It is obvious you were envious and jealous. Who else is there to blame? Li Xiaoshan instantly widened her eyes, veins popping out on her forehead. I wonder who it was that got a buy own get two free deal. Before she could finish her sentence, Chen Jun nonchalantly turned her head and looked at me beside her. Jiangtao, do not make spicy diced chicken for lunch today. I have been allergic to chili peppers recently. A certain someone was instantly left speechless, not daring to utter a single word more. Fine, you are formidable. I will stop talking. Okay. You can't do this. When you can't win an argument, you call for backup, and even use delicious food as blackmail. This baby feels wronged, so this baby will just shut up, okay? Beside them, Bai Xiaoyuan watched with great amusement. How rare, the usually sharp-tongued Li Xiaoshan, who could talk someone to death without paying the price, actually had a day like this. However, Bai Xiaoyuan was currently in no mood to mock this girl. Instead, she turned to look at her embarrassed boyfriend beside her. Awkward or not, if you are sick, you need treatment. Why do not you talk about your condition? Do I seriously have to explain even this for you? She felt a surge of exasperation. All right. This sci-tech university boyfriend finally spoke up about the uncomfortable spots in his lower back and cervical spine. I also checked his pulse, carefully observed his complexion, and asked about his diet and daily routine. Then, I had a rough idea in my mind. Although I was not a medical student, growing up in a martial arts dojo and constantly being exposed to it, I knew quite a bit about many physical therapies in traditional Chinese medicine. I also casually provided some methods for daily health conditioning. I told him to exercise and rest more. Do not sit in front of the computer all day, it is bad for your health. Seeing how logically and thoroughly I explained it, Bai Xiaoyuan's boyfriend calmed down and was not as embarrassed anymore. Okay, I understand. Thank you. Before we knew it, it was almost 11 of the clock. Big meal, big meal. Li Xiaoshan could already feel her stomach rumbling with hunger. Let me treat you all to lunch today. Bai Xiaoyuan's boyfriend stood up. Today for lunch, I will treat Junior Jiangtao and everyone else to a meal together. I know a Sichuan restaurant that makes very authentic food. Let us all go. No, I just want to eat Brother Dao's cooking. Even if it is not Sichuan cuisine, that is fine. Were you talking about Shudu over on Shuiyuan North Road just now? Brother Dao. Bai Xiaoyuan's boyfriend was taken aback, only then realizing that Li Xiaoshan was referring to me. But he had never tasted my cooking. He quickly explained, no, the Sichuan food at Shudu is really delicious. The chef is a master chef who won 3rd place in a star-level competition. It is fine. It is fine. We are going to their place for a gathering for lunch today. There, we will let this master chef make us something delicious. The spicy diced chicken this girl had been constantly thinking about. She had specially run to a farmer's market several kilometers away to buy a free-range chicken. which was currently sitting in the fridge of Unit 0902. While she said her piece, Bai Xiaoyuan and her boyfriend beside her could not help but look at each other. Is Chen Jun's husband's cooking really that good? As soon as we got back downstairs, we saw Yuan Huang. Let me introduce you. My boyfriend, Yuan Huang. He works at the police department. Li Xiaoshan grinned as she pulled the very tall Yuan Huang over. She said to Bai Xiaoyuan beside her, "How about that? This is my genuine bona fide boyfriend. I am no longer a single dog." Upon hearing this, Yuan Huang instantly did not know whether to laugh or cry, but he could not help it. After all, they had made plans to go out in the morning, yet he had broken the promise at the last minute. Of course, the reason he was able to come at this time was also due to another special reason. Bai Xiaoyuan could not be bothered to stoop to her level. She walked up to Yuan Huang and generously extended her hand. "Hello, nice to meet you. I am Xiaoshan and Xiaojun's good friend and colleague, Bai Xiaoyuan. I am Yuan Huang, very nice to meet you all too." After introducing each other, they finally walked into the building's lobby, talking and laughing. Beep. The target person has not appeared yet. Tiger Fang, please respond if you hear this. Suddenly, an incredibly faint sound came from a certain direction. I paused slightly and subconsciously turned my head to look. I only saw my cousin Yuan Huang turning his head to look. He gently shook his head, extended a finger, and tapped a few times on his earpiece. It was only because my martial arts strength had advanced by leaps and bounds recently, making my 5 senses incredibly sharp, that I was able to catch the sound coming from the earpiece my cousin was wearing. Anyone else would not have heard a thing. He is on a mission. It was not appropriate for me to ask in front of everyone. So I had to take out my phone and send him a text message. Yes, it is the emergency mission from this morning. I originally thought I would not be able to make it today. I just did not expect it to involve you guys. Before talking about the specific details, I need to clarify something with you. Wu Jiangtao, I am now notifying you in my capacity as the captain of the police department's combat team. There is currently an emergency mission with a 6-star danger rating. That requires your cooperation. If you agree, the police department will evaluate your degree of participation and performance in this mission, and reward you with a 6-star mission level bonus. Are you willing to accept? When I saw this message, I could not help but be stunned. But almost subconsciously, I replied, I accept. When I understood the contents of the mission, I was full of astonishment. I could not help but turn to glance at Bai Xiaoyuan's boyfriend. I had not expected that the police department's mobilization this time was actually for this Sci-Tech University academic god. Bai Xiaoyuan's boyfriend had achieved very high accomplishments in the fields of physics and mathematics. Over the past year or two, he was one of the most prominent new generation scientists in China's scientific community. He was already a professor-level figure at the University of Science and Technology. Not long ago, he had made a major breakthrough in physics, earning significant honors both domestically and internationally. Because of this, he was targeted by the Shadow Brigade, who had accepted a commissioned mission. Certain members of that brigade had already infiltrated Feng City, and were highly likely to make a move against this sci-tech academic god. Our combat team will try not to let you participate on the front lines. After all, your practical combat training has only just begun. Do you understand? You are the final line of defense for our team's deployment this time. Unless it is the absolute last resort, do not act hastily. Understood. Understood, I quickly replied, while secretly communicating with my cousin. I could not stop sizing up Bai Xiaoyuan's boyfriend. I really could not tell. This seemingly very refined and scholarly science guy actually had such profound achievements in academia. However, I furrowed my brows. In my heart, I was more worried that this mission would embroil Chen Jun. Yuan Huang obviously noticed this as well. He sent another text message over. Do not worry, I am at the scene. Our team's experts are all lurking nearby. We won't let Xiao Jun and the others get hurt. I could not help but wonder exactly who the other side had sent, and what their strength levels were. According to reliable sources, all 3 are experts at the Zhengjin level or above. 2 of them are at least star-level experts who can switch smoothly between light and hidden forces. All 3 are extremely skilled in disguise. My heart sank slightly. No wonder the experts at the police department had not been able to ferret them out. Relying solely on this characteristic of the three of them, it would be very difficult to find a way to track them down. Soon, we reached the 9th floor. I kept my expression impassive, but with a somewhat heavy heart, Chen Jun and I brought everyone into Unit 0903. I will go get the ingredients. Li Xiaoshan returned to 0902 with light footsteps to grab the fresh chicken she had specially bought that morning. Wow, this house is really nice. The moment she stepped into 0903, Bai Xiaoyuan immediately fell in love with this unpretentious, elegant and minimalist Chinese-style residence. She looked around with great delight. In the future, let us also buy a house in this estate. With this kind of style, okay. She turned to look at her boyfriend beside her. I saw him push up his glasses with his hand, and happily agreed, sure, I like the look of it too. As long as you like it, I am fine with it. You are the best. Bai Xiaoyuan happily went over, hooked her arm around her boyfriend's, and giggled. I will go attend to them and start cooking first. You stay here and rest. Chen Jun, holding the two babies, quietly looked at me. Okay. Soon, the highly rhythmic sound of chopping vegetables rang out from the kitchen. Although it was not his first time seeing it, Yu Wenhuang, who used the excuse of coming over to help, could not help but watch for a while longer. I feel like your knife skills for cutting vegetables are much better than before. Without lifting my head, I focused entirely on processing the chicken and greens on the cutting board. The kitchen knife in my hand blurred into a snow-white afterimage, showing just how astonishing my knife skills were. As Yuan Huang helped process ingredients over here, during our chat, he suddenly took out a very small earpiece from his pocket and gently slipped it into my ear. For synchronized communication, your codename is Tiger Tail. If there is a situation, someone will contact you directly through the earpiece. Generally speaking, above the Xingjin level, martial artists whose power has stepped into the harmonized force of freely transforming between light and hidden forces are star-level martial artists. And star-level martial artists are also divided into tiers: blue, deep blue, purple, and deep purple. Further up, they are no longer just star-level martial artists, but grandmasters, Owen in 10,000. In the martial artist strength ratings, Yuan Huang was at deep blue. Do not underestimate him for just being in the second tier. Placed in the southern continent, he would definitely be an expert among experts. Ordinary factions would absolutely never dare to provoke him. I know what you are worried about. Actually, protecting him is primarily my mission. The reason I told you is so that while you lend a hand, you can also know the specific situation and better protect the others. Okay, I nodded. Before long, dinner was served. Wow, spicy diced chicken, yu shang shredded pork, tofu and eggplant clay pot, sweet and sour pork tenderloin, red mushroom stewed chicken. Just sitting down, Li Xiaoshan looked at the grand feast of delicious food on the table, listing off every dish as if enumerating family heirlooms. Sitting at the same table, Chen Jun, Bai Xiaoyuan, and Yuan Huang were already used to this. Only Bai Xiaoyuan's boyfriend looked a bit stunned. Then I am digging in. Li Xiaoshan did not hold back at all. As soon as she sat down, she picked up her chopsticks and launched an attack on the plate of spicy diced chicken. Well, the ones launching an attack on this dish were not just her, but also Chen Jun and Bai Xiaoyuan. Hey, you guys can't be this greedy. I bought this chicken, save some for me. Seeing their momentum, Li Xiaoshan immediately got a bit anxious, but Chen Jun and Bai Xiaoyuan looked completely calm. They minded their own business, continuously picking from the plate of spicy diced chicken, afraid that speaking even own more word would mean eating own less bite. Do not go too far, you two. Xiaoyuan, remember, I was the one who recommended this spicy diced chicken dish to you in the first place. When you drink water, do not forget the one who dug the well. You guys are too much. Chen Jun did not say a word. She calmly continued eating the chicken pieces with her rice. She turned and shot a glance at Bai Xiaoyuan beside her. Bai Xiaoyuan instantly understood. While nodding, a hint of slyness appeared in her eyes. The two of them had long developed a tacit understanding when it came to dealing with Li Xiaoshan. At crucial moments, Absolutely do not engage in conversation with her. Is it really that delicious? Seeing the scene of these three best friends fighting over this dish, Bai Xiaoyuan's boyfriend on the side watched in utter amazement. He could not help but extend his chopsticks toward the plate of spicy diced chicken. Almost the moment his chopsticks reached out, just as they were about to land in the plate of spicy chicken, he saw Chen Jun, Li Xiaoshan, and Bai Xiaoyuan instantly halt their hand movements. They all turned their heads in unison to stare at him. This Sci-Tech University academic god was immediately jolted. Should I not put my chopsticks down? He was incredibly embarrassed for a moment. The chopsticks, halted midair, took a sharp turn and landed on the Yuxiang shredded pork next to it. Seeing this, the united front of the three girls immediately dissolved. They reverted back to the Three Kingdoms' battle for supremacy over the plate of spicy diced chicken. In no time, the plate was completely empty. Li Xiaoshan had not even eaten to her heart's content yet, but the spicy diced chicken was already gone. She was so mad. She thrust her chopsticks out and began fighting over the other dishes that Bai Xiaoyuan loved to eat. At the same time, in a certain room of the building, Lord Shadow Fox, your subordinate still advises you to abort the operation. Tiger Fang appearing next to the target person means that the police department's people are already in position. Do not worry. Shadow Fox smiled genially. The expression on her face, and even her entire body shape, began to change. No Oane has ever seen through the disguise of a woman I am impersonating. According to the intelligence I have gathered, the residents of 0903 are two young people. The head of the household, Wu Jiangtao, is a recent graduate from Magic University. He has just been hired as a teaching assistant in the martial arts department. It is fine. At most, he is only at the Zhengjin level. Even if Tiger Fang is present, I am not afraid. Let alone a lowly academic-style martial artist, who barely has any practical combat experience. But Lord Shadow Fox, you must be extremely careful. Tiger Fang is a rising star in China. A deep blue martial artist is not to be underestimated. Shadow Fox was also a deep blue level martial artist, not to mention I have my disguise. Even if I am truly exposed, he definitely would not dare fight me. The destructive power of deep blue martial artists is terrifying, and this is a residential area. Tiger Fang, Tiger Tail, we have a situation. Tiger Tail's mother has appeared, but we suspect she is highly likely an enemy in disguise. Hearing this, I was instantly taken aback. Why would my mom come at a time like this? Could it really be the enemy in disguise? Just then, my phone also received a text message. It was remarkably a text from my real mom, saying that she was almost here. Mom, why did not you tell me in advance you were coming? My eyebrows twitched slightly as I replied with a text. Then I passed the phone under the table for Yuan Huang to take a look. Cough, cough. My older cousin gave me a knowing look. Then, he smiled at the others who were still eating and said cheerfully, I am full. Saying this, he gathered the empty plates on the table and walked toward the kitchen. I am full too, you guys keep eating. I immediately stood up as well, picked up my own bowl and chopsticks, and followed him. We have dealt with them before. Their disguises are incredibly meticulous. First, verify whether the person arriving is actually my second aunt herself. I picked up my phone and called my dad directly to confirm. And then called my mom. Mom, why did not you tell me you were coming in advance? My mom, holding an old hen in her hand, snorted coldly. What? If your mom wants to come and visit her daughter-in-law, do I have to report it to you in advance? I had just hung up the phone and turned to look at my older cousin. It is my mom, your biological second aunt. No mistake. I am 100% sure. Phew. Upon hearing this, Yuan Huang immediately let out a long breath of relief. Since second aunt is here, then this mission no longer has any difficulty. Although he did not know exactly how strong his second aunt's martial arts were now. From what Yuan Huang knew, 20 years ago, his aunt already possessed purple star level strength. Today, her martial arts combat power was definitely at deep purple. No, it was highly likely she was at an even higher level. Lord, we have a situation. The Yuan Qian you are impersonating has appeared, and she is already downstairs. Oh, Shadow Fox shook her head. I thought it was something serious. It does not matter, the plan proceeds as usual. Lord Shadow Fox, regarding the current target, Wu Jiangtao, and this Yuan Qian you are impersonating. There are some peculiar inconsistencies in their background files. I still recommend you abort the operation. Otherwise, we might fall into a passive position. The mission continues. I will act carefully. If things look bad, I will retreat immediately. As for you all, be ready at any moment to erase your traces and go back into hiding. Knowing my mom was coming. In the blink of an eye, I whipped up 2 more dishes. Carrying these 2 plates to the dining room, I nodded at my mom and placed the 2 dishes on the dining table. My mom acknowledged me, turned around, sat down, and said to Chen Jun, "Have the babies been less fussy these past 2 days?" I had to admit, the scouts of their brigade were truly formidable, relying solely on the trash 0903 threw downstairs. They deduced that the 2 babies had been frequently fussy at night these past 2 days. "Ah, it has gotten much better," Chen Jun quickly replied. That is good." With just this own sentence, neither Yuan Huang nor I, coming out from the kitchen, had any suspicions. My mom, who had just sat down at the table, also amiably got to know Bai Xiaoyuan and her boyfriend, just as she was about to start eating. Ding dong, a very pleasant doorbell rang out. Who could be coming at this hour? Chen Jun quickly got up, and just as she was about to go over, my older cousin beside her suddenly raised a hand. "Sister-in-law, you keep eating. I will get the door." It might be my colleagues, since the second aunt in front of him was real. Then whoever was knocking at the door right now was highly likely someone from the Shadow Brigade in disguise. Yuan Huang's expression tightened. His entire being instantly entered optimal combat-ready status, crossing the living room to the front door. With a calm expression, he slowly grasped the door handle and gently pulled it open. The moment he clearly saw the appearance of the person arriving, the hidden force accumulated within Yuan Huang's body burst forth almost instantly. He lunged forward with a ferocious and domineering half-step burst punch, aiming directly at the intruder's face. My mom, carrying an old hen in her left hand, was baffled. But in that split second, she still reacted immediately. She raised her right palm upwards, blocking his punch with absolute precision. The force around her body contracted and released, not only neutralizing the explosive power behind this punch, but also forcefully pushing him back. In the next moment, Yuan Huang's pupils shrank violently, like a cat whose fur stood on end. He retreated backward explosively, his heart full of horror. At the same time, he immediately sent out the highest-level warning to his team members. "You brat," my mom, holding the old hen in own hand, looked at her nephew in bewilderment. "Have you lost your mind? Why did you suddenly attack me?" And it was not just an ordinary attack. That burst punch just now was clearly a life-or-death strike. If a blue-level martial artist had faced that punch just now, caught off guard, they would definitely have been instantly killed by Yuan Huang in a single exchange. Although the commotion between the two at the entryway was not loud, it instantly alarmed me and the other mom in the dining room. In the next second, I also arrived at the scene. Seeing the other mom standing here, I was instantly dumbfounded. "Who exactly are you?" I subconsciously blurted out. My mom, just as she was bewildered and had no idea what was going on. A sudden crisis erupted in the dining room. "Ah, auntie, what are you doing?" Chen Jun's voice cried out in alarm. "Oh no!" Yuan Huang instantly realized the problem. He immediately understood that the second aunt in front of him was not a disguise, but his real biological second aunt. No wonder she possessed that level of skill just now. Filled with shock and anger, he immediately understood that he had been caught in a time gap by the enemy. They had actually managed to arrive here before his second aunt did. In this instant, within Yuan Huang's mind, the performance of the second aunt who arrived first flashed through his head. She had only spoken a single sentence, making us, who were already devoid of any suspicion, think absolutely nothing of it. Compared to my highly experienced older cousin, in realizing that the person in the dining room was not my mom, I was a beat slower, but I still instinctively rushed right behind him. The two of us arrived at the dining room one after the other. To our shock and fury, we saw the other mom wearing a light smile. With seemingly no effort, own in each hand, she had grabbed Bai Xiaoyuan and her boyfriend. "Hee hee, Your reactions are truly too sluggish. The voice this mom spoke with was indistinguishable from my real mom's, especially the indifference and murderous intent seeping from the depths of her eyes. Yuan Huang stepped into the dining room, standing in front of the fake second aunt. His face was so dark it looked like water could drip from it. Let them go. Shadow Fox, still maintaining an exact replica of my mom's appearance, chuckled softly. She said easily and cheerfully, now that they are in my hands. What chips do you think you have to negotiate with me? Yuan Huang's expression was grim. It was his carelessness. You won't get away. Is that so? Shadow Fox chuckled lightly. Holding Bai Xiaoyuan and her boyfriend captive, she walked toward the living room. Although she still wore my mom's appearance, her demeanor and posture had completely transformed into a different person. Shadow Fox grabbed Bai Xiaoyuan and her boyfriend, her back to the balcony. She smiled lightly, looking at the older woman she had just impersonated. Shadow Fox chuckled internally. Truly, the ignorant are fearless. If my guess is correct, you must be Shadow Fox from the Shadow Brigade, right? Oh, you actually know of me. Shadow Fox was somewhat surprised. Well, we have crossed paths once before. If I could not even find your basic information, then I would not deserve to be the captain of the police department's combat team. Oan had to admit, the Shadow Brigade, and Shadow Fox in front of him, from the very beginning to their current plan, had executed things flawlessly. Facing this situation, even if Yuan Huang's teammates were all present, they likely would not have any good way to take down Shadow Fox. The enemy held hostages. They would be throwing rats while fearing to break the vase. You won't get away, Shadow Fox. Yuan Huang shook his head, and stated with absolute certainty, is that so? Then why do not you try, and see if you can make me stay? Shadow Fox did not believe it at all. She lightly tapped her foot against the ground, and just as she leaped up with Bai Xiaoyuan's boyfriend, whoosh! In that instant, my mom moved. She looked as if she were teleporting, instantly appearing within arm's reach. Just as casually and easily as could be, she reached out her hand and placed it upon Shadow Fox. By the time this Shadow Brigade expert reacted, she had already been forced back onto the balcony. Shadow Fox was completely stunned. She immediately snapped back to reality, and almost subconsciously exerted force with her right hand, but almost the instant the thought arose, as the physical force traveled from her waist upwards, just reaching the crook of her arm, she saw the other party casually extend her hand and press it with absolute precision against the crook of her right arm. In the next moment, Bai Xiaoyuan's boyfriend only felt himself drifting forward through the air. By the time he regained his senses, he had already landed safely in Yuan Huang's grasp. Let me go, or I will detonate the explosives on him right now. Shadow Fox was both terrified and furious. Are you talking about this? My mom extended her hand. From her palm drifted down tiny red and blue fragments. As for what was inside, it had been reduced to a powder-like substance. Force transformation. Only a grandmaster whose force had reached the realm of transformation could possess such terrifying speed and explosive power. At this moment, Shadow Fox felt as if she had plunged into an ice cavern, her heart filled with horror. At this point, how could she not understand exactly what level of martial arts expert she had encountered? Yuan Huang used specially made super alloy cuffs to restrain Shadow Fox. This signified that the joint operation between the Magic City and Feng City combat teams was over-accomplished. Thank you, second aunt. Thank you, second aunt. This kid bowed happily to my mom. Escorting this core member of the Shadow Brigade, he prepared to leave immediately. All right, hurry up and go. If you bring this kind of troublesome business to my daughter-in-law again, watch out, I won't forgive you. I won't. Saying this, Yuan Huang bowed deeply once again with immense gratitude. Enough, if you bow one more time, I am going to get mad. My mom's arched eyebrows shot up. She casually picked up a cup from the nearby table as if to chase him out. After quickly handing Shadow Fox over to his teammates, Yuan Huang returned to 0903. Professor Lu, I apologize for the shock you suffered. I am fine. If it were not for you all, I might have really handed over the structural blueprints. I should be the Owen thanking you for saving me. And for saving Xiao Yuan. Yuan Huang did not dare take the credit, and hurriedly said, "You were able to escape safely this time. Thanks entirely to my second aunt." My mom, who is currently holding Meow Meow in the living room, heard this. She looked up and shot him a glance. "At least you have some conscience, kid." Originally, this afternoon was supposed to be just a few good friends, gathering together for a relaxed and pleasant meal. Who could have expected such a dramatic turn of events? Watching Lu Zhou and Bai Shouyuan leave under the escort of Yuan Huang and the combat team, Li Xiaoshan and Chen Jun in 903 were still reeling with lingering fear. Both of them felt as if they had lived a lifetime in a single afternoon. Was this the world that martial arts experts interacted with? It turned out that Mom Wu actually possessed the identity of a top-tier martial arts expert with an S-class security clearance. It was just that this identity had barely been used for nearly 20 years. She had retired long ago. This time, it was purely by chance that they stumbled into each other. "Xiaojun, can I sleep in the same room as you tonight?" Seeing that shocking scene today made me a bit scared. I am so cute, what if bad guys target me? Chen Jun's first reaction was not to answer her, but to turn and look at me beside her. The two of us exchanged a glance, completely speechless. At this moment, I thought to myself, "Girl, if you stay here, what am I supposed to do? I still have to take care of the babies at night. It would be too inconvenient." "Yeah, taking care of the babies." She shot an exasperated glare at her bestie. "There is a guest room right next door. You are a grown adult, and you are still scared of sleeping alone. Honestly." Then, she thought for a moment and said with a teasing smile, "How about I call Jiangtao's older cousin over later? I will just tell him a certain someone had her wits scared out of her by today's dramatic scene." Hearing this, Li Xiaoshan's face was full of self-pity and grievance. "Once upon a time, my ranking in your heart was even ahead of your parents. But now, in your heart, at the very best, I can only rank fourth. A few days ago, my mom brought local specialties to visit Chen Jun and me, and then hurriedly left again. Before leaving, she said that when we had time, we should bring the babies back for a visit. Saying that all the relatives at home wanted to see them, Chen Jun and I discussed it, and decided to bring the babies back home for a visit. We are in the car now. Today we are going back to our hometown to see Grandpa and Grandma, and Great-Grandpa and Great-Grandma. Xiaojun, you sit in the back with the babies. There is plenty of space in the back. If they suddenly cry, you will be able to tend to them quickly." Okay. Regarding going to my hometown, although Chen Jun was still a little nervous, it was not something she could not accept. Anyway, the relationship between the two of us was already very intimate now. Going to stay at my hometown was no big deal. Like last night, a certain someone was subtly probing her with his words, asking if we should find a day to go get the marriage certificate and whatnot. But Chen Jun rolled her eyes at me and did not bite. Actually, regarding this issue, it was not that she was unwilling now. And it certainly was not that she did not like me. Now that the two of us had been together for all these days, waking up together every morning, and sleeping side by side every night, the emotional bond built between us through the two babies was already incredibly solid. It is just that if I did not provide certain formalities properly, she definitely would not just go get the certificate so simply. Even though Chen Jun usually did not care about many formalities, when it came to a major life event like this, she still cared very much. Naturally, it was impossible to just skip this step and rashly go get the marriage certificate. This was a very important step that absolutely could not be omitted. On the road back to Feng City, Li Xiaoshan called Chen Jun, saying that with the two of us leaving, we took their 3 meals a day away with us too. She bemoaned that she did not know what to eat for the next couple of days. Listening to the girl's complaints, Chen Jun rolled her eyes speechlessly. Shu, if you want to eat good food, make your own man learn how to cook. He is already learning. But distant water can't quench an immediate thirst. You guys have to come back soon. We still rely on you for our 3 meals a day. Never mind that. Chen Jun, on this end, rarely initiated some gossip. She asked with a wicked smile, "I have not asked you yet. What stage are you and Yuan Huang at now?" Hearing this, as I was driving in the front, I could not help but perk up my ears too. Regarding what stage my older cousin and this girl were at, I was also very interested. Oh, that, he lost. Leak, Xiaoshan stated nonchalantly. Chen Jun's face was full of question marks. What did that mean? They were dating. What did this have to do with winning or losing? Not to mention this girl. Even while holding the steering wheel, my brain could not make that sharp turn. I was equally confused. After a good while, as a veteran driver, I finally realized what she meant. I almost choked on my own breath. No. Li Xiaoshan. I am talking about your current relationship status with him. What do you mean by lost or won? Sigh. On the other end, Li Xiaoshan deliberately let out a long sigh. With a wicked smile, she said, My good sister, have I not made it clear enough? Our relationship is that he gave in. How do you still not understand? Do you mean he was too proactive? So he lost to you. This girl tried to fully comprehend it. Right. To him being proactive, it is just that he was simply too proactive. So, in the end, he lost. Chen Jun was completely bewildered. But she still sensed that something was off. Even though I do not know exactly what is wrong. There is no doubt you are definitely messing with me. Chen Jun still did not quite get it. Click, she hung up the phone. She did not want to deal with Li Xiaoshan's nonsense anymore. So, she closed her eyes and slept for a while. The entire journey took over an hour. Compared to taking the high-speed train, it was naturally much slower. But the advantage was that we were driving our own car, which was more comfortable and much freer. We are almost there. Xiaojun, wake up. Chen Jun, who had been sleeping groggily in the car, woke up. Suddenly, with a start, we are here. She quickly pulled her compact mirror out of her backpack and checked her reflection. She combed through her hair, which was a bit messy from sleeping, and applied a little lip balm to her lips. Even though she had already spent a lot of time with my mom, and had even met my dad, my grandpa, and my grandma before. But as the moment approached, Chen Jun still felt a bit uneasy. I saw the unease on her face through the rearview mirror. Are you okay? Feeling unwell anywhere? No. The girl's face was a bit tense. The thought that she might see some of the village neighbors in a moment, and possibly some relatives, still made Chen Jun feel a little nervous inside. Over the course of the morning, Grandma had come over to the eldest son's house for the third time. Tao Tao and the rest are not here yet. I just called. Xiao Tao said they are already off the highway. Then they should be home in about 10 minutes. Oh, good. Then I will wait here. You have not started cooking yet. Grandma saw that the ingredients in the kitchen were all neatly arranged, but had not even begun to be prepped. Well, my mom instantly felt a bit embarrassed. She quickly explained, the rice is already cooked. But as for the dishes, Xiao Tao said to have everything ready and wait for him to come back to cook. He knows Xiaojun's tastes and what she likes to eat better. Oh, I see. Grandma nodded. That is true. Tao Tao is getting more and more sensible. He knows how to take care of people now. Saying this, she sat down on a chair in the courtyard and shot a sideways glare at her own son. Unlike you, after all these years, you could not even cook rice without blowing up the rice cooker. My dad, who was standing in a martial arts stance practicing his exercises, looked utterly speechless. Come on, are you two never going to let that go? While they waited over there, I was driving Chen Jun and the two babies, and had already entered the village entrance. The roads in the village were not wide. They could only accommodate one car passing through at a time. Suddenly, a car appeared ahead. However, the other driver immediately pulled over to the side of the road, barely leaving enough space for a car to pass. I looked at it, feeling speechless. I had only gotten my driver's license last year, and had not even driven that many times. Although a car could technically pass through, it would really test my driving skills. But I had no choice. At this point, I could only bite the bullet and go for it. Suddenly, I thought of something. I turned around and said to Chen Jun, Xiaojun, could you get out of the car and guide me? I am afraid I might scratch it. Oh, okay. Chen Jun quickly pushed the car door open and stepped out. On the other side, in the oncoming car, the young driver saw me moving so slowly and instantly looked impatient. Who is this idiot? With so much space, I would have passed a long time ago. Who is that girl? Hey, look. Look at that girl in the opposite car. Whose family is she from? I have no impression of her. She probably is not from our village. Look inside the car, is not that Daong's kid? Seeing that the other car was about to pass, the young driver quickly rolled down his window and stuck his head out. Jiangtao. Ha! I instinctively stepped on the brake, looked up, and greeted him somewhat uncertainly. Daxiong. Yeah, long time no see. The young driver, nicknamed Daxiong, glanced at Chen Jun, who had just gotten back into the car. Bringing your girlfriend home? I nodded at him. This guy was my elementary school classmate. 2 years ago, the village elementary school even had a reunion. Since everyone was from the same village, the turnout was quite good. Way to go, bro. He gave me a thumbs up, meaning that bringing such a beauty back to the village brought honor to us all. When are we hanging out? Sure, after the greeting. The two cars passed each other. Chen Jun really gave me a lot of face today, putting me in a great mood. Did you see that? That girlfriend of your classmate just now was holding a baby. Daxiong's mom in the back seat saw it clearly and added another sentence. Ah, no way. Daxiong looked stunned. During the reunion the year before last, he said he was a sophomore. Now, he is only just graduated. I have not heard about him getting married either. How could he possibly have a kid already? Look at him, a college graduate already married with kids. And look at you, did not even go to college, and you are still single. His mom nagged endlessly from the back seat, making his head spin with frustration. Soon, I parked the car in a square by the road under a tree. I got out, went to the back, and took the stroller out first. Chen Jun carefully stepped out of the car holding Daodo. Babies, we are here. We are at Daddy's hometown. Earlier, right after we hit the road, lying in the gently rocking car, the two babies had fallen asleep in no time. Now, the moment we arrived at our destination, before even getting out of the car, they both opened their big dark eyes, looking around curiously, falling asleep as soon as the car starts, and waking up right when we arrive. Chen Jun found it amusing, but together we still placed the babies in the stroller. Jiangtao, you are back. Oh my, and who is this? Auntie Aijin, long time no see. This is my girlfriend, Xiaojun. I smiled and greeted her, and quickly gestured to Chen Jun beside me. The girl hurriedly followed suit, waving at the auntie, and greeted her. Oh my, we all know about your situation. Good, good, good. She is even prettier than they said. Everyone's been wondering when you would bring her and the kids back for a visit. It was not just her. The surrounding neighbors also gathered around, looking at Chen Jun and the two babies with great curiosity. So that girl is Daong's daughter-in-law. Tisk, they even have kids already. And boy-girl twins at that. No wonder those two have been so happy lately, walking like they are walking on air. Look at him, he already has kids. What about you? I had no idea that bringing Chen Jun and the two babies back would inflict tons of emotional damage on the single dogs in the neighborhood. He is so handsome, went to college and has a degree, is 1.8 meters tall, grew up practicing martial arts, and has an 8-pack. All that is fine. But he actually has a girlfriend too. Having a girlfriend is own thing. But he even has kids already. And not just any kids, boy-girl twins. It is simply intolerable. As we were talking, Mom and Dad, as well as Grandpa and Grandma appeared. The family finally met face to face. Great-grandma immediately came over and took Chen Jun's hand. It is good that you are here. It is good that you are here. We live out in the countryside. I hope you can get used to staying here. There is nothing to not get used to. I really like it here. Chen Jun smiled faintly. It feels a lot like when I was little and lived at my grandparents' house. Once home, I took her and the babies back to my room. Mom and Grandma followed along. Mom, you specially changed the bed for me. As soon as I stepped into my room, I noticed the changes. Although the bed sheets were still the old ones, the bed frame and mattress had gotten much bigger. Of course I had to change it. Before, when it was just you, 2 meters by 1.8 was enough. But now, it is you, Xiaojun, and the two babies staying here. Naturally we needed a 2 by 2.3 meter Owen. Auntie, sorry to trouble you. Chen Jun smiled at them and placed the two babies on the bed. Looking at our family, now having a daughter-in-law, and little grandkids too. Mom's face beamed with a happy smile, seeing the babies fall asleep. Chen Jun could not help but yawn as well. After a whole morning in the car, and having just eaten a full meal, she was feeling a bit drowsy. I noticed her sleepy look. Want to sleep? What else? Chen Jun took her pajamas out of her suitcase, just about to change into them. But I smiled and said, "Do not sleep. It is rare for us to come home. Go for a walk with me." Were not you quite curious when we first arrived? About the woofing tower on the mountain behind our village? The mountain behind our village is only 100 or 2 meters high. It takes just a few minutes to reach the top. Since it is your first time here, let me take you for a walk up the mountain. It is a way to relax. Wanna go? Hearing this, Chen Jun instantly perked up. She immediately turned her head and looked over. But the two babies. It is fine. I will tell my mom to keep an eye on them. Their afternoon nap won't be over that quickly. We will go out for a walk. It will probably take an hour at most round trip. All right then. Chen Jun was just a little sleepy. It was not like she absolutely had to nap. Plus, because she used to be so busy working at the research institute, her work was practically non-stop. So she never developed the habit of napping anyway. After telling Mom, the two of us walked out the door. As soon as we stepped out, the afternoon breeze under the trees hit our faces, bringing a rare coolness in the summer heat. Wow, it is so cool. The environment around your house is really nice. More than half the house is under this big banyan tree. Chen Jun could not help but marvel. There are annoying parts too. A lot of banyan leaves and seeds constantly fall onto the roof, especially when it rains. These things always clog up the rooftop drainage pipes. But growing up under such a big tree, do not you feel lucky? Chen Jun looked up at this massive banyan tree, which would take at least 3 or 4 people to wrap their arms around. Heh, see those aerial roots? Sometimes when they hang down too much and too long, we have to trim and clean them. Why do you think the square under the tree here is so clean? Have not been back in over a year. A lot of families by the road are building houses. Looks like they have chopped down quite a few trees. Why do they need to chop down trees to build houses? Chen Jun was a city girl, and did not really understand these countryside matters. Is not it to expand their own houses? I pointed to a house, where the perimeter wall was built very far out, even encroaching onto the road. It is just to claim more space for their own property. Chen Jun could not help but frown slightly. In her impression, people in the countryside were all very honest and simple. They would not take advantage of public property, just for a little bit of space. But in the past couple of years, some people have not dared to cut down trees indiscriminately. A hint of mockery appeared on my face. I think it was the year before last. A family near the village entrance, in order to expand their yard, cut down 2 big trees in front of their house. Who knows who in the village reported them? Guess how many years the male owner of that house was sentenced to? Chen Jun was stunned. You can get arrested for cutting down trees. I laughed. When the police showed up, it alarmed our whole village. He even argued that the tree was planted by his great-grandfather, saying, "What is wrong with cutting down my own tree?" But regulations state that even privately owned timber is part of the national forest resources. The male owner of that family was taken away right on the spot. The two of us walked along the road toward the back mountain. Passers-by who saw us would always instinctively cast a few extra glances at Chen Jun. The 2 or 3 grain and oil shops by the road, those small shop owners all recognized me and waved from a distance to greet me. As these neighbors watched us walk by, they could not help but gossip inside and outside their shops. Is that his girlfriend? Probably. Was not it the talk of our village a while ago that caused such a stir? They said De Yong's kid had 2 babies with some woman right after graduating, and they were boy-girl twins. It is probably her. He may be a student at Magic University, but from what I know, his academic performance is just average. His family is not rich either. Why would she be interested in him? Having boy-girl twins so suddenly right after graduation. I think this kid Jiangtao just became a scapegoat. Those boy-girl twins probably belong to some rich second-generation heir. Shut your mouth. Do you have the right to badmouth your Uncle De Yong? His family might not be rich, but do not forget, their martial arts dojo is no ordinary place. No ordinary place. The young man scoffed. The whole shabby dojo has fewer than 10 people in total. I do not see what is so unordinary about it. Look at that time a while ago. That taekwondo gym that opened in our city. That is what a real martial arts dojo looks like. 109 branches nationwide. You have seen how many kids go there. Do not think that just because you went away for a few years of community college, you think you have seen the world? Your Uncle Daong operates on a much higher level. You really think he is just a country bumpkin like the rest of us? Kid, I am warning you, those words you just said. It is own thing to say them in front of me, but if you dare go around spreading nonsense, watch out or I will beat you to a pulp. The gossip and slander from others were far away, and I did not hear them. Gently holding Chen Jun's soft, delicate hand, we soon arrived at the foot of the back mountain. Although this mountain in our village was not high, just a small hill, it had a name, Wu Mountain. Our family's martial arts dojo was on this mountain, near the Wufeng Tower. Chen Jun nodded. Following the stone step path up the mountain, we walked up step by step. Truth be told, even though this back mountain was not high, the path up was quite steep and rather strenuous to climb. Before long, her breathing became a bit ragged. A faint blush appeared on her face, and fine beads of sweat broke out on her forehead. Seeing this beside her, my heart stirred. Although the stone steps up were steep, an average person would not experience such a significant change in breathing by this point. It seemed Chen Jun's body still had not fully recovered. Going forward, besides giving her more foot massages, it would be best to have her practice some martial arts with me. Oh, right, she has always practiced yoga, and those movements are quite pleasing to the eye. I will have to supervise her properly later. That way she can recover faster too. While I was lost in thought, Chen Jun beside me immediately noticed. What are you thinking about? I chuckled mischievously. I am thinking about you. You are just blurting things out. The girl gave me a cute eye roll. I get the feeling you are not thinking about anything good. No way, I said righteously. I was thinking about you practicing yoga. Your physical stamina is a bit weak. An average person would not be tired at this point. Look at you, panting after just a few steps. It looks like your postpartum body has not fully recovered yet. It has been so long since your confinement ended. You should intensify your workouts. Is that so? Chen Jun's beautiful eyes stared over, her large, fluttering eyes narrowing slightly. As if I do not know you. Within minutes, we climbed close to the mountaintop, originally half hidden amidst the woods. An antique building appeared before us. Hiya, on the blue stone clearing behind the main gate. Several of my senior brothers and sisters were practicing martial arts. The wind from their punches howled, and every punch and kick erupted with astonishing commotion. Who goes there? You can't just approach this place casually. Suddenly, a senior brother who was practicing stance training opened his eyes. Just as he was about to warn the intruders, he saw clearly who it was and instantly relaxed. So it is our junior brother. When did you get back? I smiled faintly. Greetings, third senior brother. I just got back this morning. Oh, sister-in-law is here too. Welcome, welcome. Come, sit inside, sit inside. No, I am just here to take a look. Oh, right. Third, senior brother, did not you follow seventh senior brother? On a trip to the south a while ago, how did it go? Speaking of this. Third, senior brother's originally happy expression instantly slumped. Sigh, do not mention it. I am just not cut out for it. In the future, I will just stay by master's side. Just being able to help teach the little kids who come to learn martial arts will be fine. After greeting third senior brother, I did not linger for long. Chen Jun and I continued heading toward the mountaintop. Wow, the sun is coming out. Chen Jun hid in the shade beneath the tower, feeling the cool breeze blowing from the mountain ravine. Her entire body could not help but relax, and she took a long, deep breath of the refreshing mountain air. I have to say, the scenery in my hometown is truly beautiful. Though the layout of the village is not anything special, it is nestled right against Wu Mountain, with a river flowing gracefully along its side. Back when I was a kid and felt upset, I loved running off to this very spot. Do you want to go up the tower and take a look? You can see much further from up there. The scenery is lovely. I really like it. But is not the main gate to the tower locked? I could get up there easily even when I was just a child. A lock was useless against me back then. Let alone now. Chen Jun was taken aback. Then how exactly are you going to get up? Come here, and I will show you. Hearing this, the girl actually leaned in closer. I suddenly reached out and pulled her into a firm embrace. With a sudden, powerful push off the ground, I leaped upward, carrying Chen Jun with me. The two of us effortlessly landed on the second floor of the tower. You scared me to death. Chen Jun gave me a playful, reproachful smack. The second floor was not locked. I pushed the door open and led Chen Jun inside, heading up the stairs toward the third and fourth floors. The tower has 5 floors in total, but the 5th floor is too small to accommodate anyone. The 4th floor is also quite cramped. Be careful not to bump your head. My friends and I used to love sitting up here, because we were so young back then. It was a bit dangerous, and my dad even gave me a few beatings for it. As I spoke, I suddenly leaned in and planted a quick kiss on her cheek. What are you doing? Someone might see us. Chen Jun, her face flushing red, pushed me away. Since we were worried about the 2 babies at home, Chen Jun and I did not stay in the tower for long. After sitting there for about 20 minutes, we climbed down and headed back home. After dinner, night had fully descended, and the stars began to emerge in the sky. Chen Jun sat down beside me, noticing that the stars tonight were exceptionally abundant. Seeing her look up at the starry sky in amazement, I smiled and said, "We are not in the city, so there is not nearly as much light pollution. That is why the stars look denser and more beautiful here." Chen Jun nodded. In her memory, the last time she saw such a star-filled sky was when she was only about 10 years old. As she grew older, it became a rare sight. She never expected to see the same starry sky from her childhood. Right here again. Chen Jun was filled with an overwhelming sense of joy. She thought back to her childhood days and felt a deep nostalgia for that time. Back then, only her grandparents were by her side, and they often sat in the courtyard at night watching the stars. But now she was all grown up and a mother to her own children. Those childhood days could never be reclaimed. "Jiangtao," she called out softly. "What is wrong?" I looked at her, a bit puzzled. "Nothing. Can we come back here often from now on? It just feels like everything here is so much like my childhood." The two of us snuggled together just like that, gazing at the starry night outside the window, having our first deep heart-to-heart conversation. Since we began living together, after spending 2 days in the country, we soon returned to our home in Magic City. After placing Dodo and Meow Meow in their crib, Chen Jun could not help but rub her deeply aching arms. "They are so sore. Come here, let me massage them for you." I leaned in with a cheeky rascal-like grin. "Ouch." Chen Jun, blushing, gave my waist a sharp pinch. I grimaced and yelped in exaggerated pain. At that moment, the little baby looked up, turning his head curiously toward us. "What are mommy and daddy doing?" "Go away," Chen Jun scolded playfully, giving my shoulder a hard smack, but the recoil from my firm muscles ended up making her delicate hand sting. Hee hee. I was still grinning mischievously when, suddenly, with a dull thud, my face instantly turned pale. The next second, I was hopping around on own foot, howling in pain. "Ow, ow, ow, that hurts." Seeing me hopping around clutching my foot, Chen Jun finally realized that her kick just now must have really been painful. She quickly stepped forward to support me. "Are you okay?" "It really hurts, lady." I looked at Chen Jun with a look of pure grievance. I did not use that much force," Chen Jun explained. She looked down at the high heels she was wearing. "You call that not much force?" It took a good while for me to finally recover. I looked at her with a face full of mock grievance. "No, I feel so wronged. I am going to tell your grandma that you are bullying me." "What? Who goes tattling over such a trivial thing?" Chen Jun quickly reached out and gave me a hug. "You are not allowed to tell my grandma." Oh, talk about a surprise. This was definitely it. This was the first time Chen Jun had ever hugged me voluntarily. My heart felt like it was melting with joy. Chen Jun shot me a playful, reproachful look. She knew I was only trying to tease her, and that I would not actually for such a small matter. really call her grandmother to tattle on her. After a bit of playful banter, the two finally separated. They began to give the two awake babies a bath. The babies loved bath time, splashing about with all their might in the tub. When they were washed, bundled up, and held, they still babbled a bit in protest. After being fed, the two little ones fell back into a deep sleep. By then, I had already headed to the kitchen to prepare lunch. It was nearly noon, and Chen Jun was getting hungry too. Just then, the doorbell suddenly rang. Chen Jun was startled and quickly got up to open the door. Li Xiaoshan had not mentioned beforehand that she was coming over for lunch. Who could it be? Opening the door, she was surprised to see President Mo and her assistant, Xiao Juan, standing outside. "Mom, when did you get back?" "You are back. So, how was the visit to Jiangtao's home?" My precious daughter went to someone else's house. No matter how busy I am, I have to come check on her," President Mo said as she walked inside. "So, how were those few days in Jiangtao's hometown? Did you get used to living there?" she asked, raising her voice. Clearly, it was intended for a certain someone in the kitchen to hear. Chen Jun staying at my hometown for a few days was far too significant to keep from President Mo. We had informed her about it early on. After all, she was visiting another family. President Mo was also a daughter-in-law of the Chen family. She naturally knew that when a wife follows her husband to live with the in-laws, friction or even feeling mistreated is quite common. But such a thing, President Mo would absolutely never allow to happen to her daughter. "Mom," Chen Jun gave her a playful, reproachful look. "I had a wonderful stay in Jiangtao's hometown. So please, stop worrying over nothing." Chen Jun pulled her mother down to sit. The two began to share some intimate mother-daughter talk. Since resolving their past issues last time, President Mo's attitude toward her daughter had changed significantly. She truly began to care about her daughter's feelings, recalling her daughter's life from high school to university, to her working and having children out of wedlock. She felt she owed her daughter far too much. The events of this year had completely served as a wake-up call. Really, did that boy's grandparents truly treat you that well? Hearing that Grandma Wu even went out specifically to buy local persimmons for her, President Mo lowered her voice, sounding a bit skeptical. "It is true," Chen Jun said, a bit annoyed. "Why would I lie to you?" All right, that is good then." President Mo saw that she was not lying, and finally felt at ease. At that moment, my work in the kitchen had come to an end. I hurried over to greet my future mother-in-law. President Mo was satisfied seeing my humble and polite manner. She asked about my future work plans, and mentioned she would be staying for a while this time. "Mom, are not you very busy with the group's work? How do you have time to come back?" "What? You do not seem very happy that your mother is back," President Mo said, visibly displeased. "Well, we are doing fine and are quite comfortable on our own. If you stay, you will just be working remotely anyway, and you won't be able to help us with the two babies." Shut down by her daughter's blunt words, President Mo was momentarily at a loss for words. This girl is not even married yet her loyalty is already firmly on the other side. Since the future mother-in-law was here, she naturally had to stay for lunch. When President Mo went to the kitchen for rice, she caught the aroma and could not resist serving a small bowl of porridge. She finished it in a flash. Her stomach felt warm and nourished, and her whole body felt relaxed and comfortable. "Mom, if you like it, have some more. I can't finish all this by myself anyway." Chen Jun took small sips of the brown rice porridge from her bowl. President Mo instinctively turned to look at me sitting beside her daughter. I smiled and said, "Yes, Auntie. We made plenty of extra porridge. Please, have as much as you like. June can't finish it alone." "All right then." President Mo cast aside her reservations and served herself another full bowl. She ate with pure satisfaction. As my relationship with Chen Jun warmed up, certain things needed to be put on the agenda. I thought for a moment and opened my phone to send a message to Li Xiaoshan. "You there?" "Yeah. Mapo tofu and kung pao chicken tonight, please and thank you." Truly a dedicated foodie through and through. "Brother Dao, what is up? Why are you messaging me? I am a bit torn about something and wanted to ask your advice. Do you think if I propose to Jun, should I make it a grand gesture? Or find a quiet place. For just the two of us. Are you dense? You have been with her for so long. Do not you know her personality by now? What do you think? All right, I got it. Thanks. As our relationship continued to deepen, I could feel that June and I were only one final step away. I had intentionally or unintentionally brought up getting the marriage certificate twice before, but she had only shot me a reproachful look without answering. Recently, I had not just been simply taking her back to my hometown for a few days. I had been constantly pondering where the issue lay. Although our relationship had an awkward start, beginning with the fact that we already had children, we had gradually grown closer over this period. By now, I was taking very good care of her and the twins. And aside from her work, she had done her best to play the role of a good mother, and had even taken on the role of a wife ahead of time. She was willing to bring Dodo and Meow Meow to accompany me back to my hometown, staying there for several days. Aside from the formal way she addressed my parents, her heart was clear enough. So why was she hesitant about getting the certificate? That night in my hometown, during our heart-to-heart conversation, I finally confirmed one thing. This girl was waiting for me to formally propose. Just as I was thinking, my phone suddenly rang. The caller ID showed Rooming Jewelry. I answered it immediately. Hello, is this Mr. Wu? The custom Dream Bond ring you ordered online is ready. Would you like us to deliver it to your door, sir? I thought about it. Yes, home delivery is fine. Understood. You can contact our customer service to provide the address and preferred delivery time. We will ensure it arrives on time. Have a wonderful day. All right, I understand. Thank you. I took this call very naturally right in front of Chen Jun, without trying to hide it from her. Chen Jun did not pay it much mind, assuming I had just ordered a regular package. However, throughout the afternoon and evening, she keenly noticed that I was being a bit secretive, as if I were up to something. Though she is not as meticulously detail-oriented as some women, nor as crafty as Li Shaoshan, she is still a woman, after all. Now that her emotions were fully invested, her attention was no longer just on herself, but largely divided between the babies and me. The remaining portion belonged to herself and her career. Therefore, the moment I acted even slightly off, she detected it instantly. What are you hiding so sneakily? I paused for a moment, then blinked in absolute innocence. Nothing. What could I possibly hide? Chen Jun leaned in, narrowing her beautiful eyes. As she scrutinized me, I widened my eyes, and instead of backing away, I leaned my face closer to hers. As I got close, her face flushed red, and she immediately pulled back. Then why did you look so suspicious when you got that delivery this afternoon? An illusion. Definitely an illusion. I felt as though I would never grow tired of her. Moved by the moment, I whispered, I love you. Chen Jun's heart raced and her face turned bright red. Me too. Girls are always thin-skinned after all. Even after spending so much time together and understanding each other's feelings, the words were still hard to say. I murmured, my eyes fixed on hers with a teasing grin. Oh, I am not saying it, Chen Jun replied, her face flushing a deep crimson. Then, I saw her muster up her courage. She looked at me with an incredibly earnest gaze and whispered softly, I love you too. At that moment, I inexplicably felt like I had become that pile of project work on her desk. I could not help but joke. The way you are so serious. It is like you are handling your project files. A hint of embarrassment flashed across her face. She could not help it. Without that professional mindset, she would not have been able to utter a single word. Whatever. She decided not to waste any more words. Instead, she took the initiative to tilt her head up and, for the first time, planted a soft kiss on my cheek. It was better to show it through actions than to say so much. At that moment, my heart nearly melted. It felt as though every bit of effort I would made lately had received the ultimate reward from the heavens. I suddenly took Chen Jun's hand and dropped down on one knee. Then, I slowly pulled out an exquisite little box. Chen Jun blinked, still processing what was happening. When she heard me speak, my very first words left her stunned. Even though you were the one to board this train of love first, bringing along 2 adorable little passengers, and even welded the doors shut, leaving me with no way to get off. Though my opening words were a bit nonsensical, I then found myself naturally recounting the hardships of our time together. Chen Jun could rarely get a full night's rest. The disruption of her sleep schedule had made her quite anxious for a while, to the point where she would broken down for several nights in a row. And I was the same. I would essentially had no decent sleep either, taking care of both her and the babies. While constantly learning how to provide better care, I remained there on own knee, recounting all the little things from our days together, looking after the babies and caring for one another. I know how hard it has been for you, and how hard you have worked to be a good mother. You have even begun learning how to be a good wife. I lifted the ring box in my hand, opened it slowly toward her, and looked into her eyes with deep sincerity. Now, I want to be your good husband. Will you marry me? Her eyes shimmered like water as she gazed at me. She looked down at the ring I was offering, gently extended her hand and said, I will. I was instantly overjoyed. I hurriedly took the ring from the small box and gently slipped it onto her left ring finger. My heart soaring, I stood up and pulled her into a tight embrace. My voice, low and resonant, whispered in her ear, let us go get our marriage certificate tomorrow. Okay, she replied, shrinking her neck slightly, her heart overflowing with sweetness. She had been waiting for those words for a long time. Give it to me, Chen Jun said, extending her other fair hand, looking at me with a playful, reproachful pout. Give you what? I was stunned, not quite understanding. Then, in the next second, she gave my shoulder a mock angry swat. The ring? Where's yours? They surely come in a pair, and I need to put yours on you too. I scratched my head. I did not bring mine with me, I said, speechless. Is not there a rule in the proposal process that the girl also puts a ring on the boy? How did he not know that? Hearing my answer, Chen Jun was stunned at first. Then, a wave of unease washed over her. Was the groom's wedding ring supposed to be prepared by the girl?
Wait.
She changed her mind. No, that is not right. When a guy proposes, he definitely would not tell the girl beforehand. Most proposals are meant to be unexpected surprises. The ring I would ordered was certainly part of a set, not just a single own for her alone. Chen Jun gave me a reproachful swat. Something this important. How could you not bring them together? I want to put yours on too. It does not matter, I said, shaking my head. Mine is in the car. I will just get it and put it on myself tomorrow. No way, you have to go down and get it right now. Wait for me here. I will be right back. A short while later, Chen Jun stood before me again, holding another heart-shaped gift box in her hand. Her breathing was a bit heavy, and her face was flushed pink. Clearly, she had been in quite a hurry, jogging all the way there and back. Chen Jun held the small wedding ring box, slowly opening it. I have something I want to say to you too, the girl said with a blush. All these days, you have been the one preparing every single meal. Every night, you are always getting up to care for me and the babies. I actually feel like I have not been able to help you much. Yet I still spent my precious time at home, focused on my research institute projects, neglecting you and the babies. I am sorry. I am always so slow to realize these things. I looked at her with a hint of surprise, listening intently as she continued. From now on, I will try my best not to bring work back home with me. Even if I must, it won't be in our bedroom. I will manage my time better. And I will share the burden of childcare and chores, right along with you. I will work hard to be a good mother and a good wife. No wonder when I asked her to visit my hometown earlier, even though she was clearly quite uncomfortable, she agreed without much hesitation. I had originally just asked on a whim, never actually expecting her to say yes. So that was what she had been thinking all along. After she finished, she picked up the ring, then looked at me a bit blankly. Her movements came to an inexplicable halt. Chen Jun stuck out her tongue and asked softly, feeling a bit embarrassed, you boys, your wedding rings are not supposed to be worn on the left hand, right? I instantly did not know whether to laugh or cry. Whether it is a boy or a girl, they are both worn on the left hand, silly. Oh, only then did she take the ring and gently slide it onto my left ring finger, just like the own on her own left hand. My ring was also a perfect fit. When I ordered the custom rings, I naturally had to measure both our sizes in advance. As for when I measured her finger, the method was actually quite simple. I waited until the middle of the night when she was sound asleep, secretly took a thin piece of string, wrapped it around her ring finger once, and measured the length after taking it off. The next morning, just as the sun began to peek out, Chen Jun and I were already up. After washing up and finishing breakfast, "Are the baby's things all packed?" I asked from the kitchen, having just finished washing the breakfast dishes. Returning to the bedroom, she replied, "Everything's ready in the basket under the stroller." The girl looked over with a beautiful, radiant smile. I double-checked to make sure we had not left anything, then stood up, holding Chen Jun's hand in own, and pushing the stroller with the other as we headed out. "Let us go." The girl's eyes were shimmering, those bright, large eyes filled with anticipation. This was an incredibly important day for her as well. We soon arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau. It was just that we were a bit too early. The doors to the bureau were not even open yet. The two of us looked at each other in dismay, and then could not help but laugh out loud. After all, we were getting our marriage certificate. Such a momentous occasion in our lives. All the way over during the drive, both of us had been somewhat thrilled. Our heartstrings pulled taut with excitement. "Well, why do not we just take a random stroll first?" Chen Jun suggested casually. I looked around, and my gaze instantly fell upon a newly opened photo studio not far away. The storefront clearly displayed services like registration photos and wedding photography. "Let us go over there and take a look." My heart stirred, and I immediately took Chen Jun's hand and walked over. Only then did Chen Jun notice the place, looking at the incredibly beautiful wedding photos. In the studio's front window, those beautiful eyes of hers instantly lit up. As soon as we walked in, the female clerk organizing the counter looked up. Seeing our family of 4, she quickly set down her things. Watching us enter as a family of 4, the clerk, very enthusiastically, began introducing various family-themed wedding packages. I saw earlier that you also offer marriage registration photo services here, right?" "Yes. By purchasing a wedding photography package of this tier, you get a free marriage registration photo shoot." The female clerk introduced the package automatically out of habit, but as soon as she finished speaking, she realized her mistake. Then, she saw me smile and ask, "How much is it to just take marriage registration photos?" "We plan to just take the registration photos first. We are here today to get our marriage certificate." The female clerk could not process this immediately. "Wait, let me get this straight. You already have kids, and you are only now coming to get your marriage certificate." She was a bit confused. "Is this even a thing? Wait, am I out of touch with the times? Bringing boy-girl twins along to take marriage registration photos. This is definitely a first." The clerk felt like her eyes had been opened today. Why was she so enthusiastic about our arrival? Because this girl was absolutely the most beautiful person she had ever seen, bar none. The assistant manager even wanted Chen Jun and me to shoot a free set of wedding photos with them, the kind they could display in their storefront window as an advertisement. They were even willing to pay us. Unable to withstand the assistant manager's persistent requests, we eventually agreed to have our wedding photos taken at their studio. Not the free kind, though. This studio would actually be paying Chen Jun and me a fee. Amidst the assistant manager's joyful farewells, Chen Jun and I, holding our beautifully taken marriage registration photos, walked out of the wedding photography studio. Just as we walked into the Civil Affairs Bureau, oh my, what a beautiful girl. The staff inside immediately spotted Chen Jun and marveled. Then, they were a bit taken aback when they saw the 2 little babies in the stroller. Looking at the blissful expressions on this young couple's faces, it did not seem like they were here for a divorce. "So you are here to get your marriage certificate." After chatting with us for a bit, she looked at me, then studied Chen Jun's blissfully happy face, and then peeked at the 2 unbelievably adorable little babies in the stroller. This staff member was incredibly envious. At the same time, she secretly gritted her teeth in her heart. "When I get home tonight, I am going to give my own son, who is pushing 40 and still single, a piece of my mind." Wow, the staff member took our documents to log and photocopy them. Noticing that we were 27 and 24, a wife 3 years older brings a gold brick. Congratulations, congratulations, why did you bring the babies along? Chen Jun pursed her lips and handed over a bag of wedding candies while, honestly replying, my mom is busy with work and does not really know how to take care of them. So my husband and I brought the little babies out with us. This was the very first time she had called me husband in front of others. Hearing this title, I felt my heart melt a little. I could not help but squeeze her hand in mine. The girl turned her head, her large expressive eyes shimmering, as if they were about to overflow with water, having worked there for many years. This staff member processed everything with high efficiency. She quickly finished all our paperwork. Chen Jun and I finally each received a small red booklet. It still felt a bit unbelievable that we had gotten our marriage certificate just like this. The moment we received the certificates, Chen Jun and I could not help but look at each other. We both saw a brilliant light shining in each other's eyes. After a good while I chuckled mischievously. Wifey, I am fully certified now. Please take good care of me for the rest of our lives. Chen Jun, blushing, replied, Mr. Wu, please take good care of me for the rest of our lives too. And you are not allowed to bully me. My heart is clear for all the heavens to see. I love you so much, I can hardly bear it. How could I ever bear to bully you? Seeing me speaking so loudly and earnestly, Chen Jun quickly stopped me. If you have to say these things, save them for when we get home. People are watching. Chen Jun was thin-skinned, and her face instantly turned red. I chuckled. Yes, madam, let us head home first. After getting our marriage certificates, Chen Jun and I did not go home immediately. Instead, we strolled around a nearby shopping mall for a while. It was almost 11 of the clock. Why do not we just eat here before going back? Chen Jun's beautiful brows furrowed slightly. But Xiao Shan said this morning that she was coming to our place for lunch. That is easy. Just tell her to come over here, I said matter-of-factly. All right, let me contact her first. Chen Jun took out her phone and sent a text message to her best friend, saying we might eat out for lunch, and asking if she wanted to join us. I am feeling FGT unwell today. I did not even go to the DF Research Institute. It is not exactly that I am FD is unwell. It is just that I feel all weak and limp. Chen Jun looked puzzled. What is wrong with you? Why are there so many random symbols in your typing? You are unwell. Are you sick? I am at the GHG computer. Wu, my hands are shaking. Chen Jun became a bit anxious and quickly sent a voice message. You are sick. We will come back right now. Beside her, I immediately turned to look. What is wrong with Xiao Shan? She seems to be sick. She did not even go to the research institute this morning. What? I paused, then quickly took out my phone and dialed my older cousin's number. If his girlfriend was sick, he certainly could not stay out of it. Beep, 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 beep. I dialed twice in a row, but Yuan Huang did not answer at all. My brows instantly furrowed deeply. Chen Jun, also getting anxious, said to me, Jiangtao, let us not eat out anymore. I am worried something might happen to her all alone at home. I watched as Chen Jun started pushing the two babies back the way we came. She said anxiously, it will take a long time to walk all the way back from here. I will stay here and watch the babies by myself. It will be much faster if you go get the car alone. But I could not help but frown. You alone, leaving Chen Jun and the two babies here alone, did not sit right with me. I am fine, go quickly and come back fast. Just then, she received another text message. You are at Xingyi Xingyu Gu Plaza, that is great. Bring me a lemon tea, 70% sugar. Thanks. Chen Jun's face was full of question marks. She still had the mood to drink lemon tea. Order delivery yourself, we are not coming back. In the next second, she called out to me, looking exasperated. She is fine. We do not need to worry about her. Chen Jun showed me the text messages a certain someone had sent. I was instantly left not knowing whether to laugh or cry. She still had the mind to drink lemon tea. It seemed she was probably fine. But it was a bit strange. Was her phone screen broken or something? Her hands were shaking. Right at that moment, Chen Jun's phone received another text message. I did not open it, but simply handed the phone back to my wife. She sent another voice message. Look. Chen Jun, speechless, tapped to play it. Stingy. I was just asking you to help bring a lemon tea. 2 cups. Do not make it too sweet. 7. 70% sugar is fine. In this voice message, there was a strange background noise mixed in. It sounded like, "What are you doing, running out of breath like that?" Chen Jun, not realizing the actual problem, replied with a voice message of her own. Li Xiaoshan quickly replied, Remember my lemon tea. I am not bringing you anything. We are not coming back for lunch either." After sending this text message, Chen Jun made her decision in a huff. "Let us just eat here for lunch. We are not going back." Turning her head, Chen Jun noticed me. With an indescribably odd expression on my face, she paused. "What is wrong?" "Never mind, it is nothing." I shook my head, speechless, and reached out to take her hand. "Come on, let us go get some good food." Meanwhile, in Unit 0902 of Building 11 at Yunlu Garden, a rosy-cheeked and radiant Li Xiaoshan changed her clothes. Yuan Huang also casually picked up his phone from the bedside table. "Why did Xiao Tao call me?" "Oh, it is nothing." Xiao Jun and he went to get their marriage certificate this morning, went shopping, and decided to eat out for lunch while they were at it. They asked if we wanted to join them. Marriage certificate. Yuan Huang was taken aback. He could not help but turn to look at Li Xiaoshan beside him. "We seem to be eligible to get our certificate too." "Our certificate?" Li Xiaoshan was stunned. This is what a straight, dense guy looks like, who just sees someone else getting their marriage certificate, and immediately follows suit to my older cousin's proposal, which did not even have a hint of probing. This girl, Li Xiaoshan, naturally gave him a massive eye roll. Think about this very carefully. Fortunately, although Yuan Huang's emotional intelligence was low, he was not a complete idiot. The girl's reaction was obvious enough. So naturally, he was not going to press the issue and ask for trouble. During the days they had spent together, even though their relationship had progressed by leaps and bounds, and this girl was very passionate toward him, deep down, Li Xiaoshan was a very opinionated person. Not to mention she felt their relationship had not reached that stage yet. Even if it had, he should at least propose first. A sense of ceremony is absolutely indispensable. Driving the girl toward Xingyu Plaza, Yuan Huang took advantage of a red light to quickly send a text message to my mom, asking for a bit of guidance. "Are you stupid? Your situation with Xiao Tao is completely different. How could you just see him and Xiaojun get their certificate, and then immediately bring it up so bluntly to the girl? By the way, what stage is your relationship at now?" Regarding this question, he felt a bit embarrassed, but told her directly in his own way. On the other end, my mom, who was eating lunch, saw his incoming text message, and almost spat a mouthful of rice directly onto my dad's face. Fortunately, she was a grandmaster whose martial arts had reached the realm of transformation. She swallowed the rice. My dad's face was full of question marks. Seeing his wife glance at her phone screen and have such a massive reaction, he frowned deeply. "What is wrong? Did something happen with Xiao Tao again?" "No, it is Xiao Huang." My mom looked like she was lamenting iron failing to become steel. "Xiao Huang." My dad was slightly taken aback. In his impression, Yuan Huang not only possessed extraordinary martial arts talent, being a genius capable of touching the Grandmaster realm, but he was also steady, grounded, and very reliable. What is wrong with him? Ugh, this kid saw Tao Tao and Xiaojun get their marriage certificate, and turned right around and directly asked his girlfriend if they should go get theirs too. My mom sighed. Did he have to be so blunt? My dad paused again. "I remember you were the one who introduced him and Xiaoshan, right? A blind date. Can't he even ask?" She almost forgot. Her own husband was not much better in this department either. My mom rolled her eyes at him, put down her chopsticks, and sent a text message to her nephew. Although she had a generation gap with the young people of today, and could not quite understand Xiaoshan and this kid's way of dating, considering they had not known each other for long, which would have been unimaginable in her era, she was a good judge of character, and understood this girl, Li Xiaoshan, fairly well. She could more or less help her eldest nephew. Ding dong, ding dong. The ringtone for text messages and calls chimed. Chen Jun picked up her phone and saw it was that girl, Li Xiaoshan. Answering the call, she said rather bluntly, "What is it? Where are you in Xingyu Plaza? We are coming over to find you and brother Dao. My older cousin is with me too." Chen Jun could not help but roll her eyes. She stated flatly, "So you are coming over to treat us. You have been freeloading food and drinks at our place every day. Today, it is your turn to treat us." Yeah. I have been freeloading at your place all these days. Of course, I have to show my appreciation, Li Xiaoshan said with a giggle. There was no real reason to avoid them anyway. Chen Jun and I were not on a couple's date, but an outing as a family of 4. Chen Jun told this girl directly the name of the restaurant we had just sat down in. Before long, a rosy-cheeked and radiant Li Xiaoshan, holding hands with Yuan Huang, appeared outside the floor-to-ceiling windows. With light steps, she walked in and headed straight for our table. "Oh my, little Daodu is awake. Come, let auntie hold you." The moment this girl appeared, she joyfully picked up the younger sister, Dodo, from the stroller. Yi, the little one let out meaningless babbles, her large dark eyes constantly looking toward her mother. She was not at peace in Li Xiaoshan's arms. Oh my, she feels so strong. After holding her for a little while, Li Xiaoshan had to yield to the little one's wishes and handed her over to Chen Jun. The group of 4 sat down and happily enjoyed their meal. It was just that the awakened sister Daodo insisted on being held by her mother, preventing Chen Jun from eating her meal properly. But it did not matter. I personally took a spoon and brought the food right to Chen Jun's mouth. Li Xiaoshan watched this from the side, utterly dumbfounded. After everyone had eaten their fill, Yuan Huang had already gone to the front counter to settle the bill. A certain someone had said she would treat, and she definitely kept her word. Even if the person paying the bill was not her, what did that matter? Seeing how self-righteously Li Xiaoshan made her older cousin foot the bill, Chen Jun could not stand it anymore and shot her a sidelong glance. "You have not even married into the family yet, and you are already starting your exploitation and oppression, huh?" Li Xiaoshan rolled her eyes right back at her. "You act like you do not know who was oppressing whom between us 2 earlier? Who oppressing whom? Has not it always been you suppressing Dawang? Do not go bullying Dawang just because he is an honest guy." "Fine, you completely did not understand what I was saying." Li Xiaoshan sighed, reached out, and patted my shoulder. "Bro, you really need to educate your wife more. Enough out of you, unable to take it anymore." Yuan Huang pulled this girl back, afraid she would continue sprouting more strange nonsense. Only then did a certain someone pout and stop talking. The group walked out of the restaurant. "Cousin, we are heading home now. What about you guys?" I asked. "I have a rare day off, so I plan to accompany Xiaoshan for a bit of shopping first." And then, Yuan Huang glanced at the girl beside him. She said with a bright smile, watch a movie. Is not that ninja movie really popular lately? Your cousin and I are going to contribute a bit to the box office." After saying this, Li Xiaoshan pulled my older cousin away. Having seen off Li Xiaoshan and my older cousin, Chen Jun and I continued to stroll around for a little while longer. "Let us go buy something to drink." Arriving at the first floor, Chen Jun pulled my hand and swung it, acting coquettishly toward me, a rare occurrence. The scene before us even made passers-by constantly look in our direction. If the boys at Magic University who admired her were to see this, their jaws would probably drop to the floor. "Sure, what do you want to drink?" I smiled as I looked at my wife, Chen Jun. "Lemon tea." Chen Jun blurted out her desire without hesitation. She probably drank this quite often with Li Xiaoshan. To my wife's request, I naturally agreed without hesitation. I brought her to the shop. The 2 of us walked into the store hand in hand. There were many people standing in front of the counter. The staff behind the counter were incredibly busy, but they seemed to be working very efficiently. "What about you? What do you want to drink?" Chen Jun's beautiful eyes stared at me. "The same as you. I will have a lemon tea too. But 50% sugar is fine for me. Won't 50% be too sour? I usually get 70%. "No." I shook my head. "Actually, you should try 50%. Although it is a bit sour, because it is not as sweet. The aroma and flavor of the lemon won't be masked. It actually tastes much more flavorful." Oh, only then did the girl remember that her husband was an elite expert among professional chefs. His culinary skills were absolutely formidable. Concocting drinks according to a recipe like this was definitely a piece of cake for him. At this thought, Chen Jun's eyes lit up. She quickly asked, "By the way, do you know how to make this kind of tea drink?" "Of course." Hearing this, I immediately caught on. "Do you like it? Then, when we get back later, I will make some at home and chill it in the fridge. It will be perfect to drink when Xiaoshan and the others come over for hot pot tonight, but you should still drink less ice drinks. Try to drink room temperature, or ideally, warm drinks. Will it taste better than this?" Chen Jun looked at me with anticipation, hoping to get a different answer from me. Actually, the recipes for these types of drinks are pretty much the same, so the taste will be quite similar. At most, I will just use better quality lemons, so the mouthfeel will be a bit better, and the lemon aroma will be stronger. There won't really be a massive difference. Though, of course, it will definitely suit your taste better. Of course, it will taste better, I explained with a laugh. It was soon our turn to order. After ordering 2 cups of lemon tea and waiting for about 7 or 8 minutes, we pushed the stroller out of the beverage shop. The sun was strong outside. I had Chen Jun sit in the resting area of the plaza's first-floor lobby, while I went to drive the car out alone. Because I was worried about her watching the 2 babies here alone, I practically sprinted to get the car. The round trip took less than 2 minutes. Seeing me hurry in through the revolving doors from outside, Chen Jun stood up and pushed the 2 little babies toward me to meet me. "Sorry for the wait." I smiled slightly. "It is fine. Let us go." Lowering the canopy on the stroller, I took the girl's hand, and we pushed the stroller out of the plaza together. The moment we stepped outside, the intense heat wave of the summer noon rushed at our faces, instantly enveloping us entirely. Chen Jun immediately felt fine sweat break out on her back. "It is so hot. Let us hurry to the car." "It is sweltering." I held the girl's hand, pushed the 2 babies, and hurried toward the plaza's open-air parking lot. Getting into the car, which had already been cooled down to a refreshing chill by the ace, the sweltering heat clinging to Chen Jun instantly vanished. She could not help but reach out and check the backs of the 2 babies. Fortunately, both babies had normal body temperatures, had not sweated, and were quite dry. Starting the electric car, I drove with ease, heading back the way we came. Returning to Yunlu Garden, I first took Chen Jun back to 0903. We placed the 2 soundly sleeping little babies into the master bedroom. The 2 babies, in the gently rocking car, had fallen into a sweet slumber once again. After doing this, I left and went downstairs again, heading to a fruit shop in the estate to buy some fruit. I bought lemons, passion fruit, strawberries, guava, and others. Fruits suitable for making fruit tea. I brought the fruit back, only to find Chen Jun mopping the floor at home. "Did not you just mop a few days ago?" "Actually, we could buy a robot vacuum for the house. That way, you would not have to spend so much time and effort mopping."
No need.
Robot vacuums actually miss a lot of corners. Besides, we are not incredibly busy right now. I feel like tidying up the house with our own hands makes it feel more like a home. All right then, I let her be. I turned and went into the kitchen and began preparing the fruits I had just bought. Before long, I finished the first batch of fruit tea, passion fruit, lemon oolong tea. I placed the prepared fruit tea into the crisper drawer of the refrigerator. We could take it out and drink it during dinner tonight. Oh, right, Xiaojun still should not drink iced drinks. So, I needed to pour some out, heat it up, and adjust the flavor slightly. Otherwise, it might taste far too sour. During lunch, Lu Xiaoshan said we would all have hot pot together tonight. In the afternoon, she would go to the nearby wet market to buy some fresh ingredients. I was in charge of preparing the hot pot broth and soup base. When evening came, besides the 2 of them, Bai Xiaoyuan and her boyfriend would also be coming over for dinner. We would all enjoy a home-cooked mini hot pot together. A few years ago, eating hot pot in the summer might have been a rare sight, but as various hot pot chain restaurants opened up all over China, eating hot pot in the summer had long become very common. Possessing elite-level culinary skills, I naturally had correspondingly more balanced and healthy requirements for our diet. For summer hot pot, it is best to choose a light broth with mild spiciness. Add plenty of vegetables, mushrooms, and soy products, and avoid excessive heavy meats. Especially for the dipping sauces, Use plenty of garlic and vinegar. It is good for your health. I began preparing the pork bone hot pot broth, along with the garlic and vinegar dipping sauces, as only a sliver of the setting sun's afterglow remained, and night began to fall. This major strategic project was finally completed. Bai Xiaoyuan let out a long breath. It was a rare moment to find such leisure and comfort in her heart. Her boyfriend, Lu Zhou, was holding her hand beside her, and the two were strolling through the garden estate. I really have to say, Xiaojun's boyfriend. No, he should be her husband now. To be able to take such good care of Xiaojun and the two babies, without hiring a maternity matron, that is truly impressive. Lu Zhou nodded, but he then remarked with a touch of emotion. However, I still think what is even more impressive is that he managed to get the marriage certificate with Xiaojun so quickly. In the eyes of this Sci-Tech University academic god, as well as many other men, a goddess like Chen Jun had always been unattainable, hard to approach. Even if she had children, they instinctively felt that a girl like her was extraordinary, and would not just easily entrust herself and get a marriage certificate with just any guy. Yeah, I did not expect it either. Make sure to thank them properly tonight, otherwise your lower back could not possibly have improved this much. Speaking of this, the girl's eyes shifted and she shot him a gentle glance. Lu Zhou shook his head, speechless, and said with complete seriousness, we definitely have to thank him properly this time, but I think I should be thanking you even more. Is not that Xiaoshan? Approaching building 11. Before they even reached the bottom of the building, the two of them saw two familiar figures, carrying bags big and small, walking toward the entrance. Hearing the voice from over here, the two people stopped and turned to look. As soon as she got close, Li Xiaoshan let out a light himph. Well, this is quite unfortunate, to actually run into you here. I know, right? I think I need to check the almanac before leaving the house next time. Bai Xiaoyuan refused to be outdone. The two best friends started bickering the moment they met. Beside them, Lu Zhou and Yuan Huang looked at each other in speechlessness, having grown completely accustomed to this by now. They soon arrived at the front door of 0903. Ding dong, ding dong. They pressed the pleasant-sounding doorbell. The door was quickly opened. Coming, the girl's eyes crinkled into a smile as she opened the front door, welcoming the group of four inside. As soon as she stepped in, Li Xiaoshan could not help but twitch her nose and sniff the air.
Wow, what a fragrant pork bone soup smell.
And I can smell some sour vinegar ingredients too. Looks like we are in for a delicious feast tonight. The others beside her listened in speechlessness. She truly lived up to her foodie reputation. The moment they walked in, all they could smell was the aroma of bone broth in the air. Nowadays, it seems even being a foodie has a high barrier to entry. Hey, what kind of guest makes a beeline straight for the kitchen the moment they arrive? Xiaojun pouted. Soon, the group gathered around the small table on the balcony. They all sat on small stools, surrounding the steaming hot pot. Xiaojun, tell brother Dao to take a break. Tell him to come sit down and eat with us. Li Xiaoshan looked at the split-pot hot pot in front of her. Inside was the original flavor pork bone broth. Here it comes. In the next moment, I emerged carrying a tray. On it sat a glass pitcher, filled with lemon slices and passion fruit pulp. There was also a glass that had already been poured and brought to room temperature. The two girls over here took a closer look, and a look of delight instantly appeared on their faces. Passion fruit, lemon oolong tea. I walked over, set the pitcher of fruit tea down, and distributed cups to everyone. Then, I handed the bottle of fruit tea I had taken out earlier, and let warm to room temperature to Chen Jun. It was chilled in the fridge this afternoon. If you want some, pour it yourselves. Speaking of which, since the incident last time, I still have not properly thanked you too. Taking this opportunity today, I want to say thank you. Saying this, Lu Zhou raised the cup of fruit tea in his hand. Looking a bit embarrassed, I will substitute tea for wine. Words cannot express my gratitude for your great favor. If you ever need anything in the future, please do not hesitate to ask. These are all things we ought to do. Although Xiaotao was temporarily drafted, he was also own of us. Where duty calls, own cannot decline. Come, cheers. Yuan Hong also raised his fruit tea. The three grown men clinked their glasses and downed their drinks in one gulp. By the way, your lower back should not be hurting anymore, right? I looked at Lu Zhou's complexion. His dark circles were not as severe as before, and his face was not as pale either. Judging from his color, he should be feeling much better. Haha, Li Xiaoshan beside them pursed her lips toward Bai Xiaoyuan. With a wicked smile, she said regarding the question of whether his lower back is better or not, I do not think you should be asking him. You should be asking Bai Xiaoyuan. Bai Xiaoyuan's face flushed red. She glared fiercely at this girl, then her eyes darted around. Suddenly, she chuckled. Speaking of which, I would actually like to ask how you two are feeling. Yuan Huang and Lu Zhou hurriedly pulled their respective girlfriends back. All right, that is enough. The group of friends ate hot pot amidst laughter, joking, and playful banter. The atmosphere was incredibly lively. Perhaps this is the true meaning of having friends. I accompanied Chen Jun back to visit her grandparents. On the way, we ran into a male classmate from high school who used to like her. Oh, right? That old classmate of yours we just ran into. The one he kept bringing up, called Xiaolong, seems to have an unusual relationship with you. Oh, you mean Xiaolong, he was just my. She started to reply naturally, but then realized something was off and immediately turned to look at me. Why are you asking about this? She widened her beautiful eyes, staring at a certain someone whose face looked a bit unnatural. Nothing, just asking. A certain someone continued to feign an expression of complete nonchalance. Really, Chen Jun stopped her yoga movements, leaned in, and scrutinized me with a look of great novelty. A smile tugged at the corners of her mouth. What else? I remained stubborn, putting on a cool facade. Sniff. Did you smell that? I wonder who left a jar of vinegar open in our room. I smell a massive stench of vinegar. I finally snapped out of embarrassment and anger. I did not. How could I possibly be jealous? It must be an illusion. Definitely an illusion. Ha ha ha. Chen Jun could not hold back her laughter. She looked at my flustered, embarrassed face with sheer delight. You actually get jealous. You actually get jealous. Hee hee, ha ha ha. The girl near the balcony still could not help but laugh out loud. It took her a good while to finally catch her breath. She calmed down and began practicing the systemic esoteric yoga I had given her. He was just a classmate from the past who I was not very close with. 3 years of middle school, 3 years of high school. The kind where we would only exchange a few words when we bumped into each other. But when we graduated from high school, he did something that left me completely speechless and incredibly awkward. Let me guess, he confessed his feelings to you, right? Huh, Chen Jun was somewhat surprised. She could not help but turn her head to look at her husband. How did you know?
Hee hee, I chuckled.
I might not have understood these things very well back then, but after getting to university, I understood them all too well. A confession is never an opening move. It is a finishing move, especially when the relationship between two people is still practically strangers. No Oane is going to accept an out-of-the-blue confession. Of course, there are exceptions. That is, if a blind cat happens to stumble upon a dead mouse. If the girl happened to have already secretly given her heart to him, that is a different story. Generally speaking, if you can catch each other's eye right off the bat, it means your looks are significantly above average. Youth is beautiful. No. Only for those who are good-looking does youth possess such beauty. Youth is actually quite cruel. Because this stage of life is an incredibly cruel period where people are judged solely by their faces, figures, and heights. A pure competition of the genetics inherited from Owen's ancestors. It does not matter how much money your family has. It won't help. After that, I did not even join our class's WeChat group. I was just terrified of running into him. For the next 4 years of university, whenever I had a holiday, I would come home. And by pure chance, I ran into him a few times. I did not even dare to speak to him. I was so afraid he would do something else that I could not anticipate. It was just too awkward. I listened, feeling speechless myself. And here I thought he was. We all have that ignorant heart fluttering first love, do not we? Anyway, I have already lost face, so I might as well just say it straight. Oh, I see. Chen Jun suddenly had a realization. No wonder you were so nervous. It turns out you were afraid I had run into my first love. And then we would suddenly play out some melodramatic soap opera scene. She instantly burst out laughing with a plift. She rolled her eyes at me. What are you thinking? Even web novel authors these days do not write such cliched storylines anymore, okay? What were you thinking? Well, is not there a saying that girls never forget their old loves? I argued forcefully. Hee hee, I remember there is another saying as well. Boys can't resist a new flame. Do you think my brain short-circuited or got kicked by a donkey? For me to leave a delicate, stunning beauty like you at home and go chase after some new flame? Chen Jun gave me a look that said, figure it out yourself. Suddenly, as if she remembered something, she asked nonchalantly, what about you? Me? What about me? I stood on the balcony, holding my martial arts stance, feeling the circulation of qi within my body, my eyes half closed. I completely failed to notice the faint scrutiny in the girl's gaze. Are not you going to tell me? A hint of slyness flashed through Chen Jun's eyes. About your first love. On the balcony, my eyes snapped open in bewilderment. I saw the girl standing not far away, looking at me calmly. The hostility in her eyes was already glaringly obvious. Wait, how did this suddenly turn back on me? For a moment I did not know what to say. After our morning exercises ended, Chen Jun and I came downstairs. Come eat, hurry up and come eat. As soon as she saw the two of us, Grandma Chen cheerfully called us over for breakfast. Actually, when we just got back from our run, I had gone into the kitchen, intending to make breakfast, but I was shooed out by Grandma Chen. She said that she had always been the one to make breakfast at home. Come try these pan-fried buns I specially made. Saying this, Grandma Chen smilingly placed a plate of buns on the dining table. The rich aroma of dough intertwined with the faint scent of minced meat, making Owen's appetite surge just from the smell. Our Xiaojun here has loved eating my pan-fried buns the most since she was a little girl. The elderly lady said with a smile. I paused slightly, firmly committing this detail to memory. At the same time, I understood why she had not let me make breakfast this morning, insisting on doing it herself. Then I definitely have to taste them properly. I quickly reached out with my chopsticks, picked Owen up, placed it in my bowl, and unceremoniously dug right in. Picking it up with chopsticks, I placed it in my mouth and took a gentle bite. It was crispy and refreshing. My eyes instantly lit up. The taste was indeed exceptionally delicious. How is it? How is it? Grandma Chen knew that I was a top-tier master chef. Ordinary food could rarely impress me. Devouring the pan-fried bun in my bowl in a few quick bites, I let out a soft breath. I said to Grandma Chen, delicious, incredibly delicious. This is my first time eating such a delicious pan-fried bun. Really, the elderly lady instantly beamed with happiness. But she said, you can't just be saying that on purpose to flatter this old lady. No, it is my first time eating such a delicious pan-fried bun, especially the filling. Pork, scallions, ginger. The 5-spice powder has a very unique flavor. You could actually taste that. Grandma Chen looked at me with great amazement. Truly worthy of being a master chef. The 5-spice powder we use at home is made by an old shop in our neighborhood. The taste is excellent. Haha, Grandma, could I learn how to make these pan-fried buns from you? That way, when I have time later, I can make them for Xiaojun. Hahaha, sure. Later, when you guys go back, you will be able to make them for Ninny at home. That way she won't keep telling me over the phone how much she misses my pan-fried buns. Hearing me say I wanted to personally learn from her grandma, so I could make them for her some other day. Chen Jun, sitting to the side, was so touched her little face flushed pink. After breakfast, Chen Jun and I cleared the table together. While we were washing the dishes at the sink in the corner of the courtyard, Chen Jun asked softly, it was pretty good. I really liked it, he smiled. Just as we finished washing the dishes, Grandpa, who was taking a stroll in the courtyard, suddenly walked over. Looking somewhat helpless, he said to the two of us, that thing Xiaoro mentioned to you yesterday? About sending someone over to learn how to make that braised noodles dish from you. I rejected it for you. Huh. I paused slightly. Just as I was about to say something, I saw the old man in front of me wave his hand. Family is family. If her family ran into any trouble, there'd be no need for you. Us elders would definitely help however we should. But asking her own hotel's chef to come over and learn a recipe, is not that blatantly taking advantage? Where in the world do you find such a free lunch? The situation was this. When I first arrived yesterday, I made a bowl of braised noodles for everyone. Chen Jun's female cousin happened to be there as well. She tasted it and was absolutely blown away. At the same time, she wanted to send her hotel's chef to come and learn the recipe. Thank you, Grandpa. Regarding this matter, I actually had not taken it to heart. After all, I was not working in the restaurant industry anyway, nor did I rely on it to make a living. If Chen Jun's cousin wanted to send someone to learn this Pudian braised noodles dish, then let them come and learn. But because of this incident, any future interactions between our relatives on this level would be limited to merely nodding when we met and exchanging basic greetings. If they wanted any further interaction, they could forget about it. It was only because the other party was Chen Jun's cousin that I felt it inappropriate to sour the mood and refuse right on the spot. If it had been my own relatives back in my hometown, I definitely would have refused directly. Business is business. Since you want to learn this dish from me and put it on your hotel's menu, then I should definitely receive the appropriate compensation. Chen Jun, standing beside me, did not know about this. She looked at us with some confusion. Once Grandpa explained it, her beautiful brows could not help but furrow. How could she act like that? It is fine. It is fine. Did not Grandpa already help push it away? If your cousin truly feels that this braised noodle dish has enough commercial value, I imagine she will adopt a more reasonable method to negotiate with me. Even though I said that, Chen Jun was still a bit angry. Ever since they were kids, this cousin of hers loved to take advantage of others. She never expected that after all these years. Not only had her cousin not changed her ways in this regard, after the incident with her cousin Chen Ru was blocked by Grandpa Chen, Chen Jun's and my life here at her old home in Kyoto turned into a heartwarming daily routine of taking care of the babies and honoring the two elders. As the number of times I met and chatted with the surrounding neighbors increased, everyone gradually learned that the boy Chen Jun married came from a martial arts family and was a very promising young martial artist. Meanwhile, in the estate, in the WeChat group made up of Xiaojun's old classmates, and Day, old Shen suddenly came online and dropped a bombshell. Chen Jun got married. Chen Jun? No way. She is such a proud person. Who could she possibly fancy? I can't even imagine what she looked like when she got married. I am even a year older than her. Sigh, these days all the good men are already married. Why do all the good men belong to someone else? Wait, this is not right. Logically speaking, if she got married, no matter what, we are still old classmates. Even if we have not been in touch for years, for such a major event, there should not have been zero news about her getting married, right? I also heard from my second great-aunt's side that our goddess, to prevent her family from arranging a marriage for her, gave Chairman Mo a grandson ahead of schedule. Forget it, let me try pulling her into the group. Everyone can ask her themselves. Humph, hurry up and pull her into the group. Such a massive event happened, and she actually did not even tell me, her old deskmate. This is truly unjustifiable. Soon, on the group chat interface, a notification appeared. Jun has joined the group chat. Long time no see, everyone. Long time no see. The classmates chimed in with their greetings. Eventually, an old classmate in the group finally opened their mouth to ask. Chen Jun did not hide anything. She truthfully and openly told her classmates that she already had 2 babies, and that they were boy-girl twins. Although the classmates were somewhat mentally prepared, hearing the confirmation directly from the person herself was still incredibly shocking. At this time, President Mo said she was feeling unwell. Initially, we thought she was sick. Seeing the situation, Chen Jun and I voiced our inner speculations. Upon learning the truth, everyone's jaws dropped. They simply could not believe their ears. Just moments ago, President Mo had leaned back against the sofa and closed her eyes, feeling exhausted and hungry. Chen Jun hurried over. Standing beside her, she reached out and began massaging her temples. Do you have a headache again? No, I am just tired. I will be fine after I rest a bit and eat something. Do not worry. Mom, you are lying to me again. Chen Jun's brows furrowed slightly. She remembered those traditional Chinese medicine techniques I had mentioned before. That could alleviate pain. Chen Jun very obediently massaged President Mo. That feels much better. Your massage technique is quite good. Thinking about how her daughter was no longer cold towards her, her mood also improved significantly. Jiangtao taught me all this. I have only learned a tiny bit of the basics. Good, good, good. Then after dinner tonight, I will massage you again. And when you wake up tomorrow morning, do not rush off to the company so early. Stay home a bit longer. And I will do some Moxabustion for you. That way, the therapeutic effect will be the best. Just do the Moxabustion for your mom tonight. Why wait until tomorrow morning? Do you really have the heart to watch me suffer tonight? Jiangtao said so before. You can't do Moxabustion after 7 p.m. President Mo opened her eyes. A look of bewilderment on her face. Did he say that? Chen Jun could not help but facepalm. He definitely did. You truly are a busy person who forgets things easily. Moxabustion cannot be done at night. The morning is the process of yang energy arising. Supplementing yang energy at this time is the most appropriate. Performing Moxabustion to condition the body at this time is the most suitable. It seemed that by being around Jiangtao, her daughter had naturally picked up a lot of traditional Chinese medicine knowledge regarding Moxabustion. Hearing her daughter say all this, President Mo understood, but also felt a bit guilty. See, I hit the nail on the head, did not I? Chen Jun seized upon this point and unceremoniously scolded her mother. No matter how busy you are with work, you have to take care of your health. All right, I know. Please stop talking, please let me off the hook. President Mo was lectured until she felt completely overwhelmed. She clasped her hands together and begged her daughter for mercy. Time to eat, time to eat. Grandma Chen served a bowl of soup for Grandpa first, then called everyone to start eating. The family sat down and began to enjoy this dinner with everyone present, especially since the food was so exceptionally delicious. However, as President Mo was eating, she suddenly frowned and put down her bowl and chopsticks. Ugh! At this moment, she felt a wave of nausea surge up. She abruptly stood up and left the dining table. Grandma Chen was somewhat confused. What is wrong? Did she eat something bad? Seeing her son still sitting there calmly without moving a muscle, she could not help but shoot him a sideways glare. Go check on her. Your wife is feeling unwell, and you can still just sit there. Oh. Dad Chen quickly got up and followed in his wife's direction. At this moment, what came to my mind was my mother-in-law's situation from earlier. It was highly possible. President Mo was not even 50 yet. Her physical condition made her look like a woman in her late 30s. As for my father-in-law, although his physical condition was not exceptionally great, he was only 54. It was still possible. So, I reached out and gently nudged my wife, Chen Jun, beside me. Chen Jun could not help but turn her head and look at me. Her large eyes revealed a hint of reproachful anger and confusion. Hey, what are you doing? Oh my, looking at those watery, large eyes so close to me. My heart trembled. I almost could not hold back from planting a kiss on her cheek, but the elders were present. Go check on your mom. I feel like the way she is acting is not as simple as an upset stomach. Chen Jun's beautiful eyes instantly narrowed slightly. She immediately grew tense. What? Do not worry, it is probably not an illness. Quick, go check on her. I urged her again. For a moment, she could not grasp the crux of the matter. Nor did she catch the underlying meaning in my words. She was bewildered for a moment. Not that simple, and you said it is not an illness. Then what is it? Let me think about this logic for a second. On second thought, she seemed to realize something. Her eyes suddenly widened, and she stared at me in sheer shock. Only then did the girl abruptly stand up and hurry in the direction President Mo had gone. At this time, Dad Chen was patting her back nearby, frowning as he said, "You are an adult. How could you still eat the wrong thing?" Mom, Chen Jun approached, studying her mother with a peculiar expression. How do you feel? Did you eat something that upset your stomach? I do not think so. I ate very normally today. I did not eat anything weird. President Mo still had not realized what the issue was. She looked up blankly at her daughter and husband beside her. Phew. It is fine, it is fine. I feel much better now. Mo Wanhee washed her face, regaining her composure. She stood up, turned around, and walked toward the courtyard. Where are you going? If your stomach hurts, you should rest. Dad Chen said, frowning from the side. I am going to eat, I am not full yet. Dad Chen's face was full of question marks. Wait, did not you just say your stomach was upset and you felt nauseous? How do you still have an appetite to eat? Seeing her mother act like this, Chen Jun, standing to the side, felt even more strongly that my assessment was probably correct. Returning to the dining table, the two elders had already eaten their fill. Grandpa had also gone out for a walk. Chen Jun and I also put down our bowls and chopsticks. Only Dad Chen and President Mo sat down, picked up their bowls and chopsticks, and continued to eat. Xiao, did not you say your stomach was upset? Why are not you resting for a bit? Seeing her daughter-in-law return with such a surprisingly good appetite, Grandma Chen felt quite confused. Mom, I am fine. It might have just been a little bloating. I actually feel like I have quite an appetite right now. President Mo replied nonchalantly, continuing to use her chopsticks to pick up food and eat rice. Soon, Dad Chen finished the remaining half bowl of rice he had left. As he put down his bowl and chopsticks, he realized his wife was still eating. Why is your appetite so good today? He asked curiously. Maybe I was just too tired. President Mo replied dismissively. After a good while, President Mo was finally full. Just as she put down her bowl and chopsticks, she saw Grandma Chen staring intently at her. She thought she had grains of rice stuck to her face. Mom, why are you looking at me like that? It is nothing. I just wanted to ask you. Aside from what happened just now, have you had any other reactions? No. After all, she was getting older. She had never even considered that possibility to begin with. For a moment, she still had not realized exactly what was happening to her body. On the other side, after clearing the bowls and chopsticks, I turned back from the kitchen, carrying a very large bowl, and placed it on the table. Come try this local specialty we brought from my hometown. These specially made sweet and sour green plums. Before Chen Jun even made a move, President Mo's eyes instantly lit up. She reached out, picked one up and popped it into her mouth. It is delicious, not bitter or astringent at all, just a light salty sweet flavor. Mo Wanhee finished one in an instant, then grabbed another. Then came a third, and a fourth. Just as she was eating the fifth one, she finally noticed that the surroundings seemed a bit too quiet. Why are you all looking at me like that? Only at this moment did Mo Wanhee belatedly realize that something was amiss. Mom, I need to tell you something. Chen Jun could not help but hold back a laugh. Tomorrow, you need to go to the hospital for a checkup. Saying this, she turned to look at her dad, who was looking down at his phone. Dad Chen, who was reading the news on his phone, finally put it down. He looked up at his daughter. What is it? Tomorrow, go buy a... The husband and wife instantly froze. Then they could not help but turn and look at each other. But in the next second, Dad Chen snapped his head back to look at his daughter and me. I could not help but ask, my voice a bit loud. It has only been a little over 4 months since you gave birth, and you are pregnant again. Oh Dad, what are you thinking? It is not me. It is for my mom to use. Chen Jun said, exasperated. Oh, Dad Chen nodded, and then suddenly processed the information. He spun around to look at his wife. You are pregnant. President Mo glared at him, intending to settle this score with him properly once they got back to their room. Grandma Chen watched her son's reaction, shaking her head with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. I told you too a long time ago to have a second child early. Look at this, Xiao, he is already 48. While Chen Jun could not hold back a laugh, she also felt an indescribable sense of strangeness inside. This was truly a unique experience. If her mom was really pregnant, calculating the timeline, her new brother or sister would be born around March or April of next year. A sibling 28 years younger than her, an uncle or aunt who would actually be a year younger than her own son and daughter. When Dodo and Meow Meow grew up, calling a little toddler uncle or auntie, the image was so beautiful she did not even dare to imagine it. What are you standing there for? Go buy it already. President Mo gave her husband a smack. Dad Chen finally scrambled to his feet and hurried out the door. Even though she was nearly 50 years old, President Mo's face still could not help but flush a little at this moment. Could it really be, at her age? Could she really give Chen Jun a little brother or sister? For a moment, her mind was in turmoil. She had given birth to her daughter at the age of 20. Now, in just 2 more years, she would be 50. Was not it too dangerous to have another child now? I stood up, and everyone's eyes instantly snapped toward me. I felt incredibly awkward, and could not help but break the silent, excruciating tension. I will go wash the dishes first. Once the only male in the room left, Chen Jun and Grandma Chen immediately opened the floodgates, bombarding her with questions about the situation. Knowing my exceptional hearing, once I left, Chen Jun even specifically got up and led her mother and grandma into the living room, heading inside to have their private conversation. At this time, Grandpa Chen had just returned from his post-dinner walk. Unaware of what had happened, he walked straight to the door and tried to push it open, only to find it locked from the inside. "Old man, what are you doing?" Grandma Chen's displeased voice rang out. "Step aside, we women have things to discuss right now." Grandpa looked thoroughly frustrated. He turned around and saw me emerging after washing the dishes. "Xiaotao, do you know what is going on?" Just then, Dad Chen returned from outside with the pregnancy tests. Realizing his wife was highly likely pregnant, and that he had not told Grandpa yet, he hurriedly blurted it out. Grandpa nodded and started to turn away. Then, he whipped his head back around. "Did you just say Xiao he is pregnant?" "Dad, it is just a possibility. I just bought these back. We have not even had time to confirm it yet," Dad Chen explained with a wry smile. But Grandpa instantly grew anxious. He yelled directly, "Then what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and have Xiao he take the test." Just as the father and son were getting anxious outside, their voices rising, the door opened. Dad Chen in the living room turned his head to look. Grandma Chen shot her son a reproachful look. "Hand it over." Grandma Chen took the tests, turned around, and slammed the door shut again. Several minutes passed. Inside the room, Mo Wanhei stared at the test in front of her. 2 red lines slowly but surely appeared, even though she had mentally prepared herself beforehand. At the moment of final confirmation, Mo Wanhei still found it hard to believe. "I am having a second child." When my mom heard that my mother-in-law was expecting a baby, she also really wanted to have another own. Having just returned from Grandma Chen's, my mom immediately discussed it with me. "Xiaotao, if our family were to have another little brother or sister, would you mind?" "Mom, you're not trying to tell me you have own in your belly right now, are you?" I, who was in the middle of eating, looked absolutely shocked. "What are you thinking?" "Of course not. I am just asking for your opinion now, are not I?" "So, what do you say? Give me a straight answer." "I do not mind at all. If you guys want another brother or sister, I have absolutely no objections. If my mom and dad wanted another child, what objections could I possibly have? Actually, given their current physical conditions, having another child would be absolutely no problem at all. They could even easily take care of the child themselves." The reason they wanted another own was that their eldest child had already left the nest and started his own family. Now, all they had outside the house was the martial arts dojo. And with just the 2 of them at home, it was inevitably a bit lonely. Seeing that her son agreed, my mom instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Truth be told, regarding the issue of having a second child, my dad was not entirely on board. And naturally, Chen Jun would not have any objections either. As for family inheritance and things like that, she never cared about them to begin with. She was perfectly capable of earning her own money. If they wanted own, then they should have own. It is just that next year, if the 4 little ones were to gather around a mahjong table at home, it might get a little noisy. My mom stayed for 2 days, helped take care of the 2 little ones for a bit, and then went back. Unknowingly, the end of the year was approaching, and the date of Chen Jun's and my wedding was less than a week away. After discussions between the Wu and Chen families, it was decided that a ceremony would be held on both sides. On the first weekend of early January, a heavily pregnant President Mo flew specifically from Kyoto to Magic City. personally delivering the custom-made wedding dress for her daughter. She also brought my wedding suit along with it. These are the two styles you both liked. According to your request, no Western styles, but traditional Chinese classical attire instead. Owen is a phoenix crown and cape. The other is a neon feather skirt. As soon as she arrived at 0903, Mo Wanhee had the accompanying designers and staff carefully unpack the perfectly packaged attire. The scene was bustling with activity. However, Chen Jun did not immediately go look at the dress. She looked at her mother somewhat reproachfully. "Mom, did not I tell you there was no need to deliver it personally? You are 5 months pregnant. Be careful not to exhaust yourself." "It is fine. It is fine. I have been taking great care of my health these past few months. I practice the 5-animal play every single day, and I even hired a nutritionist to manage my diet." "Mom, even so, regarding the wedding attire, there was absolutely no need for you to come in person, and you even took a flight to deliver it. Where's my dad anyway?" Just as she asked, the doorbell rang. I hurried over to open the door, only to see my father-in-law carrying some fruit. "Dad, what are these for?" I was just about to say, "It is fine that you came, but why go through the trouble of buying fruit?" But before I could speak, I immediately realized that this fruit was probably not for me and Chen Jun. Sure enough, Dad Chen smiled and said, "Well, your mom suddenly craved guava and kiwi, so she made me go out and buy some." I understood this perfectly well. When my pregnant mom visited a while ago, she also had sudden intense cravings for specific things, and absolutely had to have them right then and there. Meanwhile, in the master bedroom, the female designer who had created Chen Jun's and my wedding attire was watching her 2 assistants help Chen Jun dress. Chen, I truly can't believe it. This is the figure of someone who just gave birth to 2 babies. Looking at the fully dressed Chen Jun, her face was filled with admiration. "Could you share how you managed to regain your figure so well?" She had worked with clients like Chen Jun, who held their weddings after having children, but the figures of every single one of those clients were, honestly, hard to describe. So much so that her dress designs had to undergo compromise after compromise, resulting in her inability to deliver the exact effect the clients desired. Yet, she could not shift the blame onto the clients for the outcome. Chen Jun turned around, gently holding the sides of her skirt, preparing to walk out. A designer assistant beside her hurried over and handed her a round fan embroidered with a phoenix. "We will help lift the back of your skirt for you." Chen, you just need to hold the fan with both hands like this." As they emerged, Dad Chen, President Mo, and I, who were resting and chatting in the living room, heard the movement. Just as we stood up and turned our heads to look, we all froze in unison. So beautiful. Watching my wife holding the round fan embroidered with a phoenix, wearing the phoenix crown and cape. This incredibly magnificent red attire seemed to radiate a brilliant glow at this moment. This grand red attire made her skin look even fairer, surpassing frost and snow, resembling flawless white jade. Her large eyes looking over were incredibly pure and clear. A faint smile from her was breathtakingly stunning. Seeing the reactions of her husband, dad, and mom, Chen Jun felt somewhat bewildered. She looked down at her wedding attire in slight confusion. "I did not wear anything wrong, did I? It is beautiful. Let us go with this set. It is truly beautiful." I was practically incoherent at this moment. Although Chen Jun was already incredibly beautiful on a daily basis, her beauty right now could no longer be described with mere words. President Mo, her eyes shining, stepped forward. She looked her daughter up and down. "Very nice, very nice. It is just that the waist area here needs a slight adjustment." "President Mo, I have already made a note of this issue. After today's fitting, I will take it back and fix it immediately. Once it is altered, I will come over again and have your daughter do Owen final fitting." While Chen Jun was trying on clothes, naturally, I was not left out either. I also went and tried on my wedding suit. Putting it on instantly made me look exceptionally sharp and energetic. Once I changed into my suit and stood beside Chen Jun, President Mo and Dad Chen took out their phones and snapped picture after picture. The designer also picked up the professional camera she had brought along and had us, the soon-to-be wed couple, find a few spots around the house to strike some poses. She took quite a few photos. As the wedding date approached, various chores, big and small, swarmed in. Especially the decorations inside and outside, upstairs and downstairs, of the bridal chamber back in our hometown. I also needed to review the finalized guest list, because I had invited many old classmates from my village, as well as university classmates from my class who I was close with. I initially thought having kids and raising them was troublesome enough. I never expected getting married to be this troublesome too. After a few more days of frantic busyness, the bridal chamber at home, and all the decorations upstairs and downstairs were finally completed, and the day of the wedding finally arrived. Originally, Lu Wan'er insisted on coming in person, but was strongly dissuaded by Chen Jun. The baby in her belly was already 5 months old now, and considering her age, it really was not suitable for her to travel back and forth on a plane anymore. Furthermore, Lu Wan'er currently had not put down her work at Feiyun Group yet, and was still working remotely from home. My dorm brothers Peng Long, Nong Yi and Xiao Wu also walked out of the train station together, under the arrangement of the senior brothers from the Wu family dojo, who came to welcome them. They boarded a bus. This is my first time coming to Jiangtao's house. This place feels pretty nice. What a massive tree. Stepping off the bus, what greeted everyone's eyes was a giant banyan tree that had stood for hundreds of years. Wow, this setup is pretty impressive. If I have even half this much pomp when I get married, I would be satisfied. Of course it is impressive. Do not you know who our Jiangtao is marrying? That is Chen Jun, the super campus belle of our magic university. Peng Long, Xiao Wu, Nong Yi. From afar, I spotted my university classmates. I quickly went over to greet them. Chen Jun also smiled at them, having smiled constantly from past 8 a.m. until nearly 11 a.m. now. She felt her cheeks were growing stiff. Following my gesture, their group walked under the tree. Following the archways and signposts along the road, my university classmates were all a bit stunned. His house is on the mountain. Should not be. Let us go up and see. Along the way, Peng Long and the others noticed many people who seemed far from ordinary. Their expressions were steady and composed. They had been walking up the mountain and had not even reached the destination yet, and the few of them were already panting a bit. Hey, Xiao Wu, Nong Ye, did you guys notice? A lot of these people seem to be martial artists. Ahem, do not stare at them casually, and definitely do not talk behind their backs. People who practice martial arts have very sharp senses. It is very easy to be perceived as a provocation. Okay, thanks. Peng Long and the others immediately withdrew their gazes and hurriedly thanked them. Soon, the wedding ceremony began. At home, after serving tea to my father-in-law and mother-in-law and receiving the red envelopes, and after braving the hazing from Li Xiaoshen, Bai Xiaoyuan, and the other bridesmaids, I finally managed to successfully receive my bride. Holding Chen Jun's hand, we stepped outside. What was waiting for us was not a wedding car, but a large black horse adorned with red flowers, standing a full 1.8 meters tall. Chen Jun clearly had not anticipated this scene. She turned her head in surprise and looked at me with immense astonishment. Hee hee. Well, since our wedding is on the mountain, and wedding cars can't go up there, we swapped it for a BMW precious horse. This is a precious horse my dad borrowed from an old friend. Oh, Chen Jun could not help but scrutinize this large black horse. Its long mane flowed freely, and its entire body rippled with muscular strength. And this large black horse was currently turning its head, its large eyes looking toward us. Those intelligent eyes seemed to recognize me. The bride and groom are getting on the BMW. Someone called out from the side. I mounted the horse with a swift leap, then leaned down, extended my hand, and pulled Chen Jun up onto the horse as well. She sat in front of me. Chen Jun happily leaned back into my embrace. Riding a horse for our wedding is quite unique. The members of the Chen family and the nearby neighbors all took out their phones, constantly snapping pictures of this scene. Even with 2 people on its back, the large black horse remained very docile, merely pacing gently. Ha 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 ha, I let out a hearty laugh. Pulling the reins, I controlled the large black horse's direction, while gently pressing down to prevent it from breaking into a full gallop. That would be too fast. It was Chen Jun's first time riding a horse. With my help, she sat very steadily. The oncoming wind whipped against her face, making it a bit hard to keep her eyes open. And this was not even its top speed. In just under 2 minutes, this large black horse carried us to the foot of Wu Mountain. I tugged on the reins, and it did not hesitate to gallop wildly up the mountain path. The section of the mountain path near the dojo was a bit steep, but the large black horse truly lived up to its name as a precious horse, ascending as easily as walking on flat ground. Whoa! We finally arrived in front of the dojo where the wedding ceremony was to be held. I called out and gently pulled back on the reins. Only then did the black horse, which still wanted to continue galloping forward, lightly trot and slow its pace. I patted the large black horse to soothe it, then dismounted. I then carried Chen Jun down in a princess hold. The mech from the wedding planning company held the microphone and shouted loudly, "The auspicious hour has arrived." Immediately after, Chen Jun and I, a picture-perfect couple, walked along the red carpet, entering through the main doors of the dojo and stepping inside step by step. My mom and dad, seated at the head of the hall, watched the two figures walking in, their faces brimming with joy. Wow, the bride is so beautiful. Too beautiful. What kind of wedding dress is that? When I get married, I want to wear clothes like that too. It is so beautiful. Jiangtao, this kid is so lucky. Pang Long, Xiao Wu, Nongye, and the others had already taken out their phones, snapping pictures of Chen Jun and me on the stage, and even sending them to the class WeChat group to show off. First bow to heaven and earth. Second bow to the parents. Husband and wife bow to each other. The ceremony is complete. With the mix announcement, this ceremony was finally concluded. At this moment, Chen Jun and I could not help but look at each other. We both saw the deep affection in each other's eyes, and simultaneously let out a sigh of relief. This wedding was finally over. It was exhausting, listening to the congratulations from surrounding relatives and friends. Every single one of them was envious that I had married such a wonderful wife, and even had boy-girl twins to boot. I responded to them, own by own. After Chen Jun changed into her reception dress in the back room and came out, we began to formally greet the relatives from both sides. With a hall full of banquet tables, toasting was unavoidable. The female guests did not have to drink alcohol, but my dad and I could not escape it. Although we did not have to down a full glass for every table we toasted, we had to drink at least a third of a glass each time. Regardless, the wedding had finally concluded successfully. Reeking of alcohol, I returned home. As soon as I entered the bridal chamber, I saw my wife holding our younger sister, Dodo, pacing back and forth in the room.
Ugh. You reek of alcohol?
Go wash up first. The babies are in here. What is wrong with Dodo? Why do you need to hold her and walk around? As I took off my wedding suit, I looked at the mother and daughter with concern. It might have been the firecrackers today, and all the people coming and going at home. It frightened the two of them a bit. Their older brother cried and fussed for a while earlier too, but I have already coaxed him to sleep. It is just that their younger sister is still restless and keeps getting startled. I washed up as quickly as I could, washing off the stench of alcohol. Returning to the room, I took Daodu from Chen Jun's arms. Come, let daddy hold you. The moment I took her, the younger sister's half-closed eyes instantly sprang open, seeing the incredibly familiar face. And smelling the scent on my body, she settled down once more. You are very tired today too. Go to sleep first. I will hold her and walk around for a bit. Once she is completely asleep, I will put her down. But Chen Jun hesitated. You are very tired too. I am actually okay. Let me do it. I can take good care of the babies myself. No, you go to sleep first. Dodo and Miao Mao are probably a bit frightened. I figure they will probably wake up and fuss again in the early hours of the morning. You sleep first. You might have to get up later to feed them. Since I put it that way, Chen Jun had no choice but to nod. Just as she turned around, I suddenly caught her by the waist without warning, and planted a kiss on her cheek. It was a night the two of us would never forget for the rest of our lives. Perhaps because of the experience from the wedding at my hometown earlier. During the wedding on Chen Jun's side, the two of us handled many matters with ease and proficiency. After the two weddings concluded, time flew by. Unknowingly, the two little ones were already a full year old. They had reached the stage where they could walk while holding onto things. When it came to walking, the older brother, Miao, was a bit behind. He still only dared to walk while holding onto the wall. His footsteps not as steady as his younger sister's. The gap in physical constitution between the two little ones was beginning to show. For now, Owen could only say that the younger sister's innate constitution was stronger than the older brother's. But as for martial arts talent, it was still too early to draw any conclusions. Oh my! Our little Daodu is the best. Come on Miao, you can do it. Nearby, older brother Miao's progress in walking was slightly slower than his younger sister's. He still needed me to hold both his hands to walk smoothly. Chen Jun watched this scene from the side with a smile on her face. The baby's dad is so patient with them. And on this very day, Li Shaoshan asked Yuan Huang out for a walk along the riverbank. Li Shaoshan held Yuan Huang's hand, swinging it back and forth as they walked forward. As they walked, she suddenly asked, "Dawang, you do not dislike me, do you?" No. I love you so much, how could I ever dislike you? Why would I dislike you? At this moment, Yuan Huang was completely bewildered by Li Xiaoshan's sudden confession. Really, then let us get married. Li Xiaoshan finally voiced the words she had been thinking about for a long time. At the same time, she silently cheered herself on. You can do it, Li Xiaoshan. Okay. This sudden proposal caught Yuan Huang completely off guard. He turned to look at her in stunned surprise. You are not joking with me, are you? Did I hear that wrong? What? You are not willing? Li Xiaoshan glared at him fiercely, a rare, faint blush appearing on her face. Clearly, saying those words just now had taken a lot of resolve. No, it is. I just feel it is too sudden, and it should be me proposing to you. How can the girl be the own to initiate it? There is no should or should not. Li Xiaoshan turned her face away. I just do not want you to always be doing more than me. And doing better. After all, you are so outstanding. What if some other, even more outstanding girl snatches you away? I would not even have a place to cry. The many other words she held in her heart, Li Xiaoshan did not voice aloud, but the cheek turned away from him was already burning red. Yuan Huang stopped walking. With immense affection, he gently turned the girl's face back to face him. On her delicate face, he saw an enchanting, bashful flush. Her eyes were brimming, as if something were flowing within them. This was the very first time he had ever seen Li Xiaoshan look shy. His heart instantly started pounding. Why are you looking at me like that? The girl seemed entirely unaware of her current appearance. She herself never imagined she could look so moving. Seeing this, Yuan Huang immediately took out his phone, aiming it at his fiancée's beautiful face. Click. He snapped a photo right then and there. See for yourself. Handing the photo he just took to the girl. A rare look of teasing amusement appeared on his face. So she actually had such a beautiful side to her. Is this me? Li Xiaoshan looked at the screen. This girl, with her face entirely flushed, and her eyes looking as if they were about to drip water, was actually herself. She gave her boyfriend a fierce but cute glare. Pouting, she said, "You have not agreed for so long. So that means you do not want to, then?" Only then did Yuan Huang remember that when the girl proposed just now, he still had not officially accepted. Of course, I want to, I accept. We will go get our marriage certificate tomorrow. Oh right, come with me. Suddenly, he remembered something incredibly important. He hurriedly grabbed Li Xiaoshan's hand and started running toward the entrance of the estate. Amidst their hurried footsteps, the girl also instantly realized exactly where this boy was taking her. That night, Chen Jun was relaxing and scrolling through her WeChat moments. As a result, she saw a status update from her best friend. Written on it was, "We are married." Chen Jun could not help but sit up abruptly. Her face was full of surprise and joy. Look! Something happened with Xiaoshan and Dahuan. They actually got their marriage certificate this quickly. While subtly reaching out my hand, I perked up and looked at the phone screen my wife handed over. I could not help but be taken aback. Did my cousin finally propose successfully? Not bad. Not bad at all. Chen Jun shot me a charmingly reproachful look, her breathing a bit hurried. They really have us to thank for this. That girl has always been taking her blessings for granted. She could not be allowed to miss out just because of her stubbornness. Actually, just the night before, Chen Jun and Li Xiaoshan had a heart-to-heart talk. She shared the little details of our life and certain moments of happiness. As her best friend, she knew Li Xiaoshan had more than one past relationship, all of which were missed opportunities due to various reasons. During those times, Li Xiaoshan seemed like a completely different person. Listening to her, Li Xiaoshan's eyes were filled with little stars. At the same time, she secretly made up her mind to lock down that dense straight guy, Da Wang, as soon as possible. That was what led to the scene of her taking the initiative to propose today. I am guessing she was definitely the one who proposed to Da Wang today. Chen Jun chuckled secretly, also feeling quite satisfied with her performance yesterday. If it were not for her, they probably would not have gotten together so quickly. As a best friend, she instantly guessed Li Xiaoshan's most likely move today. Although it might have been a moment of impulse, she was genuinely capable of doing such a thing, and that girl did not disappoint her expectations. She bravely confessed her feelings to the person she liked. Happiness is something you have to fight for yourself. Wifey, did you forget something? Li Xiaosh and my cousin are getting married, but we have been married for so long yet. Chen Jun naturally knew what I was talking about. She merely said, I am sleepy. Tonight felt exceptionally sweet. Even the air tasted sweet. The story comes to an end here. Thank you all for your company along the way. The end of own story is just the beginning of a new own.